Greetings, ladies and melogents, and welcome to today's narration of the web series The Nature of Predators Book 2. If you are new to this series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you head over there and show the author some love and give it an update if you like it. Anyways, on to the story. Chapter 1. Memory transcription subject, Tassie Bissim, scientist. Date, standardized human time, March 13th, 2160. Attempts to send messages and search the sky's radio signals for alien life forms usually entailed a quiet day at the office. I was one of the preeminent experts on how Bissims would react to first contact scenario, having written several papers on the subject. The protocols that Fishing for Alien Intelligence FAI had were created by me and a few veteran leaders from the institution's founding. Imagining what could be up in the stars. Would extraterrestrials be like us, or so radically different that we couldn't fathom it? Did they share our curiosity? If they contacted us in a non-aggressive manner, it had to be due to an interest in our people. What could they teach us if they were able to communicate in a tangible way? Of course, I imagined that first contact would be identifying a radio signal or a garbled attempt to respond to our calls into the void, detected from a neighboring star system. It had been a few decades since my nation, Blastman, launched the FAI program and began sending probes throughout our local planets. It would have been possible for signals to reach the stars within a few decades of light travel, assuming it had been blotted out by dust clouds and cosmic radiation. As much as my childhood fantasies loved to toy at my mind, they were just that, fantasies. Aliens landing on a polar subspecies ice shelf made a great thumbnail for a science fiction movie, but space was too large to traverse distances in a lifetime. If there were extraterrestrials capable of reaching our star system, their technology would have to be so far beyond our own. There would be no telling what they were capable of. I imagined various nations wouldn't be pleased with being entirely at their mercy. I had no idea what was going on when a convoy of military vehicles trundled up to our observatory, and Bissims decked flipper to toe in combat gear barreled in front of the door, marking orders and demanding that everyone abandon their workstation. My first thought was one of the Chaos cultists had infiltrated our space program and was attempting to sabotage our search of the stars. What was I supposed to think? That morphed into confusion when a soldier grabbed me as I exited and announced, "She's Dr. Tassie, sir," then shoved me into the back of a military vehicle without any explanation. There was no way they suspected me of being an extremist or a saboteur. As I protested with indignant questions about my rights, a hardened face shushed me from the adjacent seat. General Naltor, his tag read. The name jogged my memory, suggesting that he was someone far up the chain of command. My eyes widened once I remembered the full story. Naltor had been one of the first Selma, the Arctic subspecies, to defect from the South Pole's ancient kingdom. When we received independence from the tropical Vertrella's primary power, we'd invited all subspecies to live under our dome. Few that weren't Vertala took us up on the offer. Naltor was a trailblazer. Bissim history was complicated, with the major powers still reeling from the global war, and with 3 subspecies bearing major physiological differences that kept us apart. It was part of the reason I'd concluded that my paper that we weren't ready for contact with aliens. I wasn't certain that we'd be able to present a unified front and to make a positive, irrevocable first impression on visitors. Perhaps part of the reason my fantasy persisted, occupying my waking thoughts, was the wish that some foreign power would descend and enlighten us. I focused my gaze on Naltor, trying to prevent my mind from wandering. What the feck is going on? Why is a politically important general here? After your goons abducted me, a civilian, I swear I heard your soldiers shutting down all communications and ordering the other FAI scientists to stay locked down indefinitely. We've done nothing wrong. It's nothing that you've done, Dr. Tassie. The Salmon general was much taller than me, and his features much more rotund, but I could recognize a hint of panic in his eyes. Need your expertise. We have a situation. Where are you taking me? To these coordinates, Naltor answered, pointing to a highlighted map dot on his tablet. Approximately 2 hours ago, a signal was transmitted through our encryption to the highest entities in our government. All analysis shows that it's from the deepest recesses of the solar system. Let that sink in. Unless this is a fascinating hoax by a jealous rival, we believe that it's not from us, not Bison in origin. I froze in place, uncertain how to react to the very news that I'd been waiting for my entire life. It was too good to be true. Surely it would be disproven somehow. A space probe being hacked, or a rival power bouncing transmissions off our satellites. My first thought would have been that it was a natural phenomenon, except for the fact that it is purposeful targeting belayed intelligence. There was so much to digest in what General Naltor told me, from the signal senders being able to crack military-grade encryption like it was nothing, to the possibility of them being present in our solar system. This felt surreal, like one of the dreams I wish I wouldn't wake up from at night. The analysis must have determined that the signal's origin is close by. Since Naltor didn't say deep space, had they come here looking for us, or maybe they've located us by accident and have been studying us? I sucked in a shaky breath, overwhelmed by the moment's gravity. Not Bison in origin. Well, I'm at a loss for words. I'm not sure that we're ready for this, General, but we have to get this right. The first thing that we should do is notify the Tessia, the Ritala, and the Salwa nations. All of these subspecies need to put aside our differences. We have to work together on this. We can't keep foreign powers out of this. We're already sending a message through diplomatic channels. The fact is, these aliens contacted us. There's no reports of the others receiving any communications, Naltor responded. The faction that preaches Bison unity, and that isn't divided. First contact's meeting is something that we were meant to handle, though we must be vigilant. Ivrana is our planet, and she needs protection. I'm concerned about allowing the aliens to trespass in our airspace, with whatever weapons and diseases they might have. Slow down. Trespass in our airspace? What the feck are you talking about? Is that why we were speeding off to some point on a tablet? Yeah. When the message was decoded, it was in binary. Numbers, Tassie. It was coordinates to the Great Basin. We weren't sure about whether or not to bring FAI into the loop, but we couldn't have this spreading to the public yet. We don't know what they want, so we had to scramble snipers, a defense response. We're just hoping their message means they're sending a greeting party and not ramming relativistic weapons down our beaks. We don't know anything about their intentions, who or what they are, and what kind of threat they constitute. One thing at a time. We don't know that they constitute a threat at all. I can hear the panic in your voice, but that is not the mentality that we should have. I don't like the idea of greeting them with a military entourage at all, especially after they found such a simple, beautiful way to communicate. It's obvious they want to talk to us. We should view this as an opportunity to learn things that are beyond the scope of our knowledge. This will be a defining moment in the Besim history. We don't know that they don't constitute a threat, and I'm not willing to take that gamble. I respect your optimism, but I'm not in the business of optimism. Let me ask you, Doctor, what happened to Nelman's natives when the Selmar and the Vitala showed up? They're not around to tell you anymore. What I see is that we are the natives now, and they are the ones washing ashore. We, in Lassim, might be the first ones whose lives and livelihoods they want to take, because we're the peaceful ones. Discomfort bubbled in my gut with that unpleasant theory between us. Let's not start with worst-case scenarios. This is an advanced race who went out of their way to contact us, and who do not seem hostile. Space is a lot further distance to travel than an ocean. Yet, they're here, Tassie, and no, I don't want to shoot them down, to risk pissing them off. So I have to wait and find out. We're right where they asked us, because we have no choices, and I don't like that. You wrote the first contact protocol. Tell me, how we fucking do this? What do we even say? I don't know. Though I'm delighted to be a part of this. We need to extend our flipper in peace if anyone does arrive. We don't know what those coordinates mean. Well, they would be perfect to land a ship, They could be sending down a probe or other message. Perhaps they want to establish a radio link there. Whatever they sent the solar system message from, it might not even be manned. Okay, let's assume that we do talk to them, one way or another. How the fact do we extend peaceful sentiments to aliens? How do we communicate and avoid being misunderstood? I was struggling to conjure up a plan of action, even as our dot grew closer to the Grey Basin. No matter how worried General Neltor was about leaks, I wished he'd brought a few other FAI scientists into the loop. It was concerning how the military was suppressing information, as well as any chance that we'd notify the bison populace. The internet would make it too easy for this to spread, though I wasn't sure how they'd handle a stray camera capturing a strange craft landing, or videos of FAI staff being locked up by armed personnel. Rumors would get out, one way or another. It was the handling that left me alarmed about how Lostman's government would address the visitors. The fact that our nations mistrusted each other was an issue. But my country's fear towards aliens and over our own people's reactions didn't assure me that they'd make sound judgments. This wasn't something that we could afford to bungle. While I'd love to believe that the extraterrestrials had peaceful sentiments, offending or antagonizing them could have catastrophic consequences for our civilization. I wished I had more time to plan this process, but I figured that we needed to start with a small gesture. It must not be anything that can be misinterpreted, no matter how simple its meaning is to us. That rules out any of our emotional cues and nonverbal. It's important to define our own assumptions and avoid falling into those pitfalls. Language was the primary issue with communication, given that, for all we knew, they might not even have verbal language. The aliens had shown us a roadmap through their usage of binary, reflecting that they understood both mathematics and computers. It wasn't impossible. They were AI. With that in mind, but I didn't address that possibility for my sanity. While using numerals wouldn't be plausible, we could communicate in groupings of dots to form common ground, assuming that they were organic life forms. Mirroring body language was inadvisable. We wouldn't know what it meant, or how it played into their potential hierarchy. Auditory and luminescent stimuli might work, except that we didn't know if they would generate an adverse reaction. In essence, all I had was a basic way to demonstrate numbers, drawing rudimentary pictures on a chalkboard, perhaps teaching them a few simple words in the process, and a prayer to Hearst that his will would save us. Wonderful. Please tell me that you've thought to bring along some kind of whiteboard. I breathed a sigh of relief as Neltor signaled the affirmative with his beak toss. I would start simple. We can draw pictures of ourselves standing beside them and hope they grasp that as friendship. Maybe count out numbers with dots and teach them our numerals. Show our understanding of mathematics as an expression of sapience. The Selmar general blinked with flustered expression. I don't have anything better. I'm leaving full discretion to you, Tassie. I'll be right beside you, of course, but I want you to take the lead. Anything you need, you have authorization to ask for. In that case, I'll take a blank check bonus from the government. If you find a way to communicate with aliens, I could probably almost get you that. Good luck, Doctor. We're all rooting for you, and we all want to keep Ivana safe. I know, General. Let's just not be afraid of them until we see what they want. That's assuming that we interpreted their binary correctly. The numbers could have meant something else entirely. We're assuming they think the same as us. There are too many variables involved with this entire affair. I wish these people would just leave. We're not equipped for something like this. We never would be, but we've found ourselves in a position. Please try to keep calm. That's the best way we can show our peaceful intentions. Neltor ducked his beak in acknowledgement, trying to hide how his wings were trembling. It was rare to see the Arctic-inclined Selma shivering on our temperate continent, yet I knew it was because this proud man was petrified. For my part, I was both nervous and excited. The endless possibilities were running amok in my head, 1,000 implausible scenarios that I pictured time and again. If these beings were hostile out of the gate, I recognized there was nothing that we could do. Fretting about it wouldn't change their intentions. Always assuming a worst-case scenario meant that we'd never waddle into any ocean of knowledge. It was against the spirit of curiosity. Of all the instances I imagined, it was never that the non-bison intelligence would be hostile. Perhaps because I always thought the brutish colonizations that transpired on our world were the fool's errands. Let's hope my one assumption, that an advanced society would feel the same, is correct. It must be. My primary concern was that I would make a mistake with ripple effects on our planet's interstellar relations. Bearing the full responsibility for introducing bison races to aliens was a daunting task. There'd been no warning or prep time, as I'd been ripped away from safety on my desk. This was a critical moment for our species. What I did today could define our very future, and I didn't take that reality lightly. There was no telling how long we'd wait for them, what we'd discover, or whether they'd already sent something to our location millions of years ago. Anything was possible, but I was ready. My flipper latched around the vehicle's door handle, and I hopped out onto the rocky ground. Warm air circulated around me, saving me from the chill of nerves running down my spine. I cast my gaze up at the sky as the convoy skidded to a halt. General Nalto joined me, though at my urging, he prevented the armed personnel from disembarking. I knew snipers were monitoring the location, but at least this way, bisons with the assault weapon wouldn't be the first thing visible to the alien surveillance. I was preparing to sit back and wait for as many hours as necessary for a slight sign, but it only took a few minutes for the fateful moment to arrive. My beak parted in awe when the grey silhouette pierced the skies, descending from the light explosions from its thrusters. Naruto looked like he could barely resist calling the anti-aircraft weapons, since the vessel hadn't registered on his radar. The aliens must have been monitoring this location for our arrival by satellite imaging, or something that gave them a view from space. Our analysts were correct about their message being coordinates in our geo-mapping system, a thought that only just dawned on me. For why would Lassian military's interpretation should have been absurd? There was no time for that thought, and the implications it carried to sink in. Our greeting party was going to discover firsthand just how much these creatures knew about bisons, and how long they'd been observing us in mere seconds. The vessel's landing gear had touched down on the flat, rocky surface, sitting for a few moments while its propulsion systems cooled off. A ramp opened from its belly, and I approached it with intrigued, inspired caution. Naruto couldn't resist calling in the soldiers after seeing the movement. I was horrified, as twitchy, flippant servicemen trained guns on the platform from close range, but there was nothing I could do to get the general to back off. Hopefully, the aliens would forgive that transgression. The lower limbs of three beings, who seemed to be from drastically different species, appeared at the bottom of the ramp. Their movements were slow, but with deliberate progress, and their features were cloaked beneath spacesuits. I took the time to soak in everything that I could about their forms. These were organic life forms similar to us, with an anatomy that was recognizable in many ways. Each of the creatures had 2 legs for bipedalism, 2 manipulator limbs, and a head atop their torso. Interestingly, none of them resembled bisons, in the sense of looking avian. They seemed more like mammals than beings with wings. I could see the tallest alien leading the way, with long, flexible appendages and nimble digits beneath its gloves. A creature with stout legs and extra space to accommodate a seemingly puffy spine followed the lumbering being. The final member of the 3 was the only one that had a spot for a tail built into its suit, and it seemed both the shortest and the slowest of the posse. It was impossible to discern the features of any of their craniums, hidden between opaque spherical masks. Questions raced in my mind, since it was evident these were different species. Did multiple sapient races evolve on the same planet, resulting in even starker differences than between bison subspecies? Was there something else at play here entirely? Who were they, and what did they want? How did they plan to approach first contact? Once they reached the bottom of the ramp, and would General Naruto's army scare them off? Despite the tremendous uncertainty, I found myself wandering closer to the visitors, until I stood right where the ramp met rocky ground. The aliens halted a flipper's length away from me, seeming to size me up. I could feel the tension from the Lassian military, as their weapons barrels kept watching over the first interaction. My heart was hammering in my chest, desperate to find out what would happen. However, the next occurrence was about as shocking of an outcome as I could fathom. The tall creature turned its head slightly, as if microphone projected a gravelly voice from inside the helmet. "Greetings from the people of the Sapient Coalition. We come in peace." I nearly tipped over in disbelief, while gasps sounded among the military observers. The aliens had greeted us in perfect writ, our language. That should not have been possible. End of chapter. Memory transcription, subject, Tassie Bison Scientist. Date, standardized human time, March 13th, 2160. The alien stood in silence after pronouncing those series of words in our dialect, waiting as we processed its message. Its two partners stood behind it, with the shortest one especially seeming differential. I gawked at the visitors, setting aside all thoughts of approaching them with numbers and a slow exchange of vocabulary. Some of the clicks sounded strange from its vocal cords, reverberating with strength and power, but the usage was spot on. We needed to have a way to respond to them now, and I'd never even thought of what to say. It had been a possibility that I ruled out as fantastical, imagining how different they would be. What was I supposed to think of them, knowing our language? They must either be able to learn unfathomably quickly through some kind of cognitive transference, or they'd been monitoring us for quite a while. The latter seemed the most plausible, but then again, this entire premise of the scenario shouldn't have been plausible. If they had been present, observing us like our scientists would track a school of fish, that, coupled with their words, meant that they didn't bear us any ill will. It was possible they'd been here for a much longer duration, watching our entire societal history play out. These were advanced life forms, after all, with capabilities that allowed them to travel light years through space. Perhaps they were progenitors of life in the star system. For all we knew, these were our very creators. I thought about the entity's name, the Sapient Coalition. It sounded like an alliance of numerous species, and it didn't follow that they'd evolved in the same world. Wait, were they inviting us to join a galactic community? We've been in our best behavior. Naltor needs to call off his guns and play nice. We're directly communicating with multiple worlds. Welcome to Avrana, I managed, a stupefied croak that barely escaped my beak. We are honored to have you here. May I ask how you know our language? Several barks escaped the tall, slender figure's chest. We got your messages and observed your world for several years to assess the best way to approach contact. Don't worry, we're all familiar with your culture, so you won't cause us any offense. Might I say, Journey Beneath the Ice is a great movie. General Naltor blinked in confusion. You watched Journey Beneath the Ice? A guilty pleasure. I can sense the nasty looks from my colleagues, but we humans, we like to keep it light, forgive me. To answer your question, we do have language model-driven translated technology, which decoded your 4 primary languages. However, to avoid any misunderstandings, mistranslations, and clunky machines, our team learned to speak Writ fluently. It took 10 years. It's really hard to teach those damn machines idioms and wordplay, as I am sure you, a species that's had the internet for decades, can imagine. They are nothing like I imagined they would be. Wow, I need to sit down. We can imagine, I managed, trying not to swoon. You spent 10 years of your life learning our language just to speak to us with minimal confusion. We're honored. We are honored to be here. This is the Coalition's first time initiating a first contact scenario, so forgive us if we're not the smoothest at it. The puffy-backed creature spoke in a lighter voice. I think that we should introduce ourselves and our respective species, Dustin. The tall creature paused, thinking for several seconds. Yes, I think we should. I am Dustin Curtis, and I am a xenobiologist. Discovering life forms from across the galaxy has been my calling. I confess, I'm itching to get a look at your wildlife up close, once we become friends. As you might have cued in on, I'm a human, from the planet Earth. I'm Nulia. I have a doctorate in sociology, so let's say I'm the one who's analyzed your national relations. I'm a Gojit, technically from the cradle, but I've lived in Skulgar since I was a small child, the mid-sized one chimed in. The shortest alien hesitated before piping up, tentatively. I am Heliska. I'm here because my species is the only semi-aquatic race in the sapient coalition, so we share your love for water. For what it's worth, the humans, despite being land mammals through and through, adore the ocean too. My species is the Thafki, and we live on the commune. Our homeworld was destroyed long ago. Your homeworld was destroyed? My gasp of horror escaped a moment later, as I tried to imagine Ivrana just being gone. The way Heliska said it so calmly was concerning. I didn't know what the commune was either. Forgive me if I'm being insensitive, but what happened? Did someone attack your planet? General Naltor asked, disregarding all notions of tact. Heliska's tail twitched with sadness. If I told you what happened without context, it would alarm you. Let me clarify that the species that did that to my homeworld has been isolated from the rest of the galaxy and are monitored by the SC. I'm afraid my planet was bombed, and our old allies did nothing to help us. Humans rescued some of our, hostages, and have helped us build an official commune as something to call our own. It's a long story, and I don't want to sour first contact. You're not souring anything. We appreciate your honesty, and I'm sorry that's happened to the Thafki. I jumped in hastily, feeling a mix of shock and sympathy at the appalling story. I am worried by much of this history you've described. Naltor's eyes narrowed with suspicion. I am glad that my scientific friend shares my concerns. I also noted it was mentioned that you never initiated a first contact, despite the fact that you all know each other. Am I correct in assuming that you had some major conflict? You can say that again, Dustin muttered. The SC is a newer organization. I'm afraid the galaxy's recent history is troubled, but I assure you that we've come here in the hopes of starting something better. It's of the utmost importance to us that we help you, yet minimize our impact on your culture. We wanted to come to you with honesty, while also not overwhelming you or stunting your individuality. It was interesting to hear the human address Naltor's colonization fears by expressing that they wanted to avoid any Nullman situation. The Selmar general folded his flippers in front of his thick blubber, scrutinizing the aliens with caution. He hesitated before signaling for military assets to stand down. I noticed the visitor's posture relaxed. From what they just described about there being a major conflict in the stars, I imagined they would recognize any type of weapon. It wasn't unlikely that they knew about our own history and had studied our military from above as well. Part of me was disappointed that these species were plagued by the same strife up in the stars that we were down here. What was the cause of this major conflict? One so horrible that entire worlds were destroyed. What brought the war to an end, and what happens if the quarantine species gets past the sapient coalition? The positives were that these beings were interested in communicating with us and had expressed multiple times that they didn't mean us any harm. While I could tell that General Naltor wanted to press them on this war issue and gather the entirety of the details, I wanted to learn more about why they decided to contact Lassenman before any other nation. There was evidence this wasn't by chance. The aliens had found our probe, and Nulia indicated they knew our factional tendencies. There was a great deal that they could teach Bisons, even if their minds were less beyond us than I envisioned. But we'd have to find a way to juggle competing interests on Ivrana first. The last thing we needed was to be at each other's throats. It would take much for the Salma, Vitrala, and Tassia nations to turn on their counterparts, with literal visitors from another world. Some naive voice in my brain prayed to hers that we would see the folly in our squabbles. However, if that meant that we just unify our guns against other planets, as it seemed what had happened amongst these aliens, I wasn't sure that was any different. I hoped that we could find a way to make the sapient coalition into friends of bisons from all subspecies, and to make them not regret opening up the galactic community. There were thousands of questions about much lighter topics at the tip of my tongue. How many aliens were out there? What were their cultural and anatomical quirks, their greatest achievements and homeworld marvels? How did their spacefaring technology grant them the means to violate the speed limit of the universe? Or did it? Dustin, Nudia, and Heliska couldn't have known about FAI's messages any earlier than 2 decades ago, no matter how close to the stars they were. That meant that they were either within a few light years of our space, accounting for the signal's dispersal time and their travel, or they had FTL mechanisms.
"Excuse me, miss," Heliska prompted. "What is your name?"
Blood rushed to my forehead from embarrassment.
"I apologize. I got lost in my thoughts. There's so many things I could ask you. I'm Dr. Tassi from FAI, and this is General Neltor of the Lassian military."
"Dr. Tassi, don't worry. There'll be time to ask us absolutely anything you want," Dustin chuckled. "I'd like to thank your military friend for not shooting us."
Nudia sighed in exasperation. "Don't joke about that."
"Oh, I'm not joking. We definitely spooked these guys. I think we still have. I thought it'd be a simple invitation if they wanted to meet with us. I'm sorry for any alarm our presence has caused you. We're sentimental bastards. We like to do things personal, face to face. If you, for some reason, want us to leave, just ask, and we'll go right now." "Do not leave." Naltor's words were all but an order, and I cringed at how he spoke to the aliens. "Why Lassman? Why did you pick us?" "You had the space program, and you're also the closest thing to a union of all bisons," Heliska answered. "The Confederation of Vital and the Merlay Huddledom haven't given a shit about space in over a century. Never thought I'd hear a casual profanity at first contact. Well, let's just waddle through it. We thought about landing in Nelman, since it's off limits, forbidden for any settlements because of the Nell Armistice," Nulia remarked. "That would be neutral ground, but it is also a sore spot to start our relations. We wouldn't want to risk you fighting about whether to return at all." Dustin made a strange gesture with his appendage. "Heliska didn't mention the third grouping, so I feel obliged to touch on it. We're aware of how well the Tessia nomads react to visitors trying to land on Alch, and that's with other bisons. They're reclusive in the best of times, so I can't say how they'd take to us. We like our spaceships without an ICBM in the hull." "You're smart on that front. Unpredictable, shifty Fecks do what they want, when they want," Naltor mumbled. I shot the Selma general a concerned look.
"Let's not refer to other bisons that way around the aliens. Common sense, they're here to speak to all of us."
"We are. I'll tell you what the very wise leader told our species when we bumbled out to deep space. We're not here to take sides, show favoritism, or meddle in your conflicts." Dustin ducked his head, rubbing his digits against the back of his neck in a self-soothing way. "Sort it out amongst yourselves, but you get one embassy. Evrana is one entity to us, because we don't have the diplomatic bandwidth for anything more." "Lassman has been seeking bison unity for years, but we can't control the others," Naltor spat. "I don't think we need to decide on any hierarchies right now," I interceded hastily, not wanting to have the aliens believe that we couldn't get along. It had been kind of Dustin to not judge us for warring amongst ourselves, but it seemed his kind had moved past that at first contact. We needed to as well. "Question on the spacesuits. If you don't mind, is our environment not breathable for you, or is it to prevent microorganism contamination?" Dustin and Eliska seemed to share a glance beneath their helmets, while Nulia tried to give the appearance of being distracted. My innocuous question, to pivot away from the topic of bison acronomy, seemed to have touched a nerve. It was possible the aliens looked drastically different from us, and were conceding their anatomy to avoid frightening us. They can have 6 eyes, no skin, or something altogether horrifying. They also might not want to tip off their vulnerabilities, if it had to do with the toxin in our world's atmosphere. It was as if the human was a bit nervous. What is he frightened of? That we'll weaponize whatever we learn about his species. If it was just microorganisms, he'd say it. Microbes can't jump between alien species. Biology varies too much from world to world, Nulia answered.
It posed no risk to you. The proof is the hundreds of years that we've been in contact with each other, that we ran simulations just to be certain. Heliska thumped her tail on the ground. Your atmosphere is breathable to us as well. We are all dependent on oxygen. If we landed in Merle Huddledom territory on the poles, that would pose an environmental hazard. None of us are suited to that kind of cold. But other than that, no standard environment on Ivana should be dangerous to us. Dustin stiffened, digits curling with reluctance.
It feels early to take off the suits, before you've truly gotten to know us.
We're asking because we truly wish to get to know you, I prompted. You said yourself that your kind likes relations personal, face-to-face, yet you've obscured your features.
It's, complicated. I think that Heliska and Nudia should start.
Nudia hesitated before popping off her helmet and sliding out of the suit. Thick brown fur enveloped her features, along with some sort of spikes attached to her spine. The claws were both slender and lengthy, presenting an additional natural threat. It didn't seem that she could sprint well, given how stout her legs were. There was nothing especially alien about her, with the same quantity and layout of features as standard life in our homeworld. Her brown irises were warm as they stared back at us, reflecting sunlight with cool warmth. Heliska risked a glance at the enraptured soldiers, many of who were as absorbed in this pivotal moment as I was. She shimmied out of her own suit. Standing well below the Gojid, the Thafki had a bluish-gray coloration, twitching whiskers atop cream patches on her chin, and webbed feet not dissimilar to our own. That matched the story of her semi-aquatic origins. The lithe form of her body and tapered shape of her tail were perfect for swimming. Overall, these two creatures were agreeable to the eyes, which meant the problem must be with Dustin. What was the human concerned about? Dustin's hands drifted up to his helmet, and Naltor scrutinized him as he slowly removed his helmet. The creature's rosy lips wobbled with nerves as he trained two eyes directly at me. This species had a narrow scope of vision, best suited to depth perception. I did note how large the unpigmented portion of the sclera was. Curious. His other features were even more peculiar, with massive triangular nose just jutting out of the center of his face. His ears were circular, with cartilage folded in swirling patterns that I'd never seen before. There was no fur in his face, or seemingly further down his neck, but tangled brown hair sprouted atop his head. He looks the most alien, but not especially frightening. His skin looks soft and delicate. It didn't escape my notice how Heliska and Nudia seemed relieved when none of us reacted poorly to Dustin. The human's eyes fluttered, warming as he saw that he wasn't being rebuffed. Granted, most of my wild assumptions about these aliens had been wrong so far, since this hadn't been anything like my imagined first contact scenarios. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had judged his species for something. This trepidation about merely showing his face wasn't natural. "It's nice to meet all of you," I offered, in the most gracious voice I could muster. "Naltor, what would you say to extending these aliens a proper welcome?"
General Naltor's beak parted with alarm. "I would say that if we organize the necessary preparations and then transport these aliens somewhere, we can host festivities. There's no way to stop it from getting out to the public. We wanted you to have the opportunity to announce the news yourselves. But if I may, they're going to find out eventually," Dustin commented. "Forgive my forwardness, but we're not going to play part of hiding anything from the masses. It goes against our founding principles."
Heliska lashed her tail. "There's nothing to fear. People adjust more quickly than you might think to new reality. You'd be amazed at what they can adjust to. Believe me, I would know." "I agree that we should be transparent with the public, sir." I raised my flippers for emphasis, hoping to show the sincerity of my words. "This is something all Bisoms have the right to know. I understand that you wanted to protect the people at first, but I don't believe our visitors are a threat."
"I suppose live streaming it on the internet would make the dumb Fecks in the other nations less inclined to do anything stupid," Naltor grumbled. "What's that look for, Tassie? All right, I shouldn't have said dumb Fecks. I meant the nice people in other nations."
The human flashed his teeth briefly, earning a lingering glance from me. They weren't impressive dental structures, but it was an odd expression to display at this time. I was keen on learning the aliens' nonverbals, for it was helpful that they'd learned our own to avoid any misunderstandings.
What appeared to be a threat displayed by our zoological standards was an example of why we needed to learn theirs. Dustin covered his mouth with his sheepish expression, noticing that Naltor had returned to an alert posture. I apologize. My species has the odd habit of curving our lips upward when we're amused or happy. It's a sign of submissiveness and goodwill, believe it or not. It's instinctual, so despite how other species admonish us, it's difficult to control. I can put the helmet back on if it makes you comfortable, the xenobiologist said. I raised a flipper to reassure him. Nonsense. You're an alien. Of course, you evolved with different expressions than us. Now that we know what it means, I'm sure Naltor won't take it as a challenge. The general scoffed. I was not going to contest the alien's strength, even if he was provoking me. I wasn't going to let myself seem intimidated. Why don't we bring these aliens onto a transport, make an announcement to the public, and set up a feast replete with the finest delicacies? A feast? Heliska whispered, with a tone that seemed fearful. We should stay that offer. We don't know how the aliens' customs around mealtime, or whether they'd be able to eat our food. It is a bit presumptive, Naltor, I said hastily, wanting to cover whatever faux pas we committed against the Thafki. Perhaps they don't like the excess of wasting food, or they're private. Maybe they only share food with close friends, or maybe they don't eat at all. Dustin shot the bluish-grey alien a smoldering glare. We know how central fishing is to the bison culture, and how hospitable it is for them to extend an invitation to feast. Don't we? Yes, of course we do, the Heliski whimpered. It's no different from the humans, Lulia assured the Thafki quietly. We accept this now. Ever since the deconversions, you know that I'm uncured. Uncured? Deconversions? What the feck are they talking about? I feel there's something I should know about here. General Naltor eyed the visitors with concern, thinking the same thing by my assessment. I didn't mean to cause any offense. I was trying to celebrate your arrival. The human bobbed his head from side to side. No, you didn't cause us any offense. Your invitation was quite kind, and we'll accept it if you're still willing to extend it. There's some, complicated matters that we'll explain to you in due time, but I'd prefer not to get into our full baggage today. What I will say is that none of our allied species subsist solely on meat, so I must ask if it's possible for you to accommodate us with some vegetable fare. I know your bodies aren't adapted for eating it, but... Of course, we should have asked about that. It's hard to think of food as not fish, I responded. There's something much deeper going on here, but I haven't figured out what. We have some sea plants and small selection of land vegetables for our fish farms. That's what we were able to bring on this short notice. It's not a massive selection, but we should have no problem accommodating your needs. Great. Thanks, a queasy-looking Heliska replied. Hesitation flickered in Naltor's eyes, debating whether to press the aliens. I'll make the necessary arrangements. The FAI Convention Center should be perfect. I'm sure the rest of Tassie's fellow scientists will be delighted to chip in. Work shifts be damned. Shall we head to the vehicles? Dustin dipped his head. Lead the way. The Selmer general clasped his flippers behind his back and strode over to the convoy that we'd come from. My mind was dazed from everything that had unfolded, but a mystery had made itself plain to me. As tempted as it was to zero in on cultural details, I needed to devote some focus to learning the details of the strange attitudes relating to the human and the feast. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date, standardized human time, March 13th, 2160. The sound of an alarm clock detonating by my bedside jolted me from my dreamless sleep, much too early. I stumbled over to the sink and brushed my teeth, splashing some water in my face to wake myself up. The grimy mirror showed my binocular eyes with twinkling blue irises and the buzz cut attuned to the warm climate of this world. It was cooler and ventilated in the underground caverns. But when I traveled through the surface to hurry off the crev, it would be punishing, and we couldn't take off the layers for anything. I wondered how I'd gotten settled with the role of payment ambassador in the first place. I hated those fecking aliens as much as anyone. It'd be too much to hope for that we could just keep to ourselves. We send an ark ship to get away from aliens, and we find more of them, I grumbled, knowing that I'd have to put on a pleasant face in a few minutes.
When Arcship 3 carried us to this uninhabited, breathable world, I'd been 9 years old. Suffice to say, I barely remembered Earth. We'd kept documentation with us of the threat, just in case future generations forgot why we had to be leery of aliens. Heading to the stars, we found a vast majority of herbivores who despised us and wished us dead. Hundreds of species, all plotting our extinction despite our efforts of peace. The lone other predator, seemingly a rarity, were child-eating monsters who we wanted nothing to do with either, despite what those Feckwood crackcockle had thought. Our homeworld and the 10 billion humans we left behind were extinct, barring a miracle. The Arcships had been sent out in quiet fashion by the UN to ensure our species' survival, and told never to contact home again. Starting civilization over from scratch with a few thousand people aboard wasn't easy. It was as bad as when our kind almost died on our cradle during the Ice Age. How long would it take us to bounce back to where we were? At least we had our knowledge and technology. We preserved our memories and keepsakes in vaults, a mere spectre of what once was. "Let's get moving, Taylor." Cherise Benson, a security officer, waved her rifle in a lazy gesture. She was already wearing full concealment gear. "Scaly Feckers are on the descent from orbit. We don't need more protests from our own people, or for the Xenos to stick around any more than necessary." I pressed a hand to my temple. "I'm not looking forward to this. The miners are behind schedule because of the strike, so we have to barter for a few extra days. Damn, militia's already used up all of the last quarter's shipments, and we can't dip into that. Fecking hell." "Tell the Krev they'll either get the payments in a few days, or they won't get jack shit. They're the ones profiting off our backs, taking what they haven't put anything into, making us hide down here like rabbits in a burrow. I wish I knew what it was like to feel sun on my face, to stand in the rain. Sometimes I wonder what it would. That's our job, Taylor, to stop people from doing something impulsive. Much as I hate those Krev bastards, we can't afford to fight them. Better to pay up than to have them kill us or take us from our home." "I guess so. Wish that we could get up and leave, but where else are we going to go? There's aliens everywhere. For all we know, the next ones are worse." "Given the Federation and the Arxor are out there, that's the truth. Makes the Krev Consortium not seem so bad. Now let's go suit up, before they even get a chance to wander from the landing pad." The arrangement between the Krev and us felt like it was hanging on by a thread sometimes. But it beat the alternative of having no home or fighting for our lives again. It didn't mean resentment didn't fester. We'd come to the system as our supplies were running out, and hydroponics contingencies meant to push us further had failed. This world that we called Tellus, Earth in Latin, was our last hope. This was the place that we had to settle. However, as we aligned our flight path for a landing, a warship dropped out from the gas giant's gravity well and broadcast a message that this was Consortium territory. They demanded that we leave, at least showing more gusto than prey races back home. I didn't like those Feckers, but they aren't scared of their own shadow. If anything, the Krev are emotionless and all business. They've never seemed interested in sharing any details about themselves either. Knowing how every alien we encountered back in the Orion Arm had reacted, we knew that we couldn't let any other race know what we were. Predators. It would have been our preference to not speak to any aliens at all. But our quick-thinking captain had covered her face with scarves, looking something like a mummy on the call. She pleaded for the Krev to let us land, noting that our supplies were out and that thousands of settlers would die without the planet. Our ship's language modules interfaced during the hail and allowed translator implants on both ends to facilitate communications. It was after a prolonged discussion that the Consortium struck the bargain I was carrying out now. They'd allow us to colonize the world in exchange for a cut of the raw materials unearthed during our efforts. We didn't exactly have a choice. We were desperate, but not in a position to bargain out the terms. Our efforts went to building our city's infrastructure underground, beneath the concealment of overhead soil. This was the only place that we could show our faces. Up on the surface, full disguises were required to avoid our predatory features being spotted through satellite imaging. The security guards locked the clasp on our inner cloth helmet,
which looked something like a fencing mask, and that ensured nobody could get the reckless idea to remove it once they got up here. I'd had to put on the full garb now before the elevator was unsealed. Well, let's hope for the best. I get the sense they already want us gone. Krebs seem to have stick up their ass lately, with their snide comments about our secrecy. I yawned as we strolled past lit interiors, carved into the sides of the cavern, and past several tired people through the cobblestone streets. The subterranean metro was visible beyond the elevator's sealed gates. It's not like they're forthcoming themselves. Cherise stopped me with a hand, placing a cloth mask over my head and turning the key. You know the drill, Taylor. Time to be Mr. Cordiality. Charm the shit out of them. If anyone can buy us time, it'll be done. Let's get this over with. I unslung the secondary cloth from my shoulder and wrapped it around my forehead and chin for further concealment. Cherise shot a thumbs up at the control room, who watched up on the balcony. There was a buzzing noise as the gate sealing the elevator came undone. I called the lift and shuffled inside as the doors chimed open. My security escort tailed behind me, tapping her fingers on the ascent button. I listened to the whirring noise of the gears as we ascended up through the place of residence we'd carved out. Above ground wasn't populated by many personnel, aside from a handful of top-world farmers and the militia people working with starships. I raised a hand in politeness as I passed a group of service technicians who were tinkering with the gunship's engines. Some days, I wished they'd fire up the guns, charge the incoming rent collector, and tell the Krev where to get off. Her skull creased my face beneath the mask as I saw the alien ship touching down on our landing pad. Cherise and I quickened our strides to ensure that we were hovering by the alien ship as soon as they disembarked. Gress, who'd been the Krev's rent collector for the past few years, strolled down the ramp with his usual unfriendly expression. His dark green scales brightened beneath the glow from the star, something we guessed meant that they evolved in the jungle. Gress's lengthy tail curled with distaste, and his tongue flitted with impatience. I found the quirky mammals a bit reminiscent of pangolins from Earth. That was what they were called, right? That wasn't too stellar with knowing things from home, our true home. Gress, how are you doing? I gushed with fake enthusiasm. The Krev sighed, a bored look on his face. Taylor, is it? It's difficult to recognize you with you hiding beneath those masks. It's not polite to insult our way of life and our culture. You know we're a private people. That's one thing to call you. I suppose that we should know better than to ask you to answer basic questions about yourselves. We still don't know who we're dealing with. Your attitude doesn't seem in the interests of partnership, Gress. You've benefited from our toiling immensely. I swear I remember that this arrangement was supposed to be temporary. It's starting to seem like it's anything but. Don't you think it's harsh to ask us to pack up and leave overnight? Whatever you think of our ways, humans haven't undermined or harmed you in any way. We have the utmost gratitude for how you've allowed our settlers to make a life for themselves. Why ruin a good thing for both of us? Gress pawed at the ground, scowling. I'd like to be anywhere but here, so let's get a move on it. I don't see the crates ready to load onto the cargo hold. Have you forgotten what day it is? Of course not. Look, you know that we've been reliable. We've never missed any of our days before, which is another reason that you should value how we honor our deals. I'm afraid that we've experienced a setback in our mining efforts, and we need a bit of extra time. Let me get this straight. You people let me land with zero forewarning, then tell me you don't have what I traveled hours to collect. What's owed to us for our land? I'd like to offer sincere apologies on behalf of humanity. Truly, we are a hard-working people, and I am humiliated to say that we've missed our deadlines. This is a rarity, an anomaly, but in the spirit of reasonable response. Perhaps we can come to an agreement. All we need is a few days, and we can tack on a little extra to make it worth the additional trip. Please, Gress, tell me what the reason is for this delay, and I will consider it. I hesitated, unsure how much Mayor Hathaway would want me to diverge to the Krev. The only way to ever get promoted away from this detail, perhaps to a leadership role in recognition of my silver tongue, was to stay on the head honcho's good side. This alien probably wouldn't be understanding about a strike due to our laborers resenting the very payments he was here to collect. We were going to have to work overtime just to get enough to pass along to him in a few days. I wasn't sure if I could fulfill the extra, but I needed to throw in something. I needed to sell him a line of total bullshit, since at least these Xenos didn't seem entirely devoid of sympathy. Whatever it takes to make Gress go for it, I'll go over the mines myself and make sure it's delivered. We can't fight them, and we can't leave everything we've got left behind us. I truly hate this, but it gives humanity a chance. We had to replace a lot of our equipment due to safety concerns, and the overhauls took longer than expected. Computer glitches here and there, I fibbed. 3 days should be plenty of time for us to get back on our normal production. How much will it take to right this wrong, Gress? I don't want you feeling cheated or put out. The Krev squinted at me for several seconds. You don't have any materials in surplus to give us now? Not the standard materials we give you. But if there's something else you want, maybe we can hand over something now. I'm telling you, if there was any leftovers that we could give you, we wouldn't be having this discussion. I hate having to ask for charity. As if letting you land on this world wasn't charity enough. You know humans are in your debt. You know we're good for it. In 3 days' time, that's not all that long, in the big picture, and it's nothing worth tearing up a deal that's worked for decades, without anything going awry. We can come to an understanding here. I know that you can give us some leniency. One exception. Oh, for feck's sakes, one exception. I want double our usual cut from your squatters in 3 days' time. You better have it. Sharice's hands tightened around her gun. Double, that's a deal, Gress. Thank you for your kindness and understanding. I spoke through gritted teeth. You won't regret your faith in us. I hope you have a safe voyage back home, and we look forward to delivering the goods in 3 days' time. In other words, you want to chase me off. Don't worry. I'd rather be anywhere else than this desolate world, overrun by humans. The Krev stalked back to his ship, keeping one side-facing eye trained on us. Send the word back to your people. We are going to talk about setting an end date to your stay here. I don't care if it's years from now, but you're not staying here forever. I understand, and we can discuss that once we're back on normal footing. Farewell. The Krev wandered back into his vessel, and, with engine still warm, he rocketed up from the landing pad as soon as he reached the cockpit. I watched the alien ship rise into the clouds, grateful that I'd managed to get him to agree to anything at all. Gress hadn't given me the impression that they were willing to cut us any slack. When the interloper vanished up into the atmosphere, I finally allowed my emotions to shine through. I was all smiles, figuratively speaking, to his face, but I wanted to knock that rude prick's lights out. I kicked the sand with my boot as soon as I was certain he couldn't see me. Assholes. No good fuckface. Settle down, Taylor. You're just getting yourself worked up, Sharice admonished me. You calm? Yes. Good. Because now it's my turn to get pissed. What the feck were you thinking? Cranking the first shipment out would have been enough. You're going to have to push the machinery to absolute limits, pull double shifts to bring 2 times the standard amount. I don't even know if we can do it. We can do it. We'll work the main drill overtime and blast as many damn rocks as humanly possible. I'm not giving those cold fecks any chance to kick us out. All the Krev needs is one perceived slight, and I think they're throwing us out. I can sense it. You can sense it? That's the second time you've said that. I know that we've all been trapped on the ground for too fucking long, but I think you're losing your mind. I placed my hands on my hips. Sharice, I'm not taking any chances. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's reading people, and Gress is all about done with us. Tellus is our home now, and we need to find some way to keep our foot in the door. You want humans to break our backs to benefit those lazy feckers, just to keep them from uprooting our lives. What happens if we can't deliver? We'll deliver. Look, I'm not in horrid shape myself. I'm going to go in and supervise. Be ready to jump in as an extra set of hands if needed. Maybe you could send any able-bodied security folks down there as well. We can do this. As a team, nobody is taking our home. I'm not leaving another planet. It'll be over my dead body. The security guard's body language looked exhausted. Fine, Taylor. You win. Just good luck selling this plan to the miners and to Mayor Hathaway. Nothing a few fabrications can't fix. Mayor can tell him it's for urgent fixes to the military, since we want to be ready to scrap with the Krev. Any luck, and the miners will never know where we really sent the ore. Lying. For them, for us. I'm doing my job and buying us time. If anyone else has a better idea, or if the mayor wants to question my judgment, that's his prerogative. I'll do whatever it takes to keep us together. We're the last of humanity left around, and I don't want to do anything that would squander that chance. Too many good people died back home. Isn't that the truth? It still blows my mind that they killed all of those people, Charisse murmured. I'll help you and keep my mouth shut, Taylor. But don't think I support this. You better be right. I will be. Now let's get to the mines and put everyone to work. There's no time to waste. Come on. I hustled back towards the elevator, suppressing my own groan of displeasure at the thought of heading down to the mines. Even with machinery to carry some of the load, it was still a gritty, exhausting job. I was probably going to be a bit sore on shut-eye with the shifts that we need to pull for these quantities of materials. Once we got the Krev off of our backs for the cycle, we could focus on making it to the next payment, with a more reasonable time frame to complete our work. I wasn't sure how I was going to keep the peace between humanity and the consortium, but it would take a great deal of commitment to make this arrangement last much longer at all. End of chapter. Book 2, Chapter 4. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date, standardized human time, March 14th, 2160. With the minimal amount of sleep necessary, I found myself back on the metro train to the mines. Holopad curled in my grasp. Dusty stone walls passed by through the windows, as several weary faces joined me on the daily transport. I kept to myself in the back corner, finding myself listening through earbuds to Noah Williams' speech on the ride over. It always brought me unspeakable sadness to hear the astronaut pleading for our lives and trying to convince those monsters that we could be their friends. I wasn't sure why I was putting myself through this, except to remind myself that the Krev weren't that bad. I stared at my empty coffee cup, grateful that someone had the presence of mind to bring along our favorite caffeinated beans. It would be a lot more difficult to get up from an early morning on 3 hours of sleep without it. If I wanted the miners not to see me, and by extension Mayor Hathaway, as Krev mouthpieces, it was important that I pitched in for the grueling work. The mayor hadn't seemed pleased when I mentioned that Gress had demanded double the standard due, though he agreed on not telling the miners the reasons for the double shifting. They might find out sooner or later, but we'd cross that bridge when we got to it. We couldn't afford another strike right now. As it is, we're behind the pace of what's needed to meet the quantity demands. When the mayor calls me back to check in, as if in cue, my earbuds delivered a light chime. I tapped the accept button and glanced at my holopad, wondering what Brandon Hathaway would have to say about our progress so far. We still had 2 more days to supply what the Krev demanded, but I doubted Grass would be giving us any extensions. Would the mayor have ideas for stalling the aliens, or bringing in more workers? Drawing any more personnel to the mines would look suspicious, with the security personnel already getting a stink eye. Hathaway blinked sleep out of his eyes, massaging the puffy bags in his coffee-colored skin. Morning, Taylor. Any update on the progress? I worked with them all night, supervising the moving shipments, helping out as much as I could, I answered. There is no ands, ifs, or buts about it. We're not getting it done quick enough to meet our deadline at the current pace. We're already pushing the main drill to its maximum safe capacity. Our engineers advise me that they can't, in good conscience, funnel any more power to it. I see. I always knew that we were going to butt heads with the Krev eventually, son. I might give you crap about giving them so much as an inch more than we have to, but we cannot afford to anger them any more than we already have. I'm with you that we must make this happen, though I don't expect the people to get it. They, don't remember what it's really like out there, what it's like to have thousands of ships coming for you. I know our military isn't cut out for combat, sir. We have a small handful of warships that can't hold a candle to the Krev's boats. We just need to make people see the big picture. There's adults born out there who never saw Earth. Even you barely remember it. Not a lot of old folks to tell you about it either. I know the UN wanted a viable population, young, healthy people, to ensure the continuance of humanity. But we left a whole lot of experience and expertise behind. Too many tough choices. Me, a city councilman in a small town of bumfuck Tennessee, being the closest thing that we've got to leadership. Who would have thought I'd be leading what's left of humanity? You're doing an admirable job, for what it's worth. We kept the Krev out of our turf for decades, but it could never last forever. What we're doing here maybe buys us a few more years. The more I think about it, the more I know our days are numbered. Hathaway ran a hand through his silver hair. Damned if I don't know it. You better keep your voice down, Taylor, because if anyone hears that we're thinking about giving up, there's gonna be a riot on our hands. I thought about us packing up and leaving, just being done with Krev. But wherever we go, it seems we're going to find aliens, with side-facing eyes. I thought, at least they're not trying to wipe us out. We can cope with them. Humans are wild horses, Brandon, sir. We don't like to be broken. It's real hard to keep us under heel forever. You've been listening to old Earth songs from Noah's data dump, haven't you? Maybe I have, I admitted, flashing my teeth. All those efforts for genetic and cultural diversity, they're a shallow imitation of what we really had on Earth. The only way we really saved our culture, the vaults, the files, when I look at their sprawling cities and gatherings, their arts and attractions, I feel like we're living a life at 1%. Better 1% than 0. Look, Taylor, I don't have much in the way of administration or a counterpart beyond the security chief. I need you to find a way to come through and pay off the Krev for a bit longer. You do that, and I'll let you have the trial run as a city planner. You and your honeysuckle words. I know you could help handle the day-to-day, restore things to how they should be with the workers. Come again? I just want to be sure I heard you right. It's too good to be true. I come through with the mining suppliers, and I'm done with the Krev. Feck, yeah. You want me to work for you directly? I do. You've toed the line and kept your head down, leading with the Krev. You did what humanity needed you to do. You're reliable, and it's time that you're rewarded for your patience. This is a moment where we can't afford to come up short. Prove yourself by getting the job done. When our entire colony's on the line, and we'll get you set up. Whatever it takes for the double payout. Can you do that? Yeah, of course I can, sir. I'll move heaven and earth to make it happen. You bet your ass that you can count on me. The mayor wagged a finger at the camera. That's the spirit. Keep me posted when it's ready. You need someone to run interference on the Krev or anything at all. You let me know. I'll do that. I think it's time to get my ass into gear. I'm off this train soon as the doors open. Goodbye. I switched off the call, trying to stop my hands from shaking with excitement. Several people stared at me as I jogged to the doors, pushing past absent-minded passengers standing near the exits. My anger at the Krev for the position they'd put us in suddenly was something I could use. I hated working with them, and if I staved off their eviction plans this one time, I'd never have to kiss up to them again. My boots slapped against the rocky ground, finding my way deeper into the tunnels. I wasn't sure what to do other than make my way to the main drill. The scientists set those drill limits to conservative estimates of its capacity because they didn't want an accident. We could push it just a tiny increment further for a short time, and it would be a slight risk. I'd stand right there and help monitor it for any warning signs. And we'd temper the pace if there was anything to sweat about. The only other idea I had was to dismantle our ships. That would never fly with Hathaway or the miners, and I didn't like scrapping our bare-bones defenses for parts myself. There was nothing to worry about. The mayor said to do whatever it took, push it, just an hour a day, and it'll be fine. I grabbed a hard hat off the wall and moved over to a familiar, exhausted-looking technician. Can you feed just a small amount more power to the drill? Taylor, I told you, that's not a good idea. It's already in the red at its maximum capacity. I know you're supervising for the mayor, so I bet he put you up to this, huh? We're working as fast as we can. I won't endanger the lives of everyone here. Caber, I think that's a bit melodramatic. I'm talking the slightest increase. This is an emergency situation. It's got to be able to stand a little more juice, right? You build these codes to not go right to the threshold. I'm just asking you to go to the actual threshold. You are not a scientist or an engineer. This is agreed upon limit for a reason. And even then, we probably shouldn't have had it under such high-stress conditions. It increases the probability of the equipment malfunction, puts stress on the metal. Are you certain the reasons for these limits isn't so that it doesn't siphon all the village's power? It's already dimming the lights. Hathaway won't care if we cause a blackout.
You are experienced in this field, so I think you can find a way to toe the line, to push the boundaries. Between us, the colony's survival depends upon this. I'm begging you to try because there is nothing else to be done." Kaber hesitated, hand hovering over the controls. "I have a bad feeling about this. Maybe the miners deserve to know. We're all down here taking the risks together. We know the risks, and frankly, we haven't got a choice. I'm here, so I clearly trust you to find a way. Just do it. It'll be fine. Damn it, Taylor. I'll dial it up a notch for 60 seconds, and then I'm putting it back. That's all I'm doing. I don't want to die down here." "Neither do I, so it's cool. I knew there was a little wiggle room. If you can do that once an hour, that slight increase in production should be all we need. Thank you for doing what's right for Tennis, and for all of us. I'll leave the controls in your care. I'll be going around to make sure there's absolutely zero unnecessary pauses from the workers, and getting my hands dirty. We're in this together. Together, yep." K-Bar took a deep breath, steadying himself. His fingers tapped a button, sending the imperceptible uptick to the draw. We could see it continue to chug along in front of us. "I hope this is worth it, Taylor." I slapped him on the back with a smile. "It has to be. We've just got to make it through these next 2 days, huh? See, nothing happened." "Yeah, it's staying in the red." "But the gauge was already in the red, right in the bubble. No movement." "Well, that's the top of the scale. I think I should dial it back down. Tell you what, I'm going to walk off this way. You just count to 5 and then switch it back, all right?" "Fine." I turned away from the control platform, nodding to myself to slow my heart rate. Kaber had spooked me a bit with his insistence on the hard limit, but there was no sign of any cause for concern. This minimal push would give us just enough to boost to meet the requisites, and then we were free. Maybe we should try to automate more of the machinery to prevent future worker issues from causing problems. I cast a glance over my shoulder as the relieved technician switched the power setting back to their former state and slumped his head. No harm, no foul. I will say, I don't like this discordant rattling sound, but I guess that's mechanisms being pushed to the limit. The Krev really backed us into a corner here, so it sucks that we had to play Russian roulette to make it through. All's well that ends well. Now that the brief phase of mechanical overexertion was done, the ratting and internal heat should simmer back to its former state. I thought about looping by the processing center and checking if the impact of the tiny adjustments was enough. Hard numbers would confirm that we're back on track with the changes. When Mayor Hathaway called for the next update, I wanted to be able to tell him that I'd come through, that I'd done whatever it took. Wait, why is the screeching sound getting louder? "Feck, I've got to shut it down," Kaber shouted. I turned back to face him, eyes widening in alarm. "No, don't do that. Don't do anything stupid. I'm sorry, Taylor. I have to, right now, or we'll all There was a deafening sound like a clap of thunder, followed by noises of metal colliding, striking the cabin walls. A panicked Kaber slapped a hand on the shutdown button, much too late, while panicking shouts from miners hit my ears. Some cut off as if impaled by something. I whipped back around to see parts flying out from the towering drill. It had exploded, like it had been a pressure cooker waiting to burst. This couldn't be happening, not when we had to get those shipments. How were we going to meet the Krebs' demands without the most powerful mining device? Heat slammed my face from the explosion as I placed my hands on my head with horror. It wasn't just one segment of the drill going up in smoke. The entire thing detonated like a chain reaction. As the initial build-up spread and the shutdown failed, finally sensing danger, I hit the deck on instinct, lucky to have my arms already atop my cranium. The groaning overhead intensified, the force of the entire contraption bursting into thousands of pieces of superheated shrapnel damaged the cavern's structural integrity. Dust trickled down from the ceiling, succeeded by larger chunks of stones and a deluge of sand. Was this how my life ended? Buried alive while trying to appease greedy aliens, for the chance to finally not have to deal with them. My eyes watered with denial, as the air was shrouded in smoky dust. I should have listened to Kaber, but how could a minor alteration have caused this much devastation? Choking sobs emanated from my chest before a mound of sand slammed into my head. The world went dark, as I found myself suffocating beneath the layers of debris. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just trying to make the mayor proud, to save our home. This is all the Krebs' fault. I'm going to fucking haunt them in the afterlife. I'm going to make them pay for the indifference in this life or the next. Well, I had feared that these would be the final waking moments of my life. As I was deprived of any oxygen, I found the last fleeting strength to kick out with my limbs. My hands managed to claw their way out from beneath the pile of debris, to find the roof was precariously holding steady, or so it seemed. I couldn't see with my face still submerged in the dust, but I knew the sky had stopped falling. I poked my head out just enough, dragging myself forward and shedding any tiny bits of dust. A weak cough racked my chest, trying to spit out dirt and clear my nostrils. The back of my skull throbbed, suggesting a welt from where something connected with it. Despite how I willed myself to move forwards, my limbs were going lifeless. The last burst of adrenaline-fueled strength was fading. I could hear voices rushing in, further out from the blast site, helping to dig people out. I thought I heard Charisse above me, trying to wake me, but I already lost my grip on consciousness. My body sank into the ground's embrace, exhausted. Knowing I had ruined any hope of humanity meeting its obligations, I fell into a deep, unwelcome sleep. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Memory transcription of Tassie by some scientist. Date Standardized Human Time, March 13th, 2160. When General Natal relayed news of our visitors to the FAI scientists, their indignance at being held hostage in their workplace evaporated. Just as mine had, once I was briefed in the convoy. The press had been alerted as well, as the Lessian government prepared an official livestream alongside several broadcasts. How would the aliens respond to a series of questions if we allowed reporters to corner them? The aliens appeared to want to address the media, though they might not be prepared for provocative queries. Dustin, Nulia, and Heliska didn't seem unwilling to answer our inquiries, but there was such a thing as too much all at once. I whispered for Naltor to let the aliens address the populace, before allowing them to initiate a question and answer question only if they wanted to. The journalists needed to be advised to proceed with caution. Our visitors were friendly, as far as I could tell, but the last thing that we wanted was to scare them off. It was apparent there were some abscesses in their past that they were slow to divulge. It had been my mission to figure out what we hadn't been told, but I found myself easily distracted by the humans' banter. Dustin regaled us with stories from his society and images from across the galaxy. All analysis of their food policies evaporated from my mind. So that great signal, the mystery frequency that kept showing up and some people thought was aliens, that we spent years researching, hundreds of scientific papers written on it, what we thought were alien signals, were actually microwaves. Like I was saying, we heat our meals, the data points were microwaves from impatient folks forcibly opening the damn oven before it was done, Dustin chuckled. Naltor's eyes twinkled with amusement. How many years were spent researching this? 17, if I remember. 17 years before someone goes, wait a second. This frequency is one that's really familiar. All because a multitude of people don't follow instructions, and the oven leak was right by the signal receiver. I would be so frustrated if FIA had spent years analyzing a signal that was from within our lab, I groaned. I guess it's strange to have spent so much time finding ways to analyze the stars and have first contact just fall into our beaks. It's happened to many of us, Nulia remarked. Gojits knew about aliens since before I was born, unlike Dustin's species. Dustin remembers when his kind first found aliens. Then humans, their soldiers landed on my planet. Our entire village panicked and my mother abandoned me. A human soldier came and saved me, raised me as his own. Veliska lashed a conical tail. When you talk like that, you make humanity sound like the aggressors. But you all know they didn't want that. I didn't think that we were spelling out the details for the war here and now. The Bisoms already know that there was a conflict, and that terrible things happened. I don't see the point of sugarcoating it, especially when it shaped all of our pasts. It's difficult to explain what Gojit culture was like before the humans rebuilt the cradle's bombed-out husk, and Project Chronicle wrote us a guide map. Bombed-out husk? You said earlier you lived on Skullgar since you were a child. General Nalto's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his skull. Are you telling me that's because your planet was destroyed in this conflict, too? The humans are fighting you, and they did this. The humans fought with decency, and decent as a war can be, and did everything in their power to avoid civilian casualties. There are many videos of their sacrifice and valor protecting innocent lives like mine. The same species that destroyed the Thafki homeworld centuries ago swooped in while the Terrans, the alternative name for humans, were occupying our planet. But truth be told, they only did because our generals wanted to wipe them out. What the fuck? This history gets more and more fucked up the more I hear it. To enlighten me on what motivated your species to wish humans extinct, and what sounds like their first contact. Would you ever get the same idea about us? No. That government is long gone. We're allies with the humans nowadays, and committed to peaceful exploration of the galaxy alongside them. You skipped my first question. What was the reason you wished for the humans' extinction? Dustin slumped his shoulders. I was hoping to touch on happier topics, General Naltor. Let's just say, for now, that it was hatred. It's been coloring every culture that we've come across, and it's been a painstaking journey to fix it. As I said, we'll tell you the tragedy of our galactic introduction at some point. I just see cameras outside, and I don't want our first words to billions of frightened bisons to be about a war of extinction that happened 20 years ago. The real question isn't whether you're ready for us here in Irvana, it's whether we're ready for you, Heliska admitted. Whether we can avoid making the mistakes of our predecessor organization. Maybe we can pen a new chapter in our history together. I need to know what's going on, Nalto fired back. If there's a threat to bisons... Nudia fiddled with her claws. We're not the threat. We're taking every precaution to avoid causing you inadvertent harm to culture or safety. The threat to divergent societies was averted when the humans exposed centuries of lies and tyranny through their arrival. Centuries? I inhaled in a slow fashion, trying to process the words. I'm beginning to suspect I've underestimated just how troubled the galaxy's history was. You have no idea. Let's just say your first contact would be quite different without us. Dustin sighed. May I ask for us to enjoy the feast? Through a cultural exchange, one with more levity than the current topic. I meant what I said about not wanting to get into this history in depth, yet it keeps coming up. I'm quite excited to meet the FAI scientists and to speak to the public. I'm nervous, Heliska grumbled. Very nervous. My flippers rested by the door, observing the crowd of cameras waiting for us. This is a celebration of the aliens' arrival. I agree that we should focus on what they are now, and not what they were in recent years. As they've forgiven our own contention here, I'm eager for every citizen and every nation to hear their word. As are we. Our team only learned simplified Vrit, but that won't be a problem for you once we pass along our translators. Nudia tapped a spot right underneath her tiny ear, suggesting that she had some dermal implant. May we exit the vehicle? Of course you may. There's a podium with a microphone where you can address the watching world before the feast begins. The Salmo general sighed. The Arctic subspecies bison popped open the door handle, assisting me into the street with a flipper. Gathered FIA scientists looked like children who caught their first fish, eager to steal a glimpse of the alien visitors. Military personnel were corralling the media, as well as public spectators who'd torn down the side swim at the news. PSAs were being broadcast, warning anyone in the vicinity that their safety could not be guaranteed, and that this was an emergent situation. There was awe, excitement, curiosity, and fear commingling in the crowd. This was the moment Irvana would be introduced to a galactic community, and we'd be asked to rise to the occasion. Every bison will see how much work and effort the aliens have put into learning about us, and how similar they are to us. For a moment, when the human was talking about those microwave signals, it felt so normal. Dustin bobbed his head at each of his colleagues before leading the way out into the open. There was a wave of gasps from bisons who hadn't envisioned an alien looking anything like him. The patchy fur definitely caught them off guard. The shocked exclamations intensified once the two other visitors emerged with submissive postures. It was rare to see reporters tongue-tied. That effect didn't last long, though they seemed more subdued and taken aback than usual. The human raised a delicate hand, his palm facing the cameras. in a gesture that was likely some sort of acknowledgement. General Naltor helped usher the aliens towards the podium, though he seemed a bit leery of outright touching them. That might make it all real. Selma shushed the reporters' questions, and after seeing that the Terran intended to deliver a speech, they obeyed for once. Apart from a few shouts of hello and welcome from the spectators that were likely science fiction aficionados, everyone was willing to wait in silence. I noticed several FIA colleagues shooting greedy glances at me, wishing they could transfer what I already knew into their minds. Our scientists looked more ready to strap the visitors to a chair and interrogate them than the reporters.
Well, hey there. I'm humbled and honored to speak with you, to be here on your beautiful planet. Please, do not fear us.
Dustin waited for a moment as a new round of guests took off. None were more surprised than my fellow scientists at his perfect writ.
I know what you're all thinking. Really, I do. It was only 20 years ago that I sat in an orphanage on my homeworld, listening as our planet's chief diplomat told all 10 billion of us that we'd met aliens. Now I'm here, as the mystical bee in a sea of cameras are pointing towards, and I know that this feels like a pivotal moment in your history.
I'd love to hear Dustin describe more of what first contact felt like for humanity. I'd wanted to know if his people shared any of those transcendent emotions and wild thoughts that ran through my head today.
I am here to tell you that all of this will become a lot easier to process, sooner than you think. Before you know it, Bisons might be up and helping the new generation. Some child who listened to my words and felt compelled to explore the stars. It's a beautiful cycle. I am also here to tell you that none of us are mystical at all. We're a handful of species that happened upon warp engines and formed an organization that ensures cooperation between 82 diverse civilizations. We're called the Sapient Coalition. We are devoted to science, to individual rights, and to peace.
Warp engines? That answers my question about their mode of traversing the vast distances. Imagine what that technology could do for the Lassium space program.
I also know that you're likely feeling self-conscious about how we might judge you for your worst moments. We felt the same. If I stood here and described all of the blunders, the mistakes, the divisiveness, or just plain stupidity of my people's history, I'd be here for several lifetimes. We fervently believe in your species and that you share our fundamental drive to explore this universe that we inhabit for only a fleeting time, that you can join us in celebrating new life and cultures.
I heard from Dustin earlier that his people were divided before first contact. As much as I wish they'd be perfect, there is something to be said for their flaws, that they haven't forgotten their past.
We recognize our immense responsibility in introducing you to new technology. Great minds scattered across many worlds have made fantastic discoveries and creations that can save and better Bison lives. I'm talking about eliminating the language barrier on Evrana that hamper communication. I'm talking about curing diseases, advanced prosthetics, genetic knowledge, and life extension technologies. Spaceships can bring you to nearby stars. We want you to share our blessings.
Several cheers rose up from the crowd, as watching Bison seemed delighted by the possibilities that the human had laid out. There was so much needless death and suffering that the aliens' advanced science could conquer. There was a great deal of knowledge the numerous civilizations in the Sapient Coalition must have acquired. This altruistic rhetoric should make it evident that they intended to better our society, not to eradicate it like Bison colonizers on Nelum, or whatever had been done to the Thafki and the Gojids. If we were the first ones the SE had reached out to as an organization, I wanted to tell them that they were doing well. I wanted to play a part in helping them learn and create something better.
But we must pass these marvelous things along with care. We wish to avoid their misuse and for them to be twisted into harmful applications. We don't favoritize any faction. The last thing we want to is aid death and division, when we've become so very fond of all of your cultures, the unique flames of life lit within billions of Bison souls. We wish for you to retain that beautiful uniqueness by maintaining your ways and customs. We hope you'll challenge us with new ways of thinking, and that you'll one day join our cause as fellow beings linked by the strange experience of sapience. Thank you.
Nulia gave Dustin a congratulatory pat on the back
and his binocular eyes swelled with water from deep emotions. It seemed as though the human was moved by the prospect of Bison's hearing his words and joining humanity's pacifist cause. The reporters launched into vigorous sets of questions, asking for the Terran to expand on his points, and on other things he hadn't covered, such as how the SC founded runner, Heliska, offered a brief comment that they'd take interviews at a later date, while Nudia tacked on that they planned to share their culture and history through a data release. All of their knowledge dispensed through the internet, to be used by all Bisons for the greater good. It was almost too good to be true, yet I didn't doubt their intentions for a second. Despite the seedy past I'd heard about, I found myself swept up in this new era of idealism. What Dustin outlined had been my life stream as well. Even if it wasn't perfect, or the transcendent society my heart desired, I still yearned to learn everything about it. I was glad that an official livestream would be recording the feast that took place inside. The FAI scientists permitted to dine with the guests should offer up interesting questions. The public might see the beginnings of those answers outlined during our communion. Dustin turned to face me, a glimmer in his eyes. Dr. Tassie, one of the data points humanity asked to share is called the Golden Record. We attached it to the first probe that left our solar system, much like the Lastman's space program did. A collection of our culture and our goodwill. We have so much more to share, but as the galaxy's sentimental people, we'd love for that to be the first thing that you see of us. That sounds delightful. We attached something similar to one of our probes, a codex of greetings in our primary 4 languages. FAI scientists recorded a message as well. You may have seen our faces before. I suppose we have then. If I remember correctly, us discovering you caused quite a stir. Semi-aquatic flightless birds. All sorts of facts about bisons made the rounds on the internet. You're the first pre-FTL civilization humanity has discovered. This is big to us as well. You stated your classification like it was noteworthy. Our birds, there aren't any other sapient birds? We know of 2 of them. The Dirtian and the Crocodile. The human's eyes darted back and forth, with jerky movements that seemed to be acknowledging the watching cameras. I'll happily provide you with a species codex when we transmit our data for your perusal. That info will probably come tonight. The Dirtian are not SC members. They run their own group called The Shield. We would have brought the Crocodile along with our first contact party. We almost did, but they're still a bit, fractious, complicated. We figured you'd have more in common with the water-loving Thafki. You're both drawn to it, aren't you?
It's in our nature. It's why we build our nations on the coastline. It's the giver of food and comfort. I believe Helaski said that you enjoy it too, despite being mammals.
The Thafki blinked at the sound of her name.
Humans are quite fond of the ocean. They evolved to be arboreal, but they seem to do whatever they want. There isn't much in nature that you won't find that they've turned into some form of entertainment or escapism. Earth is a galaxy's entertainment capital for a reason. There's something about their enthusiasm, their willingness to take on anything that's singular, Nudia remarked. I imagine some of their pastimes might expand your horizons.
The human chuckled. Bisons already share our pastime of making memes, but I bet my face is being plastered on dozens of them right now.
That was a Terran word you just used, I prompted.
Pictures with silly captions on the internet. That's our word for them. I know you have a different one, but I am blanking. Say, I bet you could make one of us 3 exiting the vehicle, and everyone staring at us. Some tagline like, how your parents look at you when you flunk a test.
You're an idiot, Nudia sighed. Do you know millions of people can hear what you're saying?
Then they'll make the memes just like that. I planted the seed. A little fun and humor wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It's a way of seeing the light in what's crazy. It's a very, human thing to do.
Did you make memes when the Kelson were bearing down on you?
Of course we did. But let's not talk about that guy now. Dr. Tassie, would you mind showing us to the feast? General Knowlton ducked away from where he'd been giving a statement calling for cooperation between Ritala, Selma, and Tisea subspecies. You're asking the wrong bison, but yes, we can show you inside. I think that went exceedingly well. You were quite personable and humble. I don't know if that'll resonate with people, but that quality of yours has impressed me, Dustin. Thanks. I respect that you want what's best for your people, General Knowlton. Protecting the vulnerable is the most honorable thing any sapient could do. Attitudes like that are one of the reasons I have high hopes for bisons. to become a force for good, smashing down any preconceptions.
You talk a good game, alien. Let's eat, shall we? I studied the Thafki out of my periphery, noticing her moving closer to the human.
Are you all right, Alaska? I noticed the suggestion of the feast seems to spark a reaction from you.
I apologize. I'll be fine. This is my favorite activity.
The blue-gray furred mammal muttered. I'd much rather be having a swim together, but I'm here to learn and be the positive influence.
That's right. Positivity.
Alaska sounded beyond unconfident, though despite my increasing suspicions over her feast anxiety, I couldn't bring myself to advise Naltor to call it off. If the alien said that she was fine, then surely I was worrying about her emotional state for no reason. Thafki's demeanor could be more timid than other species, from living in a commune without a homeworld. We couldn't apply bison standards to these visitors, no matter how similar to us they acted. Dustin had requested not to delve into the most disquieting issues tonight, and I was willing to respect that. However, it might be worth investing more mental resources into picking up on any cues, just in case the Thafki was in a vulnerable state.
This can't go wrong. With a live stream of the feast happening, I don't want it to reflect poorly on Heniska, not without the context of what's up with her. I'll keep an eye on her, and I suspect General Naltor will too.
With the entire world watching our shared meal, I led the way into an FAI convention center and prepared to introduce the aliens to the other scientists who'd spent a lifetime seeking proof of their existence. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Memory transcription subject, Tassie Bison, scientist. Date, standardized human time, March 14th, 2160. The human settled next to me at the table, fiddling with the utensils as if to gauge their weight. He'd spent much of the time while FAI scientists were trickling in explaining basics, which had already been passed along to Naltor and I. Heliska, meanwhile, was doing her best attempt to sink into the chair, while Nulia seemed to be watching the reactions as real-time quality control. I noticed the Gojid speaking up. Each time, Dustin's words were misinterpreted or unclear to some bisons. Perhaps I could encourage her to take the lead and get her to open up a little about her personal life. The Terran xenobiologist had seemed like any other person when he spoke of his past as an orphan.
You say that you were raised by a human, Nulia, I prompted. How did that lead you to become a sociologist and to wind up in the First Contact Party?
Nulia leaned back, hesitating. My home life was, difficult at times. It's a long story, but much like Dustin, I wound up living on Skulgar, home of the Venril. Hold on, I thought Dustin was from Earth. He was forced to evacuate from his planet, like many other humans, due to unforeseeable events. Don't ask me. Stayed with the Venril as a temporary refugee, and wound up getting permanently adopted. Without his adoptive mother encouraging him and part-time job studying wildlife with the exterminators. Another long story. I doubt he would have pursued this passion fully. If you like more details, I suggest you ask him.
I apologize for getting sidetracked. I was asking about you, Nulia. We'd like to get to know all of you.
There's not much to tell about me. I had a lot of resentment towards my own people, and the human soldier that rescued me also got stuck caring for a Vendel friend. Slanek, his name was. He had a few years where he got better, before there was nothing the doctors could do. Once I understood what was happening, I didn't want to be around and watch that decline. I poured myself into studies, and graduating and getting as far away from Skulgar. I started learning Writ before I'd even gotten my certificates. Perhaps that's a selfish motivation.
You don't want to open up to people because you're afraid of losing them, I guess. That's understandable.
That's for you to judge. I was one of the youngest Gojits to graduate with a degree in my field. Whatever my personal issue, I can assure you I'm both qualified and stable enough to analyze your society.
I'm not worried about your qualifications. I've just started to get this crazy fantasy in my head that we could become, friends. We could bond.
I'm happy to get to know more about the Bisons and see where it goes from there. Do you ever just watch people, Doctor? Just look around and make observations like you're some omniscient narrator?
I can't say that I do.
Perhaps I understand, Nalto chimed in from a few seats down. Always watch the exits, count the potential threats. You never know when a situation could go sideways. Nulia waggled her claw. That isn't what I meant at all. I just meant you look at the person's behavior and imagine what they're feeling, what their life might have been like. I do that on a microscopic scale, and it follows that, as a sociologist, that's what I'm doing on a wider scale. Any observations you can share about how our development compares to your own? I prompted. As things stand, you have a lot less outside interference. On a less bleak note, bison flightlessness influencing religion is one of the more intriguing topics I've found. How you must have compared yourselves to other birds, to the point of one faith proclaiming that the kale took the ability away from you. Heliska glanced up for a brief moment. I find it interesting that bisons view it as flight being taken away rather than swimming being given to them. There's nothing more joyful than splashing around in the waves on a hot day. I agree with that. Not too fecking hot here, Alto commented, gesturing to his Salmo blubber, meant for the Arctic. If there wasn't water, I'd melt into a damn bubble. The bisons love water, Heliska, but the reason for the comparison is simple. We often do not appreciate what we have, and we want that which is not within our grasp, Nulia commented, ignoring the Salma. That's why I've spent so much of my life wishing my mother hadn't abandoned me, despite having a chaperone who nurtured me to the best of his ability. It's natural. I tapped my tan flipper on the table, watching out of my periphery as platters of food were carried into the room. I spent a lot of time wishing that aliens would arrive and solve all of our problems. Do you think that means I don't appreciate Varana? I most certainly love our homeworld. I just want it to the best it can be. Forgive my honest answer, but I suspect it reflects on what you believe about bison nature. You think that you need fixing because of your flaws. Accepting imperfection is, difficult in general. Whether it's wishing for flight or wishing for more love in the world, sometimes it's easier to believe there's a magical fix. My eyes lowered towards the ground, weighing the truth in Nudia's words. Given that she devoted her career to studying different societal motivations and her professed affinity for watching people's behavior, I shouldn't be surprised that her assessments were spot on. While I was half-hearted believer in hers and an afterlife at the center of Avrana, I could recognize the validity of Heliska's comment on Kale as well. Instead of despairing at our own flightlessness, we could marvel at how swimming gave us the means to create a society. If we hadn't been driven to fish and circumnavigate the seas, we wouldn't have developed many of our gifts so soon. What would the bisons even be without fishing? Those other alien birds that Justin mentioned before could fly, but if I could trade places, I wouldn't. For all of our flaws and all my hopes that we can behave in peaceful fashion, there is so much that I love about bison culture. We're unique and blessed to be joining a sea of diverse cultures. Heliska expressed and looked a bit queasy as several fish cutlets sat in front of her. That's a real dead animal in front of me, not something grown in a lab. You knew that, Lydia warned. Pull yourself together. Naltol leveled a direct stare at the Thafki. There's vegetable dishes as well, per Dustin's request. Is there something I can get you? No, thanks, the blue-gray mammal murmured. Maybe just no one talk to me for a minute. Please, I need to breathe. The human turned away from his back and forth with FAI scientists, who were hanging on his every word. What a bounty you guys have laid out before us. I see that you even cooked one of the trays. That must have been Tassie's doing. You listened when I said we heat our meals. Of course I listened. There's nothing I want more than to learn everything about your species, I replied. I hope it's to your liking. Please, help yourself, as our guests. We'd like you to eat first. Well, I'm not about to turn down something that smells so delightful. I appreciate all of your effort and the special accommodations. All of you staying late on the last day before the weekend, away from your homes and families, just to spend time with us. Now, I'm not just the first xenobiologist on your world.
I'll be the first to sample your food. The flavors of Ivrana will be a blessing to my taste buds, I have no doubt."
"Now watch him spit it out,"
Nalto joked, as Dustin heaped a fish cutlet and a scoop of greens onto his plate. "Whatever it is, it can't be worse than surströmming. Fermented fish some crazy folks at home eat, despite the fact that it smells like a rotten corpse. I better stop talking, or I'll kill my own appetite."
Heliska was pulling at her rounded ears after the human's jovial remarks and batted Nulia's paw away as the Goja tried to intervene. I was about ready to step in on the Thafki's behalf, despite the fact that I didn't know for certain what I was witnessing. My gut was telling me that she shouldn't be anywhere near this table. Cameras were streaming her erratic behavior to the world. I decided not to spoil the moment and break up the festivities until Dustin had enjoyed our offering. The human's eyes twinkled as he sliced off a meager bite of meat and inserted it into his jaw. He pushed it around on his tongue for a moment before his lips curved up in approval. Nulia shot a concerned look at Aliska before grabbing a fresh fish cutlet for herself. That seemed to be the snapping point for the Thafki, who bolted from the table with manic eyes. Several FAI scientists gasped in alarm while Naltor attempted to stop her. The blue-gray alien ducked his grasp, with the advantage of her short height. I watched in disbelief as she ran off towards where the public was lurking. She couldn't just roam our streets at first contact. I knew the Selmore General was thinking the same thing. Outside of a controlled environment, there was no guarantee of her safety, or, from the military's point of view, ours. There was nothing to stop reporters from cornering her either. Dustin stood from his chair. "Aliska, you can't run off. This is their planet. We're their guests. We don't have permission to wander. Hallie, stop! You're causing a scene in front of hundreds of cameras. You can't run away from the bisons on their own world. Damn it! I can't believe an alien roaming loose in the streets. What the feck has gotten into her?" Naltor spat. "Please don't hurt her. I know she has no right to scamper off when we're just building trust, but she's having a panic attack. I beg you to forgive her transgression." "I'll have to my men collect Arishka, but you can forget waiting until tomorrow to give us the full story. I want to know why she did that right now." "Not here. Let's take it somewhere private. Dr. Tassie can come as well if she wants. For those watching, the Thafki species has some residual trauma that caused Heliska to react in such a way. I'd rather not spell out something so sad to everyone as part of our introduction." The Selmer General narrowed his eyes. "Fine. If you're not truthful, though, I might have to find a reason to detain Heliska for questioning." "General Naltor, that is crossing the line," I spat. "I don't care. I'm not having any detail left out when it's information Bisons need to know, and when it's affecting their self-control." "There's no need for us to get ruffled feathers. We can settle this privately like adults." Dustin wolfed down a few more bites of his food before abandoning his plate. "Please, show me to a secluded spot. I'll be more than forthcoming." Naltor rose from the table, seeming to weigh bringing security along for the conversation. Before deciding that he could handle the human's unimpressive physique, Nulia shared a few whispers with Dustin. The Terran asked the Goja to stay with the other FAI scientists and try to smooth things over for the cameras, as well as to soothe Heliska if she was brought back in our absence. I followed with my own reluctant curiosity. Well, they wanted answers to what happened in their atrocious war, and how it tied into the feast. It felt wrong to threaten a human's teammate to ensure his cooperation. The Selmore General was just lashing out from fear, since whatever hypotheticals he was conjuring about this missing details were likely getting more sinister by the minute. Heliska didn't like seeing the fish brought out, and she definitely didn't like Dustin and Nulia putting cutlets on their plates. The human said that it was a panic attack, and that the Thafki had trauma. Does Heliska see herself as the fish somehow? That's a deranged conclusion, isn't it? Dustin waited as Naltor shut the door to an unassuming office before sitting down in a chair. The human's expression looked crestfallen. I could see that he was distraught over how the dinner had fallen apart. He knew as well as we both did how the populace would be reacting to Heliska's sudden departure. It made the aliens look emotional and unstable, as if Runner's first impression of how they interact with us Bisons.
Speculation must be running rampant about the Thafki's behavior, and we have to make a statement about it sooner rather than later. The Selmo General had a point about getting to the bottom of this without any further delays. I'm going to tell you everything without any exclusions, but I'm begging you not to freak out, Naltor. Dustin sighed. We need to try get through this together. Humanity will help you every step of the way. The Selmo folded his slippers with a cross expression. I have a feeling I'm not going to love what you're about to say. You're not. The thing about galactic history is it's an absolute clusterfuck. It just gets worse the more you hear. If it's any solace, we had to jump right into it with nobody to turn to, when it was still an ongoing phenomenon, not just a thing of the past. Nerves constricted my throat. You're doing an excellent job at instilling dread over how dark the story might be. I'm sorry, Tassie, but I'm trying to break it to you straight, without inspiring panic. So here it goes. That species that wiped out the Thafki homeworld, they called the Arxor, and they perpetrated hundreds of gruesome raids, which were tailored towards collecting sapient cattle. Dustin waited as a gasp escaped from my beak, and Naltor leaned in with disbelief. What kind of abominable civilization would hold thinking people as livestock? Yeah, it's ugly. Heliska's kind only had 12,000 free individuals, while millions were only just liberated and brought to the commune as part of their Treaty of Sol. That's beyond horrible. Why would anyone want to eat other sapient species? I shrieked before noticing Dustin wince at my volume. Sorry, the feast brings up memories of the Arxor species' atrocities towards her kind. Yes, but I'm afraid it's more complicated than that. When humans came to space, we were considered abominations by the Federation. The ruling entity that saw predators as monsters, they had quite the liberal definition of predator. But our binocular eyes made us especially offensive. Many still consider it disgusting that we eat meat, even today. Now, the founders of the Federation would abduct members of pre-FTL species and use them in genetic experiments to cure them, to make them allergic to meat, and wipe everything predatory from their past. Naltor's brain seemed to be freezing, or so his dumbfounded expression would imply. I'm sorry, what? What the actual feck? When you were saying our first contact would have been different, you're saying that they would have cured us? Nudia's species was cured and you uncured her, I added, feeling my head hurt as the gears turned. She mentioned it to Heliska. We helped undo the gene edits forced on many races. We've tried to uncover every species' true history and give it back to them. Prejudice against us has been something we've struggled with. Humanity was nearly wiped out when we achieved FTL, and it was the Federation that tried to kill us, because of what we were. They tried to cure us, and it failed by their own ineptitude. Like they would have failed with you, because you're obligate carnivores. So they would have just killed us, Naltor chirped. That's fecking great. Are these species still a threat? This is something the military needs to know about. We won that war. We have control of the sector, and have neutralized or assimilated parties that might be a threat to you. Candidly, the threats you're facing are more diplomatic in nature. We'll support your efforts and protect you if anyone raises a wing against you. However, there are many who will compare you to the Arxor, the now exiled species that ate sapiens and fed on cruelty. Mysims are the only true obligate carnivores we know of. These prejudices will lead to a challenging and unfair introduction, no matter how much we try to step in. I felt as though the human had kicked ice into my eyes, a cold shock that threatened to pull out my emotions via tears. After all my fantasies about putting forth a good first impression on Uvrana, Dustin laid out the aliens would be prejudiced against us, because the other sapient carnivores fecking ate people. How could we convince them that Bisons wouldn't do that? If they studied us for so long and still arrived at that conclusion. Fishing was such a central part of our culture that I'd never even considered that it was what triggered Heliska's fright. For all my fantasies about what aliens would be like, and how eager I'd been at Dustin's speech for what they could teach us, I'm not sure there's a place for us in the Sapient Coalition. Besides, Uvrana isn't ready to hear that other spacefaring species would have killed us if we'd been discovered before humanity. All my life, I wanted to find you. My voice sounded broken, discouraged, and defeated. as the realization that biosystems were incompatible with friendship in the stars sunk in.
I wanted to learn about you, but not like this. Not such an unspeakable pass.
Dustin pursed his lips. I know they're not ready to contact you, but we couldn't wait. Your overfishing on Avrana has reached a point of no return. Without outside help, there will be global consequences and mass starvation. I won't sugarcoat it. You're amidst a complete marine ecosystem collapse. Your oceans are acidifying, and there are 50 times more CO2 in the atmosphere. It'll start making much of Avrana uninhabitable to boot. Some scientists know this, Tassie. I think you do too.
I know the oceans are dying. The waters are becoming more orange, polluted with algae than ever. I don't see what I can do about...
We need to come in with lab-grown meat so that you ease the burden of the fishing on your environment, beyond what farms can do. We'll help you clean your oceans. We have robots that can scour for plastic, and we can help reintroduce endangered species before it's too late. There's zero time for inaction. All of our simulations have shown this. We don't need all biosystems to cooperate with each other, but we need you to cooperate with us.
That's your plan. You said yourself you didn't know how the Tassie would react, that you didn't want an ICBM in your hull,
Naltor challenged. That's part of my plan. I want you and Tassie to help us establish relations with the Molay Huddledom, the Confederation of Vitral, and the Tisea Nomads. And if you can accept that unpleasant truth the galaxy's past, we can plan your introduction to the sapient coalitions. Humans defeated prejudices that were much stronger and more nefarious, so there's no reason that you can't prove yourselves too. We could take you to many worlds, and you can learn so much about what's out there. Do you still want that? I drew a shaky breath.
I reckon we want to keep humanity in our quarter. If there's something I can do to help our first impression, I'd never forgive myself if I didn't try.
If we didn't try. Naltor's eyes were unwavering, reflecting that there was no room for argument. If you're taking Tassie on a joyride across the galaxy, I wouldn't want to miss out on whatever she learns. I feel obligated to protect Lassman and all Bison's interests. Great. Then I say we give it a week or two for your diplomatic corps to give us some pointers and make any advance calls that'll help us. My team can survey reactions to first contact from our outpost to shape our decisions. In the meantime, I can take the two of you to see Earth, to be first Bisons on another planet as our guests. Does that sound like a plan? Dustin asked.
I composed myself, finding my resolve. It does. Thank you for giving us the full explanation, Dustin.
We're glad that Earth survived for us to visit. We're glad you're willing to give us a chance, even after all that you've learned. I'm excited to see where our friendship will lead. General Naltor tipped his head in acknowledgement before leading the human out of our conference, satisfied with the explanation of the galaxy's history. I ensured that my expression didn't betray shock or sorrow, before following the duo back towards the feast. The Selmore military officer spotted a sniveling Heliska standing with a group of soldiers, and in a rare display of tact, he ferried her into a private room where we'd been, away from the feasting, cameras, and commotion. I tried not to slip into mourning for my dream when there was still one prospect to be excited about. Friendly aliens had invited me to visit their planet, and that meant in short time I'd be standing on soil that was light years away from Avrana. Ingratiating ourselves to the sapient coalition might have become more daunting than it already was before, but with the fate of our homeworld on the line, I wasn't backing away from the challenge. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time March 16th, 2160. The heart rate monitor beeps were the first sensory input to break through the dreamless fog, bringing me into consciousness. My eyes blinked open, gasping, as my mind felt that I had been buried beneath the sand in the last waking moments. The blue light of the medical clinic hit my vision, and I sat up with hyperventilating breaths. Dr. Abedeo was nowhere to be seen, though I recognized her workshop instantly. My head throbbed, wrapped in bandages, and I groaned in discomfort. My fingers scrabbled at the linen sheets, trying to push myself upward.
No, easy, Taylor.
Sharice's voice sounded like it was being amplified within my ears. She rushed up from where she'd been sitting on her holopad in the visitor's seat. There was an accident in the mines. You were injured. I gritted my teeth. I know. I remember. Help me get up, Benson. I've got to get back to work. We've got to make sure the shipments... That's not happening, Mayor Hathaway said, from where he was quietly hiding in the shadowy corner. The main drill is gone, son. Look around you. We have a lot of folks down and not nearly enough medical staff available. Gone. That can't be. We're not going to be able to meet Krebs' demands, and there's Feck all I can do. While on Earth, there would have been specialists for every condition under the sun. Here we only had a handful of general practitioners, one general surgeon for emergencies. Most surgeries were performed by robots due to understaffing, and a single dentist. I suppose for the last one, we wouldn't want anything happening to our precious canine teeth. Cavities weren't a good shtick. Getting buried alive hadn't hurt half as bad as that root canal I had to get. Once this generation of medical staff were gone, we'd have to hope someone new trained on the AI courses we brought from Earth. My head slowly lifted from the pillow, with my vision unblurring at last. The light pained me as it struck my optic nerve, but I forced myself to look around at the bed. There were people in full body casts, with breathing tubes down their throats, with missing limbs, or even burned features, like from being too close to the explosion. Considering how I'd only just been making my way away from the control platform, I got it off quite lightly. My mind raced back to the last time I saw Caver, who'd only increased the drill's capacity of my prodding. Where was he? Had I caused this? I couldn't help but feel responsible for the catastrophe and for destroying any chances of staying the Krebs' hand. Where's Caber? I pleaded to Sharice, feebly tugging at her hand. Her eyes swelled with water. Caber was killed almost instantly. They're still pulling bodies from the wreckage, but his death has been, confirmed. I'm sorry, Taylor. No, I killed him. How many people are dead? This isn't your fault. How many? Mayor Hathaway lowered his head. 10. 36 more injured, with a third in critical condition. I killed all of them. I never meant for any of this to happen. Caber didn't deserve this. He was a good engineer, someone who really cared about the people using our tech. And he's gone. He's fucking gone. I just wanted to save our home. And now we're for sure going to lose this place, the only home we've ever knew. Feck, I hate everything. The beats from the heart rate monitor quickened as grief manifested and anger threatened to consume me. Brandon Hathaway and Sharice Benson looked on with concern, both exchanging glances with each other. I was surprised the mayor wasn't chewing me out. But all these deaths traced back to my one reckless decision. He must be beyond disappointed when I failed him and all of humanity in such a horrendous way. While I was happy to fall on my sword, I was livid at the Krev for forcing us to push ourselves to such a cold, calculated rigidity. Those Xenofects didn't care about us at all. They were the reason that I had killed my friend. We can't mine anything now, less bodies, no drill. We're so fecked. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I really didn't. Taylor, breathe, Sharice implored me, noticing that I was short of breath. It was an accident. Nobody blames you. I squeezed my eyes shut. I blame me. Caber warned me that it was past the safety limits, and I told him to push it a bit further. I didn't listen, because I didn't want the Krev to take our fecking home. I thought it would be fine. I did. There's no fixing it now, Mayor. If you need a scalp for this, I won't fight you. Mayor Hathaway slumped his shoulders. You're right that there's no fixing the drill. But I'm not benching my star player in the 9th innings. If it's anyone's fault, it's mine for ordering you to do whatever it took and dangling a carrot in front of your nose. We both should have seen that there was no producing anything faster. I shouldn't have agreed to give them double in the first place. Sharice was right. I negotiated with absolutely zero backbone, based on my gut. You have good instincts, son. You have a lot of ambition and charm, too. Back on Earth, you would have made something of yourself. You'd be a company executive, politician, some kind of leader. You're a natural at taking charge and reading people. so I see no reason you weren't right about the Krev. Anyone with half a mind knows they've just been looking for as flimsy of a reason as they can find to push us out. And now they will. Kiva died. For nothing. I could have found another way. I could have warned the miners, like you said, so they didn't have a chance to clear out. Charisse tilted her head. You probably could have. Our situation could be worse, though. I might have disagreed with what you had done, but not why you did it. You fight the Krev, and a lot more good people die than who's lying here now. You think the damn militia had a few security officers can stand up to them? I know they can't. And so do I. That's why I'm going to go out there and have a chat, man to man, when Gress shows up in an hour, Hathaway said. Wait, it's already been 3 days. I've been out for that fecking long. You have. We were worried about you. Glad you came too before I've got to trek out there. I'm going to tell them the truth about the accident and plead for a reprieve. They did display sympathy for us when we first came here, so maybe we can convince them to give us some time. If it comes to it, though, we're just going to leave. There'll be no fighting them. I don't know if we can have it on us to start all over again, but it's the only choice. I snorted in bitterness. The people will be thrilled about that. The people will call it a feckless move, but at least they'll be around to spit their criticism. Nobody can take a look at their warships and think that we can win. We stay because they allow it. I'm not sure I'll be able to persuade the Krev to grant us mercy like you. I don't quite have your knack for smooth talking, Taylor. I've still got to try. I can handle it. Let me talk to the Gress, sir. I need to do this, after my part in the mess. Absolutely not. Dr. Abadea wants you to rest. You just awakened from being out cold for days, Charisse protested. I'm fine now. You can be right there to help me, Charisse. And if I can't make it, we'll turn right back around. Mayor Hathaway can come too, if he wants to remember what sunlight looks like. The joys of being human. Hathaway hesitated, squinting at me. You shouldn't be going anywhere, but I won't deny that I need you. I haven't been topside in some time, so I think I'll stay here and stand by, in case anything is needed. You sure you're up for this, Taylor? I am, sir. Just put that blasted mask on, and we'll be going. Charisse placed a gentle hand on my shoulder, steadying me as I forced myself to sit upright. Her eyes darkened with disapproval at the mayor's agreement, but the mayor was right. Attempting to plead with the Krev and stop them from taking away our sanctuary was the least that I could do. Now wasn't the time for me to be sidelined and for the Gress to be introduced to someone new. The security guard squinted as I struggled to steady myself, with a ringing in my ears that drove me insane. It was as though I could still feel the explosion rattling my eardrums and remember landing with my nose down in the dirt. Pull yourself together, Taylor. It takes a few minutes to walk into the elevator from here, straight through the common area and another at the landing pad. The only way to stop people from considering me a Krev bootlicker is to stand up to them, and not to bend over so they can take our homes. I won't let them. Not after good people died over their stupid fecking rocks. Mayor Hathaway pursed his lips. I know you feel bad about all of this, Taylor, but this is just the cherry on the top of our entire voyage. I'm not in any way upset with you, and you don't need to prove anything. Call me senile, old man, but it really feels like the universe is out to get us. There's nothing out there that's come easy to us. This is just the newest hurdle. It's not within your power to stop the endless tribulations. I hate the Krev, sir. That's the only thing I need to keep me going, I murmured. Don't we all? Play nice to their faces, especially now. Whatever you do, do not go playing the hero. Remember what's at stake here. Getting kicked out is a lot better than having our doors kicked in. We can't piss them off. If you can't stop them from booting us out, buy us as much time as you can to come up with a plan. I understand. That's all we've been doing, buying time for 20 years. For all we know, this is the safest place in the galaxy for us. We always knew that it might come to this. The Krev told us up front that it was a temporary arrangement, and Lord knows we tried to make it otherwise. Our pleas have probably fall on deaf ears. They hate us like every other alien race, Charisse commented.
Drain us dry, bleed us of every last penny, and then they've got no use for us. Far as I'm concerned, we should get packing.
I massaged my dizzy cranium. We're lucky those heartless bastards saw an opportunity to let us land at all, else we would have starved with our supply shortage. Yippee.
You're going to try to convince them to spare us. It's about time that we've gotten one act of kindness. For all those Federation pricks accused us of being devoid of empathy. Sometimes it seems like we're the only ones with an ounce of it, Hathaway sighed. Life at 1% is starting to feel real pointless, like you said.
Let's not disrespect the people who gave up everything to send us here. I carry on because my parents sacrificed themselves so I could get on this ship. My mother had health issues, and the UN limited passenger slots to only those who could bear children and were in good health. Had to pick and choose to ensure the healthiest progenitors. My dad stayed behind with her. They both wanted me to survive. I remember when they wished me goodbye. Their faces are shadows and figments now, but I can hear their voices in my head.
Charisse raised her eyebrows. What are they saying, Taylor?
That they'd be proud of me, no matter what came next. That they'd look down on me, and they'd wanted me to be happy. I don't think this is what they dreamed for me. I wonder what all the people from Earth are thinking, if they're watching from some kind of afterlife.
I think they're thinking that you're going to talk the Krev into taking their heads out of their asses. That if anyone's got this, it's you, even all banged up and beaten.
The mayor nodded. I agree with her. I wish we had more time to strategize, but you've got to get going to the lift. Before the Gresh gets here. Don't want him getting restless legs. You need anything off Taylor's unwell, you call me, Benson. Understood. We're off, Bunscott. 1 foot in front of the other. I'm right here.
I limped out of the medical clinic, past a few other patients lying in recovery. My mouth felt numb and dehydrated, as the balloon expanding within my skull beat me up. Dr. Avadeo strolled back out of the operating suite and began chasing me with alarm. The mayor stepped in, running interference on her as she attempted to contain me. My steps quickened with determination, though the vertigo made my balance a bit precarious. Aches and pains plagued me across my body. I imagined it'd be worsened from any exertion, but I was willing to sacrifice myself for humanity. If my parents had the strength to send off their only child so he could survive, I could be strong enough to face Gress. One gesture of genuine nobility. Gress wasn't very understanding about the 3-day buffer. How can we expect him to give us an indefinite hiatus? After a previous extension, it's clear that the Krev can't stand us and don't care about our problems. I didn't see an angle to stand on. Charisse brought me a change of clothes, something more suitable for an outdoors than a hospital gown. My eyes roved across the common area, where studio apartments much like my own were cut into the rock face, and I inhaled the scent of burning meat for what might be the last time. We hid the lab-grown meat factories underground, deep in the bunker's recesses. We couldn't have the Krev getting wind that we were flesh eaters. There were a handful of restaurants cut into the shop alcoves in the center pillar, which divided the walking space into a chunky median. They were all devoted to keeping the culinary delights of Earth alive, a small taste of home and our cultures. Charisse's uncle worked at the Bistro pub, a place I really wished I could collapse and get a drink right about now. My head was swimming in nausea, and it was all I could do not to kill over right there. It felt as though I'd jogged a marathon, despite how I'd barely stepped outside the med clinic. I needed some kind of injection of energy. My thoughts harkened back to the hatred of the Krev, and for my part, the entire disaster that forced us into this predicament. My steps became more sure-footed as I staggered to the elevator. Charisse presented 2 mosques with keys bound around them. How many times have we done this together, Taylor?
Too fucking many,
I sighed. If this is the last time we take this ride together, humanity will probably got a few extra years on this planet because of you. Some things just aren't meant to be.
Slim comfort, that is. At least we don't have to lie to the miners now. There's no ore to be given to anyone.
We'll see if the grass can get that through their thick skull. I managed to place a cloth mask over Charisse's head before she fitted mine into place. It concealed our eyes, but normally we could see through it. Right now, I felt like I was suffocating me,
just like the sand that poured from the cavern had done. Hearkened to the harsh light that was searing my brain should have been a welcome reprieve, but it was difficult to make out anything through any interference. None of my moment-to-moment existence felt right, beyond the standard resentment of having to hide my eyes from the watching clouds. I wondered what the doctor had diagnosed me with. The security guard locked my mask and stuffed the key in her pocket. I mirrored her actions, recognizing that there was no going back now. It was no further to the landing pad than it was to turn around and stagger back to the medical clinic. That would just leave me moping in bed, feeling powerless over what the crib would do, more than I already did. If I couldn't stay upright for a few minutes with humanity's future on the line, then what kind of person was I? With trembling fingers, I twisted the key back into the guard's mask. I managed to pick up the secondary fabric left for my use and wrap it around my own skull half-heartedly. It partially blocked my view due to my poor placement. Charisse gave me a concerned head tilt before grabbing a cane from the control room. "Here, this belongs to Miss Cortez, but I don't think she'll miss it for a few minutes. I still don't think that you should be going up here. If you are going to, you should use this, something to lean on." I accepted the walking aid with a sigh. "I thought that something was you." "At that point, I might as well carry you on my back. Imagine what the Gress will think at that sight." "I'd love for the Gress to make a comment, so that I can whack that smug look off his face. Please, let's get going. I don't have much left in the tank." "All right, Taylor. Just take it easy. Talking isn't my game, but I'll jump in to help you if needed." "I can handle the talking. It's getting up there that's the problem. Come on." Charisse signaled to the control room, and our watchers unsealed the barrier to the elevator without hesitation. I took several deep breaths as the lift came to our call. The upward motion immediately intensified my disorientation, and my hands clamped around the cane. What was I going to say to the Gress beyond a desperate plea, as Mayor Hathaway had advised me? I couldn't let aliens send us packing again after everything that we'd built here. Humanity was here on this planet to stay. If there was anything that I could do about it, I wasn't taking no for an answer. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time March 16th, 2160. The sunlight from above compounded my headache as I tried to think of what I'd say to Gress. Each step against sandy ground felt as though there was nothing beneath my feet. And the bones holding me upright felt like nothing substantive at all. What I knew was that the Krev had never given us a break before, so this would be a singular occasion if they did demonstrate they care about our lives at all. We didn't deserve the hatred and the callousness they showed us. I could feel the warm breath dampening the cloth near my lips, the mask hiding my scratched-up features. I found my mind wandering during the punishing walk, thinking about how much of the opulence we'd enjoyed on Earth was gone forever. Mayor Hathaway called me out for the old Earth songs that we came up with. But there weren't exactly record labels or studios here to create new anything. Not movies, not TV, not books, not paintings, not music. There were perhaps 3 or 4 musicians that played on the street as a hobby, but there were no full-time entertainers. Everyone needed to directly contribute to the city. I still remembered auditioning to play Hamlet and winding up as King Claudius instead. Half a millennium and hundreds of stars away, the bard's work survives. It's funny, because I used to wonder why they taught us the arts at all. Miss Quisp was right when she said when we stopped creating, we'd stop being human. Have we stopped being human without our expression? I remembered what the subjects taught us at school, where we'd made a few crude instruments that children could tinker with. There's some semblance of our heritage. My fingers twitched in real time, recalling the fluid movements I'd learned against the piano. Sometimes I found myself walking down there to play a mournful piece. Those were bygone days, though, and it wouldn't demonstrate my loyalty to the colony. I didn't apply to be a teacher, after all, and we all had our roles. There were other things with more substance. Because of our small population,
It was agreed that the next generation needed to share a language, which after much debate was set as English. Secondary languages were optionally available under AI instruction for cultural preservation. "You remember Crescento, Charisse?" I croaked, struggling to place one foot in front of the other. "He refused to take a job, wrote stories, sent them round on holopads. I liked his one story, where he found a way to make ourselves invisible. Mayor threatened to kick him out if he didn't work. Then, he was too tired to write. Dried up, just like we all dry up." The security guard escorting me jostled my elbow.
"You're delirious, Tyler. Maybe we should turn back."
"Feck off with that crap. We already made it this far. I've just been thinking about how little career diversity there is here. Because of the Krev, we all have to work towards equality."
"There's only a few thousand of us. We don't have influencers or professional athletes anymore."
"Imagine spending your life playing a game. Wouldn't fulfill me, but, sounds a lot more fun than our life. Us adults should have a pickup soccer game in the streets for old times, like the kids do."
"I thought we finally agreed to call it football."
"And to use the metric system. We stop calling it soccer, and American culture is dead forever, I guess."
Charisse failed to react in time as my legs gave out, and I face-palmed into the dirt. My head nearly collided with the cane. Somewhere along the way, my grip on the walking aid had loosened so much that it was ineffectual. I cursed my weakness, getting wrapped up in old memories during a pivotal time. Sand would be smeared all over my outfit when we reached the landing pad. The security guard placed her hand on my back, while using the other arm to slowly lift me up. I struggled to all fours and limped onward while keeled over. "Are you all right? Taylor, you can't meet Grace like this. We shouldn't have let you go in the first place," Charisse shouted. My eyes rolled back in my head as I saw the landing pad in reach.
"I can hear his ship. Walking is the hard part. I can talk just fine. Maybe if he sees me like this, it puts it into perspective. Assuming good old Grace gives us rat's ass about me."
"I'm not convinced they feel anything towards us. Remember how that Krev tried to take advantage of us last time we came to bargain?"
"I know we didn't have any negotiating power. We have no choice but to hope that they feel something. For once, we could use the fecking help. I think you'll hear it in my voice, how awful that accident was. How terrible I feel about letting our obligations to our landlords exceed worker safety. Partially for personal gain. I'm a dick, really. This is my fault. Whatever you say, and I'm going to fix it."
The guard touched her ear with a frown. "Mayor Hathaway is saying that you need to pull yourself together, that you can't be moping around out of guilt right now. He also says that if you collapse again, I'm taking you back, and he's coming up here himself, already suiting up."
"Brandon's the one who said he needed me, so let me do what's necessary. I'm not a fecking quitter. Get me to the pad and I'll do my job. I know my orders."
"You were seriously injured."
"And other people were killed. I have all my limbs, and you'd think I could make them work for 10 minutes. Give me a break."
"We need to talk after this. I've never seen you like this in years, Taylor. I'm worried about your stability, and I don't think that you should be anywhere near the Krev. We take you to the landing pad, and you're sitting down and saying a few lines."
"Don't you dare undermine me in front of Grace, Charisse. Your job is to protect me and hold a fecking gun, not to schmooze these bastards like you're suddenly a diplomat."
"You know what? You are being a total arsehole. I'll let this slide because you're hurting and not right upstairs, but you're not going to take it out of me again. We clear?"
"Crystal."
I managed to shuffle the last few steps to the landing pad before setting my backside down on a crate with relief. My head definitely was causing some issues in my basic functions, but I could think clearly enough to know what I needed to tell Grace. In a world where the Krev would empathize and have any pity on a predator's culture, I'd spit back everything I'd been ruminating on in my own mind about the lost arts and our shell of a life. That was the one thing that we could never tell aliens with side-facing eyes. We remembered how the prey life forms had reacted to what we were before. There wasn't much that I knew about the Krev consortium, other than we had some vague notion that it was a collection of the Krev and 5 other species. Conveniently, all prey. Why are they the only ones so unlucky to have eyes in this position? Why did it have to matter so much? That the entire Federation couldn't bear to look at us. These masks are hiding that we are monsters.
repugnant monsters to everyone up in the stars. I thought back to the wounded human faces in the infirmary, bearing wounds, hiding all the tumultuous emotions that coursed through my own blood. Some of the binocular eyes that I knew from our small settlement were closed forever because of the accident, and I couldn't forget that. I couldn't unsee the mental images, even the ones that I hadn't laid eyes on myself. Friends and colleagues, the last of our near-extinct species, the last hope for the Homo sapien lineage to continue. All we built turned to dust eventually, no matter how we struggled. I sped along our society crumbling and ruined our final chance at staving off extinction. Nobody could tell me otherwise. Nobody could convince me that I didn't deserve the wounds I was bearing right now. I had to convince Gress, and I'd do it by any means necessary. We couldn't get evicted from our home by aliens again. The crab vessel touched down, as I'd watched it do so many times before, with graceful engines that were left running for our rent collector's quick getaway. The green-scaled mammal marched down the landing ramp like he owned the entire world, which, as far as his kind were concerned, he did. I curled my lips beneath my mask at the sight of his lashing tail. I wanted to wring my hands around his neck and make him pay for all the guilt that was eating me up. Instead, I just watched as he spotted us and stalked over to our position with disdain.
Do you not know I was coming? Why are the supply crates not waiting again?
After you are all quite tardy, Krev spat. I inhaled sharply. Hello, Cress. I'd stand up to greet you, but I'm afraid I'm not quite well. I've been advised by our medical staff not to be here, actually. Yet I thought that it was too important for me not to try and smooth things over with you, not to show up.
You do not look well. You look as though that you can hardly sit up, Taylor. If I didn't recognize your voice, I wouldn't know it was you. I'll understand if you were to require a different representative for the handoff, and I hope that your medical issues are clear up. That doesn't change my demands for the supplies.
I threw my hands up in the air, looking defeated. I'll level with you, but please, let me explain before you say anything. The supplies aren't coming. I was overseeing our mining operations to ensure that everything was on schedule and we generated what you needed. We pushed ourselves too far. There was an accident. I sustained a head injury when I was nearly buried alive. Others died. We can't get you your ore, not for a long time, with our drill in tatters and our workforce eviscerated. I have no choice but to plead for mercy.
I see.
There was a brief hint of something in his eyes, which resembled sympathy.
It was never the crab's wishes for any lives to be lost. I am sorry for what happened to you. By the sounds of what I'm hearing come from your mouth, you wish for us to let you stay for free, because of your misfortune. This is after we haven't wanted you on our world for a long time.
I know that, but the accident happened. It was out of our control, or we would have given you everything. We need any mercy, no matter how granular. It doesn't have to be free. We could do something else, anything else, as long as we can fit it or labor on it below ground. We just need time to repair the drill, and we can resume regular payments. We could renegotiate, so it could be beneficial over the long run.
The long run? How does that suit our purposes at all, when what we want is your departure in motion? These payments haven't been cutting the trouble you humans are for a long time. You are intruders in our space, and you always have been.
I know you feel that way, but please, if you truly feel sympathy for the tragedy we've incurred, something that we have no way of fixing, give us some reprieve, or at least some proposal to work with us. Don't throw grieving families out, some with children, from the only homes they've ever known, before one thing went wrong with our deal in 20 years. You might think that we're trouble, and think these masks make us untrustworthy because of our cultural differences. But we've always met our pact before now. We're just trying to make a living, a life. I know we failed you, Gress, and I'm asking for mercy anyway.
The crab paced for several seconds, at least making a show of seeming conflicted. Sharice's body language relaxed slightly, reflecting some hope that my plea might have gotten through to the snippy Gress. I wasn't going to set any unrealistic expectations, since our overlords hadn't even shown us emotional consideration before. The most we'd gotten from them was being taken advantage of, when we had no choice but to land on this colony. Oh, wonder, they let us land. I guess we were supposed to kiss their asses and sing their praises forever.
Let me level with you, Taylor. I'm sorry about what happened with your people, but I have orders to see that you're removed within the year, or I'm fired, which would be fine by me, frankly, since I've never wanted this posting. But I was given it because they trusted me to put an end to the saga. Gress sighed. I'm not the type to kick people when they're down, no matter what's happening between us. So I have a proposal. Take me to the site of this accident to see it with my own eyes, and I'll request for the consortium to give you a bit more time.
I stiffened with disbelief. What? You want us to take you into our city?
I do. What I'll accept as payment is some hint of transparency. I'll give you the alternative to take off your mask here and now and look me in the eyes. You think we haven't figured out that it's not an important to your culture at all? And how they treated your wounds with that shit covering your skull?
You don't know what you're talking about. Obviously, there's special circumstances. But we don't show our faces. It should be a disgrace.
If that is true, then what's the issue with taking me through your settlement to the mines? I want to know something real about you people, to see how you live and to see what happened, so I can make my own judgment on whether you deserve mercy. Take me to the accident, or I'll carry out my government's will. Your choice.
Charisse tightened her fingers on her rifle. That's not possible, Gress. We don't like outsiders seeing our private lives.
Then I have no reason to help you people. You have—
Wait, I interjected. Maybe we can arrange something. We probably could show you some pictures of the site.
You and I both know that photographs can be doctored to show whatever you like. Seeing it confirms your story beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Okay, then, maybe you can give us some time to bring out the bag so that we can cover your vision on the way and clear out any workers. We can walk you down to the mine.
Why do you need to clear out any workers? Because you don't actually wear those goofy outfits down in your cities, and you just hide yourself from us. Take me straight down there, like any normal society. Oh, don't bother.
I can't, Gress. My people will never give permission for that. I'd be considered a traitor to all humanity. Please, give us some option that doesn't violate our privacy and the very spirit of our traditions.
I'm done giving you anything. You've hidden yourselves enough to show that you don't trust or respect us at all. This right here is why we can't fecking stand you, and why I'm not sticking my neck out for you. You have 1 week to get off our planet, or we will remove you by force. You got that?
No, wait. You can't do that. Please, give us a week to meet and discuss how we'll handle our departure. We need time to plan it. We've just suffered a catastrophe. We've been here for years.
The Cref snorted. I gave you a chance. You spit in our faces like you always do. Behind those two-faced words you love to throw at us. Goodbye, Taylor. I can't say I'll miss you.
Gress turned around, back towards his ship, with an arrogant swagger in his step. Charisse gasped in horror, at a loss for words. The mayor seemed to be passing something along into her earpiece, though I couldn't imagine what he could have said that I didn't. Those heartless aliens hadn't spared us at all. After we laid our hearts bare to them, Kaber's face flashed through my mind, panicking as he tried to shut down the drawl. An intelligent, dedicated young man who was dead because I put the greedy Xeno's interests ahead of human life. I could still feel my nose being pressed into the dirt, as I thought I'd suffocated alive. I could remember my final thoughts of regret and the horror when I awakened to find that we'd had no chance. My head was swimming, even now, from the aftermath of those wounds, leaving me in a sorry state that didn't move Gress at all. Would that Krev have cared if I died? If hundreds of humans died? My fingers tightened around the cane in rage, before, with a sudden rush of adrenaline, I found myself stomping after the rent collector on steady feet. I swung the walking aid back, and before Charisse could react, I clobbered it against the back of his skull. The Krev emitted a startled shriek, which cut off as he crumpled into an unconscious ball. Steaming with white-hot, blinding fury, I brought the cane back for another swing. Charisse's arms dragged me away with desperation. I could barely hear her pleas for me to stop. All I could see was Kaber's face. In the last moments I saw him alive, and that suffocating sensation I couldn't clear from my mind. Security guard Benson finally got a handle on me, wrestling me to the ground. My burst of strength fizzled in an instant as I laid on my side, immobile. "What the feck did you do?" Hathaway's screaming it, and I'm fecking agree with him, Charisse shouted. "We can't go to war with them, Taylor.
You know that. What you just did could really get all of us killed. I blinked, shameful tears welling up in my eyes. Feck, Gress is out cold. He's not waking up anytime soon. And now we can't let him go. We all have to find a way to fix this. Hathaway, send medics. We need someone to carry Gress while he's still out. Down to a private infirmary. Bring someone to help Taylor get back too. We should have never let him out like this. I sucked in several dazed breaths, processing the gravity of what I'd just done, assaulting Gress. Charisse was correct that we couldn't have the Krev return to his home, and tell these people that we physically attacked him. That could mean war between our people. The only thing I could think of was that we needed to hurry up and leave before a search party came looking for the rent collector. Maybe it was still possible to get some information out of Gress and persuade him to call off the dogs. As I waited for the medics to arrive, I desperately racked my brain for any possible way to correct my colossal mistake. This had only worsened the prior burden of guilt over how I'd ruined humanity's chances on Tellus. End of story.
Chapter 9. Memory transcription subject, Tassie, Bison scientist. Date, standardized human time, March 17th, 2170. After the conclusion of the feast, Nasman's government scrambled preparations for what we needed to bring to Earth. In the span of a few hours, Naltor and I were briefed on the administration's official policy, while the diplomatic corps were left to assist the Sapien Coalition in establishing relations with our other nations. I wasn't sure what their final assessment and dossiers to the aliens would look like, but with Dustin confirming that our oceanic status was dire, I hoped that collective threat would bring us together to work on a solution. Fishing and water were the gifts to our species, like Eliska said, and watching it slip from our grasps for good would be shameful. Visitors from another world were an awakening to buy some similarities with each other as well. I haven't been following the diplomatic side of things too thoroughly, but it looks like the Thafki running off has led to wild speculation on social media and from foreign powers. Even Naltor agrees that repeating what Dustin said to us in public would be ill-advised, yet our silence makes us all look guilty. The landing party informed us that it would be a 3-day ride to Earth, on the edge of our galactic arm. It was mind-boggling to grasp that they could traverse what was apparently over 300 light-years in such a short span. A shorter journey that it would have been for us to travel to our moon. I buckled myself into the seat, trusting the aliens' technology implicitly. It had ferried them here with success, so there was no reason to mistrust its efficacy. Questions raced in my head about how the warp drive worked. Newly a simplified explanation of it, bending space was insufficient for my curiosity. What it would feel and look like when it kicked into effect, and whether the technology would be passed along to the Bisons. One day, this could be a normalized mode of travel for us as well, if the aliens were willing to share. I knew that Dustin was mindful about cultural side effects from interfering with our natural development, but I believed that they would gift us these wonders in time. The humans said that they wanted us to join the galactic community. There would be nothing I'd delight in more than to wander the galaxy and gaze upon new civilizations. Well, I was bursting with excitement and frenetic theories as early as liftoff. Naltor displayed more apprehension. The Selmer general had been mindlessly applying waterproof oil from his tail gland, despite the fact that we could be nowhere near water in the stars. Not even a hardened military man was immune to the majesty of a runner from above. The orange expanse of the algae bloom oceans, mixing with the greens of the landmass and the whites of the Molay Huddledom's polar ice caps, were more evocative than any work on a canvas. General Naltor had never shared my ecstasy at the visitor's arrival. I believed he signed on to go to Earth out of fear that I was putting myself in danger, as well as duty to report what he saw for Bison's safety. However, ascending up from the globe that encompassed our entire society, the entirety of our lives and knowledge, Naltor's eyes grew moist. It was breathtaking in a way that would only be mocked by pictures. The emotions that washed over me as I gazed out the window at my home
were exactly how the Tisea astronauts who first orbited our world described them. Seeing the stars stretching out into infinity behind Avrana, I felt unspeakably small, and more attached to Bisons from all parts of the globe than ever before. It was as though, for an instant, my consciousness was merged with everyone who'd lived during my species' existence. Here, in this moment, we were one entity. Even our precious world was so small in the infinite blackness. I wanted nothing more than to preserve Avrana, to avoid destroying the rock that had given us the abundance of beauty and gifts. Getting each Bison nation on board with Dustin's mission was something I would die for.
It's surreal to think how far away we are from Avrana,
I murmured to the obfuscated viewport, still lost in that liftoff experience from days ago. I didn't know how I'd ever got used to casually chatting with aliens or playing our board games. Heliska loved the Tisea game Migration with them.
Dustin says we'll be reaching Earth within the hour. We're crossing into their system now. Apparently, they get a ton of starship traffic. The amount of people moving through space, coming and going. I could sit and watch them at the spaceport. I could stick around just in that building.
Nalto fixed me with a hard scowl, trying to disguise his apprehension at our locale. We have much more important tasks than sightseeing, Tassie. I appreciate that you're completely oblivious to our helplessness. But we've been at their mercy since we boarded the ship. There'll be no one coming to rescue us if they decide to hold us hostage or to turn on us.
Then what option do we have but to trust them? They trusted us landing on Avrana. There's no reason to expect Earth won't be hospitable. They welcome all sorts of aliens.
Not carnivals. You should have seen the looks Lassian generals gave me when I explained that if we reached out a few decades earlier, the entire galaxy would have wished us killed. Dustin's kind assimilated those same species, with hostile intentions towards us, into their coalition ranks. We can say the threats are diplomatic, but there is nothing more dangerous than prejudice.
I'll agree with that, the human said from behind us, causing us both to jump.
Sorry to intrude. I wanted to brief you on some technology and my plans for the tour.
Heliska trundled up to our adults sheepishly. I know that I've said it before, but I apologize for my behavior at the feast. You shouldn't have had to grapple with this so soon, and it's because of my weakness, my failure to handle this like we all prepared for and agreed upon.
With what happened to the Thafki and our habits bringing you reminders of that, I can understand, I answered. If I had known, I would have made sure the feast never happened. The last thing we wanted was to put you in the center of a negative attention, all because you were under duress during a happy occasion.
You're polite, Doctor, but it's your planet, your culture. I thought I was over it from videos and simulations. But in person, with all the sensory input, my mind betrayed me. I failed my entire team and left them to cover for me. I also wandered on your world without permission. All I can say is how deeply ashamed and regretful I am.
They were going to find out sooner or later, Hallie, Nulia chimed in. It was inevitable. If they were to ever meet the other SC members. General Nalto, I sympathize with your anxieties, but we haven't brought you here to the galaxy's beating heart to hurt you. Dustin bobbed his head. You might be on our world, but if you need anything at all, just ask. You're not helpless. We're taking you to the Embassy Row in Vienna, so that you can catch a glimpse of her many different species. We hope Bisons will open your wound in due time. Know you're welcome and safe here.
The humans are proud of their friends they've acquired. This is much like the feast the Bisons threw for us, by intention,
Eliska commented. It is. We've made arrangements at an absolutely top-notch luxurious hotel, brought in chefs tailored to suit your exact palates, and brought in float beds, tight boxes, and smooth beds, much nicer than the economical options we've added here. If you're not grateful, you might even enjoy yourself, Naltor. The Selma scowled. I doubt it. This isn't a vacation. It could be. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone what you're up to. You can act dutiful with your superiors. Actually, I know just what you need to unwind. Take a scented bubble bath in that absolutely ridiculous-sized tub. I can see you want to. You think you're funny, don't you? I think I'll get a laugh out of you one of these days, Naltor. No need to hold it back. We humans have a saying. Laughter is the best medicine. Here I was thinking that you discovered antibiotics. Maybe you need our help.
I like that spirit, Dustin chuckled. I placed my flippers on my beak with horror. I'm glad you do, because Naltor should not be throwing out sarcasm and disrespectful assertions. If that didn't translate,
then they throw me out of an airlock, the Salmot general lamented. It'll be my lucky day.
Nobody's getting thrown out of any airlock. There's enough space debris around Earth, Nulia quipped, and Naltor barely muffled his cackle with a flipper. Now, before we land, why don't we have a conversation about how you two will communicate? I squinted for a moment before landing on the obvious realization. With people who don't speak Rit, I thought you had separate translator implants, though.
We do. That's what we wanted to talk about.
Naltor's brief glimmer of personality waned as Aliska grabbed what looked like a dart gun. The general flinched, finding himself worried once more about the aliens' intentions. I looked on with more curiosity, not sensing any threats within their behaviors. This must be linked to the translator somehow. So I could venture. They wanted us to receive an implant. The Thafki seemed to be the one who was trained for the procedure, despite how I couldn't imagine that they would harm us. It looked painful. Something as sharp and pointy as that would be a tough sell to any bison. I'm not a fan of needles in general, though who really is? That piercing feeling. After they pull apart your feathers to get to your skin, I want to be briefed on the risks and how it works before I go along with having that embedded in my neck.
I know what you're thinking. That's the portable ones. The machine at the doctor's purposely look much less aggressive, Dustin said. Before you freak out, Naltor, you don't have to. It's an option. The concise version is the people on Earth won't speak your language. They'll be able to understand yours from our database, but you won't be able to hear theirs.
I drew a deep breath. I believe what the aliens are saying is that if we go forward with this, it'll be a one-way conversation. All these three will be our messengers. We have audio translators that can spit out words in another language. It'll be inconvenient and slower, but you can have physical, external machines pass along words in Rit, Nulia answered.
Dustin pursed his lips. The translator implants provide a seamless conversation as you process the words you're hearing. Instantaneous. You'll be able to have it removed or turned off at any point. This isn't a permanent decision, or one that presents any risks to your welfare. The procedure is quick and non-invasive.
It is our recommendation for the best experience with a multitude of languages, foreign and human, that you'll encounter on Earth, Heliska added. All three of us have one.
Naltor stared at the floor, face contorted in a grimace. You can't be asking me to stick alien technology right next to my brain. You outright said that if it messes with my brain, you could control me, like a damn horror movie.
That's not how that works. But if that was our intention, we could have done it by force, Dustin remarked. We only want to help you with this visit and all diplomatic interactions. Being able to understand our language means you won't be shut out from our broadcasts and data. You're trying to tell me that it could be valuable to Lessman.
And to the FAI, I replied.
Dustin's right. For me, the opportunity to engage with aliens and their media is too great to pass on. It opens the door to watch their movies, listen to their songs, chat with them, everything about their culture. Had our flipper tips.
Tassie, you're being reckless. Whatever you think of their intentions, it's untested on bisons.
I don't care. You can do what you want, Naltor, but I'm here to learn about them. I trust them. Please, get it over with quickly, Leska.
The Thafki nodded, approaching me with caution. I noticed the nerves returning as she moved into close proximity to me. Was it genuine concern in her mind that I might eat her if she drew too near? I wasn't sure how I'd ever wrap my mind around that. Perhaps I could take a look at the historical records after receiving the implant and see how people from the time spoke about meat-eaters. I closed my eyes, blocking out an alarmed expression on Naltor's face. There was no telling what this would feel like and how it'd interface with my biology. But the risks were beyond worth it to me. Other FAI scientists would be envious of the position I'd be placed in.
I just don't want to see it coming or have a brace for it. Sit still so I don't spook Hallie and have anything go awry. There was a strange electric sensation, as if something was numbing the nerves. It was unsettling and peculiar, but not painful. I could hear Naltor squawking with disgust and his webbed feet smacking the floor in alarm. Something tickled right beneath my skin, as though a small piece of film was applied against it.
The area went frigid with the sudden absence of any sensation, and it was as though nothing was there. I couldn't feel anything at all. That couldn't have been the entire injection from that giant drill that hadn't stung in the slightest, contrary to what I had imagined. Heliska pressed a sticky patch to my neck and covered a gash. Soft digits tapped my shoulder, causing my eyes to blink open. "Hey, Tassie, you did great. It's all over. Tell me, do you understand what I'm saying now?" The last words were guttural barks that I'd never heard before, accentuated with hisses and drawn-out sounds. I could hear the distinction between Dustin's words in Brit and these in what must be his native tongue. However, it was as though I understood them retroactively. The meaning was placed into my mind as if someone was editing my interpretation live. It was disquieting to feel an outside force tampering with my experience of consciousness, and it took me several seconds to adjust to that alien sensation. How did the first contact team or anyone who accepted these machines get used to it? "I understand you," I croaked. "Perfectly." "Don't worry, you get used to it after a brief adjustment period." Dustin placed a hand atop my flipper, still speaking in his human language. "You won't even notice it after a few hours. Pinky promise. The main caveat is, while it is decent at semantic translations, it can be a little off at times." "What the fuck is he saying?" Naltor spat. "Tassie, is he giving you instructions for a new life as a mindless drone?" I rubbed the injection site with my flipper. "The feeling it's like there's a disconnect between what I feel and what I think. Dustin just said I'll adjust to it after a few times, and that he uses semantic translations." "He said all that? Really?" "Hear for yourself," Heliska murmured, "unless you want to spend every conversation wondering what's being said." "I watched you drill it in her head like you were boring a hole in Ivrana's core. I do not know how she wasn't screaming." My eyes narrowed at the description. "Believe it or not, it didn't even hurt, Naltor. It just tickled. I still feel like myself, and it seems to work." "How do you know if you're still you, Tassie? That's the entire fecking point." "I recognize your fear. But it's time to move on. Lastman, Ivrana is counting on us both. We're representing our whole species on our first steps off-world, so I'd say communicating is pretty damn important. Like Dustin said, if they wanted to harm us, they could have ambushed us. We're at their mercy." "Fine. I guess I won't bother resisting. But if I turn into a killing machine, I want a note in my obituary that says that it was your shitty idea." Nalto folded his flippers together, trying to hide how his bulky form was quivering. I imagine the Salmor wished his military greeting party had tagged along on our joyride. Heliska sanitized the injection gun diligently before walking over to the larger baseman with a slight boost in confidence. The general flinched as a paw brushed his neck feathers. I wondered when he'd get over his terror of what these aliens might do to us. My bravado froze in its tracks. As the Thafki lanced through his skin, it did look visceral from the outside, enough that Dustin and Nulia looked away. My eyes were glued to the scene, as it cored deeper before the metal point rose from the gap. "Time for your orders, Naltor," Dustin teased in the human tongue. The Salma looked both mortified and disconcerted as the meaning hit his ears. "I command you to take that bubble bath when you reach the hotel. You also must think that I am handsome, charming, and that my expertise in xenobiology speaks wonders to my character." The Salma's eyes bulged. "Feck, you! It's like you're speaking inside my head, like I'm lagging behind what's being said, and like my ears aren't matching my mind. I don't like this. It's creepy as feck." Like I told Tassie, it'll eventually be like it's not even there. It'll just be another step in the auditory process. Give it time. "It's already a little less jarring," I mentioned. "Thanks for your patience." Heliska wiggled her half-circle ear. "Thank you for trusting us and me to perform this procedure, especially after my previous interactions with Bisoms. I hope it'll improve your trip to Earth and your interactions with all species. The more we understand each other, the better. Now you can people watch us, like I did with you," Lydia exclaimed. The vessel dropped out of the subspace, as if on cue. A fluid transition to overlooking a picturesque blue globe. Cloud wisps were visible from space, while even its central continent seemed to have more barren patches than Nirvana. From the darkened half of Earth, the orange glow of city lights lit up the land masses in the ethereal snapshot. It was the unmistakable mark of civilization on an habitable world.
far from our own. The kind of planet with biomarkers astronauts spent decades searching for. The automated processes steered our vessel towards a celestial body. In all of its glamour, I watched as we glided towards the atmosphere. The last thing between us and that tour of the human homeworld, the galaxy's beating heart. There's no place like home, Dustin made a shrill exhale, which the translator classed as a whistle, a non-verbal exhale signaling appreciation. It's almost time for that tour of the Embassy Row. You'll get an excellent view on the spaceport on the way out, too, Tassie. Soak it all in. Next stop, Earth. I buckled myself into a seat, restraining myself from any excited dances or uncontrollable flip or movement. Naltor settled down next to me, admiring the view in his quiet manner. While I'd all but pushed it into the background, the Selma wouldn't be forgetting about the implant in his neck anytime soon. The sole factor commanding my attention was what it would be like to walk this alien planet and take in what our hosts intended for us to witness. No doubt, there would be public attention on our entourage, so I needed my military friend to act presentable. I hoped to make a positive first impression on anyone we encountered here. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Memory transcription subject, Tassie Bison, scientist. Date standardized human time, March 17th, 2160. The spaceport appeared to be in the middle of several sprawling complexes, many of which were adorned with starkly different vegetation and were manned by guards of unique species. I took a moment to soak in as many of the beings as I could, recognizing that these were Sapient Coalition members. The decor on their embassies must be representative of their home world. What Naltor and I were gazing at was snapshots of hundreds of worlds. Embassy Row was situated in the center of the city, replacing buildings that had stood there before. Further out from the unyielding street and the surrounding diplomatic structures was a city with numerous humans bustling about. How complex and unique each of them must be, every single one with a story to tell like Dustin. These aliens were just going about their lives, paying little mind to how many or full surrounded them. If this many sapient species had set up shop in Lisman, I'd spend every day touring embassies and talking with the staff, learning the nuances of their homes and cultures. They wouldn't be able to get rid of me. With us landing in the diplomatic berth, I might have the opportunity to start making the rounds on Earth. This was my opportunity to discover as much information as possible and to plan for our official introduction. This is the first time many of the galaxy will see a bison, so it's important to put a friendly flipper forward. I can see cameras waiting outside the docking port, though they're being kept back a ways. Naltor, friendly talk only, I'll handle this. I scampered towards the exit as soon as the clamps fastened to the ship's underside, and tried to calm my nerves. What if I said the wrong thing, compared to how Dustin had played the bison crowds like a flipper pad? The doors swung open, with Nulia aiding my escape, and I found myself blurting out the first thing on my mind. Hi, humans. Your planet is lovely. We're delighted to be here and to see everything you have to offer. We can learn so much from you with your commitment to such a beautiful cause. So it is nice to meet you, and I can't wait for the opportunity to meet every species. Naltor trudged out after me, looking uneasy at the crowd of aliens behind the barricades. How do you do? How many people are watching this? Across all platforms and all planets, 20 billion, the human reporter answered. By Euris, that is way too many eyes on us. I'm not sure we're prepared to make this statement. I raised my beak, feigning confidence. It seems that we have 20 billion friends out there already. That warms my heart to know despite all of the aliens you've discovered, you'll show the same interest in us that I feel about you. I've heard First Contact is new to Sapient Coalition, and obviously this is my first skid across the ice too. We're similar in a lot of ways, but I'm elated to figure out where we're different as well. Whatever happens, I promise that Bisons will work towards a place for ourselves in the galaxy. Hiliska trotted out with the twitching whiskers. The Bisons will prepare their full statement for the official SC meeting, but we knew you wanted to film this moment. It's obviously massive news for them. So we asked for some space and courtesy as they're introduced to the vast many things.
Yes, it's been quite the whirlwind, I imagine, Dustin chuckled. There's plenty of people on Earth who know exactly how they feel. At least, I hope we can be more welcoming and charitable than the Federation. From what I know, that sounds like a low bar to clear, Naltor grumbled.
I quite agree, but perhaps let's not discuss this further here. Come along, we have to get scanned before the tour. It's part of the tour agreement.
Scanned? I spread my flippers out like a proper wingspan, trying to signal my positive intentions to the cameras. Several of the humans' eyes widened in a strange, patronizing way, which I couldn't interpret through my minimal knowledge of their body language. To dub it as patronizing could be applying to my own filter to them, given how we misinterpret their teeth baring as a threat display. Perhaps my non-verbal gesture meant something else to them. It might not have been wise to use a buy-some cue for friendliness in open flippers. I rubbed a flipper against my beak, feeling a bit mollified at my lack of judgment. Hopefully, that lapse wouldn't come back to haunt me.
What do you mean by scanned? Naltor hissed. Like a medical scan? I thought you said that you couldn't pass contagions to us.
Dustin raised a placating hand. We can't. I don't know how to say this, but in essence, we're getting our brains scanned. From that data, our people can document how first contact went without us having to film or write down any mission logs.
Back the Feck up. You can read minds.
We can interpret the brain's encoding of memories, Naltor. To know what you're thinking right now, or to have any untoward influences on those thoughts, is another matter altogether. Artificial intelligence has come a long way from being able to pick out single images from our mind's eye, but it's a field of study that we've been pursuing for over a century.
You can figure out what I'm thinking now, as soon as it's in the past, by looking into my brain. Why would you give yourself the ability to do that?
Naltor, I don't think you have the right to judge them. As unnerving as the prospect is, they have a sophisticated technology, I commented, though I was apprehensive about my every thought being easily accessible. It sounds like they're doing it for historical documentation purposes.
That means there is zero privacy. To the very core of our consciousness, there must be things people don't want the world to know. What right does anyone have to judge you for feelings you have no control over, and to expose your innermost thoughts? Why does nobody have moral qualms about this?
Nulia waggled a claw. Of course we do. The technology raised many ethical controversies and spawned a multitude of laws. However, there were many other concerns that made it worth pursuing. All brain scans of living individuals are completely voluntary, and even post-mortem we've put rights in place.
It's logical to ask. Just because we can, does that mean we should? Dustin turned to face Naltor, with his lips curving downwards into a grimace. You asked why, General. So let me rattle off a few reasons. You know how the Federation wiped anything predatory from a species' history?
In something you might sympathize with, more than anyone, that included our natural drive to be in the water, Aliska whispered. They let our homeworld die because we like to swim. Even if you weren't carnivores, they would have hated you for that.
No more. I don't want them to feel like there's anything wrong with them, Harry. The Federation was sick bastards. My point is that a lot of authentic history was lost, because some alien hotshots decided which part of a species' culture they could keep. Project Chronicle was what really poured research into these transcripts, because they were trying to piece together missing info. With anyone we have brain data on, we can cobble back information from the past, a biological first-person source, just as we are for your first contact. Just slow down for a minute, please. I can't hear myself think.
I felt my eyes water as I tried to process everything I'd just heard. That AI could recreate entire lives from a brain scan, and that the Thafki had been left to die for swimming. How exactly was that predatory at all?
There's so much I don't understand about your past.
And does understanding history really make it worth violating people's minds? Naltor squawked. Is that single reason good enough for such a personal procedure?
Nulia chuckled. If you want to know for certain that we harbor no ill will or evil master plans, Naltor, you're welcome to read our transcripts, though I imagine Dustin's has a few intrusive thoughts about how adorable you are.
Don't call me out like that. I would never say it aloud. It's especially bad for me since I'm obsessed with all kinds of animals, the human grumbled. Scans will be mandatory for us to undergo on a regular basis, due to our importance to the program. If you'd like to contribute, you're welcome to, but nobody will force you. Should you receive a transcript, you'll have full say over what to exclude.
With respect, I don't feel comfortable with the entire world knowing my thoughts, seeing through my eyes, I answered. Of course. I'm only offering it if you ever want to document your experiences for posterity. Before Nalta demands more reasons for its existence, I promise there are some major gains to be had from this. Imagine if you get into an accident and you lose your memories, or you have a memory loss disease. These transcripts are a backup. They're a tool into better understanding consciousness and the brain, treating any dysfunction. Remember Slanek, Dr. Tassi? The Federation captured him and tampered with his short-term memory. But there was an old transcript of him, made from brain scan their scientists did to help destroy his mind. Nunia commented, tech like this could have restored a version from years ago, if the brain functionality was still there. Marcel, my adoptive father, mentioned trying that before he went off the grid. It'd be top secret if they did, I guess. I at least hope that's where they vanished to.
Heliska placed her tail in front of Nudia's wrist. It's a nice thought. I like the idea of that. If I died today, there'd be nothing left of me. Maybe even a way to bring me back, eventually. This can't be the end. I can't just be gone forever, when there's so many things I wished I did.
Are you seriously saying this could be used to bring people back from the dead? Nalta exclaimed.
They can't right now, but maybe one day, soon. We are our thoughts, like you said. I know if I could have one more moment with my loved ones, in any capacity I would. My parents both drowned decades ago, trying to swim as far offshore as they could, free from the Federation at last. They didn't bank on how grueling it'd be to come back, and they didn't have the proper swimming training. I'd like to think that they died happy, being able to follow their hearts. I wish I could tell them about the things that I've done. Just talk.
We all have reasons we're invested in preserving consciousness for ourselves and others. This research can bring great advances for our societies, Dustin finished, noticing that Thafke was growing teary-eyed. It's a way to grasp things that we could never experience for ourselves. What it feels like for a Dirtian to fly, something I suspect bisons would be interested in. What it's like to be brain-dead, in a coma, or to die. Nobody lives to tell that last one. What it's like to experience schizophrenia, or the actual manifestations of dangerous thinking. Endless uses, endless answers. The Selmore general looked stricken. I'm still discomforted by the idea, but I must confess that some of those uses sound interesting to me. What a valuable interrogation asset it must be as well.
And you just gave a reason why the Geneva Conventions, our warfare laws, probably need an update. Let us have our scans done, and we'll move on to a more laid-back tour. Our posse had arrived in a secluded room, which had a metal basket with few wires on the table, an unassuming device. For the inside, its cursory overview would uncover. I watched with curious eyes as each member of the first contact team placed it atop their craniums for a few seconds. Given how little hesitation there was, I imagined they'd done it before. Having their thoughts dissected was normal to them. Would that ever be a decision that I would choose? Were my memories valuable enough to sacrifice my privacy so that Bisons could see how our first steps into the stars played out? That was without even addressing my mixed emotions on reinstating my consciousness beyond death or during life. Heliska placed a paw on my shoulder. That was it. Thanks for your patience, and for your tolerance of our different standards of culture. How would you feel about a stroll down Embassy Row? I'm afraid the humans have sidewalks, not side swims. I figured as much. Whether humans love the ocean or not, they don't seem born to swim. You'd be surprised. We even have it as a sport. Maybe we should have sent a swimmer and not a xenobiologist along for the landing party, Dustin exclaimed. Come on, I know Tassie wants to peek at every species out there before we show you to your accommodations. The human pranced out of the spaceport, teeth bared in jovial fashion. I turned my gaze upwards, following him with my own childlike enthusiasm. I could feel the warm rays of an alien sun slapping the tan feathers on my face. As Ritrala, able to endure the most tropical weather, I appreciated that Vienna had more a temperate feel. The air had been crisp and breathable since we landed here, more like the known climate of Tassia nomads' homeland, Alsh. I couldn't help myself comparing every sensation to the world that I knew. What was there to measure my experiences by, except Vrana? Earth was beautiful,
but Ivrana was the very benchmark that influenced my judgment. Nulia fell in beside me as Nalta's eyes darted around at each embassy. The nearest embassies to the spaceport are the key species, starting with Earth's original 3 allies, the Venlil, the Zerillians, and the Yodel. They spread out from there based on the order they opened diplomatic relations, so somewhat. You can argue it's by importance. Some annexes, you see, are from the outside the SC, whether it be from the Shield or from the neutral parties. There's over 150 embassies here, so while I'm happy to walk with you by all of them, it would be a lot. We can just walk you through the most essential SC members and get your feet wet, Dustin said. How about we start with the Venlil? I lived with the Venlil family and their world for years, so it's an easy one. Are they going to oppose our entry? Nalta blurted out. Are they a diplomatic threat? The Venlil shouldn't be an issue. What you should know about them is that they're our neighbors, a highly emotional species which sometimes correlates to aggression. The Federation didn't like that and crippled them. Yeah, Tassie, every time you hear the Federation in the past tense, just assume that it'll be something horrible. You get used to it. I cleared my throat. I'm sorry, it's difficult to imagine why they would do that to innocent people, to an entire species.
Because they could, Naltor sighed. Why does any fiend do anything?
I can't pretend to speak for the Federation, beyond them blaming a prion disease outbreak. The truth is, we'll never know if it was more complicated than that. Dustin breathed out a flustered sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. My point is that if the Venlil were willing to accept us, when nobody believed that we were anything more than heartless predators, they're actually a safe bet for being allies. They saved our species back then. They have significant sway with the SC. And they've been linked to us for a long time. Just don't find a way to piss them off, or you might regret it. Noted, I replied. Creatures with bushy, curly fur watched from behind the Venlil embassy gates, plodding forwards to observe us with interest. Some of the older ones had crooked legs, compared to much hardier-looking young specimens. Their correlation was primarily shades of grey, with a few exceptions. I was going to part my flippers in the same gesture from earlier, but stopped after recalling the human's strange reaction. One of the aliens seemed to notice me, watching them, all awkward and tensed up, and swayed his tail in greeting. At a loss for what to do, I mirrored the motion with a flipper. On the other side of the street are the Zerulians. If, protector forbid, anything happens to you, they'll be the ones to patch you up. Famous for their compassion and the medical innovations that sprang from their kindness, Nudia explained. Shortly after we discovered Bisons, the Galactic Institute of Medicine requested all the anatomical data and medical literature that we could find on you. They wouldn't want any lives to be at risk that could have been saved if they studied you in advance. Nalto's eyes were narrowed with skepticism. Those tiny quadrupeds, they'd be the ones stitching me up. You'd be surprised how crafty they are, and their robotic aids fill in where they lack strength. You'd be in good paws, Heliska replied. Dustin hesitated at the embassy ahead, presumably the third from their key species list, the Yodel. Right, let's not make any ruckus as we pass here. If you want a diplomatic threat, the technocracy thinks we never should have contacted you. They're mistrustful of new members to begin with, but with you being an uplift, I imagine they'll oppose your entry in any way possible. A species that was bullied mercilessly, but had power dumped in their lap during the war, Lydia finished. Now they're a force to be reckoned with, and brimming with paranoia. They also have a habit of spying, so I imagine they can throw around some blackmail to sway votes, if talking doesn't work. The Selmore General raised his flippers in exasperation. Well, they sound like pleasant fellows. Tassie, you want to march up to the gates and say hello? I actually don't see how it could hurt to try and smooth things over. Just because these Yodel have decided to be our enemies doesn't mean that we have to give it back, I commented. They're not your enemies. They think they're doing you a favor, Dustin sighed. I don't imagine they want to exchange pleasantries, Tassie, so I advise you keeping your head down. No need to risk a vitriolic bout making the rounds on the web. I cast a brief glance at the building, which had green sand rooting down tropical-looking trees at the gate. Further back, there were small tan animals bounding around in the grass, which seemed to have been ferried in from different climates altogether. These four-legged beasts had binocular eyes, something which was possessed by Terrans alone. So that told me that they were not the Yodel.
The fact that the technocracy chose to have these animals present in the embassy must hold some meaning, though. The actual sapiens were toting menacing guns, which immediately caused Nalto to stiffen. Several of the digitigrade bipeds scowled at us, folding their reddish ears back. So much for sneaking past without them noticing. Dustin didn't seem to think that they'd take a shot at us, but I don't see how posturing like this might be doing us a favor. Maybe I should have gotten that brain scan just in case I needed to be brought back from the dead. I'm sorry if we offended you, I managed, causing the Yotel's glowers to deepen. We're moving on. We won't stand in front of your territory. I hope you have a pleasant day, and that you can forgive whatever we've done to upset you. One of the Yotel's eyes shifted slightly, making it clear that she was looking at Dustin. We're not angry with you, Bison. Humanity's stunt will fail, however, and we have the perfect ammunition. I'm regretful you'll be caught in the crossfire. You never should have been. Perfect ammunition, the human echoed, curious in spite of himself. What do you mean? Ah, so you haven't seen what the Tessia are saying about you. I think you should familiarize yourself with it. The Bisons don't want you there. Stop being a fecking fed, because either way, when the Sapien Coalition sees what the Nomads say, they'll know Bisons are fractured and dangerous. The anti-carnivals will have a field day, as you humans say. Naltor trudged forward with reluctance, a hint of worry in his eyes. What did those shifty fucking Tessia do now? I won't let them ruin things. The Tessia expressed that they want nothing to do with aliens. Their official position is that Xenos can't be trusted. With how you humans decided to swoop in and play Ralchi, I'd say they're right. This is a disunified species that isn't ready and doesn't need your salvation. We'll show you the whole SC that you're not respecting their wishes. We'll play the tapes for Rudy agreements, placing a paw on my back. Let's get moving now. We need to talk in private at the hotel about whatever the Tessia have done. Agreed, Naltor grumbled, cutting the tour short as the Yotel continued to shout at us and insist that we'd never be admitted to the coalition. The landing party hurried us away from the technocracy embassy. I cast a glance over my shoulder, wondering what Dustin had meant by the fact that the former uplifts intended this opposition as a boon. Why were they so opposed to us getting a fair hearing at the Sapien Coalition and becoming a part of the galaxy? A dream that sounded wonderful to me. Didn't these Yotel know it'd be difficult enough for us, because of those anti-carnivals? With my joyful mood at visiting Earth erased, I walked towards our lodgings with defeated steps. There was so much about the various aliens and their past that left me disappointed to my very core. I just hoped that Bisons hadn't generated a reason for me to be domestically disillusioned as well, with our own reactionary squabbles and infighting. End of chapter. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date, standardized human time, March 16th, 2160. There were several stares from unmasked passerbys cast upon us, as concealed medics toted Gress to an isolated room. There were even a few cheers from miners who were happy seeing the scaly alien knocked out. I had allowed the stretcher to ferry me to the bottom of the elevator before pushing my way off the platform. Dr. Adebayo was waiting alongside Mayor Hathaway, with both sporting full cloth masks to hide their features, in case the creep were woke. I could sense the mayor's immediate withering glare as he saw me pushing my way into the room, desperate to correct my blackout moment. My head ducked with shame as I tried to focus on the physician feeding the Krev's neck vertebra. Well, good news is that Taylor didn't get much power on that swing and didn't hit anything critical. Drew a bit of blue blood here, but for a minor head injury. I expect Grace to awaken a few minutes after the blow. So soon, Dr. Abadeo commented. I'll let you handle the fallout, but don't be too hard on your buddy. He's concussed. His judgment is impaired. I crossed my arms. That's the least concussed thing I've done all day. I've wanted to do that for so long. He was kicking us off our own planet. I'm going to see myself out. I have other patients to tend to. Make sure security keeps prying eyes out. Mayor Hathaway tapped at his mask, waiting for the doctor to leave. God damn it, Taylor. After everything I've told you about what it's like to have an entire alien race come down in your head, you go do something like this. This is your fault, not controlling yourself when there's things much bigger than you at stake. I trusted you not to feck us. I'm sorry, sir. Grace wasn't listening. and he was being totally unreasonable, and I lost it, I whispered. Maybe I can talk him into letting it go. You're done talking to anyone. We both agreed our militia couldn't fight off a paintball team, but now these aliens will come looking for revenge. What happens when Gress doesn't return? What happens if we do let him go back? We, humanity, have to start leaving right now. You basically forced me to hold this guy prisoner, in the hopes that we can negotiate something that doesn't involve us all being killed, should they come knocking. I don't think we should hold him hostage, sir. That'll just worsen the situation. I don't want advice from you. Get out! Get the Feck out! Cherise raised a finger. Hold on. I think Taylor should stay. Gress knows who swung at him, and if there's any chance that we can fix this, it'll be by his aggressors apologizing, by showing we'll hold him accountable. The Krev does know that Taylor has a head injury, so maybe it'll be understandable that he wasn't thinking straight. You want me to hand Taylor over as a sacrificial lamb? I can't do that because then Gress takes off his mask and sees what we are. We can hold Taylor to our own justice, locking him up and proving it through an ankle monitor or something. That's only if it comes to it. Do you have a better plan than just starting out with Taylor begging for forgiveness? Because I don't. The mayor sighed. No, I don't have a clue what to do now. I swear to God, Trench, if you do anything else that fucks us over, I'll have you executed. You'll stay and kiss up to this Krev, whatever it takes, and I don't care if it humiliates you. Our species dies if we get into it with these guys. We've been hiding ourselves for so long for a reason. I'll do my best to fix this if it'll appease Gress. I know you can't hand me over, but I understand if maybe you can cut off my fingers or execute me. I deserve some form of punishment, no matter how brutal. For what I've cost humanity, I murmured. That would show how serious you take my offense. They're not doing that. Beyond how repugnant that would be, it would also make us look like violent, sadistic predators more than the assault already did. Gress will be waking up any minute, and I won't be hearing any more of you trying to lay yourself out on the train tracks. I'm pissed at you, but I don't want you dead, you feckwit. Just shut up until you're needed to show some damn remorse. I will. Cherise turned her face to address Hathaway. Sir, we have a problem. I'm seeing an ongoing broadcast on my holopad. Someone in my department's tapped into this room's security feeds and is sharing them with the entire city. They want everyone to see what we're asking the Krev. We don't have time to move him. We don't need to be airing our dirty laundry in front of the whole group. For what it's worth, maybe we should try to get some answers from Gress about who they are. After all, the prying the Krev have done into us, it would be fitting. I'll see what he has to say. Believe me, it's really fucking hard to protect humanity from aliens we know nothing about. We're trying to fix this and to keep people safe. We've kept them safe and failed to keep them happy, I sighed, owning nasty looks. I could sense them through the masks. I know I'm not happy. Life at 1%. Cherise clenched her fist. Taylor, shut the feck up. I performed a sarcastic salute and stewed in my own self-hatred. The silence between our posse was painful, as I could feel my friend's fury at me emanating into my bones. I tried to focus on what I could do to fix the situation, which I bore the full responsibility for. The Krev was laid out helplessly on the operating chair, to be surrounded by the three of us for when he came to. I was hopeful that it was in fact a minor injury that I inflicted. As much of a failure to humanity as I wasn't a murderer, or someone that took joy in the maiming of a living creature, just as the doctor suggested. Gress's eyes blinked open in a daze, before his features took on a startled expression. Gress didn't expect me to attack him, or he would have never turned his back. He believed that we would just leave without any fight. Now, I can see it in his eyes. He's afraid of us. Perhaps he already suspected humans are predators. The Krev's nostrils twitched with anxiety.
Hey, I can see the tempers have flared. You don't have to do this. Just let me go, and we can all forget this ever happened. You don't want to do this. You can empathize with family, right? I have a child back home and needs me in her life. I'm supposed to have custody of her this weekend, and she has a dance performance. Her name's Laka. I love her with all my heart, and I want to get back to her. Please?
You try to pull on our heartstrings when you couldn't show any empathy for us, I spat. Cherise cracked her knuckles. Taylor, shut the feck up, or I'll make you shut up. Taylor Trench was in an accident, and his head injury seems to have made him prone to outbursts. Please forgive his aggression, Hathaway said. We don't want any bad blood between our people, and it wasn't the will of this polity for you to be uncivilly assaulted. Grace's eyes narrowed. Head injury or not, let him speak. It's what he really thinks, isn't it? Let him say what's on his mind. I think dozens of people wouldn't have been hurt or killed if you hadn't pushed us to fork over a quantity that was well beyond what was reasonably due. You were waiting for any opportunity to kick us out, I growled. Of course we were, but that doesn't mean that we wanted for anyone to get hurt. You abused our empathy to let you land in the first place because we couldn't bear to play a part in people dying, even people like you. We wouldn't let anyone starve in space. People like us, Mayor Hathaway stiffened, as Charisse and I recoiled in shock. All three of us had immediate concerns the Krev did, in fact, realized that we were predators. What does that mean? Forget I said anything. Nah. How exactly is it empathy to rake us over the coals with the fees you charge? I prompted. Ress's narrow tongue poked out of his mouth and thought, those fees were intended to get you to leave of your own free will, because we didn't want to fight with you. We didn't mean for anyone to get hurt. This has been an ongoing arrangement for years, when it was always meant to be temporary. I'd say your group of colonists have sufficient resources to move on. It's our planet, and we weren't going to let you have it for nothing. We know that you were looking for any excuse to kick us out. That doesn't surprise us, Hathaway sighed. The question is, what do you mean by people like us? Charisse nodded. That rhetoric is quite charged from aliens who are happy to profit off of us and take advantage of our desperation. Your desperation? That's fucking ridiculous, Grace grumbled. You always want to take more from others. It's never enough with you. We just want you to leave us alone. What is it you think you know about us? Tell us what the feck you mean. Righteous anger was shining in Krev's eyes, as if he believed his species had a legitimate grievance with us. That was an emotion I'd seen in the miner's eyes. There was some trepidation swelling my heart at the thought that our efforts were in vain, and these aliens figured out that we were predators from day one. I supposed our crappy treatment as glorified indentured servants was an upgrade from being wiped out. Still, it boiled my blood to think that we'd hidden away underground when our secret was out. This would be the least fearful I'd ever seen an alien at the truth. What does he mean by never being enough with us? All we ever asked for from the Krev was a home, so unless he knows the full extent of the conquest and exploitation of Earth's past, that's a baseless accusation. I mean that you people are fucking crazy, Grace screamed, hurting my eardrums. We saw where your subspace trail came from. Don't you have enough space in Federation? You have to come and take what's ours. All we want was to stay away from you. Mayor Hathaway seemed stunned. I beg your pardon? You don't like us because you think that we're from the Federation? Obviously, we sent an expedition to your delusional corner of space, and we like our group just fine without your unscientific brain rot. We saw exactly what you do and what you stand for. Let me say, you people should be ashamed of yourself. The Grev Consortium just wants to avoid you and fighting with your overpopulated herd, so much so that we've hidden our signals, stopped expanding our territory, and haven't accepted new members beyond our original 6. So yes, we're a little zealous in driving out outsiders, but we want you to leave us the feck alone. I don't think you understand. Oh, I think I understand perfectly. You humans are like the Civ Kids, but worse, and that's why you've come here. An invasive species carried to our shores. We had no choice but to meet with you or with a warship, to contest your claim when you showed up one system away from our Hellworld. There was no hiding, and frankly, I don't give an Oda's ass about the Consortium says. I'm done hiding reality to appease you people. With your shifty culture, we are herbivores, but we're real herbivores, because real herbivores eat meat every now and then. So go ahead, burn me, and get it over with. The three of us sat in stunned silence, staring at the quivering Gress. The Kreb seemed to be finished with his rant, and slumped his head back against his shoulders. Tears swelled up in his eyes from the force of the emotions, which were mirrored by my own. I couldn't process what he'd just unloaded on us. The Consortium had discovered the Federation and hid away their entire society just to avoid them. If there was a single motive that I could understand from the standoffish behavior, it was steering clear of those bastards. It was the same fear that had us chasing them off, and hiding beneath these masks even now. I also couldn't believe that I heard another sapient race claim to eat meat. How would the Krev react if they saw our binocular eyes and realized that we're predators? Gress seems to agree with our scientists on what an herbivore is, but his kind are still prey folk. He already sees us as shifty. I crossed my arms. We're not Federation. We're running away from them.
Taylor, shut the feck up,
Mayor Hathaway warned. We've done enough. This time I think I'm doing the right thing. You heard what Gress told us. He hates them as much as we do. Him seeing proof that we're nothing like them, maybe it wouldn't scare the Krebs so. Maybe they'd understand why we had no choice but to come here. The Krebs squinted in confusion.
What are you talking about?
I could show you if my colleague Charisse would be willing to give me the key. I think we've been afraid of, angry at each other for the exact same reasons. Maybe it's time for all of us to take a step outside of that, fear. Charisse stared at me for a long moment, hesitating over what she knew I was asking. I extended my palm in a simple gesture, and with a flustered sigh, the security guard pulled the key out of her pocket. Mayor Hathaway raised a hand to stop me, before seeming to reconsider and standing back to watch it unfold. If Gress reacted poorly to what we were, then I miscalculated. However, we could hold him here, and he wouldn't be able to tell anyone back in the consortium. This might be the one final chance to earn their mercy, and I wouldn't pass up a third opportunity. I gently plucked the key from Charisse's hand. You don't have to be afraid of us, Gress. We're the same people we always were. Some people in the Federation think we're monsters, but we don't want to hurt anyone. We just want a chance to survive, and we can't change certain things about ourselves. Heaven knows I wish we could.
You're finally going to show me your face? Drop the privacy bullshit?
The Krev asked. Yes. In a few moments, you'll know exactly why we kept up that bullshit. I cast a final glance at Charisse for encouragement, and noticed that she turned her head, unable to watch from nerves. I drew a deep breath, knowing full well that this next action went against everything that we'd been taught about how aliens reacted to the sight of us. This was a herbivore from an alien conglomerate who'd taken us to the cleaners. We shouldn't trust him. Somehow, I managed to fit the key into the lock and turn it loose. I slowly raised the face covering my head, staring straight at Gress with the full weight of my binocular gaze. Shock spread across Grev's face. Once he glimpsed my cut and beaten skull, there were no screams at the intensity of my pupils, accelerated breath at my harsh features, or any motor reaction that belied fear. Gress simply seemed stunned by our true appearance, and soaked it in for several minutes. I felt vulnerable and exposed under his judgment, waiting for him to pronounce what he thought of our species. The surprise and strange amount of disbelief hadn't left his eyes. Wordlessly, he gestured with his tail to my gloves. I thought I understood, slipping them off my hands and revealing my feeble fingers.
You're...
Gress struggled to speak, and I waited for him to call us a pejorative word we despised. Predators?
Primates. The hands confirm it. How did I not recognize your appendage structure?
The mayor hesitated, lifting his mask off to reveal the skeptical expression. You know what primates are?
We do. We definitely do.
There are other primates out there, I asked.
Yes. I know you just clubbed me over the head, and were absolutely furious with me. But you're adorable, Taylor.
What the feck?
How could I speak to you like that? Now I feel so guilty. I probably should explain before I make a fool of myself. To be clear, I'm quite aware that you're sapient, and this might be weird, but... You know the obers. They're non-sapient primates from our homeworld, and we domesticated them. We keep them as pets.
You what? I didn't see this coming at all. I'm not sure what the feck I'm supposed to say to that.
Obars are such sensitive, loyal creatures. I have one of the cute little feathers on my ship. I take precious Jevray everywhere. I was worried who was going to look after him while I was stuck down here. Maybe you want to meet an obor. Unless that's a really weird thing to say, in which case I'll shut up.
Mayor Hathaway pondered it for a moment. Okay.
We domesticated animals too, or at least we used to, so we understand. Take us to your ship, but don't touch any buttons. Splendid, frankly. Now that I know that you're primates, you can stay forever. I can't believe it. Real primate people, it's a dream. You're not prepared for how much the Krev are going to want to, help. Well, pet your fuzzy hair, Spot. We've never seen primates as furless and babyish as you, but, I just said it out loud, didn't I? Pretend I didn't, Let's go introduce you to Jevra.
Lead the way. We'll show you part of the city while you're at it. Charisse undid her mask, turning to face me. Are you going to be all right to walk, Taylor? I'll like to come, but could use some help, I admitted. Okay, well, you get the wheelchair or something. I imagine you'd kick yourself not being able to feel the sun on your face at long last. You know me too well. Thank you. For the first time since 36, I allowed a glimmer of genuine hope into my heart that we could carve out an open life similar to our culture on Earth. It seemed that the Krev had misjudged humanity, and that we'd misread their attitudes towards our colonists from the beginning. We'd never needed to hide our faces at all. By the sound of it, perhaps from what had been powder keg waiting to explode, humanity could finally get some help in our quest to survive and rebuild our species. We could learn more about these alien neighbors, ones that weren't delusional like the Federation, and we could tell the truth about why we'd come to this system in the first place. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date, standardized human time, March 16th, 2160. It turned out, for the best, that a security guard broadcasted our conversation with Gress to the colony. Dozens of citizens overheard his outbursts leveled at the Federation. There were still a few shocked expressions, even people cowering or instinctively turning their faces away, as we led the Krev rent collector out into the common area. His eyes scanned the city, marveling at the sights and sounds. I felt strange being pushed by Charisse in a wheelchair, and even stranger to see an alien so unfazed surrounded by primates. The green scales on his tail reflected the artificial lighting as he cautiously approached a roaming child.
Hi, Gress whispered, kneeling with soft eyes. Look at you, running around, little girl.
The kid stopped with a puzzled expression.
Mom says you would kill us if you saw our faces. Are you going to kill us? No, parents are wrong sometimes. I really like your faces, for what it's worth. You do? Thanks. I didn't realize that you were that big and scaly, but I like yours too. Can I touch your scales? Maybe another time. Why don't you go tell your mother and anyone else who would listen that the Krev have no issue with your species. It'd be super helpful of you. Okay, bye, Mr. Alien.
The Krev chuckled to himself as the young girl ran off. Mayor Hathaway studied him for several moments, as did I. For someone who'd only ever been rude in our interactions, Grass definitely could flip the fatherly aura around children. I found myself feeling a lot more partial to him getting home to his daughter, Lekka. It never occurred to me that an alien species would see us for who we were, and want us to stay. My rash actions had somehow saved our home, assuming the rent collector was being straightforward with his promise to let us stick around. Their past deeds were a clever scheme, in hindsight, to force us out without violence through the constant demands. If they hate the Federation like we do, I'm surprised they let us stick around at all. Wouldn't they be worried, driving us out, that we'd report on Consortium's existence to those pre-snots? I suppose if we missed a presumed check-in, or the Krev imagined a Federation party might come after us to check on us, it would worsen the situation.
You poor things, what did the Federation do to you?
Gress turned towards me, as if he wanted to hear it from my lips for some reason. He continued to tell the mayor, who was leading us to the nearest memory vault.
I can't imagine how they treated you, but it sounds like it was, the unthinkable.
I bowed my head in sorrow. Gress, they wanted to kill us. As far as we know, they murdered the 10 billion people on Earth, bombed them from space with zero remorse. We pleaded with them, bartered and begged, until we were blue in the face. And it didn't matter. Not one of their near 300 members saw us as anything but monsters. When our ship left, they were marching an extermination fleet down on our homeworld. What you see in front of you, and the humble shops in that cavern, it's all we have left of humanity. We have videos and music, images of our city. Little pieces of that history Taylor described, Charisse added. Every species couldn't bear the sight of us, so we swore never to show our faces again and give aliens the incentive to slaughter us. The crab's eyes watered as he swiped up on a hologram of Earth.
That's awful. I'm so unspeakably sorry. I had no idea. If your world had been in our space, I know it's zero consolation, but it would have been different. I'm grateful that you've decided to trust me to see what you once were.
We all work towards the colony. There is not much room for expression or experimentation, I sighed. I feel as though I want something so much more than feel guilty for wanting that crap.
You can have more. From here on out, with your permission, I'm going to bring this atrocity to the Consortium's attention. The Krev can help you, friends. Your refugees would even be welcome if any of you wish to integrate with our society on our homeworld Avor. I understand you might not want any people leaving, with preserving your species in mind. We can help restore your numbers, build up this world, and provide you with anything you need. You won't have to worry for a thing. You can express yourself to your heart's content. Mayor Hathaway narrowed his eyes. With respect, how do you know that your people will go along with this? Because I know they'll love you. Even if you were a different species than primates, we'll protect anyone who wants to avoid the Federation. You say that like it's a known fact. Does that imply that you've taken steps to help other species before, my Christian? That's complicated, Taylor. The consortium is committing to stopping any of the races from being found. I'll say that. Hearing what they did to you innocent humans, on the basis of your eyes and presumably, if you're like our obos, your diet. I know we made the right decision with the Jaslips. Jaslips? What decision? I want to know what exactly that means. There are 6 species that are part of our association, with the Jaslips being one. It means that we prevented the Federation from finding them. It was controversial at the time, but your story proves that it was a necessary evil. Why don't I tell you the rest later? When I go over each of our allied species that you'll meet. Fine, the mayor chimed in, cutting off my protests. I'd like to hear this story, Gress, but you can take us to the Orbor first. The Krev Rent Collector's features showed visible relief, as though he'd bought himself time to avoid an unpleasant subject. Gladly. Can't be too far, I assume. My mind was racing, weighing what Gress might mean by a controversial decision made to prevent the Federation from finding another species. Necessary evil wasn't phraseology that my ears liked to hear. If after all these leaps and bounds we'd made with these aliens, it turned out they killed them to stop the herbivores from finding them, our little colony on Tellus was fecked over by their protection. I couldn't bear having to reckon with another genocidal alien group lording over us. Perhaps our experiences with the Federation had made us a bit too paranoid over Xeno intentions. This Krev seemed like a normal guy. Gress seems genuinely distraught over what happened to Earth, so it's a stretch to assume that he'd let us die. They let us land here because they didn't want blood on their paws. He said that it would have been different if Earth was in their territory. What are you looking at? I cleared my throat as I noticed the Krev pacing around me like I was a zoo exhibit to view from every angle. Gress tugged at my sleeve in response. Ah, I see. I probably should explain one thing before we have another misunderstanding. Our body attire is something we legitimately wear, even amongst ourselves. You can see that we have negligible fur and just bare skin. It is considered highly improper for us to not wear concealing attire in most situations because of our unique biology, Shirish chimed in. Yeah, we are generally a private culture. This isn't about not trusting you. Check our relics from Earth, and you'll see that it's ubiquitous across our daily lives. Gress stepped away, trying to keep his paws to himself. Noted. I was simply curious if they had some sort of special meaning, or if they doubled as armor. It means warmth, not getting sunburned, not signaling less than public intentions. If you check our films, there is a particular scenario where you'll see us without garments. I'm not a bashful person, but I hope you won't make me spell it out. Less than Oh, it's part of your... No, I understand. So who wants to feed Jufra? I've got a nice bag of dried insects for him in the kitchen. You can, hold him if you want. A very nice Obar, and it's an elevator. He'll be at the ship soon. Time for a tour. Gress is easily embarrassed. That's good to know. I'm glad he didn't decide to keep playing 20 questions for what it's worth. The 4 of us crowded into the elevator as Mayor Hathaway gestured towards the metro tunnel, commenting that the drill accident site and the miners were past that transit line. That brought back images I was trying to force out of my head of the accident I'd caused and how Caper was dead now because of that. I needed a more uplifting focus. My face turned skyward, waiting for the long-anticipated feeling of rays of natural warmth striking my skin. The ascent brought me new energy as my antsy feet kicked against the supports of my wheelchair. When the doors swung open, I was ready to taste the outdoors on my lips and to feel the sand between my toes. I bared my fangs in one of those toothy grins that the Federation thought was so ferocious and slid off my boots with laughter.
Grace watched as, off balance, I stomped around, coating my toes in the grainy earth and putting up clumps with my feet. Cherise hesitated, before crouching down and grabbing a handful of sand. She let it slip between her fingers, without any gloves between her palm and the dirt. I whooped and hollered with delight, hearing the thunder of my voice echo into the distance. Several farmers and technicians who were out of the loop were gawking at us, masks pointed at us directly. My dizzy head caused me to stumble onto my knees, and, like a madman, I kissed the coarse dirt against my lips. I felt alive. The Krev watched with a strange emotion in his eyes, before placing a paw on my back.
You've forgotten what it's like to be outside, Gress gasped. No wonder you don't feel like you're fully alive. It's cruel to keep any primates penned in a small area for long.
I dusted myself off, popping back into the chair. It feels real. I want to run to the horizon, climb a mountain. When you heal up, you can. The Krev waited for Cherise to drift back behind my wheelchair before leading the way to the landing pad. With how quickly the alien tried to scurry off in the past, I hadn't thought that he would ever invite us into its interior. Grace paused by the entry airlock, opening it by a scale scan of his tail. The barrier zipped ajar with mechanical rapidity, and the rent collector stepped over the threshold. I admired the minimalist nature of the hallway to the cockpit. Luxuries and supplies were kept exclusively to the wings, while the cargo bay was used to transport large shipments. There was no sign of a pet primate, though Grace was calling Juvra's name. I wondered which variant the Obers would be like. Nothing too uncanny and violent like chimpanzees, I hoped. The Krev seemed to take a scurrying noise to his left as a sign of Juvra's presence, jogging into what appeared to be a kitchen. My eyes saw movement near the low ceilings as a hairy creature with light auburn fur was scampering down for the cabinets. The Ober couldn't have been more than 2 feet tall, with a slender tail, a sunken nose in his pinkish face, and beady binocular eyes. There had been no trickery to get back to the ship, like the cynical part of me suspected in the back of my mind. Grace truly had a pet primate. I suppose he couldn't have faked the look that he wanted to smother us with love. I watched as the creature stared at us from the countertop, and his lips curved into a happy smile. Ah, Juvra recognizes us as primates. He likes us. Grace said that I could hold him. That is too adorable. It makes me wish that we still had our own pets, like we did on Earth. I rose from my wheelchair, opening my arms and returning my own happy grin. Come here! Juvra shrieked, lunging at me and latching onto my face. With an open attached to my skull, I stumbled backwards and tried to pry him off with my hands. What the feck was wrong with this thing? It had been friendly moments before. Grace's plan couldn't have been for his pet to attack us and take us out. He should have warned us that it was a junkyard ogre. I yelped and crashed back into the wheelchair. My fall was awkward, while Cherise and the mayor tried to help me remove the stubborn fiend attached to me like sticky glue. The Krev gasped with what seemed to be an alarm, throwing his own body forward. No humans! Don't hurt him! Grace pleaded. Juvra, no! Bad Ober, come! The scaly member lunged forward, yanking at the Ober's tail. Juvra yelped and relinquished his stranglehold on my head. Grace swooped him away from me, seeming to soothe his pet as though that terror was the victim. I grimaced as Cherise helped me back into my wheelchair. Now that I didn't have a living creature stapled to my head, I found myself fuming at the Krev. Forget goodwill towards the Ober for being a fellow primate. It was an animal that attacked me out of nowhere, unprovoked. My enthusiasm for this tour was soured, as I prepared to round on Grace with a tirade. What the literal fuck? I hissed. Krev eyed Juvra before placing the Ober back on his shoulders. What the fuck is wrong with you? You'd think a primate of all sapient species out there would know of fear grimace when you see one. He was terrified of you. And you flashed your teeth to assert dominance in response, then made like you wanted to grab him. That's on you, Taylor. I have no words. What? He was smiling. That expression means happiness. I thought it was cute. Wait. You're telling me that humans bare your teeth to signal that you're happy? I've seen relaxed mouth curvature that signifies submission in primates, but that extension makes zero sense. I thought that you were afraid of the sand. When you were baring your fangs outside, same for when you did it at me earlier. You're the most bizarre primates I've ever heard of. I'm sorry that I misunderstood. I
I should have asked if I could approach him. It's all right, Taylor. I'm sorry that Juvra attacked you. He's usually quite friendly with people, even aliens, but... Primates don't like other primates, Mayor Hathaway chuckled, and we're territorial. I scowled at him. Stop laughing. You're not the one who got your head taken off. Unfortunately for us, it's still attached to your shoulders, Charisse snickered. Gresh tried to mask his own amusement. Are you all right, Taylor? I'm aware that you have a pre-existing head injury. I'm fine. I'm just swell, I grumbled. Good. I suppose that you've gotten a taste of what it must have been like for early Krev to domesticate the oboe. Primates are, known to be extremely aggressive and violent animals in the wild, which is why, frankly, I'm surprised that you didn't club me over the head sooner, Taylor. I am more willing to forgive the act with that in mind. That's not an excuse for us. We're sapient. Whatever the Federation said about us, we're not, out-of-control animals. We're just a little prone to strong emotions. I understand that. My point is the oboes weren't easy to mellow out at all. They figured out they could use us for food, and their species was close to extinction, so living with the Krev probably saved them. They're lucky that we're stubborn shits. The first oboes would bite us as a form of communication. They were destructive as can be, and completely uncontrollable. If you weren't domesticated over centuries, then I can imagine humans have those tendencies. Charisse smirked. We actually are domesticated, self-domesticated. We chose to select for more, docile behaviors over time. We even show forms of mutiny, which means juvenile traits that stay until adulthood. That must be why you have so little fur and such short canines. Little Juvras probably have bigger chompers than you. That's why you're so cute. I heaved a bewildered sigh. Thanks. I guess this beats having aliens tell us how terrifying our canines are. But it's also kind of weird. I'm sorry. I'm just excited. You're so goofy and furless, and you have all these weird traits. I'm getting carried away. It blows me away who you really are under those masks. After all the awful things I imagined about you, every Krev needs to know. Then we need to know what you were talking about earlier with the jaslips, Hathaway interjected, and we need to be briefed on every species in the Krev consortium. A deal is a deal. All I can hope is that you won't judge us too harshly for our choices. We've only ever done what we thought was best for every species. I crossed my arms. We've heard that before, from a group of species who did anything but what was best. Taylor, Charisse warned. No, I think that you need some time to process what you've learned about us, and Taylor needs time to rest and recover before we head to Avor. Grass interjected. I would like to have him accompany me home and speak to the consortium. Before this all blew up, he was a wonderful advocate for humanity. I gestured to my chest with incredulity. Me? But I attacked you. This isn't a ploy to whisk me off for punishment, is it? It's not. I want you to come with me and show that we're both willing to start over. I'm going to need some trust from all of you, but I'd like some time to think of how to explain our Jaslip rationale. I'd also like to send word home that I'm all right, so that they don't send a pissed-off fleet. When Taylor is healed up and I've cleared your arrival with the consortium, we can set sail, and then it'll be an appropriate time to brief you. My eyes rolled back in thought, given that I'd been the one who'd stopped the Krev from speaking, right when he was about to divulge the truth. It might be the best if I agreed to his terms. The entire whirlwind of waking up in a medical bay, the tense encounter with Gress, and discovering his true feelings on primates and the Federation had left me exhausted. The others would be fine, but if I was the one he insisted on bringing, I needed to be in a better state to process whatever he had to send the Jaslips. The mayor seemed to see that I was in dire need of a rest, because he nodded in agreement with the Krev's terms. Very well, I'll send Taylor to Avor to plead humanity's case and request assistance. On one condition, Hathaway said, after exchanging a look with Charisse. You take Charisse Benson with you as well. I don't feel right sending Taylor alone with his recent behavior. The security guard raised her eyebrow. Plus, he needs someone to protect him. We know nothing about what Avor is like. And there'll be no more delays with the scoop on your controversy. We're sending our diplomats in blind enough as it is. The Krev petted Juva absent-mindedly. Very well. I'll spend some time getting to know your people, if you'll have me. It's long overdue. Taylor can find me when he's back on his feet. Well, I guess I have no say in getting shipped off to an alien planet, I grumbled. Nice of you to ask. You owe us both, the mayor challenged. After all the problems you've caused, you're due for a little service to fix humanity's situation. Heard.
I'll barter for our survival and clear up any misunderstandings. You've got my word. Good. Take him back, Benson. I have some things I'd like to discuss with Gress in private. Charisse nodded before pivoting my wheelchair back to the exit. I risked a glance over my shoulder, noticing Jura seeming to giggle as I was carried away. I stuck my tongue out to the Uber, who scowled back at me with an ugly expression. Riding on Gress's ship with the nasty pet sounded unbearable. It was obvious that thing didn't like me. If the Oba ever tried to lay a paw on me again, I was going to teach it a lesson. No tiny monkey would get to antagonize me, just like nobody would ever oppress this colony and our species anymore. Huffing to myself, I tried to contemplate what exactly I should say to Krev Consortium and what else we might find out about their ways. To my amazement, I found that I somewhat liked Gress. I hoped the full story about the Krev wouldn't make me regret the generous assessment. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Memory transcription subject, Tassie, by some scientist. Date, standardized human time, March 17th, 2160. The hotel was difficult to miss, seemingly tailored to extraterrestrial clientele. This venue must have been where diplomatic guests from across the galaxy were brought in. Certain floors had unique environmental controls, from what Dustin explained. Perhaps some of those could be useful for accommodating bison subspecies who had varying climate preferences. The floor we were brought to was part of the standard lodgings, suitable for most species, including humans. My beak parted with a bit of enthusiasm as the Terran waved at an indoor pool. I could see primate guests and Thafki being the primary occupants, with the massive natives somehow finding buoyancy. It was strange to see how violently they kicked in the water, while moving a single arm at a time in rotational fashion. Certainly not the most graceful-looking technique. The yodel's vitriol left my feathers ruffled, though I was attempting to shake it off. How could I squander the first opportunity to absorb everything about Earth's culture? One resentful species shouldn't ruin the entirety of the trip. I would have loved to have stopped just for a brief moment and enjoyed a swim with Heliska, but the Thefki seemed engrossed in a joint call with Nudia. From the sound of it, my first inclination would be to assume that they were checking in with Ivana. But how would instantaneous communication across light years be possible? I decided to keep my thoughts to myself until a proper opportunity to question our hosts arose. The spaceships take time to tunnel through space, as best as I understand it. The only way I can imagine FTL comms working is quantum entanglement, some variant of it. That's a bold assumption, though, even though Salma, in the frigid polar environment, had trouble keeping it cold enough for quantum computers to function at all. General Naltor certainly had a brooding look on his face throughout the entirety of the trek to our quarters. Dustin, meanwhile, was busy going through a speech about having room service laid out in advance. The thought of tasting Earth's culinary delights excited me. After all of that walking, I was downright famished. I decided to trust our hosts. If he said that we could eat their food, the frozen fish they'd thawed out back on the ship hadn't harmed us, even if the flavor of it was a bit reductive. The invention of modern fishing techniques was a cornerstone moment for bison history. I wondered when and how humans began trawling their oceans.
Dustin, are you sure that Heliska will be alright with fish being served to us? I don't want to impact her trauma, I remarked.
The human flashed his teeth. That's kind of you to consider. I'll keep an eye on her, but she should be fine. She didn't have a problem with my choice of food during our training. I think the problem partially was the knowledge that your food was real, dead animal, not something lab-grown. Knowing that human meat is mainly vat-created was allowed us to, excuse it away. Naltor seemed to gag on his own tongue. Lab-grown? I swear, you and your team threw these words around earlier, but I let you fiends distract me with cure this, predator that, crap. I was ready to agree to anything to save Ivana. Vat-created? What the feck do you mean by that? We take some stem cell samples from animal embryos and trigger them into grow to muscles and fat in the lab. Nothing dies, nothing has to be raised. You can create as much as you want from a small collection of viable cultures. It's allowed us to supply food to a rapidly growing population and give our oceans a rest.
Don't tell me that this is your plan for Havrana. It sounds like these cells metastasize. You're feeding us fucking cancer. There's no chance this unnatural crap is safe, or something I would knowingly put in my beak. It's nothing like cancer. It's inducing a natural biological process. Cells for life forms are meant to replicate. Actually, the crap that causes cancer is probably the growth hormones that you use in your farms. Our practices are sustainable. They save land that we need for agriculture, and we can even control how much saturated fat winds up in the final product, making it healthier. I tilted my head and thought, I can see several advantages, Naltor. We're deeply overfishing our oceans, and this technology could help us. Plus, I doubt they'd eat it themselves if it was dangerous. If this makes Heliska less uncomfortable, then I'm all for it. We need to be mindful of our image, especially with certain statements making the rounds here. We've done nothing to have an image problem, except exist, the Selmal General challenged. Though I don't know what those Taisaya Feckwits have done, I don't think they'd had any positive contributions to Havrana in our entire history. You're correct about existing, Naltor, but perhaps you should reconsider your hostility towards Tessia. They probably don't feel too positively about Selma or Vitrala, since you both tried to invade them. There used to be 4 subspecies of bison, That was before the other nations pillaged Nulman. Wouldn't the Tessia have shared their fate if you weren't driven back? Dustin countered. That was a long time ago. My country didn't even exist back then, and the Vitrala had a damn fiefdom in those days. I thought you weren't here to judge our history. That you wanted us to not judge yours, that you'd made your own mistakes. I'm not judging your mistakes. I'm encouraging you to understand the different perspective from your own. There's no reason you can't learn from the past's lessons. Failure to do so makes it inevitable that they'll happen again. That's all well and dandy, but if you want to talk about the past, the Tessia are reclusive and sketchy as kale. Lessman is considered to be on good terms with the war-happy nomads just because they'll humor conversations with us. I've always thought that they were the threat to our peace, that they'd be the last to ever want bison unity. Now they're proving me right by facking up first contact. Concern caused me to clutch my flippers to my chest. There is no need to get so defensive, Naltor. No, we don't even know what the Tessia have done. It's all right, Dustin assured. We should wait to have all the facts. I think I already know what I have to suggest. If it's as bad as the Yodels say, we need to approach the Tessia, or all chances of getting into the Sapien Coalition will be gone. Arranging a parley on Ulsh, we can't afford such biases. We have to go there. That's suicide. So is letting Havrana die, I countered. With the up-ice climb we already have, we can't afford more opposition. I won't let first contact be ruined. I appreciate your passion. Heliska and Nuli are conferencing live with our monitoring station back in Havrana's system. Dustin's words offered confirmation of FTL comms. Makes it much easier for them to communicate across the coalition, I imagine, and it'll help us stay in touch with Earth. Let's take this into a private venue. This is one of your rooms here. We'll see what my teammates have to say, and we'll make a plan to get all of the nations on our side. The Gojid sociologist was jotting down several notes for herself, while the Thafki seemed to be listening intently to the latest intel from Havrana. I couldn't help but wonder how the people back home were taking the news of first contact. It was clear, given how standoffish the Tessia were behaving, that not all bisons were welcoming our visitors with open flippers. It was my hope that the Mirelay Huddledom and the Confederation of Vitral were a bit more receptive to the aliens. The less sane diplomats must be working overtime, banking on years of forged relations to make the other nations amenable. Did we have an inroad with the Tessia? How were the other countries handling the fact that the visitors only contacted us? Heliska looks worried, and I don't think it's about the fish. That can't be a positive sign. Dustin clapped his hands, finding plates set out under the metal trays. Ah, food is here. The one with the green sticker is for you, Lally. Dig in, please. Naltor didn't look exhilarated about sampling the offerings, after learning how they were sourced. So I decided to set an open-minded example. My flippers grabbed a human culinary tool, and I dove into the tender fish cutlet. It was delectable, juicy, and falling apart in my beak. Finally, giving in to the pleas of his stomach, the Selmal General took some miserable bites from his own serving. The Sapien Coalition hosts picked up their meals, more focused on conferring amongst themselves.
As we ate in relative silence, I absorbed the standard layout of a Terran lodging. The couch and television beckoned to me, granting access to an entire catalogue of media. They hadn't spared any expense. The suite was spacious enough to be an entire apartment back home. With my plate cleaned in record time, I found my willpower restored.
Thank you for the meal, it was lovely. We appreciate the generous accommodations.
Don't mention it. We want you to see the best Earth has to offer. Need some reason for why you'd want to join us with all our baggage, Dustin chuckled. It seems that we have our own problems too. If you don't mind my forwardness, it's my job to ensure that first contact goes smoothly. I need to know what's going on back home with the Seer nomads and the other nations. Let's start with the positives. The Molay Huddledom and the Confederation of Ritral both are eager to speak with us, and have taken assurances of our goodwill well. I think that we should send a representative from our team to both, alongside an analyst from the outpost who speaks their language and some Lasane diplomats, emphasizing that we intend not to favoritize any faction or to play kingmaker is key.
I like the idea of opening channels with all nations. I'm sure you know, but we warned that the Huddledom are hypersocial, and their frigid environment would be hazardous to you.
We're well aware, Nudia answered. There's a reason the analysts we trained in each pole's huddle tongue were Jaw. They would be able to handle the temperatures, whereas I was planning to volunteer as the landing party's representative. I don't mind wearing an environmental suit. Heliska can handle the Confederation of Ritol, who have the closest ties to your country. Hopefully, Lasman can help coordinate our reception. Gerald Naltor set down his fork. I can make arrangements for your safe passage, but I can't go with you to Selma territory. The Huddledom sees me as a traitor. I was the first officer of my country to defect to a nation created by Ritala. I wouldn't be welcome there, though Tassie shouldn't have the same issues.
We've done background research on you both, Heliska commented. The disclosure is appreciated, nonetheless.
Given that you read minds, I shouldn't be surprised at your disregard for privacy.
I think they just wanted to know who they were dealing with, I sighed. They'd want something resembling a background check for the first Bisoms to cross their borders.
Lulia drummed her claws on the table.
It's also that understanding you on a personal level helps us to avoid offending you. We're setting the groundwork for relations between our species. If anything goes wrong between us, it could spell diplomatic catastrophe.
We're committed to making sure this entire process goes as smoothly as possible. There's enough complications as it is, Dustin sighed. Nudia, tell them what the Tasia said in their public address.
I guess I get the joy of being the messenger.
I had to tell them about the Oxal and Earth being almost knocked off. You're getting a softball compared to that.
You do have a point. The Tasia hadn't been communicating through diplomatic channels, right up until the point they released a statement on their government account. In essence, they stated that Bisoms shouldn't trust the aliens and that they'll defend their territory from threats from the stars. It's in line with their standard distaste for outsiders, yet it's brazen to outright threaten to shoot us on sight. Less sane diplomats haven't been able to reach them since then, either, so we can't even talk it through.
How could the Tasia be so blind to the bigger picture, treating a non-Bisom intelligence like any other outsider to be shot down? There are too many opportunities for our entire planet. Like Dustin said in his speech, their medicine and mechanical prowess can save lives. Naltor smashed his fork against the table, earning looks from all of us. Now do you see my point? You can't just fly off for a civil conversation, Dustin. Tell me, how much research have you done on the Tasia? Did you observe more than them than we all know?
What Naltor is saying is that, even in the internet age, the Tasia haven't linked up with the rest of us. They seem to have their own isolated network. The nomads talk to our diplomats, but nobody lands on their soil. They put metal overhangs atop their cities just to hide them from the satellites. There's not much that we can tell you about their culture, apart from the fact that they migrate from city to city and have one of home for each season, I commented. Given how easily they acquired all of the data about us, I was hopeful our alien friends might be able to shed some light. Nobody can say why the Tasia do anything, but they're fecking strange. During the old space race, never having tipped off any interest in the stars, they launched the first rocket to Avrana's orbit, before computers were invented. Then they went to war with the world of Annulman, when they always kept to themselves. Suddenly, it was meant to be theirs. Talby, does the Sapien Coalition have any inkling on the Tasia's ways?
Dustin grimaced. Well, no. Those things are mysteries to us as much as you. We attempted to tap into their networks, but were unable to crack their encryption, even with quantum supercomputers. It's impressive. The Salmon's expression was priceless. You're telling me those nomads were unhackable when you got through our military-grade encryption like it was nothing? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. We only learned their language through your databases.
Their computer technology exceeds what we would expect from Bisons, given its recent discovery, Nulia commented. It's possible that your date on the advent of computers is wrong altogether. That would answer your rocket mystery. And possibly why they're reclusive, but not why they conceal their technology level from all of you. Heliska lashed her tail, pushing a forkful of greens around a plate. Again, we can only speculate. There must be some kind of reason, cultural or otherwise, for the isolationism.
And to find out, we need to talk to the Tessia. The way they're threatening us, fear-mongering about our arrival, I think they're scared, just like Naltor and his military were. My mind was reading from the aliens' hypothesis, which suggested that Tessia had made sophisticated advances and kept those for themselves. I could buy some technology, hold a candle to alien marvels, whose capabilities should have blown ours out of the water. It was a testament to how underestimated the nomads, beyond just the obvious case of surprise rocket launch. My immediate thought was whether they'd tapped into the Sapien Coalition's outpost network and learned about the Federation. That was the most logical reason to be frightened. If the war's horrors were released in an uncontrolled fashion, the effect on the Bison public could be devastating. I hoped that this was the case of isolationist paranoia, but if it wasn't, I agreed with the human that we needed to get a handle on it. I can picture the mass panic, learning about entire worlds being destroyed, carnivore hatred, and people being eaten. If I'm right, that's the worst way that Tessia could have found out the galaxy's history. I wasn't scared. I was alarmed about your arrival, Naltor grumbled. Dustin's eyes rotated up towards his brain. Whatever you say, I was tempted to wave at the snipers, but I don't think that they'd have liked that. You knew about the snipers? We have heat vision cameras, just saying. And your plan is to touch down on Ulsh, where you can't see the snipers, where nobody is granted entrance after they openly pledged to blow your brains out. Yes and no. I was thinking more of washing up on their shoals under a Lasane flag. You're the only ones they talk to, and that means that they might hold fire on a diplomatic vessel. I would have liked to have a longer holiday here on Earth, but I believe that we need to turn back for Evrana tomorrow. Every day this drags on, the Yodel's case gets stronger. Won't it make you look bad, not honoring their request for you to stay away, I murmured. You told us that you would have left if that was our wish. I also believe they are serious about their threat to kill you. I will leave, should they ask politely in person. Perhaps we're wrong not to respect their keep out message, but they simply must recant the public statement, for the sake of our mission. Evrana is in dire straits. I'll sleep fine at night, and to save an entire planet, I can stomach the risks. I've come to like you, Dustin, and though he won't admit it, Naltor does too. Neither of us want anything to happen to you. I would feel terrible if first contact ended in a tragedy, not to mention what it could mean between our two people. I want to fix this mess as much as you do, but perhaps it should be less sane diplomats taking the plunge. I agree with Dr. Tassi, Nudia said, her spines half raised in alarm. There's no reason for you to put yourself in such a grave peril. The human slammed a fist into the table. The reason is that we need to communicate that we're not a threat. Sending the Lasanes alone could make us at fault for the next global war, whereas if I go, it's just one of their ships. I believe in Bisons. If I put myself at their mercy, they'll see that they have the power. There's nothing to fear. It has to be me, and I won't be dissuaded.
Then let us go with you, Heliska countered, nervously preening her fur. This could be my fault for the meltdown at the feast. We're a team. You don't have to sacrifice yourself alone.
If they're going to kill aliens on sight, there's no reason for our whole first contact party to die. That level of carnage would give the United Nations pause, despite their commitment to help. I won't risk our entire connection to the Bisons. There's been too much blood, sweat, and tears into the program. A decade of our lives. My stomach churned, knowing that I couldn't let Dustin venture off alone.
Then I'm tagging along, This is my life's work, and I have to do my part to protect you. I'll make sure the Lysane government doesn't seek retribution in the event of our demise. I'm representing the FAI, not them.
There's no chance in you're trying to be one of Kale's cultists, trying to be a martyr, Naltar interjected. If you want a Lysane boat, you're taking both Tassie and I with you. We're in this together for now, for all Bisons. And don't worry, I won't go spewing my thoughts about the Tessia to their faces. We go the three of us, or we don't go at all. Got it?
You could leave a little room for debate, the human hesitated, a weary look in his eyes, but was unable to withstand the general's authoritative assertions. If you insist, but I don't like it. Putting people in harm's way isn't something I'm used to. That's why you're bringing a military man along. Too much naivety between the Jew and Tassie. This ocean crisis sounds like serious shit, and I won't let a single country doom our planet. I'll do whatever it takes to protect Irana. Thank you. Yes, I'll have our people get in touch with Lesman. We know how we're handling each of the factions.
Dustin stood from the table, clearly having lost his appetite during our discussion.
The flavorful fish cutlet that I had devoured suddenly felt heavy as a rock in my stomach, as it occurred to me what I had insisted on. I'd been watching the human lay himself out on train tracks, and I couldn't bear it. Just when Bisons discovered aliens, my life could be ending in a few days. There was some solace that I had lived to this point where we discovered extraterrestrial intelligence, and had been the first Bison to see another planet. But there was still so much I wanted to learn. Sailing towards a continent known for torturing unwanted visitors on sight was suicide, even if it was the only way to attempt to save diplomatic relations. I rubbed the spot where my implant had been placed, feeling stress boiling within me. My first priority was to get a memory transcription before we departed for Tessia territory, in case this was my final week in the land of the living. I wanted my people to know that I was willing to sacrifice myself for this cause, and to know how truly excited I was about these newcomers. When Dustin and Nerlia got scanned before the ship launched tomorrow, I would quietly have my thoughts taken down. It would take a miracle of good faith from the nomads to depart alive, if the fact that they were friendly with Lassman counted for anything. We had no other choice to find out why the third subspecies had hidden so much from the rest of bison kind. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Memory transcription subject Tassie Bison scientist. Date standardized human time March 20th, 2160. My day-to-day life was a whirlwind as we booked it back to Irana to put a muzzle on the Tessia's beaks. I could only imagine the Lysane Councilor's discontent being asked to furnish our diplomatic boat with the most likely outcome of killing a prominent scientist, a high-ranking general, and the most notorious member of the First Contact team, who happened to be from the galaxy's predominant power. Renewed efforts were put into contacting Tessia through diplomatic channels, but the radio silence persisted. Knowing that my time might be ticking down, I studied every piece of alien media that I could on the ride back. General Naltor was even willing to watch the venerable human war movie called Escape from the Cradle, which was one of the first films Terrans made in conjunction with an alien species. The First Contact team had set up movie night, displaying their traditions of eating puffy kernels of popcorn. Sadly, Bisons couldn't share in that. Eliska had come for the popcorn, but left before the movie's violent opening. It was strange to think that I was watching an interpretation of what destroyed Nulia's world. That such a catastrophe had been turned into a story entertainment. There were many specifics that Nalthor and I didn't understand, such as the mass stampedes at the humans' arrival. I inferred that was what the Gojit sociologist meant by her village panicking. I think that the galaxy found Dustin's kind that monstrous to instill such senseless response. Was that how they saw Bisons? Would they see me as an abomination to run away from? That thought broke my heart into tiny pieces. I had grasped that there were prejudices against us, but not how fundamentally abhorrent we were to them. I wasn't sure what I could do to maintain our image that would transcend that fact. However much things had changed during the 23-year duration, Eliska's mind had kicked into flight mode as we welcomed her, and she had trained to face what we were. as though carnivores was something that required exposure to tolerate. We're risking our lives to save first contact, not just because of opportunities of bison kind, but because if Rana hangs in the balance. How am I supposed to not just fend off accusations of wanting to eat people, but to stop other bisons like the Desir from panicking at the truth? How did humans do it? The final day of our voyage, on descent back to Lisman, came without offering any assurances. I couldn't help but feel woefully underqualified for the tasks on my plate. None of my thought exercises about first contact had prepared me for this. General Naltor had been focused on quietly making arrangements, ensuring that word was sent back to his family in the Huddledom, despite the fact that they disowned him after his exodus. I mulled over what I'd squawked at the Tassia, even as I listened in on the human podcasts and peeked at animated media. If only I could haul away and absorb knowledge about their lives, without complications burdening some. Still, timed and slow for my troubles. Dustin, Neltor, and I loaded onto a small Lessium ferry, like fish swimming into a net. I listened to some alien music for part of the ride before giving up on my escapism. Had enough of the Terran entertainment machine, Doctor. The human leaned out over the railing, admiring the sea spray and searching for the coastline. You still haven't peeked at our sports, Tassie. You might enjoy our fishing competitions. There's also some video games that are just about sailing or diving underwater. I leaned back with exhaustion. How can you be so calm with all that's hinging on our travels? We're almost within the range where the Tessia normally starts shooting. I'm at peace. I said my goodbyes to my adopted brother, Jamek. You would like his artwork. He's got a penchant for portraits, done some for really important individuals. I bet he'd nail your likeness. He'd see the same fire in the universe that I see in your eyes. I hope that we get a chance to know each other better. I would have liked that, actually. What is it that you want to know? We have a few minutes left. Dustin tilted his head and thought. I wish you knew what you were like on a personal level. I think we'd be friends, Tassie, given enough time. What would you be if you weren't an FAI scientist? Dead, I guess. Figuring out what's in the stars was all I was ever interested in. The hypotheticals always captured me. It's a place I retreat to in my mind, a fixture of my identity. My family never understood my obsession or why it mattered so much, but space is a single thing that ever fascinated me. Maybe I could have been an astronaut, but then I would have been a passenger, not a scientific mover. Dead, she says. Bold. I don't think anyone's answered that icebreaker quite like that. There's got to be something else. You seem to like movies and shows. Because they're your shows. They speak about how you viewed the world, your past, your emotions, your forms of expression, and your criteria for artwork. The slightest differences between things we take for granted, such as wealth of information to be gleaned. I've liked by some shows, sure, but they were always related to aliens. I used to go to the space expedition conventions, fictional bison explorers with a mission similar to the FAI. I guess I'm always the nerdiest person in the room, no matter what company I'm in. An amused rumble passed through his chest. I'd give you a run for your money. When I first moved to Skulker, I read the entire xenobiology textbook for fun. How creatures evolve and specialize. It makes the world make sense. The things I could have told you about Earth animals from the time I was in elementary school. You would have been surprised anyone cared about such things. Meanwhile, I intimidated my teachers into passing me in my classes, Naltor remarked, mischief twinkling in his eyes. Well, that's not true, but you believed it for a second. You got to be curious about something in the universe, Naltor. There had to be some subject that spoke to you. Do my strategy classes with the Solmor Military College count? I scoffed. That's not something that invokes wonder and curiosity. There's more to this world than fighting and killing. That's reductive thinking. It's important to know how to protect yourself from any threat. There's some wisdom to be gleaned from cleverness of any kind, just like learning how scientists made their discoveries, Dustin mused. Tactics makes you think about what lines you're willing to cross. Beyond that, there's some lessons in war that translates to other parts of life. Never stop your enemy when they're making a mistake. Ha! I like that. It's a shame I don't see you as an enemy. So I had no choice but to try and stop you from this mistake. I could throw you overboard and save Tessia,
the missiles.
You are a disturbed man. The Desir have to realize that a war with us isn't to anyone's benefit. We just need to assure them that we can work together despite this carnival crap.
Yeah, the nomads don't do that working together shite.
Naltor, shut up.
The Selmal chuckled to himself, contented with the alien's rebuke. I stared at the enemy seas and thought over what Dustin had said about xenobiology, occupying all of his brain space. He might have been the first person who seemed to understand what it was like to need to learn everything possible about a subject, down to the smallest minutiae. Well, someone like Naltor would find at a snooze fest, I would kill to get my flippers on a textbook like that. The things the humans could tell me about each species' evolution. There were 300 of them out there, and I knew so few. On account of that tragedy alone, I was determined to survive long enough to learn them all. I really just know the Vendel, Jotl, Gojit, Thafki, Durton, Crocowatl, and Oxor. There's so much left for me to learn. Whatever they think of Bisons, I have to show the Sapien Coalition who we are. I have to rise to the occasion. The GPS locator showed that we crossed the official boundary of Tessia Seas. I rose to my feet, waddling over to the receiver in case I needed to talk to them. If the nomads would shoot down diplomats at once for the slightest intrusion, our fate was already sealed. My heartbeat quickened as I waited to see the supersonic missiles would crest the horizon. There was no sign of a response from Ulsh until an incoming transmission was targeted at us. The fact that we received a verbal warning was a positive sign. They didn't want the hostilities associated with shooting down a civilian boat, whatever Naltor might think. This is Ulsh Lighthouse, Lysane boat. Turn back at once. You're trespassing into Tessia territory, and no amount of goodwill between us gives you that right. A stern voice squawked through the radio. The speaker addressed us in flawless Rit. I steadied myself before pressing a button in response. We need to speak with Tessia about the aliens. This affects all Bisons. We need to understand each other and be on the same page. If there's something you've learned about them, it benefits us all to share. If there's one moment where we have to work together, it is now. This will define the entire planet's future, whether it has one at all. The voice was quiet for a long moment. To whom am I speaking? Dr. Tassi, with fishing for alien intelligence. I'm a scientist. Our ferry is diplomatic and unarmed. You're welcome to search it, or to transfer us to one of your ships, if that's your concern. We need to have a conversation and get channels reopened. Please, at least hear out what we've learned. It can only help you. What is your name? Zulk. I'm in charge of the Tessia Coast Guard. You're fortunate I have the authority to not shoot you down. What you've said about Ivana having a future, it's why, if you knew what's good for you, you'd cut ties with the aliens. You'd see through all those grand promises Dustin told the crowds about peace and progress. Don't trust that thing. Why are you so certain these aliens are a bad thing? I'm sure whatever's soured your opinion, it can be explained. I strongly doubt that. The sands of Ulsh were becoming visible on the fringes of my vision, along with a waiting army of Tessia on speedboats. The lighthouse was further back, rusted and looming over the obscured continent. This is your last warning, Tassi. Turn the Feck back. You'll have to shoot me, Zulk. Is that what the Tessia stand for? Gunning down scientists who want nothing more than world peace and to represent Bisons in a unified way. I didn't believe it was. Neither did that alien who was willing to risk his life to understand why you're afraid of him. If you have concerns about Dustin, the best way to handle them is to question him in person. The alien is aboard your vessel? He is. And he's aware of your threat to shoot him on sight. That he's not welcome. We're all aware that we're not welcome. Dustin wanted to go alone so that he wouldn't endanger us. He came all this way to try and save Ivrana, and he's willing to die for our sake, Zulk. You have to listen. I'm listening. It might be valuable to subdue him and acquire intelligence, since it appears he can't fight back. Questioning a Xeno alive, the only prospect more fascinating than putting him at the bottom of the sea. My beak parted in alarm. Just what are you thinking of doing to him? That depends on the answers Dustin gives, I imagine. Don't worry your little head, Ritrala. I'll ask for clearance from the elders on how to proceed, and I might be able to tell you everything soon. It might be beneficial for us to stop Lassman from crawling into a tight box with these terrors. Naltor shoved me aside, features grimacing with outrage. What are you going to do with us in the meantime? Ah,
The Selmo General from the broadcast. Nelter, is it? We're going to detain you, since you so expressly wished to talk. I can probably let you watch as we extract information from that thing by any means necessary. Stop this madness. What is wrong with you? You can't lay a flipper on him. Dustin might be an alien, but he's a civilian, a humble scientist, and a surprisingly pleasant fellow at that. Civilian? As if that matters. Whatever think you know, Selmo, save your breath. You and your alien friend better lie out, face down on the deck. Resist, and we'll put a bullet in your skulls. Why don't you pass that message along?
Wait, Zulk, it doesn't have to be like this. We could talk over the radio, I pleaded. Dustin would talk willingly.
He better. I'll see you soon, Tassie. Zulk disconnected from the channel. As the Coast Guard boats closed in on us, Dustin's complexion had lightened, though he stretched out on the ground, grumbling something about being the new Marcel. Wasn't that the name of the human who took Nulia in? What did that mean? I didn't feel right about letting the Tessia capture him, when all they said they were questioning would be less than civilized. The thought of them using advanced interrogation tactics on my fellow nerd made me shudder. After having already washed up on Ulster shores, there wasn't much that we could do. I suppose I should have been relieved that they didn't just sink us, sharing a glance with the irate Naltor. I laid out alongside Dustin and nudged him to offer some comfort. I swear Zulk decided to spare us once he heard that he could get his flippers on an alien, like Dustin would be some live test subject to them. I've got to try and talk them out of this, to figure out why Tessia are doing this, and what it'll take to stop them. I won't let my friend from the stars suffer in bison custody. If Eliska was afraid of our friendly welcome feast, what would she think of this reception? Naltor grumbled. I bet she'd make a swim for it. It's not too late for you to do the same, Dustin. The human chuckled half-heartedly. Hallie wouldn't be alone in having that desire right about now, though I imagine it's an exercise in futility at this point. I'm glad that I didn't let her and Nulia come along. Hopefully they're, having a better time meeting the other nations. Well, that's about guaranteed. It's tough to be worse off. You really inspire optimism, Naltor. Remind me to never follow you into battle. Optimism gets you captured by crazy nomads. Realism is a better philosophy to aspire to. Maybe you're right. I should have listened, not to talk to them. I mean, I knew the risks, but I shouldn't have agreed for you and Tassie to come along. I drew a shaky breath. We're in this together, like Naltor said. I'll do everything I can. I'll make sure someone knows about how they welcomed you. I hope you do, but I don't want to start a war. Just save Avrana. That's what matters to me. Goodbye, Tassie. Tessia soldiers stormed onto the vessel, with every one of them surrounding Dustin. The mid-sized bisons had yellow crests protruding from the sides of their heads, beneath their helmets. Several bodies restrained him, ensuring that he was tightly bound. They bagged his head before hauling him to his feet with a rough grasp. I couldn't help but notice the strange expression on their faces, though that might have been because it was their first time seeing an alien. I squeezed my eyes shut as they cuffed me, with only a touch more delicacy. Naltor's outraged barks echoed beside me. The nomad's greeting party placed a bag atop my head, blocking out any vision I might have had of Ulsh. Powerless to stop whatever their intentions were for Dustin and for us, I allowed myself to be herded to a different boat and ferried to the shore. Horror flooded my chest once I overheard the chatter between Tessia's soldiers. It wasn't the standard questions or apprehensions that floated through the Lasman military when the aliens landed. The sick bastards were laughing, practically rubbing their flippers together in glee at the prospective remarks about ripping the human open. How could any bison respond to our first visitor from another sapient species by relishing in the idea of his suffering? I couldn't begin to understand what would drive such a sickening behavior. General Naltor had been right about this being a mistake, no matter how necessary it seemed to our mission. As we disembarked onto dry land, I racked my brain in desperation to think of a way to get the human out unharmed. If the Tessia wanted to torment Dustin, they'd have to get through me. I would fight to stop this, in any way that I could. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Memory transcription, subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date, standardized human time, March 20th, 2160. I woke up drenched in a cold sweat for the third night in a row. My fingers were clutching the blankets as if my life depended on it. My breathing was erratic, with my brain locking me into a fight-or-flight mode. I sank back against my pillow slowly, trying to collect myself. The thuds of my heartbeat punched my ribcage, a frantic pace that felt impossible for the blood-pumping organ. All I saw when I closed my eyes was sand raining atop my head, burying me. The screams of the other humans echoed in my ears tonight, before I was teleported into the morgue. Gaber's corpse had been there, burned like the victims in the medical clinic, before his accusatory eyes turned towards me. In the waking world, I knew that horror wouldn't leave me. All of those people had died because of me. I should have read Gress better, since that was the very thing that I was trusted to do by the colony. How could I be furious at the consortium, when it was our shiftiness that left them thinking that we were with the Federation? The blame belonged on my shoulders, or my decisions. Everywhere I looked around Tennis, watching grieving friends or seeing miners without any work, I was reminded of the blood on my hands. They might as well have been stained red, proclaiming my sins to the entire community that I failed. My entire life I felt trapped underground, but it's never been on this level. If Gress is offering to take me away from here, it's time to get going. I have to get out of here. While I'd spent the past few days recuperating in my quarters, the Krev rent collector had been making the rounds of the colony. When I chatted with Charisse over a call, she described him as keen to get his claws on any information about humans. It might have been suicidal, but not long ago to mingle with the miners, but being the first aliens to tolerate our appearance won him some favor. Everyone had gotten wind of this story by now, and many humans had finally put ourselves in their shoes. Who wouldn't want to keep away from the Federation? It was a miracle, but we might have found the only sane species in the galaxy. That left me more apprehensive for news of the Jaslips. While I was disconcerted about the idea of handling any kind of responsibility on humanity's behalf, Gress was adamant that I represent the colony. I needed to come back on the horse. The thought of sightseeing tour to Avar did bring excitement to my chest. It had been a long time since I saw a proper city outside of a screen, and there were many outdoorsy activities I'd never experienced. Did I even deserve those experiences? I popped in my earbuds, opted to call Charisse as I packed my bag. "Good morning. I'm back on my own 2 feet, and ready to head out if you are. Do you know where I can find Gress?" "Not so fast," she replied. "Did Dr. Abadeo clear you to leave?" "Well, she didn't explicitly say I couldn't. Genuinely, I'm fine. My injuries were minor, and a few days' rest has given me my strength back. Walking, talking, A-OK. It'll be exciting to head to Avar. Being a long time since I've been to space, you know." "Taylor, I know for a fact that you are not ready. We all harbored a lot of pent-up anger after what the aliens have done, but you've always been a maestro at kissing up to their faces. You were never this irritable, set off on a dime at the expense of your own goals." "My temper was a little short, and I'm sorry that I lost it with Gress. The drill accident was still fresh. I saw red when he just walked off. It was inexcusable, and I know I could affect us all. I'm beyond sorry. It won't happen again." "I can't say part of me didn't like it when you clubbed him over the head. Hathaway's chewed me out enough. I'm saying this because I'm worried about you, and I want you to know that it's okay to sit this one out. You went through a traumatic experience, almost dying, and it hasn't even been a week. You could have a form of PTSD. A lot of cases, it goes away with enough time, but I'm sure Gress would understand. You're unfit to travel." I raised my eyebrows in disbelief. "Stop psychoanalyzing me. You're not a fucking doctor besides. Even if you were right, you really want to go crying mental issues to an alien so that he can assume that I have predator disease?" "There is no reason to think that Gress believes in predator disease. He thinks the Federations are nutcases, just like we do. These guys might actually know a thing or two about head trauma. If we wanted to snap you with that kind of label, I think he wouldn't have excused away your assault." "Well, I appreciate the concern, but it's not needed. I can do this. I'm upset about what happened, but it's nothing I can't handle." If you don't want to go to Avar anymore, I understand. It is dangerous. Just don't try to stop me from making amends. Now you're going to tell me we're aggressors or not."
Silence came over the other end of the earbuds as I zipped up my makeshift travel bag. "I imagine Gress is at the bar with the miners. He got very shit-faced the first night you were sidelined and tried to pet and hug everyone. Hasn't drank since, but still, he's there a bunch. I'll send a message to Hathaway and we'll meet you there."
"You don't want to go wait for us on the ship?"
"There is not a chance in hell I'm leaving you alone with an alien, especially since the time we got some answers about these jaslips and however the Krev stopped the Federation from finding them."
"Crap. I'll drink to that. We might not like Gress's little story, I think. See you soon."
I slung my bag over my shoulder, fantasizing to myself that I was a human on Earth heading off to a beach resort in the Caribbean. We didn't exactly have summer holidays or any sort of reprieve holed away down here. I skimmed my pack list one last time, making sure I hadn't forgotten any essentials that the Krev might not have. I'd squirreled away some snack bars, just in case their ideas of primate diets were the dried insects they fed their oboes. Pea-brained Jovra might have no standards for what he'd put in his mouth, but I was sapient. As much as I was itching to set off, it had boiled my blood to travel with that crazed demon. Gress tried to tell me that Jovra was afraid of me, but that oboe knew what it was doing. Goes and perches, nice and innocent, on the Krev's shoulder afterwards. Charisse thinks I'm irritable now. I'm going to get that stupid monkey back. I sped up my strides as I entered the main cavern, casting my gaze to the elevator, with no reason to control traffic in and out of the colony. The gates and the security restrictions had been lifted. From what I had been told in earlier calls, Gress had relayed that we were primate refugees of war, rather than Federation oppressors. The consortium signed off on our visit to Avar, which I suppose was an optimistic sign that they might help. I hadn't even thought of what to ask for, but it would be wonderful if they could build a proper, above-ground home for us. It was bizarre to encounter aliens that had any semblance of charity or curiosity towards us. Smiling bitterly to myself, I propelled my feet onwards into the bar. Given our circumstances, liquor was never out of the fashion on Tellus. Drunken escapades were one way to cope with your homeworld being eradicated, and living 2 decades in an underground burrow. Just as Charisse had predicted, the green scales of the rent collector were visible atop a stool. A muscular miner sat across from Gress, waving a pint of beer in a jolly fashion. The Krev was nonplussed by the human dwarfing his own figure, or the impressive guns that constituted his biceps. Several humans appeared to be eavesdropping on the conversation.
"So the real reason the payments weren't ready was a strike?"
Gress echoed.
"I don't blame you. We wanted it to be unfavorable so you'd settle elsewhere. I'm going to ask for the consortium to repay the material shipment and make it right. You don't need to toil on our behalf ever again, sweet darlings. I wish I could tear those Federation feckers a new one."
The human chucked the last of his beer. "You and me both, except for the Vannies, sure. They'd have piss dribbling down their fur at the sight of us, but they tried to prevent us to, stop what happened to Earth. They're probably dead now, too, because of it."
"I'm sorry, Dale. Really, I am. I saw what you put yourselves through trying to be their friends. However pitiful those Vendel acted, they're probably the reason you made it here at all. The exchange program idea was adorable."
"Except we had to censor everything about our culture," I spoke from behind Gress. "We picked a lot of tree huggers to talk to the Vendel, and that's the only reason they helped us."
"Taylor, it's good to see you. I was getting worried. I only have 2 days to get home before Lekker's performance. Maybe I could even take you if you want. Please, grab a seat."
"I'm good, thanks. I came here to let you know I'm ready to travel to Avar."
"As am I,"
Charisse's voice said from next to me. "Taylor, the Vendel died for us, whatever the exchange program's faults were. Some of those Xenos called humans friends, short-lived as that was. Nobody else cared."
"We care. My point was, I've been thinking about an exchange program between the Krev and humans. Voluntary, of course, but our morale's been drained, just like yours. We'd love to get to know you. Fostering a new friendship could be a wonderful thing for us all."
Major Hathaway strolled up to the table.
I'm sure that we could drum up some interest. Humanity, has been in dire need of friends for far too long. Dale finished his pint standing up. You're not half bad, Scales. I'll leave you all to it. But count me in if you start an exchange program. Cheers, mate. I waited as the miner ducked away, mulling over what seemed to be Gress's latest idea. Cultural exposure wasn't a bad idea, but how could humans ever bare our souls before aliens again? The idea of the Krev being our friends was appealing, in practice, yet there was so much baggage from our prior exchange program. However much more fortitude the scaly mammals had than the Federation, it'd be in the back of our minds about putting one foot wrong. Beyond that, I didn't know how to deal with the fact that we resembled their pets. In that case, the shoe was on the other foot, compared to how the Vendel exchange had fared. I have an idea for how to start the exchange program, I murmured. Jaslips, spill the beans. If you want to do it in privacy of the ship, fine. But I want the damn truth. It's not easy to trust you. Gress drummed his claws on the table. Exchange program? Officializing it just like that. Does that mean that we're partners, Taylor? You'd want to be. As a matter of fact, I was going to request to be paired with you if you joined. I see. I wasn't sure why the Feck Gress wanted anything to do with me, but he wasn't nearly as punchable as I thought he was. Before the mask reveal, there was a lot more warmth and affability from the Krev father than I anticipated. Feck it, why not? But your Jaslip story better not make us all hate your guts. It wasn't my decision. It happened before I was born. I don't hate you for things humans did before you were born. But you said it was the right decision. You agree with the Gress? Perhaps we should take this elsewhere, Hathaway prompted. The Krev raised a pause. Don't worry, I don't mind if others overhear. If you've ever to trust us, Taylor's right. You need to hear our full history. So I'll try to give you the rundown. So the consortium was born 100 years ago, made of our spacefaring allies. It was born, because we found the Federation. Grest tapped a small projection device, casting a 3D presentation of the white-furred quadruped. There was a number of things that stood out, beyond the triangular ears and bushy coat. These beings had forward-facing eyes. If these were the Jaslips, there were other sapiens with binocular vision, not just us and the Arxol. I began to get a picture about why the Krev guest mentioned that these people needed to be hidden at all. Their diet likely wasn't adjacent to the Federation specifications. On Earth, these creatures had the form of something that hunted. My eyes did zero in on the trait that was truly alien. The Jaslip's tail seemed to split into 3 fluffy fronds at its base. Multiple tails, that's a new one. I won't disrupt his story, but I sure hope he gets to what the hell that's about. These are the Jaslips. I imagine the image is insightful. Well, you and I find it noteworthy that they have split tails, meant for carrying their pups like a basket. The Federation would be more interested in their eyes. In the fact they're carnivorous, Gress explained. Hathaway tilted his head. Like the Arxol. Nothing like those psychopaths. Good luck convincing the Federation of that, though. The Krev Consortium saw the threat posed to any species their mindset touched, and you know that it is our job to stop them from finding us, to at least buy a few generations of time. It was obvious the Jaslips were under the greatest threat of extermination of all of our allies. Because they're predators, I hissed. Well, yes, but it was beyond that. Avor is 7 days' travel from Sivkit space, the edge of Federation territory. We have hundreds of light years between us and them. The Jaslips weren't just suspect to them at a glance. They also were the closest to any consortium space. A day travel from Sivkit space. We saw it as a matter of time before they were found. An eventuality. Charisse narrowed her eyes. The Federation didn't find any other predators. What do you mean by stopping them, Gress? Please, dear God, tell me you didn't kill them, I groaned. Wouldn't make me feel rosy about whether we'd be sacrificed for the greater good. The Krev looked offended. Our job is to protect people from the Federation, not to finish their work. We could never wipe out an entire race. That's part of why we spared you, beyond fears of starting a war. We simply coordinated with the Jaslip government to move their population off-world. You see, their homeworld, Esquire, was absolutely frigid. We could offer them settlements on Avor poles as well as other consortium worlds.
The Jaslips agreed with our plan, offloaded civilians, billions of them. The Great Relocation was a process we spent 30 years on.
That can't be all you meant by unnecessary evil. Getting them out to dodge from the Federation. That was the right thing to do.
Of course it was, Taylor. The controversy of it all was the fact that there were Jaslips who refused to abandon HFY during the mandatory evacuation. Our plan was to make it look as though the planet had died via nuclear war, to wipe it of all traces of life, so they wouldn't come looking. The Jaslip government wouldn't sign off while there were still civilians on world. The Reskets sent soldiers in on our behalf to round up the Jaslip stragglers. Got some of them, but the others fought back. It was a damn clusterfuck. Sharice's eyes darted back and forth, arriving at the same conclusion as me. You tried to forcibly relocate the Jaslips and failed, but I get the distinct impression that didn't stop you. It didn't. You have to understand, it wasn't just them. The Jaslips could have led them straight to all of us. Every year that HFY stayed inhabited, it was a risk of being found. You humans saw the consequences of being discovered. Hindsight is easy. To know the Federation wouldn't have expanded. Tell me, if you could have left Earth and stopped them from finding humanity, would you have made any sacrifice?
I would, Hathaway replied, in a measured voice. Knowing what happened to our true home, I was willing to make any sacrifice to avoid getting into a war with the Krev.
You know what it's like to have that fate of your entire species at the back of your mind. That's not an easy burden, and I doubt it was an easy decision. The Krev just couldn't wait any longer. Time was up. We made the decision to pull the trigger, so the buffer between us and the Federation would be established.
A pit formed in my stomach, thinking about yet another homeworld lost to smithereens. If you tried to evacuate all the civilians off-world, and the majority agreed with your plan, I understand choosing the Consortium survival. It's a crappy situation. I do wonder how the Jaslips reacted.
Not well. They're still bitter over what we did, and it was 30 years ago, a little before your arrival. The true controversy, the Jaslips hibernate during winter, when the temperatures drop to a certain point. Their farms can't operate under such extreme conditions. We waited until their government on Avor was in hibernation, during its brief overlap with HFY's hibernation season. We bombed their world into oblivion only then, while they weren't there to protest or resist. The Jaslips woke up to find the planet gone, and everyone who remained on it dead.
I swallowed, feeling my throat run dry. Forcibly ripping people from their homes was reprehensible enough, regardless of whether the Jaslip government had gone along with it. The ethics were dubious, though I could understand the Federation's threat taking precedence. The story had taken a further decline, with the Krev failing to remove the remnants and deciding to bury HFY like the Crow-Cottle did to Earth, with people still on it. The brute calculation of Consortium was something that I could understand. Billions of lives and multiple civilizations against a few holdouts. Letting the Federation find the Jaslips wasn't an option. Gress's people were trying to prevent a tragedy on the scale of our own. If that was what it had taken to save humanity, I would have done it in a heartbeat. It's the cowardice, the scumminess of that move that leaves a sour taste in my mouth. I threw up my hands in disbelief. You waited until the Jaslips were all asleep and powerless to glass their planet without their permission. Am I getting this straight?
You are, Taylor. It was a crappy thing to do, I know. I feel sorry for them, but the Jaslips have set up new lives in the poles of other worlds, Gress answered in a despondent voice. Maybe their species still exists because of our choice. Maybe we could have given them a few more years to evacuate. Maybe we didn't have to do it at all. I believe it was a necessary evil, but I agree, it was evil. Deaths have never been our aim.
But you would sacrifice us to save the Consortium side. Are you worried about the risk of Federation finding us?
I'm worried about the risk of the Federation finding any of us. You have my word that the Crab will protect you, whatever comes knocking. All we ask is that you help us ensure our collective safety, and that you can forgive the blood on our claws. Please.
Mayor Hathaway giving me a look that says to play nice. We need the Crab's help, and whatever I think about their handling of the Jaslip crap, it was 30 years ago. It's better that we know. I forced a smile. Let's head for Avor, Gress. I couldn't have been easy to admit your species' lowest moments, but I appreciate the trust. I suppose I should return the favor a little. You can tell us about the other species on the way over. We wouldn't want to risk missing your daughter's recital.
Oh, it's only 2 hours to Avar. That's why we had to have our warships intercept you. You're too close, even with the signal dampening field.
Grass's eyes brightened, as if he'd thought of something.
Necker is going to love you. She has an Obor backpack, you know. Juvra is her Obor as much as mine. I'll have to properly introduce you to Juvra on the ride over.
Goody, lucky me. Cherise snorted. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against the Obor. No, it's not like I'm worried about getting my face taken off or anything. Grass raised a single claw.
Juvra will be on his best behavior, and so will you. Let's head to the ship, friends. To my amazement, I hope to be back here soon.
I arched my eyebrows, acknowledging my own shock as to how the visit had played out. We'd shown our faces to the crib, who we believed here were here to exploit our misfortune, and found that we shared a common enemy in space. It was strange to think that I'd wound up verbally committed to an alien exchange program, and that I'd been volunteered to represent all of humanity. This time, with a tangible chance of securing a future in the stars. With any luck, my diplomacy would play out as a fairer audience than Noah Williams' pleas had. I also hoped that the Jaslips were the worst skeleton in the Krebs closet. Their history couldn't all be Machiavellian. I shouldered my bag, loping after Grass, and bidding farewell to the only home that I could remember. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, March 20th, 2160. People that lived back on Earth used to travel in commercial airliners, flying across the skies as if it were a regular occurrence. Hundreds of passengers flying to and fro across the globe. Entire complexes that made up airports, welcoming visitors to cities of millions. For me, I thought the only way that I'd ever lift off again was if we left Tellus, or if I joined the ragtag militia. It was strange to feel the thunderous engines uprooting us from the ground, nerve-wracking even. I gripped my harness with apprehension, while Cherise kept a keen eye on Grass. Juvra had been strapped to Krebs' chest to prevent the Obor from sliding around during takeoff. As we cleared the atmosphere, I took a look at the sandy landmass of the planet below. It was a barren image compared to the luscious span of Earth. To think that spheres were so gigantic, yet we'd only settled a tiny patch of its dirt. I couldn't imagine humanity ever growing enough to conquer its circumference like that again, given that it had taken 12,000 years to reach our old population numbers. Our recovery wasn't something that would happen in any of our lifetimes. I laughed bitterly to myself, thinking about the young, able-bodied victims of the mining incident. There was always something ensuring that we couldn't grow our numbers in peace.
What's so funny?
Grass asked as he waited for the warp drive to complete its startup sequence. I pursed my lips. Everything we have is nothing. Nothing in the grand scheme of things. I got this job by being good at kissing folks' asses. It felt good when I let myself go. This trip on Avar, it's going to be the last fucking time I suck up to anyone. I'm done pretending, done talking. I want to take some tangible action, Grass.
Well, we always use more bodies in the military, in case our favorite group of aliens comes knocking. If it weren't for my daughter, I might have joined up myself. I've never been much of a fighter, but there are other things I could do. Maybe it's worth it to put on the reserve. I don't want to be idle. Should anyone threaten Necker's safety? Your story shows how dangerous the Federation is.
That's true. Those no-good ass clowns were more of a threat to us than we ever were to them. Played judge, jury, and executioner.
Cherise tilted her head, brow furrowed in thought. Say, how the fuck did you think that we were with the Federation when we didn't torch the wildlife? You hid yourselves underground. How did we know you weren't cleansing the caverns down there? Grace protested, as the ship slipped into subspace. The Krev then unclipped Juvra, who clapped his globby mitts together with delight. Humans made a point of obscuring every detail of your lives. For all we knew, you were amassing weapons on our doorstep. The Riskets wanted to barge in and find out what you were up to by force, or capture one of you. Why didn't you? Taylor and I would have been easy targets when we went up to meet you. Again, we didn't want to open hostilities with the Federation. The Krev hoped that you would move on.
And why did they believe that you could bring that about? I asked. You said they chose you for a position because they trusted you to put an end to the saga. It wasn't for the first time driving people from their homes.
Taylor, I was a hostage negotiator with the police force in Abar's capital. I was involved in an infamous situation with some high-profile individuals and angry, relocated jazzlips. I prefer not to talk about it any further.
Fine. We're just trying to get to know you.
Any other subject, please. This one awful incident took my marriage, my sanity. And it's the reason I see my kid once every other week. It's a sore spot.
Cherise unclipped her harness, popping her joints.
I'm sorry, Grace. Of course, we respect your desire to avoid the subject. Maybe we should talk about the other Krev Consortium species.
Yeah, those rescues sound interesting. I'm fixing to hear what they're about, I offered. We don't even know what they look like, or any pitfalls that we can encounter when we see them on Abar.
Grass moved Juvra to his shoulder, tickling the Ober's chin. Sure thing. I can hear my precious darling's tummy rumbling. Are either of you hungry? We can go to the dining area and get some food.
That depends on if you're going to serve up dried insects. I'd rather eat rubber.
I have other things. There's these crab fruits called nosk berries. They look like little tubes, very sweet. Jovra loves them. He can fit them over his pinky finger and suck on them. It's like a candy to him. Crap, you had me sold a candy, Cherise chuckled. It's been way too long. I still remember Halloween, trick-or-treating for candy, door to door, until our baskets were full to the brim. Given out by total strangers. A day of such wholesome innocence.
I smirked to myself. You left out the part where we dress up in spooky costumes. I remember dressing up as a dinosaur.
I'm certainly glad that sweet berries are up to your alley, and bringing up fond memories, Grace interjected. I'm sure Krev would be very happy to pass out sugary things to human kids if they wanted to go door to door in Avar, any time of the year. Please, come with me. I'll go over our 4 consortium species during the prep time.
Cherise and I trailed after the green-scaled mammal, who seemed delighted to be feeding us. A far cry from how the Federation would have felt had the mere thought we'd ever have to eat. I'd wager that Grace would happily spoon-feed us if we asked, given how apparent his enjoyment of pampering Juvra was. It was strange to be doted on with such intensity, though I imagined it was how the Vendel felt about our affection towards fluffy things. My mind was still a bit stuck on what the Krev had commented about his old profession as a hostage negotiator. If this was a famous incident, I might be able to pry the details out of others on Avar without forcing him to relive it. However, given that he was something of a friend, I was uncertain if that was a breach of privacy. The fact that Krev would think to send a hostage negotiator to collect supplies from us is telling. It's like they saw their very space as hostage, which needed to be pried free. It also tips that their species is capable of unprey-like, premeditated violence.
So, when to start? The fundamental premise of the consortium is that each species contributes something to our preparations for the day when the Federation comes around, Grace remarked as he began rummaging through the cabinets. We turn the whole world into, hopefully, impenetrable fortresses, growing an army as quickly as possible to meet a massive force. Signal dampening cages. We don't have such measures in surrounding systems to minimize the risk of detection. If you join the consortium, we'll want to upgrade Telus' security.
Cherise raised her eyebrows. We'll take all the help we can get warding off the Federation, or more preferably boatloads of assistance hiding ourselves.
Of course. We know that if they see what we're hiding, humans, a species they believe wiped out, it'll make the consortium their number one enemy. It's in our best interest that you stay off the radar, especially if they find out about your escape and come looking. It's our mission to protect innocent races like you, so fret not. We won't forsake you in your time of need. Like I've said before, any human refugees that want to join us or start an enclave on Avar, you have sanctuary.
I appreciate that, Grace, but as you well know, we're concerned with maintaining our culture, rebuilding our numbers, I said. Splitting up a colony with how close we are to the minimum viable population is not a good idea.
We might be able to help with that. I know it's not a decision you can make alone. But we have ectogenesis chambers, artificial wombs. Perhaps, if you're comfortable with it, Krev could raise some human children and teach them your culture. It would shorten the duration needed to expand your numbers.
I hope you're not planning to raise them like obas.
Of course not. You're sapient. I understand your concerns, given our tendency to infantilize you. But we would love and nurture you. We can send them to Tellus once they are grown up enough. I know for certain that once we get the defenses built up and mask signals, we'll help build you a proper city above ground. Any amenity you want or need, just ask.
Cherise tilted her head and thought. We could use better medical facilities, perhaps a gym too. The training center below the sands, it's a bit sparse. I'd like some sort of concert hall or auditorium, bringing back live music, proper arts, and entertainment. I know people might not think it's a priority, but I hope it'll help us feel human again, I said. We've lost our soul.
Gresh dropped the last berries into a bowl, setting them down at the table. Food aplenty, eat up. I'll make a note of those things you both said, though you can submit a full list to the consortium. Our automated construction should make it easy to build up your city, eventually. Multiple cities.
That sounds wonderful. We're both touched by the prospect. The four of us found seats at a small table, each with a hearty portion at our disposal. The Krev watched with eager eyes as I grabbed the noskberry between my fingers. This would be my first time sampling alien food. While we'd preserved as much plant life as we could from Earth, there couldn't be any harm in adding some of Avar's finest offerings. I rolled the fruit around my tongue, musing how it had the texture of a tiny pustard tube. It tasted like a peculiar mix of plums and bananas, smooth and thirst-quenching. Cherise grinned in appreciation as she tried the delicacy. Jura stared right at her, but seemed to take no offense at her upcurved lips. I scoffed in indignation. That lousy Ober is okay with her smiling. Why didn't he lunge at Cherise's skull? He has it out for me, I'm telling you.
Cry more. Gress doesn't whine half as much. After getting clogged in his noggin by you, the security guard countered.
Oh, well, that was unfortunate. How's your head holding up, Gress?
I'm fine. My scales are quite tough.
The Krev's tongue darted out, impossibly long, whisking up berries. I gave him a surprised stare.
Let's get started on the consortium species. Before I find myself drafting up a 100-part plan to save your species. You wanted to talk about the Rescuts, Taylor?
Any place to start is good with me.
All right, then. As I stated, each consortium species takes on a speciality for the group's protection to prove their strategic value. The Rescuts are the foot soldiers and our most intimidating race. The hologram Gress displayed on this portable projector was a pink-skinned, magenta-feathered bird with a lanky neck. It had long, dry legs as well. This was the most fearsome race in the consortium. The Rescuts are the final defense. If there ever was an EMP or a cyber weapon that neutralized our automated forces, they also specialize in domestic security, putting down any revolt. They train other soldiers to join our ranks, since they are too big for close-quarters combat, at least on non-Krev ships, which aren't built to fit their size.
Cherie squinted. Hang on. How big are they exactly?
6 techs tall.
9 feet.
The translator decided. Don't let their size fool you into thinking they're slow or clumsy. They can run up to 35 miles per hour and cover twice your height in a single stride. If you piss a Rescut off, you're best off not running. Pray to whatever deities humans follow that they shall show you mercy.
I recoiled in surprise. I take it they're not the species to play ding-dong ditch with.
To play what?
It's where you ring someone's doorbell and then you run off to hide, so that they don't see anyone there.
Why?
I don't know. It's funny to make them look, I guess.
Gress pondered it for several seconds. Ober Enterprise. It's a phrase we have which speaks to the primate's penchant for silliness and mischief. I suspect this falls under that range shield.
Yeah, we're a little shit sometimes. Funny enough, we have a similar saying, monkey business, also meaning goofy hijinks.
I see a primate's tendency to get into trouble transcends worlds. Imagine the trouble sapient ones can cause. Case study. Taylor.
Cherie snickered. I grabbed a berry from my bowl, chucking at her face in faux outrage. Gress seemed surprised at my accuracy, as the throw connected with the tip of her nose. Witnessing the playful bout, Juvra shrieked and grabbed a fistful of berries from his bowl. The Oba flung them at me. Of course, he targeted me, not Benson, without hesitation, splattering fruit juices all over me. The non-sapient primate received a withering look from me, after he immediately hid behind the Kreb's back, using his owner as a shield. I leapt from my chair, trying to find a better angle to pelt Juvre. Charisse was no longer my primary target. That monkey was going to get it.
Please stop. I'm impressed with your precision, but stop. You're going to make a mess,
Grace pleaded.
I don't want to be in the line of fire. Juvre's an animal. He was just mimicking your behavior.
I pointed at the suddenly bashful Oba. He went for me. You're letting him hide behind you, so you're putting yourself in the way.
Taylor has the maturity of an Oba, so he'd be happy to get into a shit-flinging fight with an animal, Charisse snickered. Sit down, Trench. Make us look slightly respectable.
Yes, mother. Juvre won't get away with this, though. I mean, this red shit's all over me now. I probably look worse than I did during the fecking mining accident. Go on about the consortium species, Cress, before I change my mind.
Right then. I guess we're pretending that didn't happen.
Creb blinked several times before pulling up an image of an oversized pink worm with stubby arms.
These are the Smigless. I'll move on with them, since there's not much to explain about their contributions. They're dead weight. Their homeworld has little strategic value to us due to its location and their general apathy.
Why would they be apathetic about the Federation? I thought the whole point of your organization is to stay away from them, Charisse murmured.
It's simple. They're the furthest away, so they think they'd be the last ones attacked, and have ample forewarning. Whereas Esquire was 1 day from Sivkit territory, and Avor is more comfortable 7 days away, the Smiggly planet is 13 days' travel from Federation space, almost double the distance. Therefore, they lack motivation. They claim their entertainment provides us moral boost, but we all know they're not doing their part.
I slumped back my chair, finishing off the berries. Dead weight is a pretty harsh descriptor.
Make your own judgment. Just don't bet on them to have your back in a fight. Oh, and something you should know. They're hermaphroditic, so don't go addressing their representative with gendered terminology. They'll all have, both parts.
Gotcha. That's good to know. We've never encountered a sapient species like that. So we got the Jaslips, the Reskets, and the Smigglers. Who's the final duo?
I'll save the best for last, and start with the Orchids.
Gress's hologram depicted a strange creature with sleek brownish-grey skin, a tapered snout, and a fin on top of its body. Its flippers appeared to double as hands or forepaws, while its tail acted as a single leg.
The Orchids are tripedal. As I can see you've noticed, their hind leg is powerful enough to stand on by itself for certain activities. They do much of their legwork, pun intended, on comms and logistics. It is important to be able to talk interstellar and supply your forces and civilians during any crisis.
3 legs, that's a new one, Charisse commented. I nodded, steepling my fingers. I'd like to see how they move about in action, but I suppose we should finish off the list. What did you mean by the last ones being the best?
The Trumbull. Their shells are bioluminescent, and perhaps that's why they're so comfortable around electronics.
Gress displayed an image of a reptilian biped, with a massive glowing shell on its back.
They specialize in anything tech, drones, or AI. Their newfangled weapons and automated fleet might give us a chance. The Tinkerers, the champion engineers.
I see. Stacking up your fleets definitely sounds important, though most of the species seem to have found a niche. Hopefully, I can keep track of who does what. I still haven't figured out what you do, though.
The Krev. First off, we coordinate, we lead, and make decisions for everyone's safety. Our responsibility is hiding each species from the Federation and masking the signals. I'd say we've done quite well.
Charisse leveled a stare at him. What about the Jaslip refugees? Do they have any role? It might give us an idea about what's expected of humanity as refugees ourselves.
In fact, the Jaslip do wonderful work with the preparatory side, and the fact that they have communities on each world's poles makes it perfect for them. Their role is building defenses and bunkers, as well as planned evacuation routes, should it ever be necessary. I don't know what role humans carve out, but I'm sure you have much to add. You know more about our enemy with more up-to-date information that could lend itself to intelligence work and strategic insight, if nothing else.
I rolled my eyes.
My first strategy suggestion is to broadcast our smiling faces to the Feddies, and then eat meat aggressively. They'll all faint, neutralizing the fleet.
I recognize that you are joking, but you and the Jaslips could be used for psychological warfare against them. The Federation's manned ship lacks resilient crews. You'll find that our species are nothing like that. I hope what little I've told you prepares you for Avor.
It does. Definitely some tidbits to spark my curiosity. Thanks for all the help and the hospitality, Grace.
Don't mention it. You'll have a lot to take in once we get there, so don't be shy with any questions. Now, I'm going to take Juvra to his crate, before you get any bright ideas for revenge. I like my ship tidy, and I don't want him picking up any more naughty habits from you.
With my mind still aching from trying to retain the precious details of 6 novel species, I kept my snide remarks about the Ober to myself. I couldn't resist pointing to Juvra, then to the emergency airlock, as the pet stared at me over Gress's shoulder. It would be a shame if someone spaced that primate. For science. Not that I would actually do that. Nonetheless, Cherise shook her head at me, before toting her dishes over to the sink. It seemed that help was forthcoming if I could keep up appearances. So I supposed I should knock off any Ober enterprise before we got to Avor. There were more important things to concern myself with, such as placating the other species and figuring out what humanity's place in the consortium would be. Maybe one day, with the Krev aiding our restoration efforts, we might be capable of fighting back against those Federation bastards. Making them pay for Earth was a much more serious vendetta than my food fight with Juvra. Revenge against my people's murderers was a thought that brought a wicked delight to my heart. Perhaps our role in the consortium could be planning how to take the fight to those skittish prey's doorsteps, as soon as we had enough strength to eliminate the threat. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Memory transcription subject Tassie, Mysum scientist. Date standardized human time, March 20th, 2160. With my vision obscured by fabric, it was difficult to tell where the Tessaya were taking us. It seemed they loaded us onto some sort of vehicle, which rattled along a bumpy road for some time. There was no chance for me to glean anything about the nomads' carefully hidden settlements. If not for Naltor's periodic complaints and the occasional grunt by Dustin, likely from being handled roughly or being jostled around the floor, I wouldn't know my companions were still with me. By the time we reached our apparent destination, I hadn't worked myself down from the panic at all, and I had no more ideas to solve this predicament than I did before. My captors yanked the bag off, revealing where they had taken us. Naltor and I were standing in an observation room, in what appeared to be a silo, one of their nuclear missile silos doubling as a holding cell, perhaps. Rather than peeking at the warhead, we were gazing down at Dustin. The human had been strapped into a chair. Several Tessaya guards and scientists were conferring below, inspecting the alien like he was an animal specimen. My features contorted with outrage, eyes wheeling around in search of anyone to berate. I found a calm military officer hovering over a microphone, observing us from his periphery as well. His yellow head feathers were a dull shade, but his body glistened as if he had coated himself in our natural waterproof oil, always ready for a swim. This must be Zulk from the Coast Guard. Dr. Tassie, the familiar voice confirmed my suspicions about his identity. I've obtained permission to brief you on everything related to Starlight incident, and for you to watch our proceedings with your friend. Soon enough, when we question him, you'll see these freaks for exactly what they are. I narrowed my eyes. And what is that? Flawed? Trouble? I'm already aware. No, you're not. They haven't told you what they've done. But don't worry. We'll find out what they're really playing at. Their true intentions for the last man and the rest of us. The audacity of that monster to try and approach us. Naltor struggled against his flip findings. I can tell you what they want. The aliens chose to contact us because of the critical state Irvana is in. They want to introduce us to their union, the Sapient Coalition. Dustin wanted to convince you that he's not a threat, I added. He truly cares, enough that he is willing to die to try and smooth things over.
Whatever you think of the feast incident or whatever you've...
That thing thinks he can pretend what happened 100 years ago never happened, Zolk spat. We haven't forgotten what they think of bison lives, or how the Tessia were singled out.
Zolk, what are you talking about? I'm not following.
I'll give you the short version. Back in the 2980s, an unidentified flying object crested into the atmosphere above Ulsh. Before we could so much as scramble freighters, they dropped a bomb on one settlement, then another, and a third. Bastards zipped in to admire their riverwork, arrogant as kale, and we nailed them broadside with a nuclear missile. Managed to take the thing down and recover it.
The Tessia officer leaned back, after recounting that bombshell story like it was nothing. To say that I was appalled would be a vast understatement. I wasn't sure what I just heard, but none of that casual account computed. Aliens had not just visited Avrana before, long before any of us were born. They attacked Ulsh. What reason could there possibly be to slaughter bisons en masse, beyond our carnivorous diet? There's been no way of knowing for certain whether that was the work of the Federation or the Arxel. Though it didn't make sense why a single ship would unload bombs with no follow-up if it was Federation. Dustin would have mentioned it, given that he'd been open about the fact that they would kill us if it was the Sapien Coalition's predecessor. Then that made it all too real what their intentions would be with the bisons. I need more information to figure out who was responsible for this, and why the Tessia would never tell any other nation about something of that magnitude. That's if it was really aliens and not some Brutalis stealth ship up to no good. That is horrifying. They should have tried to stop FAI from calling to them.
Naltor maintained a flummoxed expression. Let me get this straight. Aliens Fecking bombed you. You recovered a ship, presumably with extraterrestrial tech and information that could be useful for all of us. That could threaten all of us, and we're only just hearing about this now. What the feck is wrong with you? The aliens targeted us, and we had a chance to reverse engineer their technology, to get ahead in ways that finally gave us an edge over the Selmor and the Britala. There was no Lastman back then, only bisons who'd be happy to turn alien technology against us, Zolk responded. I wish we understood more of the gizmos, but there's so much we don't know. It helped us far surpass our competition in terms of computers and develop advanced spaceflight. So why tell us now, selfish motherfuckers? They could have come back and killed us all at any point. You let us send out probes, which attracted them back. A mistake in hindsight. Look, our plan was to get bison unity, just like you want now, through strength. But the global war didn't go as planned. If the aliens came back to finish the job, it wouldn't have made a difference if we told any of you or not. However, at this stage, they're up to something, so it might be best that you're playing with a full deck.
You don't think we had the right to know the second another species attacked Avrana?
It wasn't your cities bombed, so no, I don't. In many ways, I imagine it's best to not know. That wasn't your fracking decision to make. This goes far beyond any one nation's.
How do you know it was Dustin's people? I blurted. They weren't even spacefaring themselves back then. That human shared a lot about how messed up the galaxy is. A massive war with atrocities and devastation. He was quite open about it, and I got no impressions he knew any of this. You're blaming the wrong aliens.
Even if humans didn't pull the trigger themselves, they affiliate with the beings who did. We recovered a few corpses from the wreckage.
Zolk fiddled with his tablet before pulling up photos of charred, mangled husks being carried out by bisons in hazmat suits. It was obvious none survived the fiery impact, likely why the Tessia were thrilled at a live specimen like Dustin, but the spikes made them recognizable as Gojits.
Does this species look familiar to you, Tassie? I bet they didn't divulge this.
I recoiled, uncertain how fervently I should defend the Gojits when I lacked any knowledge of their prior slaughter of bisons. Ludia species had initiated the attack against Avrana. I suppose that made some terrible sense, with what I knew about them attempting to wipe out humans and having their homeworld destroyed as the Terrans tried to stop it. According to the First Contact Party, that Gojit government was long gone. They were now allied to the novel peace-seeking Sapient Coalition. I wasn't sure that Zolk would care whether the Gojits had reformed, but I did. It also mattered whether genocide was still their intention in the present. Avrana needed these visitors to be here
on a benevolent mission. He couldn't hold the Gojid sociologist accountable for deeds done under the predator-hating Federation, though I found myself wondering why the bombers hadn't even tried to cure us. Dustin claimed it was standard practice for them to abduct and alter pre-FTL races, and that they would have sought to kill us after failing in that regard. I'd been able to process that claim as hypothetical, but not as a plan once intended to be carried out. Why had their actions against Alsh been so atypical, and why had the Terran not mentioned it? I doubted the Coalition was senseless enough to send a Gojid if they knew that Tessia would recognize Nudia's kind. It all seemed odd for the Gojids, who amassed a massive fleets to throw at Earth, to send a single vessel that was shot down and never followed up. I know you think I'm naive, Zolk, but there's zero chance Dustin, or in all likelihood humanity, knows about any of this, I decided. I saw what their kind was put through by the Gojids through media depictions. Humans were attacked by them too. They did tell us about that. If the Gojids had set out to kill you, they would have followed up with the fleet, like they sent against Earth. There has to be a reason it ended with one ship, a rogue vessel of some kind. It's possible. Zolk cast a second glance at the miserable-looking human below. The Gojids attacked his planet, you're saying? Not just them, Naltor commented. Humanity went up against the entire Federation, and Dustin told us they assimilated or neutralized hostile parties, left and right. Other races hated them because of their diet, which was likely their quarrel with us. I beg your pardon? My eyes widened, sensing that Zolk was listening to our words. What we know from Dustin is that the organization humans took down hated anything vaguely predatory. They would have attempted to alter genes and culture. It might also be worth mentioning that the only other obligate carnivores eat people. Both of those things tied into Heliska's breakdown. And before you start casting aspirations, I believe Dustin is telling the truth, if only because it's too fucking deranged to be made up, Naltor grumbled. The humans seem genuine when trying to be better. Sounds like they had to sort through a mess of lies and cover-ups to have any semblance of truth to return to all foreign peoples. Dustin might be able to make sense of what happened to Tessia, especially if you have anything left from the Gojid ship to be analyzed. But you have to give him a chance. Earth and Ulsh were in the same position. You're not enemies. That animal-loving nerd is fucking harmless. He was willing to die for you when I told him you shifty fucks weren't worth it. Zolk scoffed. Bold of you to say that to me directly. After you covered up a Herd's damned spaceship and everything you gained from it, I'm more sickened by you than ever. I'm only still engaging with you because Dustin doesn't deserve to be gutted by you savages. We are not savages. The savages are all around us. Every visitor we ever got from outside world and universe was there to take what was ours. That's enough fighting, I shouted. You want to prove you're no savage, Zolk? Act out of reason and gather all the facts like a scientist. Don't hurt someone who came here to be your friend unless you're 100% sure they're lying. Is that too much to ask? The Tessia Coast Guard officer paced back and forth, studying the military personnel who were guarding the captive human. I could understand their glee at having an alien at their mercy, because of the desire for retribution, especially if they believed the Terrans were teaming up with the people who bombed their continent. If I had failed to persuade Zolk not to associate Dustin with those unspeakable sins and try extracting information in a civilized way, there was nothing I could say that convinced the nomads. I shared everything we knew about the galaxy's bleak past and about the Coalition's fresh start. It was possible that Tessia would never be willing to talk to outsiders, even if Zolk's people had finally spilled the truth to Lysaean visitors. Maybe I was right the first time around about the Tessia just being afraid, terrified that the aliens would swoop back around to finish the job. The Tessia have made terrible decisions that kept them more isolated than ever, but that doesn't mean what was done to them is unspeakable. Leave it to a Selbo and a scientist to be a bunch of loudpigs, Zolk huffed. You're going to talk me to death, but you paint a convincing picture. I really wish to believe those promises of peace the way you do, Dr. Tassi. Problem is, even if I pause for a minute, do you think my comrades in the leadership will accept me going easy on him? I drew a shaky breath. You'll regret harming the wrong person more than harming the right one, Zolk. You're calling the shots, so you'll have to live with it. You can always share what you were told, assuming Dustin doesn't convince everyone with his kindness. If you don't want innocent people getting hurt,
Stop it before it's too late. I'm not sure about this, but I'll pretend he doesn't know. I'll tell him what I told you and hear what he has to say. No promises beyond that. Thank you. That's all we can ask for. Don't thank me yet. If your friend is lying, you're not going to like what I do to him. Come on, follow me down the stairs and we'll see how this all plays out. Relief washed over my feathers, alongside the still present horror that Bison's true first contact had been a senseless assault. Our captor undid the bindings on our wrists, finally demonstrating some goodwill. I followed Zulk out the rear exit, noticing that he shared some of Nalta's twitchiness on the first day that we spotted the aliens. The Tasia knew of their existence, but none of his kind had ever interacted with extraterrestrials either. The three of us trundled down a set of noisy metal stairs, dismounting near the chair that Dustin was strapped to. His eyes darted over to us, visibly brightening at the sight of his insane friends. The Tasia Coast Guard leader raised his beak to acknowledge his underlings, before walking up to untie the human. The alien looked surprised as he gingerly shook out his wrists. "Tasia, Naltor," Dustin breathed, his voice sounding hoarse. "Are you okay?" My stressed heart warmed a little, noting how that was the first thing he asked. "We are fine. And you?" "I am unharmed, though. I, could really use some water, especially to talk and answer questions." Zulk reached out to hand him a water flask. "Here you." "Dustin can't drink salt water," I interjected. "He doesn't exactly have salt glands in his non-existent beak." "Right. Let me get some fresh water from the faucet, then." "Thank you," Dustin offered. "What is your name?" "Zulk. The one I assume you heard on the radio." The Tasia finished filling up a disposable cup from a nearby sink, before giving it to the human, who gulped it down gluttonously. "Now that that's settled, would you happen to know anything about Gojits dropping bombs in Alsh 100 years ago?" Water spewed from Dustin's mouth, with some spurting through his nostrils. There couldn't be a more obvious biological display of shock. General Nalter leapt back, more than a bit disgusted that some of it sprayed all over him. The human coughed and retched, his face turning red as he choked on the water he'd been swallowing. His binocular eyes watered, while he desperately shook his head from side to side in an attempt to communicate. If I recalled correctly from the Terran TV shows and the body language I'd gleaned from the media, that was supposed to convey a negative. I watched as he struggled to clean himself up with his chest fabrics, mopping water off his upper lip. For a moment, I'd been worried about how flushed his cheeks had turned. Zork inspected the xenobiologist with skeptical eyes. "I'll take that as a no. Tassie vouched quite strongly that you didn't know, so perhaps I need to explain. An alien ship bombed 3 of our cities, but we managed to shoot it down and use it for study and growth. Your party member Nulia matches the species we identified via the bodies in the wreckage." "But what?" Dustin sputtered. "My God, that's how you made that surprise launch, and why you didn't think Bisons would trust us. I don't know what I can possibly say other than I'm sorry, and that I understand the terror of being attacked." "Yes, I'm told you do. But how the Feck would you not know one of your own people did something like that?" I highly doubt Nulia did this personally. She wasn't even raised on a Gojit planet, but that's neither here nor there. I'm as shocked and confounded as you are, though I swear I'll do what I can to piece together what happened. What an awful thing to do to an uncontacted species. What can I say for certain is that there is no record of Bisons in the archives, so it wasn't a Federation-sanctioned hit." Naltor raised a flipper, like a kid speaking in his turn in class. "The archives?" "It's, the Federation wasn't aware of you. They kept records, no. A changelog of every species they found. Meticulous documentation. I don't know how much you know about them, but something like a predator race being found. That wouldn't have gone under the radar. As for how we don't know this happened, truth be told, Zulk, everything we know about the galaxy's past is either things we've witnessed or based on liberated documents from the archives. I wish I could give you a more satisfying explanation, but I'm giving you the truth." "So you know nothing?" "Apart from what the Gojit Union was like, and the fact that they wouldn't have sent one bomber alone. In my opinion, no. I don't, on what little context I've been given. If you have more data on what the ship looked like, I might be able to analyze it, perhaps even against the missing starship registry, which goes back quite far. The ship manifest would tell us who they are. It might be possible to analyze any data that survived the crash, too. We can't translate their language,
Tassie and Neltor can understand it now as well. There's a second pair of ears to verify what I would tell you.
Just how is that possible?
Translator implants. I'd be happy to share the schematics.
So that's what the metal chips that fused with their skulls in the crash fire were. I can't believe the Lassians let you... Never mind. There was some intact data in the ship, but we haven't been able to decrypt much of it. A few thumbnails from the log files is all.
Sir, why the feck are you telling it this? The soldier spat, seeming to understand Rit, but speaking in Tassia native tongue. I grasped the meaning through the handy translator. You don't actually buy its ignorance, do you? Zulk sighed.
We should hear his side of the story before we reach our judgments. Dustin seems to have intimate knowledge of our enemies, and has yet to avoid any questions.
I understand your anger. 8 billion people were killed on my planet because they didn't like our eyes pointing straight at them. Would you please translate what I just said, Zulk? Dustin waited, while Tassia officer relayed his words. Is there any chance I can see these thumbnails, and perhaps later the crash site? Even just a glimpse of the ship layout might help me tell you if you nabbed a military vessel.
Let's start small. I want to hear your thoughts in real time. Here's the clearest render we obtained, though they were wearing some strange gear.
I circled behind Dustin's chair as Zulk handed him a tablet. The human's eyes inspected the image of a Gojit beneath a metallic suit that seemed similar to what Bisons wore in flammable work environments. Some unwieldy contraption was slung across the figure's back, though I couldn't hazard a guess as to what it was. Something resembling horror flashed in the primate's eyes, suggesting that the scar was enough for him to identify Ultra's bombers. I watched him hand the tablet back to the Tassia officer, and donned the same distraught expression that he had when he told Naltor and I about the Arxor. My heart sank into my chest, not sure how much abominable knowledge I could have weighing on my mind. I know who your attackers were, or at least who they worked for, Dustin said. This vessel was crewed by exterminators. Curiosity gleamed in Zulk's eyes, and Tassia leaned forward. As for myself, I heard a faint chime of recognition in my mind. Hadn't Nulia told us Dustin studied animals for an occupation going by that name? Was that why he was distraught learning who was capable? Out of some sense of partiality to the job he started off with. Asking him about his former occupation might get him strung up after what he just said. So I kept my questions to myself. Hopefully the human would be able to provide some insight into these exterminators' motives on his own. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Memory transcription subject, Tassie, Bison scientist. Date standardized human time, March 20th, 2160. There was no doubt that General Naltor, who eavesdropped on my conversation with Nulia during the feast, had connected the dots between Dustin and the group responsible for bombing Ulsh. When the Gojit sociologist mentioned exterminators, I didn't question it, assuming it was some sort of pest control for humans in cities. Now, I wasn't so sure the word didn't carry a more nefarious slant, coming from aliens. It couldn't be that they exterminated sapient lifeforms that didn't align with their ideology. That couldn't constitute an entire profession. It just wouldn't be something Dustin would have joined up with in his quest to study animals. I hope the human has the sense to not mention that he worked with these people, and also that Naltor doesn't raise the topic now. Zulk's head feathers are practically twitching with how hungry he is to pick apart Dustin's answer.
What do you mean by exterminators?
The Tassia asked. And the alien didn't continue of his own volition. Please give me a chance to explain the full picture before you jump down my throat. The human tipped the disposable cup back, trying to suck down the few droplets of water. The Exterminators Guild in Federation space. They're an organization devoted to removing all predators from a planet. The way they do this is by, burning them alive to dispose of the contaminants. Holy hearse, that's so awful that it's unfathomable. That's how Dustin started his career in xenobiology. Humans are predators. There have to be exterminators that want him dead. Betrayal gleamed in Neltor's eyes.
Their job is to give animals the most painful death possible, to eradicate them. Why would anyone work for an organization like that?
Dustin lowered his eyes.
Zulk,
The reason my friends are looking at me like that is because I worked a part-time job with them as a teenager.
It's almost like you want to be a martyr.
Zolk's beak wired itself shut, a livid grimace on his expression. He seemed to weigh given the humans over his soldiers.
You were involved with the people who harmed us.
Whoa, look. I joined because I was trying to stop them. The mere thought of baby animals, nests doused in gasoline, screaming it gave me nightmares, to be honest. I thought maybe I could show them other ways to handle animals and give them some true ecological understanding, like night prowlers, a predator and Skullgur's dark side. They're not mindless killers that exist for morning bindle. They mate for life. They bray to express loneliness, and
nobody fecking asked. Stay on topic. Like why you think that you can change people who bombed us like mindless fecking killers?
Humans have tried to fix things and show these former Federation species a better way. We've succeeded, to an extent, prying the extraneous duties they had away. Some extermination officers have become pest control, or shuttered their doors, thanks to our efforts at education. It's hard to explain in short, but these underling races were conquered and brainwashed into being like this. There was so much more to the exterminators than what I just said.
Now isn't the time to take it slow or worry about worsening things.
Sensing the Taseer's growing rage at the vague explanations, I placed myself between Dustin and Zolk despite my tremors of fear.
Explain all of it, Dustin. Please, for our sake.
Right. I'm sorry. What I'm saying is they did much more than torch animals. They had tons of influence and resources. They were local heroes. They acted as sort of a police force, locking up people who didn't behave prey-like. They went as far as monitoring school children or branding dissidents who questioned the dogma. The reason the public thought burning predators was so necessary was that they called murders predator attacks. The oh-so-peaceful prey were incapable of such violence, so no matter how improbable it was, blame it on a predator.
What the feck? Naltor exclaimed. Wouldn't that mean the real murderers were roaming free? You're telling me that if someone was gutted in a skyscraper, that assumed it was an animal?
That makes zero sense. I know. Believe me, I know. We have to live with these people getting called on us just for walking down the street. I could tell you plenty of stories about how they threaten refugees like me. Zero repercussions for excessive use of force, even if they don't kill you. They came to my school and held all the human kids at flamethrower point, and I still wanted to help change them. Candidly, I would have chopped off an arm if it meant I could study alien animals. Nobody had, not in any scientific way, so it was unexplored territory.
Zolk narrowed his eyes. You explained why they'd burnt our nests and told a wonderful tale of persecution, but you haven't explained why they had bombs.
That relates to their part of colonization, something that'll make more sense with a full picture. When the Federation would colonize a new planet, they'd want to eliminate all predatory infestations ahead of settlers. Because a world is teeming with wildlife, they do this from orbit with antimatter. Shit, when we expanded our woods for our first far-off colony, the Mazics, an ally that genuinely thought that we were helping, offered to bomb the planet so that it was suitable for habitation. Are you saying that this ship was looking for Ifrana as a potential colony? Yes. My theory is they were some kind of scouting expedition. Bisons, to them, were an infestation to be removed, with whatever they had at their disposal. I know because an entire extermination fleet came to my home and wiped out 1 billion humans by that logic. If I may, look what they did to our metropolises. Dustin pointed to his holopad, and after some consideration, Zolk passed it to him. My mind was reeling from what I just learned about the lunacy on other planets. Torching wildlife species with the goal of bringing about their extinction would, for starters, lead to massive ecological consequences. Beyond the fact that it was needless cruelty, animals might not have our mental capacity, but they had pain receptors just like we did. How could they think that we were monsters for catching fish to survive, yet carry out something so senseless? How could Dustin and humanity see any of the Federation as salvageable after everything that happened to them?
1 billion dead. I knew there were attempts to slaughter the Terrans and that they were nearly wiped out because of hatred, but I thought they'd managed to stave off the worst. Earth won the war, but at what cost? How are they not resentful like the Taseer?
The human's eyebrows slanted downwards, sorrow evident on his features. Naltor and I drifted closer to Zolk, as the Tasia Coast Guard officer and his men watched news footage from the time. There was footage captured from hundreds of miles away, live rolls of city being leveled from the stars. It was the first time I'd seen pity on the nomads' features, as they recognized themselves. Horror shot through my own chest and spewed from Tasia's beaks, as we saw images of blue-feathered avian race, seemingly a crash-landed soldier, shooting a human baby in a stroller. The footage cut to the rubble of once grand metropolis and husks of skyscrapers, before showing blackened corpses, ending with rescue efforts to dig out any survivors and rows of burned victims. Humanity understands your position more than anyone, Dustin sighed. We get what it's like to feel alone and to be attacked without reason, knowing there's little hope to defend yourself. So many lives lost, culture evaporated, for no reason. We grasp the fear of wondering whether your species will exist tomorrow. Naltor folded his flippers in front of his blubber, steaming. How can you just forgive them? You just told us the blue birds are part of your coalition. Crap. How can you be so optimistic in light of everything that's happened? I choose to focus on the good in people. All people. I choose to have hope. The ones who hurt us were the victims of the Federation's iron fist. And maybe that offers some closure. A way to find peace in our hearts and let go of the past, so it doesn't continue to stain our future. You think the monsters who bombed us were victims with good in them? Zolk spat. I think they weren't always monsters, and that many of them thought they were committing a positive deed, warped as it was in actuality. I'm saddened that they were so poisoned by hatred, and that it hurt us both. The Tasia have been poisoned by hate for generations. Isn't it wretched? Aren't you miserable? Feck, you have some nerve lobbing a question like that at us. It is the truth, Zolk. I'm willing to die in the name of the truth and peace. Someone has to be. As Naltor had become incensed by what he'd learned, I felt numb. There was 0 positive points that I'd seen so far, in what had been the galaxy's status quo for centuries. No matter how naive and optimistic the Selmore general thought I was, even my spirits were tanking. I wasn't sure how I could rebound from atrocity after atrocity, and I wondered whether Dustin's commitment to the truth was doing us any favors. It was taking years of my life, that was for certain. The observant part of my mind that dissected statements was still kicking, however, zeroing in on underling races. What happened to the founders that victimized humanity's aggressors, abducting and conquering them as I recalled it? Knowing how right Naltor was about the threats aliens could pose, and how much Zolk wants someone to blame, it might be useful to ask. I need to say something to snap out of this funk. I forced my beak open. Dustin, what happened to the founders, as you called them? It might be helpful for Zolk and all of us to know who they are, whether they're part of the Sapien Coalition. The Fossil and the Colchians, both are quarantined to their planets and stripped of their military. We ensured there wouldn't be curing predators and gentling prey again, the xenobiologist answered. We surrounded Fossil Homeworld with a debris cage and took permanent control of the orbital defenses by the Colchians' world. They haven't been forgiven in the ways the others have. Them and the Arxol. The people-eating carnivores, Zolk. The Tasia blinked in slow motion. Yes. Tassie mentioned that fun fact. I must ask why you brought the Heliska to Irana if you knew that we'd remind her of the Arxol. Politics. A poor but truthful answer. There was a lot of opposition to our mission, and some herbivores were disgruntled that we didn't include one of them. Leotel, a rather vocal critic of our plans, eager to seize any opportunity, accused us of censoring parts of our allies that we didn't like. It forced our hand a bit. Hallie performed well in testing, so we were hopeful. I see. The elders appreciate your honesty, but they would like to know what you could possibly offer the Tasia. To add on to the words with my own, everything around you sounds like a clusterfuck. Derision flashed in Naltor's eyes. What do you know? I guess I can agree with these nomad pricks on something. I shudder to think how we'll explain any of this to the public, I murmured. How we can in earnest convince them to embrace aliens after all we've learned. Dustin bit his lower lip. It breaks my heart to hear you so dejected, Tassie. All of you are right to be upset and concerned. For the Tasia and the interests of all Bisons. I can't do anything to fix or change the past. My meager promise is that you won't stand alone in the future, whatever challenges may come. We will continue to give our all to forging a different galaxy. There is no greater friend than humanity.
Zolk adjusted a small strip of metal by his ear, listening to some voice on the other end. I wondered how many of the judgment calls had truly been his, or whether he was deferring to his leader's decisions when he decided to hear Dustin's side of the story. I believed that had been his choice. It hadn't sounded like he'd been heeding some instructions from a higher up the chain of command when he ordered us to turn back from the lighthouse. Cameras were pointed at the chair meant for interrogating the alien, suggesting that these elders had an easier view of the occurrence. I wasn't sure what to make of Zolk, other than my appeal to gather all the facts and not attack a person who came in genuine friendship had landed. If the Coast Guard's leader had allowed his subordinates to enact revenge on Dustin, I could imagine what state he'd be in now. He was a reasoned individual, and also one who'd empathized with Earth's plight, no matter how much he put the Seer's interests first. Maybe the answers over what prompted the strike on Ulsh, unthinkable as they were, had given him some closure. Not understanding why the aliens attacked him and having lived in constant fear of the heavens must have driven the nomads mad. I'm glad the Lastman didn't know, in a way. FAI never would have sent out our probes, and all Biosyms would have been robbed of the opportunity to learn about the star system. It was beautiful and transcendent to visit space, even looking back in hindsight, knowing what ugliness surrounded us.
On behalf of the Seer Nomads, we have decided to accept your offer of friendship. You are free to go, Zolk sighed. If you'd like to see the wreckage, any of you, that's very easy. It's right outside this door.
The wall to the far side parted with a loud creaking noise, likely triggered by someone observing the scene. The shipwreckage caught our gazes. With its proximity and sorry state, battered bits of hull were strewn apart, with some compartments more intact than others. The outline of missile impact was visible on the near side, from the nomad shooting it down. General Naltor hurried over to the corroding, blackened bits of metal, eager to identify what sort of weaponry alien vessels possessed. I helped the human to his feet and walked beside him until he crouched beside the Selmar. The primate's eyes darted around, checking that the Seer were out of earshot, before opening his mouth for a subtle message to Naltor.
Please, get word to Nulia in the Murley Huddledom as soon as you can. She's not safe here. She needs to get off-world before the Seer tell anyone about what the Gojits did, Dustin hissed. The Selmar remained perfectly still.
I'll get word to Lastman. It might take time, but I agree we can't let anything happen to her. Great. Thank you, Naltor. Don't mention it. This is becoming a weekly occurrence, me saving your asses, after some part of your psychohistory comes out. Are you sure you didn't mind control me into going along with your delusions? I didn't know such thing. Heliska is the one who chipped you.
Zolk approached, with the leery guards tailing behind. The human shushed his banter with a smirk. Somehow not dispirited by charred wreckage right before him, I turned my gaze past the ruins of our true first contact and caught a peek at the city the nomads had hidden beneath the metal overhang built of scraps of alien technology. No outsider bison were allowed to view what was within to see settlements in the past, so this level of transparency was novel. Digitized screens with holographic projections were all over their buildings, along with what appeared to be robotic servitors. This bison nation was much more advanced than they had ever let on.
This is Spring's Breath, a city which was most populated during the spring festivals. We migrate from city to city as a sort of seasonal pilgrimage, Zolk remarked. Right now it is mostly manned by the military. It's the site at the wreck, and it's close to the lighthouse.
Dustin stood slowly, turning to face the Seer.
I would love to learn more about the history of your migratory habits, and everything about those festivals. The impacts it must have in your culture make me giddy. I'm no sociologist like my squad mate, but even I can spend years learning about your customs. Perhaps another time we can discuss these things. Right now, I'm much more interested in where we go from here, now that we're trying to move forward in diplomacy. Isn't it obvious? We return to Lastman and tell the public the truth, together. We make sure that everyone in the Sapien Coalition knows what was done to the Seer.
I stiffened with concern. Respectfully, I don't know how we can ask the public to handle this. It'll incite mass panic. All of this is horrifying.
That's something we'll have to plan together, Naltor interjected. Dustin doesn't want to play a part in hiding things from the people, and neither do I. This entire excursion has given me a new perspective on how infuriating a lack of transparency is. Bisons deserve the truth. I have faith in them to handle it, just like all of you have stepped up to the occasion. We need their trust to save Avrana, and I've never been more serious about anything in my life than I am about repairing this world, the human said.
I don't want them to feel alone and unsafe. I don't want their hope and about all the wonderful promises you've made to die.
Like mine is on life support, I thought silently. Neither do I, Tassie. It's up to all of us to give them a path forward and a reason to carry on. We need to be strong for every soul on this planet.
I'll try for what it's worth. I believe in you, your people, your mission. We just have to make others see who we really are.
A nerd, Naltor interjected.
For fuck's sakes, we're here having a moment.
Well, you know what I'm having? A headache. I think I've had enough of all of this for one day. Where can a man get some sleep around here?
Zulk tilted his head.
They'll take you to the local inn. While I get your boat unimpounded and make preparations to return with you. We can leave after you've rested up. Let's go. While curiosity would normally prompt me to explore what was, in essence, an alien culture, I couldn't feel any drive to roam Spring's breadth. Much like Naltor, stress was building up a massive amount of tension in my skull. I'd love to lay down and try to get some sleep, though I wasn't sure if I'd be able to stop thinking about all that we learned today. With my resilience to negativity waning, I focused as best as I could on what we needed to do. I hoped that I could remain strong enough to steer Avrana into a post-alien era. For all of our sakes. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date, standardized human time, March 20th, 2160. It hadn't been evident what the Krebs' true power level was, or how they stacked up against the Federation. They talked of an automated fleet sounded more sophisticated than the prey-crewed, cowardly boats that stormed Earth. But I hadn't seen the fruits of their labor. It remained to be seen what weaponry and technology they possessed, and how many ships they had to their name. When Gress transitioned his vessel out of subspace, and we got our first look at Avar and its surroundings out of our viewport, I was astounded by what I saw. What in the blazes was I even looking at? Sharice's eyes bulged in shock as well, so I knew she shared my sentiment. Fortifications were littered around the systems, not limited to massive particle cannons, missile defense stations, swarms of wandering patrol drones, and some kind of asteroid slingshot. And those were just the contraptions I understood. Our ship was leading in the direction of a planet with layers of superstructures around it, something that made my jaw drop. The metal casing around Avar reminded me of the pattern of a soccer ball stitching, with some patches opened up like metal flour. Others were sealed shut, limiting the flow of interstellar traffic. Was this what Gress had meant about signal dampening cage? I hadn't thought it was so literal. Wouldn't enclosing the planet create other hassles, making it absurd design for them to choose?
Gress, what am I looking at?
Sharice asked, finding her voice before I did. Unmistakable pride shined in the Krebs' eyes.
You are looking at the cage, the outer layers of defense for Avar. I might have understated its versatility. The panels don't just dampen signals. We can open and close them, pulling a plug on all of our junctions if needed. Solar flares, asteroids, shattering the doors if enemy bombs and ships are pointed at us.
Let me get this straight. Your whole planet can just what? Curl up into a ball? I demanded. Board up the windows and call it a day.
I liked your first metaphor. That's what we evolved to do for threats. Rolled up into an impenetrable ball, shielding our vulnerable areas. Consider the cage to be Avar's scales.
This is something. You guys are much more advanced than the Federation. Building crap like this, a futuristic paradise.
It must have been a colossal effort to get all of this up here, Sharice noted, to make it stay in place and to power it. Gress waved his claws dismissively. Powering it isn't a problem. With sunlight shining down on it, I'm not sure if you have the technology to understand, so forgive me for my jargon. But it's held in place through superconducting magnets and orbital rings, like the rest of our space construction. Just know that once you have one, it facilitates building an entire network much easier. Getting to orbit becomes a berry walk.
I raised my pointer finger, scrunching my face in confusion. Back up. What do you mean by entire network? You say the rest of your space doohickeys like this isn't all of it. Like this is the tip of the iceberg.
I could tell you, but that would spoil seeing your faces light up when you catch your first glimpse of it. It's adorable, wonderful. When you look happy and just express yourselves in general, maybe Avor can help you find some of that soul you feel humanity has lost.
I leaned back in the passenger seat, kicking up my shoes on the console. Cherise shot me a look, though Gress didn't seem to mind me using his ship controls as footrests. The Krev statement had me intrigued on what we might witness here. My imagination hadn't expanded its parameters quite far enough with Avor, it seemed. As far as ways to hide an entire society went, this planet-wide cage already seemed a great improvement to burrowing underground like mole rats. Had Earth become aware of the Federation in time to save ourselves, it would have been a wise move to build a structure like this. Then again, since the fossils studied our planet back during World War II, I didn't see how we could have known before they found us. If the Krev can put something like this around Tennis, we need to pounce on that. With this kind of technology, we can stop the Federation from finding us again. Hell, the Consortium seems much more advanced than the Federation, just by virtue of having drones and supertech to start with. Have they ever thought of a moment where they were capable of beating them in a fight? It was a dangerous thought, one that wouldn't stay out of my head, gazing at the bounty of technological marvels. I decided not to voice that question to Gress just yet. Those questions might answer themselves, if I could get my hands on more information about their military. If there was any doubt that the 6 species from the Krev could square off against the hundreds in the Federation, I understood their hesitancy. Aggressive action would put us back on the enemy's radar, and could spell the true end for humanity. It wasn't something I could even suggest lightly. Still, it was wonderful to have a major power. It was a toolbox that exceeded those of our murderers on our side for once. Just what else did Avor have in store beneath the cage? The vessel drifted through the gargantuan panel as Gress relayed the occasional check-in with traffic controllers. I found myself feeling a bit self-conscious at the thought that an entire planet was about to get their first glimpse at us through me and Cherise. It might be an uphill battle to be taken seriously if Gress saw us as adorable little munchkins. There was also the complicating matter of our prior feuds on Talos, where the Consortium had wanted us gone and built up a lot of resentment towards humanity. Would I have to explain our secrecy? In light of that reality, what if the rent collectors was wrong about the Krev's willingness to help? Gress poked a claw into my cheek, earning an indignant look.
Snap out of it. I can tell that you're brooding, and by how your eyes glaze over, Taylor.
Don't touch me, I scoffed. You could have just said my name.
And what fun would that be? Your puffy cheeks are squishy as I imagined. Hey, does it hurt to be pinched? Like, just once, so that I can get the thought out of my head?
Gress?
It was a legitimate question, but,
Cherise laughed. Yeah. The face is going to be an automatic no for most of us. It's patronizing.
The humans back on Tennis said the same thing about belly rubs. I know you don't have fur, but you have to be a little ticklish. I want to know some way to express affection that's okay. Actually, maybe you should just, look at the viewport. That is why I was trying to have Taylor come too, but the temptation is just so, Oh, the viewport, yes. No talking for Gress.
Whatever is beneath the cage better knock my socks off, if you want me to forget this exchange, I grumbled.
It will. Look, the view should be unobstructed.
The Krev sheepishly buried his head in his chest, muttering what appeared to be curses at himself. Rolling into a partial ball and hiding his face seemed akin to blushing for us. Cuteness overload had gotten the better of Gress a few times, which in a strange way made me feel better about Avor hating us. If that was their gut reaction to us, they couldn't hate us, right? I turned my eyes to the viewport and searched for my first glimpse of the planet. I wasn't sure what I expected, but it wasn't the massive sea of floating construction that met my gaze. Beneath the protection of the cage,
Dozens of rotating rings at different orbits were somehow propping platforms along their lengths. The buildings were leviathans up above the lush globe, as if held aloft by telekinesis. The models were much more complex than the ones we'd had back on Mars, and marked the outline of the city. Other structures were built on the underside, hanging down in the planet's direction. Ships like owls landed by the hundreds on different hubs of the ring, which also could act as slingshots for takeoff. It was clear that the Krev had tended to launch up here, rather than needing to generate the energy to escape their gravity well. Certain platforms seemed devoted entirely to military, just like many outposts on their 2 lunar satellites outside the cage. To enable transit between surface and orbit, it seemed the Krev favored tunnels which extended all the way into the atmosphere, and likely continued onto the cities. The rings made it possible to connect with any city on the globe's circumference by rotating in time with the planet. The tunnels could stay in place. Gress was right about this entire orbital metropolis, flourishing and bustling with people, facilitating transit both to the stars and the surface. It was one of the most magnificent things I'd ever seen. Questions poured into my head, wanting to understand how it worked. I felt my mouth parting in an O shape as I tried to form words. It is strikingly beautiful. Imagine the engineering that must have gone into this. Engineers like Kaber. No, don't think that. Ask something about how it works. How do the platforms, I fumbled. Gress hummed in acknowledgement. Stay propped up by the rings, I told you earlier. Magnets. Can you walk across the entire circumference of the platforms? Charisse asked. I can see what looks like enclosed bridges between settlements. You sure can, and you can catch a ride between the rings too. Inside the settlement systems, there is an entire artificial atmosphere, and being this close to Abel, there's a natural gravity. You can also go down to any surface settlement from here, which you'll get to experience firsthand. I chuckled to myself. This is something. How many people live up here?
1 billion. There's some Krev who like the view from space, and others who prefer a more traditional home. We don't build colonies, but there has to be somewhere for us to move to, with 11 billion souls, on the last population census. That counts the Jaslips, all 2 billion on Avor, who have their largest enclave in consortium space on our polar ice caps.
If I were them, I would build the new digs up here, where some upside-down skyscrapers over a planet, not in some frigid wasteland. I mean, crap man, if you can scrounge up this much raw materials, you didn't need those resources at all.
We most certainly do not. Asteroid trawlers give us all we need, and more. When we return your payments, with interest, perhaps you can at least see it as a good investment. Everything you see here, it can belong to Tellus, to humanity. If you wanted to live in the space rings, parents would be welcome, of course. I hope that you'll have diplomats in an annex by the Tonvos district. Charisse twirled her dark hair around a finger. Tonvos district? You're throwing a lot of words around, Gress. We've never seen anything like this. And for what it's worth, I've never liked you profiting off our work. But now, I see it was a pittance compared to what would be of true value to you.
Tonvos is probably just a name, like we use for any of our places. It doesn't translate, so I assume its meaning is as a title, I said. Nice to see you admit that I wasn't the only one who couldn't stand paying off the Krev. By the way, you haven't offered Gress much commentary about your feelings throughout the saga.
It is not appropriate, Taylor. My past feelings shouldn't be said aloud. When they're about an interstellar superpower that we need help from. Oh, I like it when you're yourself. That's part of why I picked Taylor.
Gress reached over to pat my leg, before seeming to remember my directive to keep his claws away.
It was wonderful to see something open and genuine. I felt like I learned more about him from his anger than the years prior. I was hoping to encourage him to come out of his shell and to show him that. Even if Mayor Hathaway likes disingenuous praise, the Krev don't. I see potential in him, a chance to be better.
I don't see what was better about attacking you and giving you a piece of my mind. What are you even saying? Cuss out everyone I see, explode like a loose cannon. That was a low moment for me.
Taylor, you were raised to believe that all aliens would murder you, at the mere sight of you, and your entire species was almost killed. You were locked underground to hide your faces and toil on behalf of the colony, and raised without your parents from what I've gathered. Add on a head injury, years of resentment towards us and guilt. Anyone would have snapped. It's understandable. I don't know if I could have endured what you, Charisse, and all of humanity have. Charisse slumped her shoulders. Yeah, I was fortunate to have some family on the Ark. I wasn't alone. I have a few good memories, cooking with my uncle, watching drunken patrons get tossed by him, with his no-nonsense attitude for bullcrap. Taylor had to figure everything out for himself.
Whatever my circumstances, I have made crappy decisions that'll lead me up to my dying breath. The drill exploding being the worst. I don't think I should get free pass or bring others down with me by acting out on Ever, I huffed.
Of course not. I do hope you'll find better ways to cope, and that I can help.
Grace stared out of the viewport as we drifted closer to a ring, seeming to travel in the opposite direction to its rotation.
I'm just saying, don't tell us what you think we want to hear, or sing our praises. Be polite on Apple, but be candid. Speak the truth, even if it is unpleasant, and don't worry about censoring your true opinions. Be done pretending, like you said you wanted to be.
Guess I can manage that. It'll be nice not to have to tap dance around anything vaguely violent or predatory.
Would you like me to act afraid of your eyes, just so that you can have something familiar to latch onto? Charisse groaned. Please no. Unfamiliar territory is perfectly fine by me.
Gress snickered to himself. I found it odd that an alien would tease us. It was nice that someone from another species found the Federation's reactions to our eyes laughable. The Krev rent collector had liberated me from the burden of having to sweet-talk the consortium officials. It would be nice not to have to hide parts myself, or pretend ever again. That was the only way to live with the things I couldn't unsee, to stop feeling sick over what I'd done. On the mayor's behalf, from now on, I wanted to be a man of action and an open book. It did feel good when I finally got all of these feelings I bottled up towards the Krev out, whether Charisse or anyone thinks it's appropriate. It's time to truly stand for humanity, and to find a way to contribute something meaningful. Our ship continued to drift opposite the ring's rotation, leading me to ponder the obvious questions of how we were planning on landing. This seemed to be a textbook example of complicating a task way more than was necessary. As I was about to vocalize some doubts about our heading, something latched onto the rear of our ship. With a harsh click, there was a slight jolt, the sensation of being tugged backwards. I chuckled to myself, finally recognizing the genius of how the Krev planned to slow us down. They connected to some kind of harpoon to our vessel, presumably aided by a magnetic hook to attract it, and were using the massive ring's rotation to slow us down. Once it had begun pulling us in sync with the structures turning, they reeled us in via the cord. Gress's vessel had hauled into a landing pad right up to the end of the tether. Clamps hooked onto the ship, securing it in place, like a traditional docking port, before our hosts unfurled the landing ramp. He beckoned to us with eager claws, then snatched Jura's crate to carry the Ober back to the civilization with us. I exchanged a glance with Charisse, which granted me the resolve to stroll out alongside her and give the locals their first glimpse of an unmasked human. It would be our initial peek, as them as well. Much of what we encountered up here could hint at how they went about their day-to-day lives. From what I could observe, once we disembarked, this hangar had been cordoned off in anticipation of our arrival. Krev guards toted strange guns in their grip, which I doubted utilized kinetic munitions. Armed security, something that before meeting these particular aliens, I would have assumed was a human-exclusive tradition. They were sporting body armor too, though the plates looked a bit too thin to actually stop a speeding bullet. Perhaps it was designed for comfort or as an authority symbol, rather than being tailored for effectiveness. Their scales varied in shades of green, from emerald like Gress's form to lime grassy hues, mossy colors, and even turquoise. None of the personnel displayed any hostility towards us, though all eyes were turned on us. Cameras recorded the moment from the ceiling as well. The days of hiding beneath the sands were truly over. My guard approached Gress, pointing towards the connector bridge. We brought you in right by the train station, and, as requested, we cleared the area and the next ride to Tonvos for you. The planetary board is waiting on the ground, due to the nature of your requests. We must ask whether you think these primates are a threat.
I don't. However, the humans have serious issues on their mind, and I doubt they'd appreciate all of the unwanted attention. They've been through a lot. The poor darlings, the rent collector answered.
The story is making waves on Agro and beyond. It's incredible how quickly the narrative turned from a human invasion into this. Seeing the politicians backpedal is quite funny, to be honest.
Even Falson?
Somewhat. He grudgingly wants to send aid to prevent the humans from digging out their tree hollows on our world, like the Jaslips. Grace nodded.
Sounds about right. Falson will support refugees so long as he doesn't have to look at them. Well, I just wanted my new friends to hear where the consortium stands. Thanks for the help.
Are you kidding? Saving a species like them? I'm glad to help. Have a safe ride down. The Krev Wren collector waved us on. I followed him over the connector bridge, admiring how someone could stroll the length of the orbital ring, at least. We could manage it as persistent predators. It was doubtful any of the consortium species could match our endurance. I waved an awkward hand at the guards, while Charisse offered a polite hello. The two of us pretended not to hear the whispers to each other about how adorable we were, as we trundled on down the tunnel. If Grace wanted my honesty, I needed to confront him about how irritating it was being spoken of like non-sapient beings all over again, even if the reasons were altogether different. For now, I kept my eyes trained straight ahead. The connector bridge took us up to what looked like an ordinary train station, apart from the fact that the tracks sloped down into a tunnel, one that was at a steep incline all the way down to Agro's surface. I gulped, wondering if this was going to be the most harrowing roller coaster ride ever built. Charisse seemed to pick up my anxiety and tried to give a reassuring smile. I wondered if she'd seen how far down the train was heading. Grace boarded the car, oblivious to my unvoiced concerns, and tucked Jura's crate into a holding compartment. He slid into the first seat available, demonstrated how the harnesses worked, and cast an expectant look at the two seats opposite his. Grace, I ventured, hating how tentative my voice sounded, how quickly does this, shuttle go down to the planet?
The Krev studied me for a moment. I guess now I know your actual mannerisms for being nervous. It's nothing to worry about, Taylor. It's a short ride, less than half an hour, over before you know it. There's inertial dampness and artificial gravity for emergencies. You won't feel Agro's pull, and it'll be no different to flying a spaceship. Millions of Krev seem to travel back and forth on these things on a regular basis, Charisse ventured. We do. It's a daily commute for some. Exactly. That's why I assume it'll be fine. They wouldn't do this regularly if it was anything frightful. Nodding my head in agreement, I clipped my harness and folded my arms across my chest. Inertial dampeners made sense as an available technology, but I didn't want to think about what a long way it'll be to fall if anything went wrong. Despite my apprehension over the ride down the vertical tracks, I was excited to see what marvels Agro's surface would hold in store for us. Up here, in the space rings, I had really seen technological feats I never could have imagined. The sooner we were on the ground to request some of those gifts for ourselves, the sooner humanity's new future began. The prospect alone was enough to motivate me to endure this train ride from orbit. End of chapter 20. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date, standardized human time, March 20th, 2160. There was no sensation of being yanked to Agro, despite our downward trajectory. Without any view from inside the tunnel, it was impossible to differentiate between this rapid descent and any other train ride. That also meant that we couldn't steal a peek at the passing atmosphere, thanks to the enclosure blocking our view altogether. I suppose that was an experience I could get on a spaceship instead, without seeing the ground rushing up to meet me. Quickly becoming bored of the travel time, I understood how it was mundane to the Krev. Needing something else to hold my attention, I studied the emerald-scaled alien seated across from us. Grace seemed focused on texting someone via his holopad, and I wished I could read the Kearney script to spy on him a little. His gaze would occasionally shift towards me, as though he was trying to work up the courage to relay a message. The Krev clipped the device back to his work belt before clearing his throat. He waited until Charisse and I were both zeroed in on him. The Xeno's gaze drifted for a moment,
and it was only then that I noticed that the security guard had placed her hand atop mine, comforting me while I'd been fearful over the train. I thought about removing it, but instead raised an eyebrow at Gress, daring him to comment. I'm glad that Charisse came with me. I couldn't imagine doing this alone, and we've always handled the Krev together. It's right that she's backing me up on Avor, and keeping an eye on me, holding me accountable. Gress pointed to his holopad with a claw. I have a favor to ask of you two. When Lekka heard you were landing on Tonbos, our capital, she wanted to see you in person. Her mother brought her a half an hour for a special trip, just to catch a peek of you. Before we dock into the secured area, could you, say hello? Spare just a minute? It would make her day, and by extension, mine. This would be her only chance to meet you. I'm well aware you have more important things on your plate, but... Yeah, no problem, Gress. We'd love to meet her, Charisse said. I bet she'll be an adorable little munchkin. Lekka is down there, and you're just telling us now. When we're almost to the ground, I blinked, blindsided by the prospect of meeting Gress's daughter now, and not from a distance, in a performance audience. After how delicate he'd been with the human child back on Tellus, I was worried my abilities with kids would let him down. I thought we were going to see her dance recital. I'm not saying that we won't do it, but it's not her only chance to meet us. The Krev sighed. I had one more important thing to discuss with you first. I didn't want to distract you. I have decided not to bring you to the recital, though. I'd distract from the show, and you'd have kids running all over you. It'd be overwhelming for either of us. There's no pressure if you're not up for it, but just saying hi to Lekka. Yeah, no problem. Quick and easy introductions, we can do that. Charisse grinned. Who are you convincing, Gress or yourself? A little bit of both. Sounds like Lekka adores primates. From everything we've heard, just be gentle, and she'll love you. My second being gentle, Gress's jaw locked, and he leaned forward in his seat with intensity. I'm understanding, Guy, and I'll keep an eye on Lekka. I know you must be feeding a lot of things. I'll be keeping an eye on you, though, too. If you hurt or berate my daughter in any way, Taylor, and you know why I'm joined just at you, I'll make you wish you met the Federation exterminators, not me. Do your claws light on fire or something? I think your threats are getting a bit detached from reality, Gracie boy, I quipped. I'm not joking. You won't hurt her. If you have something to say it to me when she's gone. I don't want to have to explain to Lekka how you can't keep a handle on your temper. I'm sure as shit won't stand for anybody harming the light of my world. It's not like I'd hurt a child. If I did, I deserve to have the Krev exterminators kicking down my door, flaming claws and all. I believe you're a good person, Taylor. I want her to meet you both. I'm not just taking any chances with my little girl, and I know you have a mean streak, that some primates communicate through violence. Normally, I like and respect that, but not with her. If there's one time I do expect you to put on a happy face, it's here. Of course, buddy. I'll be cool and patient, no matter what the kiddo does. There's nothing to worry about. I know there's not. I'm here to help your species because I love what little I know about the real humanity, and I appreciate you doing something extra for my sake. We can do excellent work together and make a kid stay. But that said, welcome to Avor. The train had slowed to a halt at the bottom of the tunnel, without me noticing. The doors swung open, revealing radiant sunlight striking the cobblestone platform. Gress led Charisse and me out into the open air, while toting Jubra's crate, and I sucked in the smells of the city, trash, street food, and vehicle exhaust. None of those things were especially pleasant, but Tonbos felt like a return to what Earth was like. Before us were maglev trains that ran horizontally, connecting the city, along with moving sidewalk strips that carried pedestrians along the street for close travel. A vast number of Krev were heading into the building behind us, which was positively massive. I knew the instant I laid eyes on it, it was iconic, and likely where we'd meet the planetary board. The sleek pyramid defied what I believed to be architecturally possible, in terms of weight standing atop the planet's gravitational pull. The gravity on Avor was no slouch either, seeming to be a bit stronger than what I'd grown used to on Tellus. Granted, our new colony had a bit less of a downward tug than Earth, but the point stood. This deranged structure stretched up for not hundreds of meters, but over 2 kilometers,
scraping close to the hovering outline of the space rings. This pyramid reached beyond tall buildings back home, such as the Jeddah Tower or the Peach Trust Spire. The pyramid kept climbing past double their height, if the eye test served me right, and its base length on the ground stretched for kilometers. Several skyscrapers were housed inside the pyramidal shell, either dangling from the massive ceiling or rising up from the ground. Elevators traveled on an incline up to the external trusses, able to go all the way to where the structure's tip pierced the indigo sky. There appeared to be a park-like green space built into the pyramid at certain intervals, and viewing balconies where Krev could overlook the city. Of all the entrances on the ground, leading into whichever skyscraper passerbys were heading for, this one had a single, heavily guarded route to an ornate tower which was only a few stories tall. This whole contraption makes the Great Pyramids back on Earth look like a 2-story house. Good God, do the Krev always go for broke when they build crap? That's a tall building, I commented. Gresh chuckled in amusement. It sure is. It can house 1 million people, and it's completely self-sustaining, just like you two loved the sun on your face. So does Tonva's pyramid. Anyhow, we're right outside Delegate's Tower, so we'll go through the security checkpoint in a moment. Let me just try spot Lecker. No rush, Chris. We're happy to take in the view, Charisse murmured. Taylor's tall building remark is an understatement. It's like saying Earth bombing was an unfortunate day. I rolled my eyes. Of course it's an understatement. But what am I even supposed to say? We've got to hold the human architects who worked on our cavern out here. They'll have a fucking meltdown when they see this giga pyramid. Holy crap. Let her in, the kid. The crab waved his claws at someone before shooting me a stern look. No more cursing. I see her. The police perimeter was keeping my little one back until they saw me waving her in. You kind of require an invite or clearance to be in this area. Ress moved closer to where security was keeping a few curious pedestrians back and wrapped his tail around his leg as he waited. I couldn't help but smile as much smaller Krev leapt onto his tail and snuggled up against his scales. The resemblance was undeniable. Leka closed her eyes, digging her claws in for a ride over to us. The child's limbs were tiny, as were her thin tail, with her body being the size of a squirrel at most. Charisse turned, multi-eyed, crouching on the platform not to tower over the youngster. I followed her lead, not wanting to seem scary in lieu of Cress's warning.
Yeah, they're so cute,
Leka squealed, sliding off the father's tail.
Do they bite, Daddy?
Gresh chuckled. No, they're friendly, darling.
Then why is Juvra in his cage?
You know how jealous obers can get, Sweetberry. Juvra might see the humans, especially the male, as competition for my affection. We don't want him misbehaving.
I guess not. But that's sad. It'd be so cute for the big primates to hold him.
Yeah, that figures. I heard you like Juvra a lot. I bit my lip, shooting down her suggestion, despite the fact that I had no interest in rocking Juvra to sleep. What had Gress said when one of our kids asked to touch his scales? Maybe another time, Leka. I'm Taylor. I'm a friend of your father.
A talking primate? I always wanted to be able to talk to an ober. Taylor's even better than Juvra.
Yeah, I'm a lot better than Juvra, I agreed. My human companion snorted. It's that your new life goal, to be superior to an ober? Leka, I think you shouldn't compare us to Juvra. He's very different from us. I'm Charisse.
Hi, Charisse. You humans don't have much fur.
We don't. Our ancestors did have full pelts, but we lost ours over time and started wearing artificial fabrics instead.
The little curtains you wear are so cute. I've never petted a bald primate.
Leka darted forward before Gress could stop her and sunk her claws into my pant leg. I kept as still as possible as she shimmied up my calf and balanced atop my thigh. Her paw pressed my wrist with fascination, earning a squeal of delight. The texture of her palm felt strange against my skin, though I didn't interfere for fear of hurting her. I thought about asking Gress to step in, but she looked so delighted that I couldn't bring myself to. There were some mutual feelings of cuteness overload, though I wasn't sure how her father would feel if I patted her tiny head or tickled her chin with a finger. After all the times that Gress has confessed to wanting to smother us with pets and hugs, I hardly think he'd have a right to judge. Still, I don't think I should do anything that might be offensive. Leka's eyes twinkled.
He has little hairs on his arm. They're almost invisible. Look, Daddy. I see, dear, Grace replied, leaning down to pick up her and pull her away. Why don't you thank the nice human for his kindness? Taylor doesn't like being touched without asking, so don't do that again.
It's all right, I offered. Don't worry about it.
Cherise extended her arm, smiling. My turn. Can I hold her, Grace? Would she like that? Just for a brief moment. I don't want you to drop her. Grace passed his daughter into the security guard's hands, careful to ensure Cherise had a firm grip before letting go. Lekka burrowed her nose into the crook of my companion's elbow. Easy does it, Lekka. Sit still. You're going to wriggle out of her grasp. Okay, that's it. I'm taking you back. No, Lekka protested, and her father snatched her up again. I like the big ogres. They're nice creatures. Well, can we keep them? Absolutely not. The humans are people. How would you like being kept? That's what you and Mom do to me. Grace's face looked horrified, enough so that it was comical. You're not a possession. Then can I leave?
No.
So you're keeping me hostage, just like the people you were supposed to help free at your old job. No, that's not. You're a child. We're responsible for you until you get old enough to understand things. Like how anything that talks isn't something that belongs to you. Please keep them. I'll take such good care of them. The answer is no. You're going back to your mother right now. Run along. Now, or you won't get to see Juvra for a month. You're so mean. The humans are way better than you. Bye, Taylor. Bye, Cherise. We'll see you later, Lekka, Cherise said, while I struggled with the fact the child thought that it was okay to keep us like ogres. Good luck at your dance recital. Thanks. The tiny child scampered off, returning to where her mother was waiting. Grace pressed his claws to his face in embarrassment, clearly mortified by everything Lekka had said. An apologetic glint flashed in his eyes as he finally looked back at us. I stood up, hearing a loud pop from my stiff knees, and waited for the Krev to say the first word. He was silent for a few steps, herding us towards the security checkpoint at Delicate's tower. Cherise seemed amused by the entire debacle, and seeing her on the verge of laughter lifted my mood as well. It was pretty amusing to hear a child compare being controlled by parents to being a hostage. I'm sorry about that, Grace spoke at last, stopping us just shy of the checkpoint. I know it sounded awful, but Lekka doesn't know what she's saying. I'll have a talk with her about humans being people and make sure this never happens again. Cherise's lips curved up further. Kids say the damnedest things. Don't worry about it. I actually thought it was pretty funny.
And I think we should free Lekka, I joked.
You can't help but have fun at my expense, can you? Grace sighed.
No, I cannot.
Maybe we should change the saying Ober Enterprise to Human Enterprise.
Watch the hold up, a towering pink avian approached, causing me to feel some level of intimidation. She definitely had a few feet of height on me, and from what Grace told us about the Reskets, I didn't want to pick a fight with one. Excuse me, but you can't loiter in this area. The board is expecting you, so I suggest you complete your scans and get moving.
This is a sensitive first contact, and they've been private people for a long time. I relayed ahead to the consortium about my concerns. This is a unique scenario. Perhaps we can skip the brain scans just this once?
There are 2 decades of tensions between the humans and us. Your request was received and denied. They'll complete the scans, no exceptions, if they wish to see the board.
Grace winced before turning a sheepish look on Cherise and I. I'm sorry. I'm going to scan your mind for any psychological warning signs, and your memories for whether you have any hostile intent towards the Krev. It's really nothing to worry about. Just step in that gate, stand there for a few seconds, and we can move on to getting aid for Tellus.
Back the fuck up, I hissed. That machine is going to, can read my mind at a glance. That's not info I want any alien knowing. Sensitive things about humans revealed. Why the feck are you just telling this now?
Cherise raised her eyebrows. I agree. There's nothing we can keep secret or to ourselves if we step in there. That's putting a lot of faith in the Krev to have the best interests at heart. Being told now, it's been sprung on you much too fast, Grace finished. I only didn't tell you, because I thought it would be avoided, in light of your circumstances and your unfamiliarity with us. If it's any consolation, every diplomat and visitor does this. The machine only flags warning signs of violence. It's a way of predicting anyone who would attack our leaders, and while it's mainly for the Jaslips, we apply it equally. I have nothing to hide, so I'll go first.
After leaving Jupiter with the security, the Krev walked into the gate, which scanned him for a brief moment. His identification flashed up on the guard's console, and after the machine announced that no threats were detected, she buzzed him on. Should I follow, forsaking all notions of privacy, or risk offending our hosts by refusing and booking it back to the train? My mind was racing, hoping to do what was best for all of humanity, for our future. The fact is, we needed the consortium's help, and given their tech level, if they wanted to hurt us, we were through. If this was a necessary part of diplomatic relations with them, we'd have to bite the bullet eventually. I ambled forward as the Rescue's guard fixed me with an impatient look. Gress seemed relieved that I went along with it, and perhaps a little surprised. That Krev must have a certain opinion on my obstinance. I stood inside of the chamber, trying to keep as still as possible, my head turning back in the direction I'd come from. Charisse gave me a reassuring smile, showing support for my decision. I wasn't sure what the machine would do to me, because unlike Gress, it would be unable to recognize my biometrics or my species at all. I waited, feeling my heart rate accelerate. This is a bad experience for anyone who's claustrophobic. It's smaller than the lift we rode to Telus' surface, though it has quite a bit of height to accommodate rescues. Error, species not recognized, a mechanical voice stated. Please wait, scanning, requesting operator input for sapient's name. The rescue leaned over her console, tapping a microphone. Human. Biometric data classified. The subject is showing high levels of brain activity consistent with stress. Rising pulse suggests duress. Should we pause the scan? No! I clasped my sweaty palms together, waiting as it scanned the contents of my brain. Can we just get this over with? Gress's ordeal was a lot faster. Well, it must not like something it sees with you, the rescue responded. Wonderful. To enlighten me on my thought crimes. The machine flashed an abysmal red color, as if in response to me. Alert, subject is presently showing signs of head trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder. There are numerous instances of contemplating violence upon Krev representatives, including one case of tangible assault. The following problems have also been flagged. Resentment towards the Krev government, fantasies of revenge, severe disillusionment, and xenophobia towards all alien life forms. I scratched my cheek. That's a nice party trick. So can I go in? Those fantasies of violence towards the Krev aren't current, Gress interjected. It said nothing about present inclinations towards violence. Come on, let him through. The rescue's guard hesitated before pressing a wing against the console to grant me authorization. I hurried over to Gress, grateful for his aid getting me out of that box. I had felt pretty vulnerable, with it somehow picking apart my every desire and past deed. The Krev rent collector looked a little concerned for me, perhaps having heard the machine label me as a poster child for PTSD. I guessed that answered the question about whether the consortium called everything predator disease. Either way, it wasn't a topic I wished to discuss. Charisse loped into the scanning chamber with some hesitation, and I waited for it to slap labels on her. Unknown individual from the species human, cataloging, the machine pronounced. The subject shows moderate levels of resentment towards the Krev consortium, no history of violent behavior or recurring fantasies. The rescued stared at Charisse for an extra second, beak parting in thought before granting her entry. Gress steered us through the lobby of the tower, eager to get away from the bird's scrutiny. The Krev led us further back into the building, descending a flight of stairs into a basement below the tower. We passed by a series of offices, for what I ventured were government department heads. Security increased as we moved further towards the back, though they all waved us on. Our guide only stopped as we strolled into a meeting room, where members of all 6 species waited on ergonomic thrones of sorts. I tried to clear my head, realizing that this was our destination. These were the leaders of the consortium, the ones I needed to convince to aid us, and to help bring humanity back from the brink of extinction. The 5 aside from the Krev representatives wouldn't be moved by us being primates, so I can use that as a fallback. With our very future in the balance, I waited for the delegates to speak their first words to an unmasked human. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, March 21st, 2160. My gaze wasn't sure where to settle.
between the 6 lazing diplomats from each species. Every set of eyes were on me. From the orchard, who had their tail leg curved beneath her like a mermaid, to the curled-up Smiggly, to the Tromble, whose eye sockets was evidently made of metal. I approached the table with a sheepish posture and watched Charisse tiptoe forward with trepidation. However, it was Grest who seemed to be the most uncomfortable of us all, standing in his room. The Krev diplomat stood from his chair to greet my friend, his expression brimming with reverence and pride. The Wren collector became more hunched over, like he was resisting the urge to curl up into a ball. If the effervescent leader noticed, he gave no indication of it.
Grass, it isn't my pleasure to see you. I do not know how you convinced the humans to tell you the truth, but you came through once again, the delegate announced, the greatest miracle worker of a generation.
Delegate Resson.
Grace's eyes flicked towards me, suddenly communicating that all he did was get bludgeoned over the head and scream at me.
I hope that the planetary board is briefed on everything I documented about the humans. We have a moral duty to help these downtrodden refugees, after we've unwittingly worsened their plight.
A Resket pointed a beak straight at me, his long, pink-feathered neck holding eerily still.
It was impossible to know that the humans were refugees. When they hid away their lives and their faces, they pushed us away to return and didn't honor their bargains, not to mention everything they did was a lie or an omission.
I'd like to apologize for that, I piped up tentatively. From our point of view, every species we've encountered wished us dead when they saw our eyes. You're clearly a more powerful group of species. We knew that even before we witnessed your tech levels here. We didn't want you to finish us off.
No, I understand that, human. After how every species has treated you, reduced the population to mere thousands, probably no more than the number of people who work on this floor, you're wary. I wouldn't be a fan of aliens if all I knew was Federation either. I'm General Radai, Resket Delegate, and leader of the Consortium Military.
I'm Taylor and this is Charisse. No fancy titles for either of us, but we're honored to be here.
This one likes to blow smoke up our tail feathers, huh? Knock it off. No wonder Gress saw through your phony spiel about covering your faces. Look, whatever debates we might have had in the past about putting an end to your little villa, that's over. All's forgiven, and just don't agree with the sole blame of this debacle being placed on our wings.
Resson, the Krev leader, settled back in his seat.
It's not important to worry about blame or the past. We need to focus on protecting them from the Federation, now that we know the truth.
As long as the humans are through with this mask-wearing secrecy wormshit, everything will be fine. We're going to be as transparent as possible, I replied. Anything you want answered about our culture, just ask. We've already shared what little we have of Earth with Grass.
Charisse straightened, raising a finger. Hang on a minute. How serious is the consortium about respecting religious customs? We're accommodating of all faiths, the Smiggly answered, rotating their stubby arms. My name is Vidal. For what it's worth, let us know if we violated any of your genuine observances. I'm working on that. I heard what Radai said about the mask-wearing wormshit. There are multiple Terran faiths which use some kind of head covering legitimately. I feel compelled to speak up before discrimination starts. Are you going to look down on them for hiding their faces, or downplay the cultural importance of that?
Seeing the representative's confusion, I jumped in to elaborate. For instance, there is a man named Arden, who is a Sikh. He wears a turban, which is a sort of wrap around his hair, as a sign of purity and devotion before his god. One of the nicest, most progressive individuals in the colony.
Taylor cites one of many examples. Muslim women cover their faces with a hijab or a burqa as a sign of modesty. Catholic nuns wear a veil to show devotion. And then there's smaller symbols like yarmulkes.
Radai shoved his beak into his wing.
You have all of these examples with genuine requirements for face coverings. And you didn't think to use one of them to explain your constant self-concealment. I won't pretend to understand, but that would have sold your private culture much better.
We considered it, but there's too many predatory elements to almost every faith. We could never hand over our religious texts. Even the most pacifist, vegetarian, and all that beliefs would have mentioned violence or hunting, regardless of if it was only to disavow them.
Biddle seemed to communicate their emotional shifts through slight wiggles.
Please do provide the information on your faiths and customs to our cultural sensitivity departments, Taylor. That's one of the branches with the highest number of Smiggly staffers, I'll add. It'll be important to document and pass on human customs if we help raise a new generation of humans. That's what we're here to talk about, right? There's one natural disaster away from extinction, Grass ventured. I think that we all agree that we are going to help them. The question is deciding what each species can offer them.
Ryson's gaze floated over Charisse and I, softening in a way that humans would, glancing at a cute puppy.
Your proposal for the ectogenesis was clever, but I believe that would be a Tromboli's department. Avala, would you care to do the others?
The Trombol delegate turned her head fully towards me, and with the reptile addressing me, I could no longer avoid looking at her uncanny features. One of her eyes was missing altogether, replaced by a central robotic socket and metal splotches that were melded down onto the side of her face. Where her iris should have been, there was only a lapis blue glow. When I fully leveled my binocular vision on her, it was impossible not to notice that her face was just the start of the cybernetic implants. Every one of her limbs was replaced by metal, not even attempting to hide their artificiality with fake skin. I would have never gawked at someone for utilizing prosthetics, except that I got the impression that Avala had amputated her real limbs by choice. The arms appeared to have more subtle manipulators, while the legs looked longer and what Gresh showed me in the holograms. To the Trombol, see technology as a way to, improve their capabilities, like strength or speed.
Like what you'll see,
Avala teased, brightening her bioluminescent short brief, in what I inferred to be a playful gesture.
The Trombol integrate technology as much as possible, going beyond where other species are willing to venture. Machines can do so much more than we ever could. Stronger, faster, smarter. Why not embrace the possibility of exceeding our natural limits?
It's just I've never seen it on this level. We have prosthetics at home, but nothing. Consider it a compliment that I'm continually amazed and shell-shocked by the consortium's tech level, I managed.
You can speak your mind, but I was right to chastise you. For what it's worth, you're hardly the only one to be leery of replacing parts of yourself with mechanical ones. We've been trying to persuade the Reskets to adopt them for military uses. Imagine the military implications, being able to lift slabs of rubble that are hundreds of pounds. Being able to see heat vision, and with an information overlay that maps the landscape and monitors your vitals in real time. Having the option to shut off your brain's pain receptors if you're captured, downloading information instantly instead of having briefings and upping process levels too.
Yes, we get it, Avala. You don't need to preach to the newbies, Radar hissed with irritation, spreading his wings to make himself even larger. We can enhance our capabilities without drilling out our eyes. Ever heard of contact lenses? You can have an augmented reality overlay and turn it off when the day is done. Meanwhile, you're a walking EMP target.
And you are just a target. Being 9 feet tall, being the strongest, doesn't mean much when you're the easiest to hit with a bullet.
Gris issued a nervous laugh, drawing attention his way.
Why don't we focus on the aid for Tellus?
Every second we spend bickering is an extra second the humans are stuck in that hovel. The primates should come and live on Avor if it's that shoddy. At least long enough for the construction to take place, Bison said. We'd like our own space, Charisse shot down the suggestion, clasping her hands behind her back. The worst part of our hovel was the back-breaking labor and lack of sunlight. Fixing those two issues would mean marked improvement.
You don't have to worry about that. We'll return everything that was collected as payment, and it'll only be a drop in the bucket.
If you won't come here, it would mean a lot to us if we put this exchange and idea into effect. We'd also like to arrange a travel flow to improve much more than those basics. I think I speak for all of us in saying that we'd welcome all the help, and that we accept your hand in friendship. Tell you the truth, it's like finding an oasis in the desert. I'm curious to know the estimates for your construction plans and just what you plan to give us. Well, shit. Charisse is doing my job better than I am. It's a good thing that she came with me because Gress should have never requested that I handle this. Humanity needs a better representative, but thankfully, this is my last hurrah. The light flickered on Avala's biometric eye for a moment before refocusing. I ran a quick series of calculations. With the Krev supplying the necessary materials, we should be able to 3D print a proper metropolis above ground and hold in orbital defense platforms in 6 weeks' time. I'm afraid that constructing a full cage and ring system, Rison's specialty, will be an even lengthier process, years long. My jaw just about dropped to the floor. Even lengthier. You're telling me that you can build like skyscrapers, road transits, that kind of metropolis in weeks? If that's what you want, we'll leave it up to telesettlers to decide the specifications you have in mind, and to review any changes you might need for culture or biology. A good example of the orchids having 3 legs, so we don't do stairs, the tripedal delegate offered her first words. Remsen shoots are much more our style. A mental image floated through my mind of an orchid traveling down the floor via slides. I raised a hand over my lip, trying to hide my smirk. If we were allowed to change specifications, we should request chutes as a descent option, because that would be fun. Actually, forget about going down a few floors. We should have these consortium planners whip up an automated amusement park, like what we used to have on Earth. Something like those train tunnels from the space rings would become the galaxy's tallest roller coaster, the centerpiece. I found myself getting rather swept up in the idea after the orchid's remark, though I tried to bring myself back down to Avil. Now that the triped had spoken, the Jastless representative was the only one who hadn't said a peep. I pursed my lips before lowering my palm. I didn't catch your name. Dioki. I don't feel the need to say much, other than we'll hook you up with FTL comms and keep the supplies flowing. Logistics are our department, so you'll have as much food, medicine, and commodities as you need, the orchid answered. Great. As Gress so diplomatically pointed out, we're not exactly living in excess. I hesitated, finding myself unable to bite back the question about the consortium's singular federation-like focus on one area. Well, Radai and Abala told me to be the straight shooter, right? If I may, I have some questions about the consortium. I've been told that you all take on a specialty for the group, but I find it strange that your whole species would only do one thing, like them. It's not like every orchid works in one avenue. It just has the bulk of the government backing, Taylor. This way, it devotes an entire planet resources and unites us behind a single goal. All species can feel like they contribute to the consortium, and it makes it clear-cut who to talk to for what in any particular thing. Radai raised his head with pride. We have all the strength and complement each other. I agree with the humans' assessment of the Federation's reductionism. Their homogeneity seems unnatural. However, we found a lesson to be learned in their ways, one worthy of replication by the merits of its efficiency. At least in the consortium, our specialty is our choice. We could change it at any time, whereas I get the distinct impression the Federation isn't so flexible, Avala remarked. The smigly delegate chuckled. We all have things to offer you. My people will give you access to entertainment, an entire deluge of media and live performances. I will like that very much. I was talking about how I'm itching to see live music, I replied, noticing the other representative's posture growing dismissive of the oversized worm's offer. God, we haven't had any new entertainment, certainly not with any proper production budget in decades. Radai hissed in irritation. Your species is nearly eradicated. You don't need fecking movies. What you need is protection, like Ryson said, and you can count on us to send personnel and bring you some real ships. Being safe does a lot more for morale than those damned concerts. There's no reason the two are mutually exclusive. That said, military and rebuilding are tops on our agenda, I responded. As a matter of fact, I had some interest in joining the armed forces myself. Finally, being able to fight back against the Federation. Would you take a human volunteer, or is it only rescues? Would we? Shit. You're going to have to get trained our way if you expect us to fork over our ships. We have to know that you can be disciplined and up to snuff before we trust you with the good stuff. The consortium military accepts all species into our ranks. It's just that even adjusting for the other races' fitness peaks. Rescuts are the most capable of completing the grueling training.
Boot camp, that's something we know a thing or two about, Charisse commented. I think myself and a lot of the militia would be interested.
That usually scares would-be recruits off. Tell you what, when we start training infantry on Tellus, I'll oversee you two's regiment myself, see what you humans are made of, and toughen you up as needed. Unless you wimp out, report to whatever base we set up for you. Great, I'll be there.
I cast a glance at Gress, remembering that he was the one who encouraged me to follow this path.
If I'm not being too nosy, just how many ships do you have in your fleet? You're way more advanced than them, from what I've seen.
Over 1 million.
Dude. And you can really fight. You could kick their sorry behinds. Why keep hiding? You all could take them.
That's the entire can of insects, Ryson offered. A constant debate in these walls. The Krev have concerns about killing trillions of civilians, which would be necessary to truly wipe out these species.
Naoki parted her rostrum, a forlorn look in her eyes.
Those more in favor of intervention have argued that we're letting civilians die to the Arxor. It's like we're hoping those monsters will do the dirty work for us, frankly.
All that matters is the consortium's safety and eliminating the threat, Rescott squawked. A statement that was quite in line with our colony's position. I just don't want to take the slightest risk of losing due to some uncounted factor. Scouting could expose us, and that's why you humans are a gift. You have up-to-date, complete information.
I narrowed my eyes.
I'll give all of you some up-to-date information. The longer we don't stop them, the greater chance they find another predator race like us and wipe them out too. That's who you really are allowing to die.
I understand your frustration, and for what it's worth, I agree with the statement. However, the more time that we buy for ourselves, the stronger our organization grows. We can't rush into war. Consortium wishes to guarantee a swift and decisive win.
I bit my tongue, knowing that arguing with the species Gress warned me not to piss off was ill-advised. Questioning the Consortium's agenda during our first meeting wouldn't earn humanity brownie points. I would love to see the day where we made those bastards pay for what they'd done to Earth, but I was here to improve humanity's present situation. This pact of 6 species had offered us everything that we needed to regain our bearings, and then some. At least, with the Rescutt's training and ship donations, we'd be able to defend ourselves if the Federation came to finish the job. We wouldn't live and toil in the underground hovels anymore. I know what every species is willing to chip in, except for the Jaslips. They're in charge of defenses and evacuations, right? I thought they'd be the most sympathetic, having lost their homeworld to aliens too. What about you? I ventured, making a sweeping gesture towards the fluffy 3-tailed quadruped. I've heard from the others, but I don't want to leave you out. Are you willing to help us out?
Gress twitched his claws. Taylor, you might not want to. Frenella doesn't speak much as a form of protest, Avala finished. I'm not listened to, so why should I speak? The Jaslip perked her triangular ears up, forward-facing eyes locking on the tromble. I'd offer to help you with your bunker construction, but you seem to have underground complexes pre-built. Can I give you some advice for free? Gladly, Charisse answered for me. Whatever that we have below-ground shelters or not, I'm sure that we can learn from your experience. Given your population numbers, I was going to suggest you build a bunker away from your settlement and keep someone there at all times, for continuity of species. As we both are well aware, you never know when someone is going to bomb your planet without warning. Ryson threw his claws in the air, tongue poking out of his mouth in exasperation. Really? Is anything ever not about Esquo? See, humans? They want me to stay silent so they can forget what they did. Leave the primates out of this, Frendella. They never had a chance to evacuate Earth, and they lost magnitudes more people than you did, yet you still pity yourself. You mistake my rage for self-pity. It's a tragedy what happened to the humans, but you're going to take it as proof that you had to commit genocide. What I heard is that there were other options. Your military is stronger. You could have fought them, not us. Radai rose to his feet, intimidating the Jaslip into silence. That's enough. The humans came here to get aid, and they've received it. Now, we haven't accepted a new race into our foundation, but it should be straightforward. I take it as a formality that you'll join the consortium. Yes, humanity would love the chance to be a part of, I attempted. Good.
We'll be in touch to set up the proper channels to coordinate the process. And don't worry, I'll follow through with my promise to oversee your training. Humanity will run on good legs. You're dismissed."
The rest had snapped his beak back to Frandella, and I got the distinct impression they all planned to chew out the jaslip as soon as we left. A significant part of me wanted to intervene and tell them to back down, but I knew Mayor Hathaway would have my hide if I screwed up the oodles of aid that we'd just been offered. We needed the consortium's bountiful assistance, and I couldn't challenge the jaslip being tag team while acting as Tellus' representative. Gress was right about it being a necessary sacrifice to stop Esquire from meeting Earth's end, but I understood why the Arctic carnivores were bitter. It always stung the most when it was your planet and your people under siege. Keeping my true opinions to myself for what I hoped was the last time, I followed Gress out of the chamber in silence. Charisse was close behind. After casting a sympathetic glance at Vilnalda, I curled my fist into a ball. I tried to remember what was at stake. The Rescats agreed to train the two of us, along with Tellus' militia, personally. My new life, far from the political arena, needed to be a way to atone for my mistakes. It was time to offer true service to humanity, and finally have a chance to stand up against anyone who aimed to strike us down. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Memory transcription subject, Tassie, by some scientist. Date, standardized human time, March 21st, 2160. What a week it had been since the aliens landed in Grey Basin. It was just a few days ago that I had no idea whether Bisons were alone in the universe, and all the possibilities enraptured my mind. My entire life up to that moment was spent imagining how first contact would play out, and how our species might rise to the occasion. In the time since the Lassan military dragged me off to the transmitted coordinates, my hopes for an innocuous relationship had been dashed. I've learned of a centuries-long war between people-eating carnivores and hundreds of anti-predators. My visit to Earth, witnessing an alien culture on the ground, had been disrupted by the Yotel's vows to block our diplomatic efforts. Now, to cap off the taxing time span, I've discovered that the Tessia were bombed by aliens meaning to exterminate us with fire. I bet they would have been delighted to know our oil secretions made us quite flammable. It was sickening. All the while, I needed to stop Dustin from pissing off Zulk and meeting a painful end. There hadn't been much time to consider how I felt about the Tessia hiding it all, leaving FAI scientists like me in the dark. Coming clean to the Bison public this much time later, and revealing that the Tessia kept advancements and key information from us, the Lassian generals were beyond pissed, and Zulk coming here as a diplomat is the only reason he's getting a quiet welcome. This press conference could be a disaster. I hope we're all clear on what's supposed to be said. Do you really think Bisons can handle the truth? I whispered towards the two aliens, trying not to catch Zulk's ear. I don't know. The humans bounced back from aliens attacking them, from hundreds of species calling them awful things. Iliska turned from where she stood beside me. Nulia's absence was notable, but given her species' new association, it was a positive that Naltor had gotten her off-world. There'll be strong reactions, of course. We need to ride out the waves. The seas will settle down eventually. Let's just hope eventually means soon. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Her rotund eyes gleamed with concern. It must have been a lot to take in, and you must feel a lot of pressure disseminating this to the public. You were made a scientist liaison out of nowhere. How are you holding up, Tassie? Honestly, I feel this creeping dread, like I'm waiting for where the next blow is going to come from, and trying to dampen the feelings in advance. I fear my ability to bounce back has been chipped away, but I know this mission is too important to just crumble. I was overwhelmed by a few people eating fish. I wouldn't judge you if you did break. This is a legitimate. It's a disaster of a first contact, Doctor. We're not setting a good example for future contacts, and for that, I am sorry. It's not your fault. Your mission is noble, and I get why you rushed into it, trying to save us. Even after hearing his answer to Neltor, I just don't understand how Dustin can still be so optimistic.
He was gushing over Zolk's customs, right after the seer had him tied up and told him about their, Starlight incident. Zolk cackled, revealing that he'd been listening. That one, classic martyr. He outright said he was willing to die for peace, continually attempting to sacrifice himself for a higher cause, for the greater good. Well, I threw that label at him myself when we wanted to visit you, but it's more than that. Dustin is the type to see good in others, and to believe that he can facilitate positive change, Nalta countered. Not dissimilar to you, Tassie, with how you believe the best possibilities at first contact, and try to talk to our enemies. It's a mixture of naivete and childlike curiosity. Blind hope. My shoulders slumped. I know you're the pessimist and the skeptic, and I don't want you to be one. You can choose to hold on to the dream, no matter how distant or unrealistic it is. Do you know why I, a Selma, left to join the upstart Bison Nation? I want peace and unity on Avrana, no matter how far-fetched that might be. Isn't that what you want, but with the galaxy? Of course it is. Then don't let them kill your hopes and dreams. Make everything you dream of real, Tassie. If you have to sail halfway across the universe, I believe you'll find the strength to do it. Leave seeing the bleak to me. You seek out the wonder, and give grumpy old soldiers like me a reason to fight. What do you know? You can give motivational speeches, Neltor, Dustin quipped, glancing over his shoulder. I expected that you were about to welcome her back to reality. You must have some line tucked away about the perfect philosophy for a cynic. Neltor cast a sly glance at Zug. What can I say? The fact that the nomads let your featherless ass go made me believe in miracles. That's what sold you, not the fact that we survived 300 species hell-bent on killing us at our first contact. You guys have it made. Do we now? Feck, you. Our people were murdered, not even knowing what hit them, the Desir grumbled. Dustin's teasing smile faltered. In some ways, that's kinda. They didn't live their last moments in fear. I was only ruffling Nalto's feathers. I'm sure we can both agree Lasman has it easy. You're not the one who'll have to suppress the riots, Nalto huffed. You can get in your spaceship and leave whenever you want. That's right. I don't have to interact with you. Quick, Hallie, let's make a run for it. The Thafki's whiskers twitched. I can't run. My fleeing would trigger all of your predator instincts. Yes, we're so famous for chasing prey when we go fishing. Naltor patted his thick blubber with a flipper, cementing his sarcastic point. You know, I think there'll be more up Dustin's alley. Well, we are at Ark's delicacy. I doubt that he'd put in the legwork. The only thing he ever attacked for food was a vending machine. That was one time, the human protested, pitch rising with indignation. You can't just let the thing swipe your credits for nothing. Besides, the chips only needed a little help. It was more than a little. Truly nothing gets between a persistent predator and his catch. Hey, what now? Dustin rolled his eyes. I'll tell you later, Tassie. We're about to be live on the air. It was all I could do to wipe the amused expression from my features, knowing the gravity of the topics that we were about to broach to the masses. They couldn't perceive that a public official was finding the whole debacle amusing. This posse had found a way to lift my spirits between Nalto's surprising sensitivity and the alien's playfulness. My brain had formed a mental image of Dustin assailing what sounded like a snack dispenser, ramming into the jammed machine with his spindly body. These aliens really weren't enlightened, but I was starting to think of them as friends, scientific minds that were on my level. It was a silver lining to see that Aliska was warming up around us, and that she could joke about topics like predation or even her species being a delicacy. Of the team members, she'd open up the least of all about her professional life, only slipping a few bits about the commune and her parents' water-related deaths. Actually, what even are her professional qualifications? Annie was the one trained to administer the translator implants, so perhaps that's a clue. I hope she'll prove herself here, and that the public can forgive her panic attack, a subject of rampant speculation. The human clasped his hands in front of him, staring at the camera. Hello. As many of you know, Aliska fleeing the feast created all sorts of speculation and rumors. I'm sorry to have kept you in this suspense, but we've been trying to open relations with all governments so that we could address all people when we talk about the reasons why. Unfortunately, my task is complicated by disturbing new information we've uncovered. The Lasman government has been working to gauge any threats to our safety, and we're satisfied that there are none from this human-led organization, General Naltor stated.
If Runner is experiencing ecological collapse, and the humans initiated contact to help us restore our world to a healthy state, I added, keeping my voice steady. Discussions with the Desir have revealed some horrific tragedies and secrets that we feel all Bisons have a right to know. Heliska flicked her ear. We've been working to uncover the full information, and we'll be sharing as much as we can about ourselves on the internet, in the name of transparency. What we want is to protect you and help you navigate what is, frankly, a complex political situation.
I'm going to give you the short of it, just like I was given years ago, when we first learned it. I was pulled out of class, sitting in an auditorium, as a researcher from our version of the FAI began to talk, Dustin said. What they told us was that the alien community was terrified of us, because we were meat-eating species with forward-facing eyes. They deemed us predators. They'd all been fighting a war against the sapient carnivores for centuries.
And those carnivores, the Oxel, would keep species like mine as cattle, and eat them. The Federation demonized everything predatory, and obsessed over ridding anything tangentially related to predators. The Thafki are a broken race to this day, even after the humans liberated the cattle farms. It is in the back of all of our heads that we're, food. I don't know how to describe the cultural trauma.
To be clear, the Oxel and the Federation were defeated. Nobody will threaten you today or hate you the way humanity was hated. You won't be involved with some psychotic war or have to deal with the Federation's cultural erasure. But the legacy is still there. Some will fear and distrust you, even if it's not their intent.
I lifted my beak. Heliska became overwhelmed in the moment at the feast because of the clear reminder that she was the only herbivore. That was what happened, and the humans had been forthcoming about everything. They want the galaxy to be better and to heal its wounds, no matter how gaping they might be. There has been real progress, and I really was excited to be here. Fishing is an important part of bison culture, and you're not the Oxel, Thafki added. As a neuroscientist, it's been my job to weigh the toll this all might have on your own psyche. I lost sight of mine. I'm sorry for reflecting poorly on aliens and ruining a beautiful gesture from Lasman.
Heliska is a neuroscientist, brain research. I suppose understanding our chemical reactions and thought processes was important to predicting first contact. That must explain why the translator implants got handed off to her. Dustin lowered his head. You might wonder why various species behave so strangely. All I can say is they were working to remove the Federation's claws. And unsettling of the truth as it is, their efforts to turn all the sapiens into perfect prey were violations of the rights the Sapient Coalition stands for. Genetic and cultural edits for control don't vanish in a few decades, I'm afraid. Yet I've seen the humans' world, living in harmony regardless of the background. They give their technology and pledge their assistance freely. Dustin has been selfless, risking his life to foster peace, Nelta commented. The humans are leaders. I believe they can inspire the best in people. All we've ever wanted is friends. Our arms are always open. We would never dream of harming you or trying to change you. I hope you'll judge us by our peaceful intentions, not to derangement of the past. I hope you feel safe in knowing that science and kindness triumph over ignorance and tyranny. Well, I'll allow Zelk to tell this story. I hope that you'll find some solace in knowing that it will never happen again on our watch. The Desir looked like he wanted to fold his head feathers over his eyes when the expectation to speak fell on him. I didn't know how this revelation would be taken by the masses, or by the other two governments apart from Lasman. Our leadership had been stunned by the news, according to what Naltor had said. Up to the highest echelons of governments, hushed debates over how to handle the deceit had included punitive actions against Ulsh. though sanctions wouldn't quite work on isolationists. What would Bison across the globe think when they heard of how the nomads didn't inform anyone about the attack and kept the alien technology for themselves? It was a miracle that Naltor could contain his rage, with how they'd kept us in the dark to the threat. I thought that we needed to work together, and that we should take the flipper this Tessia had finally extended, but I wasn't sure others would agree. That's not to mention billions of civilians hearing that aliens from a species that was involved in the first contact party tried to bomb civilians from orbit to kill us like fish in a net. There was no reason for it, apart from feeling that we deserved death for our nature. Bisons will hear that aliens are crazy and genocidal. Zolk's gaze wandered, staring anywhere but the camera, confidence long gone. We were attacked from the skies by an alien craft back in the 2980s. Our military knocked them down with a missile when they came closer, and was able to scour the wreckage, confirming its origin. We expected more to come back, and with the fight being hopeless, we kept it to ourselves. Time passed and no more arrived. We studied the tech, making great discoveries. We didn't trust others not to weaponize it against us. Lastman was not aware and would have never covered up something so critical to all Bisons. We're telling you as soon as we knew, which was 100 years late, Naltor comment, going way off script. We were scared of a threat we didn't understand, and we had a long history of outsiders working to undermine us. They could have pounced on our weakness, with cities burning. There was no Lastman then, just centuries-old enemies. But you didn't fess up in the 100 years since. You kept it all for yourselves. You let us send messages into the void that could have got us killed. Explain that to the public. Dustin turned to glare at Naltor. This is not the place or time. People are no doubt frightened, and they need unity. Bison unity. Isn't that what Lastman stands for? The Tessia only care for themselves. They gambled with our lives in their own self-interest. I'm making a statement on behalf of my nation. That is, cannot be allowed to slide down the ice. Healing wounds and minds is much more important than pride or evening the score. While I wouldn't tell Bisons how to handle your affairs, I think the fear in the millions dead was a punishment of its own for the Tessia. Please, let's not create any more fires now. The people have enough to come to terms with. I know they do. I'm showing that we are demanding accountability for the betrayal of our entire species, even in the darkest times. What they want is to feel safe. They just heard that aliens came to kill them en masse, and they want to know how Lastman is protecting their safety. How you can trust humanity, even though it wasn't us. To be clear, it wasn't us. We have no reason to believe humanity had any knowledge of the attack, or any involvement in it, Zolk jumped in. I straightened, eager to divert the conversation. The humans weren't even spacefaring when the attack occurred. It wasn't a sanctioned act of the predecessor forum either, judging by how it didn't show up in the official records. It was a rogue scout ship of aliens whose job was to target predator wildlife. The humans couldn't have known. My species had no knowledge of this either. We didn't even have our own planet or military at the time, Heliska commented. The Federation hid many truths from the wider populace. Even so, this wasn't their doing. They were much more clinical. As soon as this was brought to our attention, we've been trying to get answers, so Bisons can make sense of this tragedy. We can't undo the losses, but we can work together to increase Ivana's safety. Dustin shot a pointed look at Naltor and Zolk before returning his binocular eyes towards the camera. Understanding your history without revisionism will empower you. The only way to diffuse darkness is by shining a light on it. I puffed up my feathers, drawing strength from his steadfast words. The public should know that our first contact, in the present day, has been much more positive. We have met aliens eager to share their culture and to save our lives. Let us realize how much of a blessing that is, now more than ever. The blessing is ours, to be able to share our culture. Too many aliens didn't accept us either. In that way, I find that humanity and the Bisons are brothers and sisters. My promise to you all is that we'll make our stellar neighborhood a better place. where these atrocities never happen to anyone. All I ask is that you stay strong and join us. Thank you for coming to us with open ears and listening to the full story."
Dustin dipped his head towards the camera. I sighed with relief at the signal to cut out. Zulk rounded on the larger Salma almost immediately. Once the feed was off, Nalto's beak hovered right between the seer's eyes, and the two military officers' postures for a standoff. As a Vertala, with my small body size tailored to enduring the heat, I stood at the lowest height of all of us. The human stepped in before I could weigh the risks of intervention, though he didn't look the least bit intimidating. He pushed the two bisons apart, holding them at arm's length like a living piston, his binocular eyes narrowing with displeasure. How will the other nations handle this year's betrayal? I doubt Naltor is the only one who wants to go a few rounds with Zulk. Curse damn it, the public might be calling for blood.
"Are you done with your pissing contest?" the alien spat. "This is a delicate situation. I don't care who is wrong, or who fecked who over. I care about working together now, so that all of the Ivrana can reap the benefits. If you're not with me, I can't take my ship back where I came from, because officiating your disputes isn't why I came here."
Naltor stepped back, folding his flippers.
"I've said what I wanted to say. The Tessia deserved to squirm a little in front of the whole world." "You clockerbeak, why don't you suck my—" Zork began.
Dustin stamped his foot.
"Enough! Tassie, thank you for actually tending to the people's feelings on television."
"I want what you want. Peace here and peace with the galaxy," I answered. "I'm with you to the end. Just please, no matter what these chuckle fucks do, don't take off on your ship. If you give up, I think I will too."
"I'm not going anywhere, but we need to learn to get along. It's clear that introductions to the SC will have to wait. Though, don't worry. Nulier has returned home to spread the news of the Starlight incident far and wide. I'm hopeful it'll ease the Yodel's resistance, and I'll keep you posted. In the meantime, we should see how the public responds and wait for Bisons to sort out their own squabbles over this train wreck of a first contact."
Naltor arched his flippers in a whimsical gesture.
"That's not fair to train wrecks.
They're not this catastrophic."
"Zulk's right, you are a cloaca-beak. For what it's worth, the calamitousness of this mission is where Naltor and I agree,"
the Tessia chimed in, his voice calm once more.
"I came here to accept humanity's friendship. However, the Salmar will not humiliate me or put me in that position where I have to defend myself again. I've thought much about how Dustin asked if we were miserable. It would be merciful to have someone stand beside us."
Heliska's ears perked up. "The Sapient Coalition will. We should spend some time in getting to know each other in a more light-hearted scenario, like friends do. Naltor and Tassie benefited from seeing us as people. I have a suggestion for what we could do. That'll make Zulk feel more at home, and that we'll all recognize."
"What's that? I wouldn't mind a little boating and feeling the sea spray on my beak. I've never seen the waters or lands away from Ulsh."
"That could be arranged, but it wasn't what I had in mind. How about a game of migration? It's one of the few Tessia cultural exports that we could find. Now you wager I can kick everyone's here's ass."
"Well, it's impressive that you know how to play, but I highly doubt that you can beat a skilled player. I'm not the type to let you win."
Dustin's teeth bared a devilish delight.
"Oh, you better watch out for Hattie. She's a migration menace."
"That'll be the first one out, but count me in," I remarked. "Naltor?" Naltor sighed.
"Hattie spanked us all when we played on the ship, but I wasn't ready for her wily strategy. I'm itching for some sweet revenge, and to beat it to see her at his own game." "It is so on," Zulk fired back.
While the rest of the world reacted to the news we had just unloaded on them, I followed the first contact team to play a Bison board game. After all that had been heaped onto our plates, it would bring some much-needed pleasure to our time together. I knew that the general reaction to the press conference would be on everyone's minds. But we could go over it later. At the heart of my worries, I hoped that other important individuals beyond just Naltor could put their resentment towards the Sierra aside. With an indefinite buffer already proposed by Dustin, the last thing I wanted was our Sapient Coalition introduction to be delayed even further. End of chapter. Chapter 23. Memory transcription subject Tassie by some scientist. Date standardized human time March 23, 2160. Scrolling through the top broadcast now, I saw that much like First Contact, the titles were replete with aliens. This time, every topic that we had discussed in our disclosure conference showed up in the headlines. Panels debated the Tassia's cover-up for First Contact, while also reenacting how the Starlight incident played out. Historians offered insight into how the attack affected the space race and the global war. Some even laying out alternative timelines. Who might have controlled the Nelman, the continent that was off-limits post-war otherwise? The treaty that ended that vicious conflict was waddling on thin ice after the nomads still refused to share their technology. That was an entire can of worms after seeing their complex cities and their computers, which had advanced enough to perplex humans. There were some videos exploring Terran culture at face value, but most of the focus was on our visitors was about the explosive revelations. The mother of all wars in the galaxy, complete with people eating. Could species with that much baggage be trusted? What happened if the exterminators attacked us again? What would have happened years ago if the rogue ship that attacked the Tassia got away and the Federation tried to cure us? Those were valid questions, and it didn't help knowing that much of the galaxy viewed all carnivores as monsters. Our cultures were incompatible with how deeply Ivrana's identity was rooted in fishing. I scrolled past one feed asking why we should even join the Sapient Coalition or befriend humanity at all. I hoped that was just one Bison's opinion, and that it didn't get back to the Yotel camp.
How will the SC react to carnivores being murdered from above? Is it just another raid in their history of death? Do they care at all when they didn't want to contact Bisons with our planet on the precipice of ecological destruction?
A novel banner caught my attention, suggesting there was breaking news. The amount of viewers was climbing in rapid fashion, drawn in by a headline that shouldn't be true. The Confederation of Vital and the Malay handled them, two of the other nations of the world, lifelong enemies from most separated of subspecies, had declared war on the Tassia nomads for their endangerment of Irvana and for hoarding alien technology that could better our planet. Horror gripped my heart, but my eyes were glued to the screen. This was exactly what I feared. A new global war breaking out due to a heightened resentments. Nasman was remaining neutral according to the subtitles on the thumbnail, despite the pleas of the anti-Tassia factions. This was a Fecking disaster. Millions could die, and the Sapient Coalition would never see us as unified after we immediately declared war on each other after first contact. Whatever sympathy points the Starlight incident had scored us, this would paint us as violent monsters like the Ark saw. I began to tug at my feathers with distress as Chip and Naltor barged into my room. Dr. Tassie, I take it you've seen the news on the wall? Honestly, good on the Salba, and you've Ritala, I guess, for holding the Tassia accountable, Naltor said. I waved my flippers in exasperation. Is this what you wanted? Did you advocate for Lastman to go to war? No. Peace amongst ourselves would be useful at a time like this, and it's not ideal. But this does shake out to our benefit. The Tassia ask us for help because they need Fecking allies, and in exchange we get a hold of their technology. That's how we become a power that the SC will respect, and that can guide Bisons to a unified era we always wanted.
This has to be stopped. Throwing soldiers at Ulsh will have bodies piling up on the beach, and there's nuclear missiles involved. We need to play peacekeepers before this gets ugly. We have to speak to Dustin and Haley.
Dustin and Haley have been in calls all morning, so I'd wager they already know. I don't think that we should encourage aliens to intercede in our disputes. There's a rightful grievance against the Tassia, and letting it slide will make the public more riotous than they already are.
Every grievance doesn't need to be settled with bombs. You really believe that the Huddledom or the Confederation should have shared their tech freely if it happened to them?
I imagine they would have held back a little, for their national interests, but there are bigger Fecking issues at play. They wouldn't have kept everyone completely unaware with short-sighted cowardice. This war will take some struggle, of course, but the end results is a more equitable world. Dustin said to resolve our squabbles and delay our SC introduction because he expected this.
Dustin said that we need to learn to get along.
Ask Zulk why the Deceased still refuse to share. They won't open up about the goodness of their own hearts, because they're only out for themselves. You can't have peace until they stop being who they've always been.
My eyes narrowed with anger. I thought you wanted what was best, Naltor, that you really cared. There is much bigger fecking issue at play here. And you're being every bit as short-sighted as the seer.
I do want what's best for Bison kind, Tassie. That isn't pretending Zulk and this shifty lot did nothing wrong. Plus, I was realistic enough to expect this as a necessity that was bound to happen sooner or later. The moment we heard the Nomad story.
Feck being realistic and Feck being part of any of this crap. Why me? Why did you and your soldiers have to grab me? I know I wrote the first contact procedures, but I wasn't your only choice. You had the whole FAI to pick from.
Dr. Tassie, aliens are always your calling. You told Dustin you'd be dead if you hadn't been searching for aliens. It was the only thing you ever dreamed of, Naltor answered. You can't teach that passion. I was frightened of the unknown, and I wanted someone who wouldn't be. Someone who was ready.
Well, I'm not ready. I wasn't ready for a fecking war, and for all the death and awful things up there. I wanted friends, Hertz, damn it.
The Salmor pressed a flipper to my shoulder. You have friends from the stars. A war, or whatever those SC diplomats think of Bisons for it, won't change how Heliska, Nulier, and Dustin feel about you. You're being considerate to them from the start, and you didn't hesitate to risk your life for their mission.
I can't fix this. I can't represent us well enough to make the SC like us, or package it up to the public like it's not for shit.
But we can make the most of our circumstances. I know you're hurting, Tassie. I also know that you'll still do whatever it takes, even if it's just to change a single heart. Let's go find the space nerds and figure out what we're doing next. Our fight for friendship is far from over.
You win, General. Take me to wherever the space nerds are, but you better not pick a fight with Zulk. I can't deal with that crap now.
I'll promise just this once, he chuckled. I followed the much taller, blubbery Bison out of my diplomatic suite. Through the halls of the Lassian reception complex, the Bison guard still seemed unaccustomed to having aliens walking about, after days of playing host to them, which was a testament to how quickly Naltor had adapted. The General confused me oftentimes, touting lofty ideas like Bison unity and offering comfort. Then he'd turn and suggest ruthless, opportunistic ideas for Lassian military gains. What made someone like that tick might be forever a mystery. But after everything that had happened, his paranoid accounting for worst-case scenarios was a little reassuring. We turned toward the conference hall, just as a human came barreling out of the hall. Dustin looks like he's at a loss, poor guy. Naltor must have been wrong about him expecting an all-out war.
Hey, Dustin, are you okay? I hope this isn't getting to you. I know it's a road bump for all our plans with the SC, I began.
The human scratched the scalp beneath his curly brown hair. Oh, no, it's not that awful as it is to see. Obviously, we're not talking to the SC for at least a month, but we're going to push for peace as best we can, and we're working on the Yotl. That's being handled, and I have faith that time can make things better. Then what's troubling you? Naltor demanded. You're running out of here like your tail oil was on fire. We don't have that idiom, but I get it. I was just about to gather you two and Zulk. We really need to talk. I don't want to say anything until you're all here, because frankly, I'm at a loss. Dustin Leo Curtis. The alien made a disgruntled face at Naltor, irritated that the Selmor overheard his adoptive mother chew him out for gallivanting off to Ulsh. Are we in danger? Don't you dare do your awkward and shy beat around the sea kelp shit. Hey, I don't like giving people bad news, and I always have to, but no, you're not in danger, aside from the fact that 75% of your planet is at war. We've been investigating the Starlight incident, and we've made some discoveries about it. You all have the right to be brought up to speed. Then we should get the Wonderbird. The door popped open, revealing that Zulk had been listening in on our conversation. I'm right here. This Wonderbird agrees that Dustin beats around the sea kelp. Why don't you start talking about these discoveries? Or, better idea, the human slunk back into the conference room and waved a hand at the table. Heliska tells you, and I spectate this one. Fine by me, as long as someone fucking tells me. I settled beside the Terran, feeling a bit of relief that his faith was unshaken by the war. It gave me a mentality to model, much more than Naltor's shrewd realism. There were no hints of what they'd found out about the Starlight incident, which led me to comb through possibilities. I hated how my brain began working through the worst options, rather than taking an optimistic view. It was all I could do not to recite a mantra to myself, begging that this discovery wouldn't shock me to my core. Whenever Heliska was about to divulge to us, they had been searching the missing ship registry for matching context. The most likely answer was that the aliens identified the culprits. It's weird that it took them so long, with a specific date, type of ship apparent from the wreckage, and primary species that would show on the manifest. Perhaps they were just trying to be certain, to give us a complete picture. The Thapki made some signals with her tail at Dustin, who waved a hand dismissively. Right then, I'll keep the preamble minimum, unlike my friend, but let's just say that there are some things that were odd, even for a Federation scouting expedition. A Gojid exterminator ship traveling alone far away from their territory. It would be one thing if nearby species, like the Nevox or the Latians, ask for help, but there's zero record of that. There's zero record of the ship at all. You? No. Dustin said you kept track of missing ships in a registry. Why the feck wouldn't it be on there? Nobody noticed a missing starship? A skeptical Zulk asked. That's what I'm telling you. We don't know. We can't identify the ship, and it's not in any of our databases. There is no record of it ever being built, not in Gojid territory, or in anything around here. It's a ghost, as the humans say. Well, that's really fecking helpful. You're telling us nothing new. You're telling us nothing at all. Well, you might be disappointed in our inability to find any information. It does tell us that there's more here than a simple colony scout on a routine bombing mission. The possibilities are unsettling, and don't make any sense on their own. It's almost like they went looking for trouble, but we need more information to say why. We would like to access the Gojid corpses to see if we can salvage genetic material and identify them that way. Done. I thought you were going to tell us who those bastards were. We're trying, and we will. We're bringing in more investigators to piece it together, but we want to keep the Tasir in the loop. You'll know what we know when we know it. Dustin raised his eyebrows. You deserve to be aware that my theory wasn't quite meeting with the picture of the evidence painted. I can admit that when I'm off the mark, but I would never want you believing that I purposely misled you. That's the least of my concerns. Your honesty is admirable, and a quality that we need more of on Vrana, Naltor remarked. It seems worrying that you can't identify them, especially when they were behind an attack on our planet, I murmured. How can we be sure they aren't still around? Aliska pressed a paw to the blue-grey forehead. We can't. There are exterminator radicals still around today. The idea of ghost bombers flying far away from their turf doesn't sit well with us. At any rate, this can't be premeditated if they were alone and never came back here in 100 years. What happens when you figure out who's behind it? Zulk demanded. Barring cryogenic shit, everyone involved is dead. We can't hold them to justice, but we can find out why they were here in the system. We'll make sure that it is a one-off thing with a single ghost ship. The more we learn about the Starlight incident, the better it is for all of us. That's more details we can give to the SC, and more of a distraction from the fact that a giant war broke out in Vrana. Dustin's lips curved downwards, suggesting that he was more troubled by the war than he let on. We control the narrative. We show that these are ripple effects of the Federation, and that non-interference is a non-starter. Naltor slapped a flipper on the table. Dustin Leo Curtis, that's the most imperialistic shit you've ever said. General Naltor Cloquet-Beak. That's your last name in my book. Rit is not my native tongue, so my phrasing is not perfect. You know what I mean, well. Helping your oceans not die and giving you the technology to upgrade. Which we are grateful for, I jumped in, not wanting to give Dustin the slightest encouragement to abandon us. Whatever the Yodel think, you're being responsible with how you share your gifts, and you're trying to save lives. As hectic as this all has been, your mission demonstrates the enlightenment I hoped from the aliens. I hope you're right, Tassie. We're trying to do right by you, and not just push you down the path we want, like the Federation. I hope this is what's best for Bison.
As do I. This war could get nasty, and that's not something I want to see. There's been enough bloodshed.
I agree, Sulk sighed. We tried to open up to the Huddledom and the Confederation, but they immediately forced the issue, trying to take as much as possible from us. No sharing information or two-way dialogue about meeting aliens. It's, what can you give us?
Heliska tilted her head, pupils migrating as she searched for a tactful response.
Well, we're giving you whatever information we can because that's what friends do. This is an unusual case for all of us. I hope that we'll be able to offer answers soon.
Yes, I think that'll be all about our investigation, Dunstan exclaimed, cutting off Nalta's attempt to return to the subject of war. Thanks for coming in here. I promise we'll be working on the SC and getting you to a meeting in some form. A month or two from now, maybe things will look different. Don't stress yourselves.
Whenever it's time to plead our case to the galaxy, I'll be ready. I stood from my seat, making a pointed gesture for Nalta to do the same. On the bright side, we have more time to get acquainted with each other. Let us know if there's anything we can do.
It was as if I couldn't escape the meeting quickly enough. With all the Bisons concerned being hurled around, Ivana was at war amid public outcry, to the detriment of our Sapien Coalition bid. The delay to our introduction was now a certainty. It would be a waiting game to see when or if humanity could even get us in the door with the galactic community, which had an entire host of problems. Now we found out that the aliens couldn't guarantee that the Gojans, who'd gone out of their way to bomb us, weren't still around after all. Finding out who was responsible had become a lot more pressing, but it could take humans a while to gather the facts. I hoped that my surroundings would calm down a little, long enough for me to get my bearings, and that we could start focusing on a better future for all sapiens. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date, standardized human time, May 14th, 2160. The Krev Consortium have been true to the promises for bringing Tellus up to their technological standards. I stood atop a cliff overhang, looking at what were once had been an empty steppe. Towering skyscrapers were clustered together more than we could ever use with our current populace. Perhaps they could be filled once the new generation the Tramble were already creating in ectogenesis chambers grew up. Until then, us colonists would have as luxurious of accommodations as we wanted. Several buildings housed services, or gave better space to businesses such as the bistro Sharice's uncle ran. Human-ran enterprises were busier than ever, with the Krev volunteers clamoring to sample our food, our predator food. Holographic interfaces also projected messages along the sides of the towering structures, allowing us to catch consortium news headlines at a glance. Not that they hadn't given us all of the electronic devices we could desire, and access to their internet and live feeds. The Smigless couldn't get us online quickly enough, and seemed to have a lot of interest in hiring us for entertainment gigs. My eyes shifted over to the open-air arena they'd built, which had more seats than we had people. An elevated stage was where some famed musician named Millink was putting an extravaganza in a few days. I expected most of the colony would arrive for the live concert, complete with flair. It was strange to think of us gathering for events like we did on Earth, or just having something to look forward to. Moving sidewalks and bullet trains connected the sprawling city, with the aliens leaving some green spaces for us to enjoy nature. While Tellus's water was mostly underground, the Krev pieced together that we liked to build our settlements near waterways and created a canal that separated the city in half. A boardwalk was being laid down, along with a marina with some small boats to set sail, meant to give us a taste of the mariner's life from home. The Trumbull sought out our permission to add a bit of their own touch before building a few bridges that looked like turtle shells and glowed in the dark. I guess their homeworld had some similar architecture, perhaps a further extension of their merging the organic and the mechanical. Everything they constructed came to life with rapid-fire automation that our technology couldn't begin to rival. Most humans are moving out of the underground cabin, which is being shifted to a cultural vault and bunker. I mean, of course we were packing it up,
Gress was right to call what we had going on a hovel. Compared to this, it was. I turned my gaze towards what had once been the landing pad, where I could greet Gress for payment handoffs. It was now a sprawling spaceport with alien vessels coming and going. One of those were likely the instructors, the alien enlistees, who would help train the consortium's first human soldiers. Behind me was a military base built by the Reskits, set up on high ground, where we'd been advised to wait. So much had changed over a short period for me, as I found myself living for the prospect of revenge on the Federation. Cherise helped me train with the militia, so that I wouldn't have a rude awakening at alien boot camp. I put in the work, reminded of the minder's needless toil, which I could have stopped sooner. This was about serving humanity and doing something I could be proud of. Most animosity towards the Krev had been blown away, with our common enemy and all that they'd done. I spoke to Gress daily, mostly in person as he stayed on tennis, but also over holopad like I was doing now. He loved sending short clips of Lekker's dancing, or Juvra pressing an insect ball to his face to lick it clean. The Krev rent collector was now the chief diplomat between his people and humanity, a job that was suddenly coveted. The sole time he'd leave our planet was for his bi-weekly custody of Lekker. Avol seemed to consider a week 9 of their days, with the final 3 deemed the weekend. He was en route back to Tellus to be my bunkmate for trading, despite the fact that they had separate lessons. Communication specialists weren't considered a combat role. This will be my first real interaction with the lay people of the other species. I get it. They want us familiar working with aliens, I murmured. I'm a little nervous. I'd like them to be our friends, but that mentality gotten us burned before. You feel me, Gress?
Everything is going to be fine. I'll be there in an hour for moral support.
The Krev leaned back in his pilot's seat. Just like the Ulchids promised, the consortium had set up comms that somehow worked faster than light.
You heard straight from their leaders how they want to help you, and those leaders governed by the people's will. They're all choosing to come way out here, instead of the normal camp on their planet for you.
Yeah, it's just anxiety talking. I wonder if General Radai really is coming here in person. That would be a lot of pressure on me. I put in the work at the gym, but I'm still not, keeping up with Cherise or any of the other guards. What I want is to turn my life around for all the people I've let down.
You'll be fine. You're one enlistee. You're not expected to blow Radai's feathers off, or to excel at everything out of the gate. Having instruction from the best will only set you up for success.
I scratched my hair, which I'd let grow out a few inches. I hear you. I'm just looking out over the whole city now, watching their convoy draw closer. It's all become real, and shit. Nobody's mellow and unassuming as you.
Me personally, or the Krev?
Well, both. You're hard to take seriously sometimes.
Gress snorted. Have you seen what you look like? Taking humans seriously requires a lot of effort.
Gee, thanks. That's the perfect thing to say to someone with deep-rooted insecurities about their appearance.
It's a compliment. It means you're the opposite of scary, I assure you. We feel anything but hatred towards humans.
A smirk crossed my face, and news of the irony of the situation. While it meant that we'd have to roll our intimidation checks at a disadvantage, it was a net positive to be considered the cute things for once. To get showered with gifts, and not to be treated like abominations. I'd grown accustomed to Gress finding us adorable. It wasn't something I'd freely admit, since it'd encourage him, but I found it a little endearing to see his heart melting. I wished the Krev talked more about himself, rather than humanity or his family. The glimpses of his personality reflected well in his character, and what was important to him. We owe our sudden reversal of fortune to him in many ways. Gress was eager to do as much as possible to help us. He believes in me for reasons even I don't know, but I needed the push. I kept my pupils on the alien convoy, watching it begin to slither up the hillside. How's everything on Avor?
Everything is swept up in human fever. That's what the media's dubbed the phenomenon. Primatologists clamoring to be here. Sign-up pages for an exchange program crashing. Well, it all fell into my lap.
Gress chuckled.
You know, humans are the top searched item on our entire internet for the 6th week in a row. Krev want to soak up everything they can about you.
Hey, I'll bite. What exactly is making the rounds about us, other than our tragic demise?
Every behavior and quirk. Every last bit of your culture and history. Old videos of concerts, your sports are a hit. Seeing you so serious about your goofy contests of strength. Enough so that they're being rebroadcasted with crowd commentators, like they're still live events. The horse races are a massive hit, seeing humans that are often of small statures in flashy colors and using a powerful animal to run with the wind. I shook my head. None of our movies or TVs took off. We like some of them, but it's hard to watch common displays of graphic violence. Not that we have a problem with violence. We know it's a part of a primate's personality. Our shows are hardly Federation-friendly, you know. It's just it hurts seeing a cute thing get butchered or die. Does that make sense?
I guess. In human terms, it's like watching a puppy get killed while pitifully whimpering.
From what I've learned about dogs, I believe so. That said, we want to see humans in our media. Part of why the Smigglies are pouncing on any human actors or musicians. Anyone with the slightest talent could take off. You probably could, Taylor. I know you play an instrument, if you paired it with some sad words about home.
Grass, if you heard me singing in the shower, you'd know that I can't croon any piano ballads.
Hang on, you sing in the shower. Is this a common human behavior?
Yeah? Feck, are you judging me?
I am. It's too much. I can just picture you singing all soapy and shit. Why does everything humans do have to be so cute?
You're unbelievable, man. I'm putting you in a timeout.
What? Don't go.
I have to. The alien mobile made it here. And I'm gonna see if Redai came. Try to get over my nerves, help with unloading if I can. I can see them by the trucks.
Go. If you spoke to the consortium leaders before, what's a few grunts? Now, why are you still on the call?
I rolled my eyes. See you soon, Grass. Disconnecting from the call, I clipped my holoperd back onto my belt. The athletic wear I was sporting was crepe-made, a sort of thin armor blended with forest pattern fabrics. Some humans still opted to wear our more traditional camouflage and combat attire, but I found the lightweight gear much more to my liking. Hopefully, the practice I'd done at the range with Charisse would mean that I wouldn't put on a complete clown show with the guns. Taking calm strides back towards the convoy, I saw dozens of aliens scurrying belongings out of the vehicles. Some beelined to reserve a bunk straight away, while others were scoping out the area before deciding. Krev, Reskets, Jaslips, and Trumbull were among the volunteers, though there was a notable shortage of Smigglies and Ulchids. I suppose they couldn't exactly take marching orders. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of aliens that would be commingling with us, I found myself wandering through the crowd in a daze. There was no sign of General Redai, but I could hear a few other Reskets barking at the new soldiers, especially the ones who still hadn't gotten their gear off the trucks. Was this how they were going to speak to us, like outraged drill sergeants? I guessed that was very similar to home. I still wanted to prepare myself for the worst of their commentary. I drifted closer to one voice, where a pink avian was chasing a jaslip, who had her ears pinned back. She had to use a bipedal stance to carry the hefty container, since her tails couldn't hold that much weight. The white-furred quadruped was occasionally kicked in the hind leg by one of the Resket's clawed legs, hindering her further. "Move faster, you fucking terrorist! Get your ass in gear!" My blood ran cold as I picked out the contents of what the officer was saying. "It's your food, so that you can be pampered while we teach you how to murder. Just pretend that you're carrying a bomb to plant in Delegate's Tower, and I'm sure that'll help you pick it up." The jaslip skidded to a halt, baring her teeth. "How dare you! And sorry. Maybe you came here because there's a new species to butcher. It's so fucking stupid that we have to let you freaks in the military teach you how to kill us. I'm going to make your life a living hell, you." "What did you just say to her?" Anger caused my features to curve downwards, and for a moment I forgot Gress's warning about not pissing off a Resket. "Leave her alone, you racist slug. She hasn't done anything." The 9-foot-tall bird whirled around and planted a rough kick in my chest. Pain seared through my sternum, like burning veins growing into my breastbone, leaving me wheezing on the ground. I pressed a palm to my midsection before clawing my way back to my feet. The Resket was staring at me with absolute scorn, beak lowered near inches from my face. Despite knowing I couldn't take the officer, I held my ground. My eyes didn't back away from the challenge, meeting his gaze. The jaslip stood frozen, unsure whether to intervene in our staring contest. her tail fond twitching with restlessness and perhaps a bit of rage. Gress might have to negotiate me away from the Resket. I feel like a hostage now. But I can't let him say shit like that to a jaslip and do nothing. I won't.
Ah, if it isn't the crab's new pet, the bird hissed. I'll be watching you, human. You will live to regret this.
I doubled over as soon as the Resket stalked back to the convoy to prey on another unsuspecting soul. Relief flooded my veins. For a second, I thought I was going to be mauled for my defiance. My eyes squeaked shut in irritation, realizing that in my first interactions with the aliens, I'd already stirred up trouble and made an enemy. Nothing I'd touched went smoothly, as of late, did it? The jaslip was waiting behind me, still holding the rations crate, so I tried to collect myself. She walked over to me, forward-facing eyes brimming with concern.
Clibbleblaharn, she spat at the receding officer. Are you okay? You didn't have to do that, you shouldn't have. Trainer Mafani is going to have it out for you now. You should probably tell him that you're new and didn't understand what you were doing. Try to make it up to him.
I raised a middle finger at the pink bird's tail feathers. Nah, fuck that. Guy's a jackass. I've heard bigotry directed at humans, calling us monsters, for way too long to let that slide, officer or not. What is a Clibbleblaharn?
We usually don't translate Narova, since it's designed to elude translators, but I'll give you this one for free for helping me. Clibbleblaharn means sister fucker. It's a vulgar insult, low as it gets.
Neat. I can always use more obscenities to throw at folks. I'm Taylor.
Koana, I'm still not sure if you want to align yourself too closely with me, but I'm grateful for the help.
I made direct eye contact, basking in the binocular-eyed alien returning the gesture. Don't mention it. Mafani is the Clibbleblaharn in my book, too. Besides, us predators got to stick together, right?
I guess so. Look, they want no more than 3 of one species in a single dorm, and we can't pair with anyone we know. Special orders. Thing is, I don't think other races, want jaslips, especially not ones like me. Any chance you have an open bunk?
I raised my eyes, wondering what she meant by jaslips like her. A great friend of mine already claimed top bunk on my particular space, but I can find you an adjacent one. I don't think anyone's set up next to us, so you just have to get there first.
That'll be perfect. Thank you, Taylor.
No problem. Let me help you carry the case to the mess, then I'll show you to where we're set up. My fury at Mafani had evaporated my apprehension about engaging with aliens. If this was the standard treatment for jaslip recruits, I couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Prejudice against an entire species, born of things done by a small handful of people, was difficult to overcome. Perhaps these fluffy aliens were just as wishful for earnest friends as we were. The pain from the kick to my chest had subsided enough that I could lug the crate up to the large brick building, leaving it in a stack Koana pointed out to me. I bit back my questions as curiosity about her kind wormed its way into my brain. What was important was showing her the bunk and not seeming too nosy.
What is a Norova? Koana said that it's a language created to avoid the translators. The jaslips want to talk without other aliens understanding it. By, like her, did she mean knowing the secretive tongue? I know the Kreb hated our lack of forthcomingness. Koana retrieved a small backpack, which she dragged with her tail to our hab module. There were 16 beds total in this petition, though aside from a human, a Kreb, and a Trumbull who'd buddied up, it was pretty vacant. I watched my new friend move the tote bag, utilizing the 3 fronds like fingers, and tossing it onto the bunk with ease. It was impossible not to stare, with how blatantly inhuman the behavior was. The jaslip seated herself on the mattress, stretching her limbs out before poking her ears up at me. You're gawking at me. Do I have a glob of Mafani spit stuck in my muzzle?
Koana asked. I chuckled in spite of myself. No, I'm just curious to learn about your species. Some of the things you've said raised questions.
Like what? Ask away.
Well, I don't get why people don't want you around. What you meant by jaslips like you. Are you related to someone they don't like? Ex-convict, part of an official Resket hate club. What's the scoop?
If there was an official Resket hate club, I'd join, but that's not why. How much do you know about the Great Relocation? You know that jaslips were forcibly removed from Esquo.
I do.
The relocated jaslips weren't sent to the enclave on Avor, Taylor. Most of us were sent to the Smiggly's planet, Obnul. Officially, it was so that we can be as far away from the Federation as possible.
And unofficially?
It was to keep us as far from both the Avar and Esquire as possible. There's travel restrictions on Jaslips tied to dissident activities to this day. We are considered the most likely to cause trouble. As far as the rest of the consortium is concerned, the Esquire fighters on Omnol is a haven for extremism. We're all violent radicals. Seeing a sign up from my enclave makes it easy for the Reskits to identify us. They have more of a grudge than the Krev. I crossed my arms, digesting the information.
The Krev are the ones who bombed you. Why would the Reskits have it out for you more?
If you think the Krev bombed us without at least tacit support from their allies, you're wrong. At any rate, the Reskits were the soldiers sent in to remove us. Thanks to Esquo's extreme weather, they struggled and couldn't quite round up everyone. It embarrassed them when losses piled up over the years and forced them to retreat.
Huh. Well, invasions thwarted by a hellish winter are a story we've seen on Earth too. If they're that openly salty about it, I have to wonder why they'll even train Draslips.
Koana's whiskers twitched. There is no greater combat specialist in cold or snowy conditions. We're useful, and that's without mentioning that we're good trackers. No one better to defend the poles. No one better to go on a lengthy journey, given that we can hibernate naturally.
That would have been real nice in the Ark ship. What's it like to hibernate?
Imagine sleep. If you felt as cold and unbreathing as death. Didn't feel rested at all when you woke up, and it wrecked your sense of time.
So, it's like getting shit-faced.
The Jaslip snickered. Not at all. You're tailful, aren't you?
That's right. Next to the word tailful in your dictionary, you'll see a picture of my grinning face.
I'll have to fact-check that one. Smiling from ear to ear, I flopped back on the bunk, keeping an eye on the time so I'd be punctual for roll call. There were still numerous questions bubbling in my mind about the Jaslips, but I decided to let Koana unpack before peppering her with more questions. It might have been too soon to have an in-depth discussion about Esquire anyway. Gress was bound to be here any moment, and I hoped that there wouldn't be an issue with him and my fluffy friend. The Krev could definitely refrain from mentioning his belief that killing the stragglers was the right choice. Knowing what the Federation would have done to a predator race, I wasn't sure I disagreed with the Jaslip debacle being a necessary evil. Still, it was doubtful that making that case to Koana, a descendant of the relocated, would achieve any good.
End of chapter.
Chapter 25. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, May 14th, 2160. Keeping one eye on the Habs module's entrance, I found myself thinking as I waited for Gress to arrive. The sudden change of our circumstances wasn't lost on me. I never would have dreamed 2 months ago that I'd be chatting it up with an alien I barely knew, who had binocular eyes and a carnivorous palate. It would have defied my imagination that I'd signed up to take marching orders from a bird, after avians were responsible for our near extinction. That was without mention that the rent collector I once loathed was now someone I talked to daily, who wrangled up help building this entire city from cyborg turtles. It was shocking that Gress had tolerated my unmasked face, let alone deemed me cute. The Krev can hardly look at us without getting melty-eyed, but I haven't seen that from the Jaslips or the Reskits. Where does Koana find humans on a scale of monstrosity to precious petable monkeys?
So, I ventured, unsure how to broach the subject. You, know how the Krev find us?
Koana's laughter was a light rumble.
Cute? Yeah. I was sort of wondering what the other species thought about that, and, how we look to you.
I don't mind primates, but you're nothing special to me. No offense, honestly. Well, there's a little oddball owner outside the Krev species. They never took off on other planets. We domesticated animals, just not in that way. It, must be weird for you, I take it.
I raised my eyebrows. The way they treat us like little cuddle bunnies is weird, the part. The Obers are a breath of fresh air, and we're cool with it. We were the weirdos that would try to keep anything as a pet. Hell, I've heard people on Earth tried keeping pet monkeys, but that wasn't so successful. A handful of our colonists already adopted Obers. The second travel opened up, so we'll see how that goes.
Really? I would have thought it would be too uncanny for you to adopt another primate as a pet. Are you thinking of getting an Ober?
Fuck no. You look at them wrong and those things just attack. There's a lot of lonely humans that want companionship, and miss our canine and feline friends from home. But their desperation shows.
You better not say that within earshot of a Krev, or they'll see to fixing that.
Oh, believe me, I know. To be honest with you, we're so affection-starved that it's not the worst thing in the world. But don't go around saying that.
Your secret's safe with me, Taylor.
I sure hope so. My buddy will be here any minute, I chuckled. Enough of my woes telespiel. You knew the Reskits would treat you like shit, right? Why join the military at all?
Quana pinned her ears back. I signed up for you, hearing what humanity went through. I think I can put up with a couple of Hans like Mafani for a few weeks. You lost everything, fleeing your homeworld just like us. But you believed you'd be killed on sight. You lived underground in brutal conditions for decades. Even with gifted ships, a few thousand of you can't mount a defense alone. And the cage up for Tellus won't be done for years. Someone has to be there for you and keep you safe.
I see. I'm honestly touched that other races care about us at all. Our lives meant so little to them, and you're willing to come all the way out here just to...
It's nothing. We help you when you're at your lowest, and someday you'll repay the favor. That's how these things go. A friendship of generations, and one that's not mired with old resentment, like us and the rest of the consortium.
Ha! I sure hope we wouldn't have gotten off on the wrong foot already, Quana. We've had enough aliens pick a fight with us for one day. Now my friend has yet to show his face, so we should head to roll call. Don't need any more Reskits up our asses.
The Jasler flicked her triangular ear in acknowledgement, and an intrusive thought wormed its way into my brain, musing how soft her silky fur would be to touch. I guess the spirit of Gress had possessed my psyche for a quick second, though I pushed it away without any silly remarks of his sort. Checking my holopad, it seemed that we were well ahead of schedule, and could file into the designation area with plenty of time to spare. Quana trailed behind me as I exited the hab module, and I collided head-on with a wall of green scales. With an undignified screech, I crumpled to the floor. Concern rushed across Chris's face, though he didn't seem unbalanced at all.
Shit, those Krev scales are hardy. It's like running into a brick wall.
Chris's claws wrapped around my forearm, hoisting me to my feet. Taylor, I didn't mean to bowl you over. Are you all right?
Oh, fuck off. That's my second time getting decked this afternoon, I groaned.
Oh, really? What was the first? Charisse prompted from her position just behind Krev.
Who did you piss off now? I got kicked by a Reskit. It's a long story, but I made a friend out of it, so I regret nothing.
That's no joke. A Reskit could have caved in your chest if they wanted to.
Gress's paws migrated to my chest, feeling whether my bones were intact. He paused in my pained huff when he touched the inflamed area.
You should get that checked out by a medical staff and report whoever...
The Krev's words broke off as he moved to my side and laid eyes on Quana. I glanced over my shoulder, seeing that the Jaslip had fixed him with a glare that could melt ice. She hadn't looked this incensed when Mafani was laying into her. I'd feared that she might have problems with Gress's kind, but it sounded like the Reskits were the worst. The scaly mammal was fixated on the swirling symbol where the fur was cut shorter on her chest, looking like he'd seen a ghost. He raised a claw in an accusatory fashion towards her, before turning back to me in a panic.
No, forget what I said earlier. Pick a different friend. Gress's voice was breathy, and his eyes became lined with tears. That enclave symbol, Jaslips from Smiggly World, are bad news, Taylor. Quana bared her teeth, revealing serrated fangs and elongated canines. Your friend is a kid-killer human. This bastard let Jaslip children die to save a few aristocrat blowhards. You don't know what you're talking about. I would never. Your people are fecking monsters, and I wouldn't humiliate myself by being anywhere near you. Whoa! Why don't we all just take a breath and calm down a little? We can work this out, Charisse ventured, shooting a glance at me that asked what I'd gotten myself into. I think I'm a little out of the loop. Gress is the monster. Jaslip lives weren't worth it to him. It's part of a long history of Krev in positions of power not caring about how many of us died, Quana growled. The Krev was staring at his claws like they'd betrayed him, gaze growing wider. You don't know me. You and your people act like we each personally were involved with Esquo. Meanwhile, you Jaslips throw away your own lives, then blame everyone but yourselves. You could be in the same place as Earth. We saved you, and you make us regret it every day. That is out of line, I hissed to Gress. Really? You're on her side, after everything? You're being a dick.
I don't know what's gotten into you.
Then let me make it simple. You get rid of her, or I'll never speak to you again.
Charisse reaching out a hand to try and stop the Krev as he stomped past before thinking better of it. Shock tingled in my veins as I replayed what had just happened. I had never seen the mellow, wise Gress behave in such an explosive fashion. How could he throw an ultimatum at me like that, with zero explanations? After everything we'd been through, and how over the moon he was to befriend humans, he must truly hate Jaslips from Quana's enclave. I was scrambling to put the pieces together, given that the three-tailed carnivore recognized him. It must be because of that infamous incident. The hostage situation with Jaslip extremists that Gress refused to talk about. What had really happened? I've seen how sweet Gress is with children, from his own daughter to the little girl back in the cabin. I find it hard to believe he'd callously thrown away Jaslip kids. He mentioned it took his sanity, so, something happened to Kit's dying, and seeing Quana brings it back. I raised a finger at Quana, deciding it was time to stop respecting his privacy. Forgive me for spending this last 20 years in a hole, but I spent the last 20 years in a hole. What do you mean that Gress let Jaslip kids die?
That rotten prick was given a choice to save 5 of the captives held by the admittedly crazed fighters, trying to make a point. I don't agree with what they did, but this is about Gress, the Jaslip hissed. There were 5 kits and the 5 who's who's of Tonvos, including Delegate Reichson and the Master of the Treasury. That man picked the 5 Krev without hesitating or even trying to bargain. Charisse shook her head. That can't be right. I haven't known Gress that long, but I know he cares about life. He didn't want anyone to die here, even when he hated us. For all the Krev care about life, they still pulled off the Esquo massacre. They slaughtered people indiscriminately for going against them, then act like they've done the consortium a favor. That tells you that they're quite capable of trading lives. You heard Gress call it a salvation. That's what he thinks of Jaslip deaths.
Quana, massacre is a bit dramatic, jeez. Gress has a point that your world could have turned out like Earth.
The words slipped out of my mouth before I could stop them, and the Jaslip's withering glare fell on me.
You act like you know what it's like. Talk like it's equivalent to our situation. It's not.
Charisse hesitated. Nobody wants to genocide the Jaslips for their eyes, but still, their government didn't give permission for the Krev to finish off the remainder. It was a violation of autonomy, regardless of how much worse it was on Earth.
It sucks that the Krev did it during hibernation, but it's blown out of proportion. They spent 30 years evacuating billions of Jaslips. And Quana is alive because they moved some of the holdouts. They tried. They at least cared more than the feds. A few stragglers died in Esquo compared to the all 10 billion of us.
A few stragglers? Quana laughed bitterly, lips curling back in a sneer. Is that how your Krev friend put it? Tell me your definition of a few. How many Jaslips were killed or relocated during the Esquo massacre?
A couple million? Not that small, but compared to...
Higher. 50 million? Charisse asked tentatively, not daring to go any higher. That would be a lot of stragglers, but add some zeros, humans.
Hurt tugged my eyebrows down, as I questioned why Gress had glossed over the calamity scale. 100 million? 200 million? 3?
Well, you've gotten how many were killed, but it's a tad bit higher. But I'll give it to you. I asked you the total relocated and killed.
500 million?
Charisse frowned, and Quana's pupils flicked upwards. Higher. The human security guard understood as well. As I did, that is becoming a sizable proportion of the Jaslip's population.
A billion?
1 billion stragglers that didn't want to leave Esquo. But you know, the Krebs saved us. Why are we so dramatic, right, Taylor? Those are amateur numbers. It's actually okay because 70% of us ended up on Omol alive.
I didn't know. That is a lot more like Earth than I thought.
No wonder the Jaslip government wouldn't sign on the bombing of billion souls, or even when it was whited down to a few 100 million.
You don't move on from that many deaths. We know that, and I'm sorry, Quana. Gress gave me zero indication that it was anything on that scale.
Of course he didn't. I can forgive your ignorance. Gress didn't want you to spot the monster in him, so he blew it off. It's hard to claim the Kreb protected us when they just did the Federation's work for them.
I thought he was my friend. I thought he was a good man.
Charisse grabbed my elbow. Do you want to confront him?
No. I'm not missing roll call for this Fecking guy. I don't want to talk to Gress, realizing what a slimeball he was. I look to him for guidance, to get my life back on track. Feck him.
Let's go together. Send a message, Quana decided. By the way, human number 2, I'm Quana. Do you have a name, foul predator?
Charisse grinned, dimples showing on her olive cheeks.
Charisse Benson. I see that you've already met Taylor Trench, enemies of Onabers. That's right.
I'm going to steal Gress's over and punt him from orbital rings, I added. Quick way to test terminal velocity and Avor. Juver's sacrifice for science will be appreciated.
The poor Ober did nothing wrong. I think you'd get along great if you kept him. You could put some dried insects on your head for him to eat and...
I will let the Reskets pummel you.
Temperamental as always. We're here, hotshot. I glanced around at my fellow recruits, lining up in rows throughout the courtyard. Seeing many humans wearing that forest-colored athletic wear crafted by the Grev reminded me that I had donned it, that I'd allied myself with them so readily because I trusted Gress. Their species had done a great deal to save Tennis, so I knew it was irrational to want to shirk every association with them. Quana expressed distaste for Gress specifically, not all Krev. She would have accepted a different individual as my friend, so they couldn't all be this twisted. I guessed it just turned out the other bunk had a vacancy after all. Still, after I'd finally opened myself up to an alien, this is how I was rewarded. Hopefully Gress follows through on his promise to not speak to me again. I'm sure as shit not ditching Quana. The Reska commanders began reading names as soon as they stepped into the courtyard, bellowing them at such volume that it jolted me out of my thoughts. I tried to stand at attention and wipe any semblance of sadness from my face. After everything I'd gone through on Tellus, this should be nothing. It was a random Krev that I'd known for all of 2 months, and who'd never really opened up about himself for reasons I could see now. I wasn't sure why this betrayal stung so deeply in my heart, unless I was that desperate to be loved. Quana kicked my ankle as an officer called my name, and I bellowed the word here in an emotional voice. Without Gress, this was really about getting vengeance for Earth.
All right, you chubby, oversized obers.
Mafani had assumed control of my row, having picked Quana and I out of the crowd with ease. He walked from side to side, passing out black helmets that looked like a motorcycle gear to each human.
Noble species wear contacts, but apparently we've got to hide your faces in case the feds mosey on out here. This shit is called augmented reality. There's a button on the side, press it with a booger-eating finger, and it turns on. That's right, I know how nasty primates are. I thought about shoving a finger up my nose and flicking at the jackass to send a message. I guess this guy's decided to go after our whole species, thanks to our encounter. Silence! Non-humans, insert your contacts right the fuck now. This is your compass, your name directory, and your intelligence center all in one. It'll help you maybe line your shots up and track the enemy, rather than tracking your receding hairline. You get your helmet, you move the feck out, go to the range and get some shooting in. Whoever does the worst is going to fecking get it. Am I understood? Yes, sir, a few of the more gung-ho humans shouted. Good, you peasants better not slow us all down. I don't take it from the Trumbull, and I won't take it from you. The Reskets passed helmets out of the box, conveniently getting to me last. He made a show of turning the empty box upside down before crushing the cardboard box in a dramatic display. Oh, that's a shame. It looks like we're one short. You'll have to shoot without it, Taylor. I scowled at the trainer Mafani. You made sure I didn't get my gear on purpose. I wasn't given enough helmets. The box was empty. Do you have a fecking problem? Well, as a matter of fact, we do. I snapped my head off to the right, where General Radai was sprinting at terrifying speed. He skidded to a halt, inches away from barreling Mafani owner. I found this at the back of your supply truck, right after you ducked in there. Care to explain? Oh, it must have been left there by the mistake. You wouldn't be so dishonorable to not only use cheat tricks in a dispute, abusing a power disparity, but then to lie to cover yourself. That'd be ruinous. Of course not, General. I'm embarrassed that you'd think such a thing. As you should be. Confine yourself to your quarters for the day. I suspect you need a reflection on duty. But I'm supposed to train. I will handle the training. You won't go near Taylor Trents again. If you do, there'll be real fucking consequences. Now get lost.
But finally slunk away, shooting me a look of absolute loathing. I turned my head away from him, pressed a squirming finger to the outside of my nostril so it looked like I was picking my nose, and then popped a digit into my mouth with a shit-eating grin. The Rescat's eyes glowed like he wanted to kick me down again, but he wouldn't dare with Radai watching him like a hawk. Quana laughed into a paw while Charisse pretended to be busy inspecting her helmet. It was satisfying to see our rival put in his place, and to have someone swoop in that wouldn't sabotage my training at every turn. I extended my hands, and the Rescat General transferred the helmet to my custody. Radai promised to oversee our training, but I wasn't sure he actually would. I mean, he's the leader of the consortium's military. Surely he has more important things to do than fulfill some half-baked offer. I slipped the helmet over my head, tapping the on button.
Thank you, General. I appreciate your time. There's no better way to assess human capabilities than in person. I'll be going anything but easy on you.
Radai replied.
It responds to your eye movements, and you can activate commands by focusing your pupil on tiny prompts in your periphery. Pull up the map overlay and select the range. Then get your ass in gear.
Yes, sir. Pulling it up now. I trained my pupils on the English words in the lower corners of the helmet display, and lingered on the map label. It pulled up a diagram of the local layout, with options further down to zoom out, as far as the planetary or even stellar level. I studied the part of the fielded area labeled range, and the overlay faded, replaced by visual and audio walking directions.
Got it. I'm on my way.
This is neat, Charisse murmured as we hustled. You can judge distances between objects at a glance. How fast things are moving, wind speed, your current coordinates and distance to the object.
I'm just happy it's air-conditioned. Hey, what's the water droplet icon for?
I blinked in surprise, as selecting that caused a rotated nozzle I hadn't noticed. A quick once-over by Charisse showed me a port for attaching my water carrier. I tried to drink from it, and the system seemed to assist with defying gravity.
Shit, you don't even have to take this off to hydrate. This is way better than the helmets we wore.
That's some of the next generation stuff, though it's best suited for binocular eyes. The peripheral vision still needs tweaking, or so I've heard, Quana remarked. Those brain baskets impede bullets, monitor vitals, filter out toxins, and do all sorts of fancy shit. Estimate the count of your bullets and energy cells, switch to night vision, help you perform first aid on yourself or another if your medic goes down.
Cool beans. I'm not used to having this much info thrown at me in real time, but I see why Mafani didn't want me to get one of these. That would be a disadvantage, especially since, if I'm reading this right, it seems to be able to target lock and suggest corrections to your aim.
Charisse adjusted her helmet, grunting. I haven't got that. How do you do that?
Flick the chin button while looking towards what you want to shoot. Let me try target lock, Quana. The dumb thing's asking me, are you sure? Combatant is marked as friendly. Confirmation of the setting will be reported to your commanding officer.
The Jaslip snorted. Joke's on you for needing to target me from 2 feet away. Now quit goofing off, before we get another rescue on our case. This one for legitimate reasons.
What can I say? I'm a tailful, remember?
My carnivorous friend giggled, and despite the emotional taxation of Gress's betrayal, I arrived at the range with my head held high. Maybe I had it right the first time, when I despised him for extorting rent from us. There wasn't any more thought I needed to devote to him. This was my opportunity to fight for humanity, and atone for the people who'd been hurt because of my mistakes in the past. Regardless of what they'd had meant to be, no individual was going to stand between me and my mission. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Memory transcription subject Tassie by some alien liaison. Date standardized human time May 14th, 2160. Much like Dustin foretold in his introduction speech, it was odd how swiftly the madness of first contact became normalcy to the Bison public. The war raging on Avrana left Lastman untouched, even as thousands fell amid naval clashes and shoreline battles. Several cities had been devastated by collateral damage. Our diplomatic efforts were spread thin between trying to broker peace between nations and establishing channels with the aliens. The task of interacting with the various SC factions
fell to Naltor, Zulk, and I, as we monitored the state of interstellar affairs alongside Dustin and Eliska. The sluggish process on their investigation of the ghost exterminators was excruciating, though it was understandable why it was a challenge. Even after calling in thousands of specialists to work the case from various angles, it was 100 years ago, and the humans had to search nearly 300 entities with multiple planets that were part of the Federation. It was a fish scale in an ocean.
Dustin mentioned that the most promising angle was the forensic accountants called in. Someone couldn't build a spaceship or possibly multiple spaceships without significant financial backing and certain types of resources. Perhaps greasing some flippers just to get it off the ground, unauthorized.
As humanity continued to work the mystery, the first contact team spread the word of the Starlight incident. The hope was that the Yodel would see that it was too late to avoid tampering with Arana. The Desire's tech level spoke for itself. Dustin was leading with the message that it was the SC's duty to repair the damage that had been done and provide answers due to the loss of life. I remembered how hostile the guard at the Technocracy's embassy had been, and wasn't convinced of my friend's claim that they thought that they were helping us. Regardless, I was keen on turning our most formidable opposition, especially after our present infighting gave them ammunition against us. If there was ever a time Bison should have been united, it was now, and yet we'd failed. After weeks of searching for a receptive audience on Learn, Dustin had gotten in the ear of the most human-friendly Yodel on their intelligence panel. This mystery marsupial had extended an invitation for the 3 Wisums from the Disclosure broadcast to join him, though he made it explicit that he wanted us to come alone, without Terran or Thafki backup. Nalton had been hesitant to visit Earth's upstart neighbor, but the first contact party was adamant that the Yodel wouldn't harm us. This might be our best chance to sow a rift in the Technocracy, rather than having the entire species wield unified opposition against us. I was willing to fly off to a world that was vocally against our inclusion, because I wanted these marsupials to be our friends, or at least tolerate us. We didn't need enemies. The little we'd been told about this politician painted a confusing picture. On one flipper, he was a carefree islander that enjoyed riding waves on pristine beaches. He'd share our love for the water, and he also still regularly took to the seas with a human friend. This Yodel had been a major part of environmental research to counteract the Federation's damage, expressing a great love for his planet and its fauna. His contributions to that project, and unashamed representation of Rince's culture, were key to his popularity. On the other flipper, he was involved in the ship engineering because of his brilliant mind, yet had served a stint in the armed forces as a lowly comm technician. The war had driven him to be rather paranoid, and his role in the intelligence panel was to provide oversight of their cyber warfare division. I hoped that we could appeal to his better nature.
It was one thing to accept humans' offer of friendship,
Zulk had been grumbling the entire ride over, distracting me from the local scenery. I caught a glimpse of an immaculate harbor, replete with towering beachside hotels, medieval reenactments, and the largest boats I'd seen in my life.
This species looks down on us and thinks that we don't belong. They're enemies of Avrana, plain and simple. This is martyrdom as much as what Dustin was trying to do.
I parted my beak. Then why did you come, Zulk? It's not the same. The Yodel are unpleasant, but never threatened to kill us.
They're rallying the anti-carnivals. Isn't that the same? For the record, I didn't want to come, but the Desir don't want to be excluded from whatever last one tried to get us into next.
Nulia told us the Yodel were bullied, and now they're paranoid, Zulk. I figured you'd hit it off with the Desir, with your own illusions about outsiders. Nalto helped me out of the car as it rolled to a halt next to a quaint beach shack. Long oval-shaped boards were propped up against the walls, while there was pristine location. They didn't look like the well-to-do abode I'd expected of a top politician.
They think Bisons never should have been contacted. That ship has sailed.
I appreciate a good sailing metaphor, a voice said from the porch. The Yodel government couldn't give a shit what you eat, We were the first to open diplomacy with the Arxol. We're using their bigotry for practical reasons, so that they'll vote with us. I swiveled around, eyeing the Yodel lurking in a rocking chair.
You must be Onzo.
And you're Dr. Tassie. Please, sit with me. It's a beautiful day. I ambled up the stairs to the porch, getting a look at the Yodel obscured by the corner. His fur was a deep red, aside from the silver creeping into his muscles' coloration. Onzo's body was impressively toned for someone who was getting up in their age, a result of staying active and outdoorsy for decades. There was a shrewdness in his eyes as he studied me in his periphery, while pretending to fixate solely on the mossy green sands and crashing waves. There was a single rocking chair, as well as a bench swing meant to fit two. Thinking that it would be amusing to force Zulk and Nalta to sit side by side, I took the solo seat. The Seldor shot me a disdainful look, as I feigned ignorance.
At least this will make Zulk and Nalta direct their dislike at each other, not the Yodel. Maybe Onzo will be able to give us an ally inside the technocracy government and argue to his peers for us. We should see why he asked us here.
The Yodel politician took a sip of a dark brown drink, ears perked up. It's called cold brew. I'd offer you some, but apparently caffeine is literal poison to you. What I can offer you is a chance to admire the gorgeous view. I've spent my life in a small lighthouse town overlooking the ocean, then worked my way up the Coast Guard by not camping by the seas. Day and night, Zulk grunted. At home the water's orange and the sands are grey. But a beach is just a beach. It can't compare to actually being out on a boat. Simple shores to protect, that's all. You might be the most unimpressed person I've heard for their first visit to alien shores. I was under the belief that Bisoms loved the water and everything about it. This beach isn't just a beach, though. It's where I sailed with my mother, back before the Federation set out on a mission to exterminate sailboats. Before they took everything, they made us happy. They made us Yodel.
I'm sorry, what? I demanded. I know the Federation exterminated predators, but...
What the feck do sailboats have to do with that? Nalto finished. Were they meat-eating sailboats? Onzo issued a bitter laugh. And to my knowledge, no. It was about taking what was ours and destroying it, replacing it with their better tech. Since it's not like we had a prayer to Rolchi of resisting. If we build nothing ourselves, we're dependent on them. The imperious Fecks in the Federation wanted to control you, and they believed that they were superior to medieval primates like us. I want to tell you about our uplifting, something from a mere 46 years ago. I brought you here to explain why the Yodel are so closed off to the idea of doing that with you. Consider it a cautionary tale. The familiar sensation of my heart sinking played within my chest.
You went from a medieval era straight to...
Yes. You can imagine how that might have played out from your own history. You were advancing enough to grasp the idea of alien intelligence and common culture, whereas our astronomers barely grasped the has-beens enough to even toss out the idea. We had no comparable tech to the Feddies, aside from a few steam trains, simplistic vehicles. Kind of like my people acquiring a spaceship before inventing computers or space rockets of our own. The technology was like magic, Zop noted. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. The humans say something like that. So when the Federation showed up, promising that they could do things that were impossible, they were welcomed. Then they began their rampage of destruction, and we had to watch. Their exterminator started by burning the animals. Nalto's eyes reflected a troubled light. You said that's what they started with. What else did they burn, Onzo? They progressed to boats and many other things. Feck, the animal part alone has been something I've worked decades trying to salvage. There's a reason we've devoted an entire colony as animal reserve. The cultural losses are something you can't just bring back. They torched anything outdated. Trains, scribe houses, fire brigades, and once they modernized our identity, you know what they did next?
Tried to convince you of their predators are scary even though we have guns, lunacy.
Onzo snickered. Yes. They did do that. Started conditioning the next generation. But that's not the punchline. The worst part was that anyone who fought back or showed a spark of defiance, they'd pump you full of meds, and that turned you into a walking husk that you couldn't speak up. I'd know. I lived unable to even feel anger from their pills for years. You know what the anger toward them felt like? When I came off of that? Maddening! You had to want blood, Zulk hissed, a sadistic glint flashing in his eyes, suggesting his revenge fantasies against the aliens who hurt the Seer. You wanted them to pay for what they did. Of course. We also have a mandate to ensure that other species, like yours, don't endure the horror that we did. The Federation mocked us, spit in our faces, and demeaned us as stupid primitives, just because we evolved a little behind them. You don't want to be involved with the species that look down on you. The three of us were silent, absorbing Onzo's explanation. As disastrous as our first contact had been, I could understand how the Yodel had been 10 times worse. The Federation had come to belittle, convert, and control the natives. It would have been like if the aliens contacted us back during our colonial wars, when the Ritala were a fiefdom and their rivals, the Salma, were dominated by priests and royalty. We wouldn't have the means to relate to aliens if we had no prior concepts of every technology they possessed. I saw that Dustin meant about the technocracy believing that they were doing us a favor. I thought that it was a misguided notion. The coalition was nothing like their predecessors and was open about trying to be as responsible with their role since their initial address.
The circumstances necessitated their intervention, even though Dustin admitted neither Ivrana nor his side were ready. Ivrana is in a precarious position, where our entire biosphere could collapse, by our own doing, not by invading exterminators. I'm sorry that the Federation tried to brainwash you and destroy your home. I respect that you don't want us to go through that. With that said, I don't think the Coalition is giving us all their tech at once or erasing our achievements, I offered. It's different because they're giving us control and choices. They reached out as equals, not to assert their superiority. They also accelerated the timeline because of an imminent crisis. I know the Sapient Coalition is different. The fact is, there is an inherent power disparity between Bisons and the visitors. You might not tell them to feck off because you're afraid of what they could do. Onzo's ears pinned back against his head before he angled his snout towards Zulk. And either way, the Tasir are a prime example of how outside influences can alter an entire culture and its direction. Their innovations have been shelved for whatever alien tech lay in that wreckage. Another example of the Federation's carelessness. What will be left of Bison creations when the SC gets done with you? Naltor bore a contemplative expression. There's a lot of benefits that can come from alien technology, lives that can be improved or saved. That's a choice the Yodel wanted to take from us. You look down on us by thinking that we're not ready to join a wider galaxy, because we evolved a little later. I have intended to help you ever since I learned about the Starlight incident. I'm giving you these facts as a warning to hold on to yourselves. You will have to live with the knowledge that you did not earn your place in the galaxy, or claw your way up every porthole up the check tree. The world you inhabit will never again be truly yours. Why would you want to help us get into the Coalition? Suspicion gleamed in Zulk's eyes, mistrustful of an outsider's aid. I don't see what you have to gain. The Yodel were happy to use my people's protest to squash our bid in this hatching stage. Why wouldn't you use the war now? Because I want you to do something for me when you get entrenched. I want you to lobby for the Oxal's isolation to be lifted. What? The people eating carnivores that everyone lumps in with us, Naltor squawked. Feck, no. Come on, Tassie, let's go. I fought down the sick taste in my beak, standing. I agree. We want nothing to do with them. I know what they have done to the Thafki, and I wouldn't betray Heliska like that. Just hear out their story. I don't know how much you've been told, but the Oxalt didn't become monsters overnight. The Federation played a part in starving them, and collaborated with their sinister government to suit their narrative. You should hear it from their lips. I'll pass. I like my throat without cannibal bite marks in it, Naltor deadpanned. As do I. It's not like they'd be in danger to you. We have an embassy on their planet, so I think we can speak to the fact that they're reforming. They have very few allies, so they'd be loyal unconditionally if you help them. When the Arxor heard that another obligate carnivore was discovered, they clamored to meet you. Their leader traveled for weeks to be here, and he's waiting inside. Please hear his story. The full context can't hurt you." "There's an Arxor here?" I gasped, scurrying over to Nalto for protection. Zolk rose from the bench, eager to distance himself from the Yodel. "This is a trick. You brought us here under false pretenses, so that you can sabotage Tassie's efforts by saying that she met with an Arxor. I see what you're doing, making us look like we agree with this heinous act." If I wanted to do that, I could have just rushed Kaisel out here and photographed you with him. Bison meeting with the Arxor, done, Onzo grumbled. "So this is what? Some long-term play for those cannibals to get loose? How do you think that we could even lobby for the Arxor to be freed?" I asked. "We aren't being welcomed into the coalition with open flippers." "No, but I can change that. If you want my help, you need to at least have a sit-down with Kaisel. Let him explain the damage the Federation did and how the Arxor Collective is working to undo Betterment's legacy. I won't force you to do anything more." Frustration was evident on Naltor's features, and I'm sure there was plastered across mine. We didn't have much of a choice, with the war blemishing our optics even further. A change of heart from an influential entity such as the Technocracy was the only way. This individual was high-ranking enough that he might be able to sway some votes. But I didn't like the idea of sitting across from a sadistic monster. I suppose the silver lining was that if the Yodel would buddy up to a species with as dark a past as the Arxor, they were definitely not anti-carnivores. All I could think about in my mind was how they'd see Heliska on her entire species as food, and how they dusted Nulia's homeworld in a brutal fashion. Zolk seemed to pick up on the resolve waning, though he fixed Onzo with a piercing stare. "You didn't answer my question. What do you gain from this?" "Isn't it obvious? Right now, only diplomatic ships are allowed in and out of Riss's little bubble. The untapped trade market exclusively over the entire planet's manufacturing power and resources. We'll get in on the ground, pop some shipyards down there, set up Yodel bases, expand our influence and our strength," the Rinsian politician replied, seeming proud of himself. "Is that really it? Well, it doesn't hurt that it's a feck you to the Federation. There's still 100-odd species that were real buddy-buddy with them, and have continued existence under that moniker. Even after all that they did, the remnants will flop out if we release the Arxor before the Fossil and the Kolshians. That'll make my decade." "You had me at sending a feck you to the Federation." "Same, Wonderbird," Nalto chipped in. "Also same. I don't consider myself a hateful person, but I hate everything I hear about the Federation," I added. "I cringe every time their name is brought up. I can't believe anyone would want their circus to keep going." Onzo chuckled. "I like you Bisons, spiteful birds after my own heart. I'll go tell Kaisel to come out. Don't want to draw attention to the fact that he's here. Arxor Collective visitors aren't technically supposed to go outside embassies or diplomatic vessels." "Then why?" I asked. "Less eyes on us and a view to kill for. Your thoughts and beaches are just wrong to see her. Objectively wrong. Now, I'll be right back with a certain reptile. Stay put." The spry Yodel leapt to his feet, scampering into the house to retrieve this Arxor leader. Before we could change our minds, I still wasn't sure about agreeing to this, but as long as we weren't in imminent danger, I could play along for a single conversation. It was better to have those deranged carnivals viewing us as allies rather than enemies, if they were ever loosed on the galaxy again. Whatever the Federation had done to Riss, it didn't excuse the diabolical rampage that they'd gone on against herbivorous species. I could get why Dustin hadn't wanted to paint them in any sympathetic light, especially after being raised by Vendel and becoming close to Heliska and Nulia. There couldn't have been enough changes in the few decades when the very creature I'd be speaking to had likely partaken in the unspeakable cruelty. If these Arxor thought Bisons were anything like them, just because we were the second obligate carnivores to reach the stars, they would be in for a rude awakening. These weren't the kind of aliens I'd spent my life looking for, or that I would do anything to befriend in the present. End of chapter. Chapter 27.
Memory transcription subject, Tassie Bison Alien Liaison. Date standardized human time, May 14th, 2160. While Dustin's kind had hardly looked like ferocious predators, Kaisel had quite the intimidating stature. His teeth were visibly poking out of his elongated snout, serrated fangs that could eviscerate a bison in a flash of feathers if he so desired. The forward-facing eyes were narrowed to slits, which left him with a perpetual scowl on his face. The grey hide of scales seemed rougher than gravel and coated his entire body. Back to the powerful hind legs tailored to leaping at prey and a lashing tail with spiked protrusions. He towered over even Naltor, who was from the largest bison subspecies, despite the fact that the reptile was hunched forward as he stalked ahead. All the while, claws like sabers pointed at us from his raised forepaws. Had I not known the Oxal's gruesome history, I wouldn't have judged a fellow sapien for being fearsome. I might have appreciated Kaisel's unique adaptations and expressed my usual bundle of enthusiasm to learn about his culture. However, this was a species that spent centuries rounding up fellow sapiens. Starvation alone didn't excuse that. Whatever Onzo might think, humanity left risks and isolation without further remediation, for reasons I couldn't understand. I'd heard what Dustin said about seeing the best in others and trying to build something better from history's dark pages, but how could any of those things seem possible with these people-eaters? Why would bisons want these creatures out of the quarantine any more than the rest of the galaxy?
Onzo is much too clever to assume that we can be played like ice chimes. He must know there's nothing they can say that'll change my perspective, and that we want nothing to do with the Oxal.
The Federation involvement mentioned by the Yodel didn't make sense either. With how staunch their anti-predator stance was, and them being at the root of the Oxal's supposedly forced diet, why would the Federation want their citizens to be turned into livestock? Onzo claimed that it suited their narrative, but I couldn't even begin to understand the implications of that. So many alien regimes had been beyond insane. They cared so little for life, and took their villainy to the extreme. Kaisel was from one of those two factions behind the terrible things I'd learned in the stars, and I found myself itching to rip his excuses to shreds. While we needed aid and wanted to send a message to the Fed remnant faction, it was beneath us to hold a conversation with a monster.
It's excellent to meet you, fellow hunter. The humans are wily, but there are still leaf lickers.
Kaisel's voice was a low rumble, with hissing sounds that accompanied certain consonants.
You must have heard awful things about us. I know that they have a tendency to mention us only as the ones who had sapient cattle and no empathy.
Nalto cast a brazen stare back at the Oxal, rooted in front of me as a shield.
What else is there to mention if that's the truth? We could always wrap this up early. I don't care for long conversations, so I won't dawdle. We're a solitary species. That doesn't always mean a lack of empathy. It so happens that our government culled anyone with affective emotions as defective. That's how you get a race of sociopaths, bisons. You either are one, or you play along as one to survive, or you die. The Oxal Dominion celebrated cruelty, and its leaders wanted to remain a war for power.
You're telling me that your government systematically murdered anyone who exhibited empathy? Any sane species would overthrow such madman long before you got to that point, I spat.
There was an entire war being fought over Batman's ideas when the Federation arrived, bearing gifts, until they dosed us with meat allergy serum. Do you know what a horrific death that is? When you can't eat the only food your species can consume, there's a reason we hate them. It's the same reason authoritarians took control, even seized it as an opportunity. I believe that Seer may have a better idea about how alien attacks change a society.
Zulk raised a flipper in protest.
Don't compare yourselves to us. We didn't start murdering our own, or eating people. Naltor can call us savages all he likes, but we did nothing but try to protect our homes and match their strength.
Wrong, Naltor countered. I'll explain to you fully how Feck the Desir are later.
You're on your own brand of Feck, but you aren't like these aliens. I'd love to hear how this allergy serum turned you from happy carnivals to people-eaters.
It doesn't explain how authoritarians consolidated power. My confidence grew the more I heard, compelling me to provide a rebuttal to the Oxal's defense. They can decide to use it to their advantage all they want, but that doesn't explain why a whole fecking populace would just go along with sapient cattle farms. That didn't make you okay with it.
It's more that Batman pushed us to have no alternative. In the same breath as the killer serum, they tried to wipe out the enemy's nation's cattle between the two attacks. It could have starved them out, Kaisel growled. That bioweapon took out theirs too, and that opened the door to a desperate solution, which only they'd be willing to carry out. They blamed the Federation for the cattle virus, bringing a level of hatred that left us to ensure that they reaped their consequences.
You talk so callously about what you've done. What kind of species would even think about eating food that talks, capturing them from their homes and shoving them in farms?
When you're hungry enough, true thinking stops. Late-stage starvation makes anything food. That's why they kept us in that way. It was only with both the Federation and the Dominion gone that we could change.
It's difficult to beat a system. It's near impossible to beat one that you were born into, Onzo spoke up, from where he'd been quietly observing us.
The Oxal became a shell of their former selves because they made all the worst choices. Yet they did a lot of good in the war that gets overlooked. Species like the Dirtian and the Doser exist because the rebels stepped in alongside our efforts. They proved that they could work with Yodel ships.
When they're deprived of food, they become animals without higher thought. You heard that admission, and you want them serving alongside us, I demanded.
Tassie, those are extreme cases of starvation. Anyone can be driven mad without their basic needs met. I'll let you in on a secret. However intelligent we might become, we're all animals. Predator, prey, two sides of the same coin.
Sapiens can be better than that. We always have control and agency.
Kaisel smacked his tail on the porch. Whatever you might think of us, the Oxal saved Earth. If you like the humans, you can thank us for their planet not being a ball of rubble.
Wait, what? The humans staved off total extinction with help from the loathed carnivores. Why would the Dominion protect Earth? And how did their allies not turn on them? When we get slammed for being linked to the Greys in any capacity. While I was still trying to be resistant to any sympathetic thoughts, out of basic courtesy for Aliska, I was shaken that Dustin left out some important context about the Oxal. It had never been brought to my attention that the Federation, who was supposedly fighting a war against them, were teaming up with them the whole time, and misleading the public. The fact of the Oxal being starved systematically had also been omitted, making it sound as if they were looking for sapient lunches as soon as they made first contact. Humanity was also happy to construct a tale like Earth's survival was a miracle, rather than owing their existence to a nightmarish carnivores. I couldn't imagine what state the galaxy would be in without the Terrans, so I could feel a little gratitude if Kaisel's kind saved him.
Dustin failed to mention that, Naltor sighed.
The Oxal's leader's nostrils flared with annoyance.
The humans don't like to admit that they needed help from the unsavory fleet such as ours. But it is true. We have always been willing to come to the defense of non-herbivores, something that'd make us a good ally to you, from a pragmatic standpoint.
We wouldn't turn away aid from any source if Alsh is attacked by exterminator loons again, Zulk responded. I am not ready to bring trouble down on our heads by signing a pact with the galaxy's most hated faction. We mistrust outsiders to begin with. So I am not sure how we would trust anyone with your checkered past.
Any historian worth their meat salts will also tell you how important the rebellion fighting back against the Betterment regime is. There are people who hated what we'd become, and I'm proud to say that I joined their cause as soon as possible. A fight for peace and a better legacy that you will not find so repugnant. The collective strives to end a culture of cruelty and bring satiety to all. Part of our ideal future is making alien friends.
You want to be our friends just because we're obligate carnivores? I accused.
That is the primary reason, Tassie. There has never been another species like us. Who would we have more in common with on a biological level? Whose world and culture could we perhaps find a place in? Besides, you'll be an eye-opening test of the SC. If they cannot accept you,
then I know they'll never accept us.
That's part of why I want to help the bisons. Onzo pinned his ears back, bushy tail stiffening as he spoke. I'm not convinced that the coalition members have shaken off their Federation roots altogether. There's many that just make a mental exception for humans. I think the technocracy would be foolish to make an alliance of convenience with the anti-carnivals.
My cooperation with you should be proof for the bisons that I care much more for fighting spirit than diet. The Yodel are anything but weak, so we've gotten along well. You didn't care that the wider SC won't even speak to us.
The wider SC called us primitives and looked down on us. They laughed as the Federation wrecked our home. I wonder why we don't give a feck what they think.
Nalta gave me a look. This is the same SC Tassie wants to join, for some reason. Why do we care what they think of our war?
Because we need them. Humanity's trying to pull the galaxy forward, as impossible as that appears, I retorted.
A hiss emanated from Kaisel's chest. We've done everything they asked of us, but my people are starting to feel abandoned. We won't stay in isolation much longer. If they want us to better ourselves, then they need to treat us like allies, and let us join their team, without acting ashamed of us. We don't want the future to pass us by.
It would be an excellent way to leave the predator-prey schism behind once and for all, if the Sapien Coalition could see the Oxel aren't monsters. That rips the foundation out of the so-called proof for the Federation's dogma, Onzo declared. I thought a chat with Kaisel might rip away your misconceptions. Bisons have a chance to be the catalyst for true unity, leaving the war and its divisions behind.
That's a nice ideal, but you can't be sure it'll be that simple.
Zolk tilted his head, a skeptical glimmer in his eyes.
Let's say that we got into the coalition. What happens if they don't listen to us? With our newness and distinct lack of credibility. I've taken the liberty of strengthening our military to a respectable fleet size once more. We don't want trouble, but let's just say that we're done with quarantine. It would be better for everyone if that was us friends. Let us go about our business with those who are ready to move on.
I shifted on my feet. It's only been a few decades since the last war, and you're willing to go back to battle?
We will not fire the first shots. That's not my wish. I'd rather you convince the SC that we deserve a second chance. It would be worth your while, and you'd have an ally you don't have to worry about scaring. I'll accept gradual concessions from the Leaf Flickers, but we've been left out of everything far too long.
Define worth our while. Will you give us military technology? Naltor squawked. That's what we need, Kaisel, to increase Abrana's standing so that we aren't entirely at their mercy.
The Collective would happily provide ships and weapon blueprints in return. As Onzo could tell you, that's the only way they won't view you as primitives. Strength. Your own ships will mean that they can't dismiss you or bar you from the stars on a whim.
Interest shone in Zolk's eyes.
Having your own starship fleet would be a game-changer. If those ghost exterminators return, we can rise to meet them. However, there's no way to know you're good for it before we uphold our part of the deal. We'll earn your trust this year. We're not the self-serving species we were 20 years ago. We can work with others as a civilized force. Give us a chance to prove it. Let us bury what the Dominion did and make a new name for ourselves.
Do they even deserve a second chance after what they've done? Whatever Kaisel says about fighting back, it was their whole society. They're willing to get in the way by force, so they can't have changed that much. We'll consider it, I said. I can't pretend your history didn't exist, but I know I don't want any more death and war. I want what's best for Evrana, and the SC won't give our problems their full attention if they're all fighting you.
The Yodel politician flicked his hair in agreement.
That's all we ask. In any case, I have a plan to get you a trial role on the SC. I'll tell them, if there's any way to show you're divided, it'll be by giving you a single vote amid a war. It's up to you to prove them wrong. So I even have a chance to get you a permanent spot.
We just need to get in the door, despite the war. Every faction has extended a friendly flipper towards the aliens. Even his, Naltor gestured to Zolk, who scoffed in response. We know we have to get this right, even as we're fighting amongst ourselves.
The Tasia sighed.
I wouldn't put up with a cloak of beaks like you if I didn't.
Thank you, Hansa, I interceded. We appreciate the introductions and the aid. I think it's best that we get going before someone does see us all colluding. We know how this would go over."
Kaiser snorted. "How dare anyone talk to the Oxel? That attitude is exactly what needs to change with the Coalition, and why we don't trust them to look out for us. Carnival still can't get a fair shake, even with our dark history. I'll certainly be watching your experience with interest."
"We're going to make this work for us. I won't give up on being part of the galactic community and seeing Bisons welcomed as equals. Before you do anything rash, let's see whether they can come around to us."
"I can be a little patient. Just don't take too long. Goodbye, Tassie and friends."
Still huddled behind Naltor, I turned towards the vehicle we'd arrived in, eager to get away from the Oxor leader. I only breathed a sigh of relief once the car was speeding away from Anza's home. The politician must believe the reptilians had changed, if he was letting one stay in his dwelling without any backup. I wasn't sure what my companions made of Kaisel, but I was conflicted over every explanation he offered. Aligning ourselves with them didn't seem like a prudent move. It'd validate prejudices about us accepting their crimes. Then again, the alternative was a fight that could pick up where the unthinkable, centuries-long war had left off. That would strengthen the grudges against carnivals that Bisons would have to face. The dilemma certainly wasn't what I expected when I got the invite to Lian, but what mattered was that the Yodel had a plan that he thought would get us a brief stint with the Sapien Coalition. That brought me a giddy rush, since I'd thought our chances might be dead in the waters with the war raging. Once I got myself into the forum, I was going to make every connection I could to ensure that we stayed there for good. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, May 14th, 2160. It had been one thing to practice at the range with Charisse, and another to have a helmet providing real-time trajectory estimates and corrections. The augmented reality feed could detect my inaccuracy patterns, providing an analysis on what to adjust. Quana proved able to handle a weapon, firing almost every shot into the center ring of a hexagonal target, which was shaped a bit like Krebs scales. General Radai watched with interest, correcting the techniques of any humans who couldn't take the hints from their helmet. Where the Reskets truly went ballistic was the trigger discipline, and keeping weapons pointed down range. One Terran turned a gun towards Radai as he addressed her. In a matter of seconds, the towering pink bird twisted her wrist to disarm her and jabbed the gun against the side of her helmet to make a point. He'd shrieked that she was doing the same thing to her squad by pointing a loaded weapon at friendlies. It appeared that our headgear had built-in ear protection, judging by how it muted bullet noises. Quana suggested that it was to protect against sonic weapons or long-term ear damage. Still, the Resket's voice was as loud as a tornado siren, so I imagined that the new enlistee wasn't enjoying the audio assault. Aliens being aggressive and getting in our faces was novel. Radai's only comment was that I was too slow reloading my weapon. That's not the worst critique I could have received, though. Charisse certainly makes it look much simpler. The Resket ordered us to return our firearms to the artillery cart, remarking that it was time to progress to the grenade range. We needed to become familiar with a wide array of weapons, especially close-quarters ones, since Reskets were most likely sidelined for those deployments. Their 9-foot-tall stature didn't make them good fit for tight spaces, so other races needed to be qualified to function in those scenarios alone. From what I'd seen in the Federation, it was surprising that the Consortium crafted handheld explosives, an incendiary device that could riddle the enemy with shrapnel and supposedly a vicious, human-only invention. I was intrigued to know that the Krev had added some crazy tech to our version. Maybe we could explode them with our minds.
All right, listen up. This is your crash course on how to utilize grenades in the field or in tight hallway. Your helmets come equipped with an anti-flashbang tech, so count your fucking blessings there, Radai barked. Back when I was trained, we had to get flashbanged to see what it was like and keep fighting. You have a much easier task. We'll still be using these non-lethal weapons for the purpose of our training today. Understood? Yes, sir, came the confident response. If you are fighting around a corner, you want to roll it down the hallway with gusto. Otherwise, for further distances, we have grenade launchers right here to guide them.
They probably developed anti-flashbang tech for your helmets because of us,
Quana whispered to me.
We'd throw them when we ambushed them in the snow. They were really blind between the envirosuits and constant blizzards. Our white fur already might have been invisible.
I shrugged. You talk like you were there.
My relatives were. They passed on their stories to me.
How the fact did they get captured? Redeye scowled. Taylor Trench, I thought you came here to join the military. It seems that you're more interested in trading gossip.
Oh, now you're in trouble, Cherie snickered.
I straightened, embarrassed to be called out.
No, sir. I didn't mean to be disruptive. Well, too fracking late for that.
Redeye stalked closer, angling his beak towards the top of my skull.
Tell us what you were talking about. We're all waiting.
It really wasn't anything important. I can't tell him that we were reminiscing on the Rescat's great embarrassment. It'll be bad news for Quana.
Just about how we don't have anti-flashbang helmets on Earth, and that I'm glad that we, don't have to take one to the face like you did, sir. I should fracking make you get onto the ground and take one. Maybe Mafani was right about you not needing a helmet.
Sir, this will not happen again.
I did not mean to disrespect you. I'm sure you didn't. Did you hear any of what I said? Roll grenades in hallways, grenade launchers in open spots, and, yeah. Good! Now you've just volunteered yourself to go first. I didn't think that you heard any of my instructions on how to load the weapon. So figure it out, Feck out on your own. Stand at the red line and put the fecking grenade on the nearest burlap sack over the wall. Go on!
Redeye maneuvered behind me, shoving me forwards before I could respond to his instructions. I swallowed. As I picked up the grenade launcher that I had no idea how to use, my fingers curled around a flashbang shell. I stared downrange at the puffy sacks Redeye had mentioned. My feet displayed the distance to the target as 20 meters away. There were stacks much further downrange that would actually require the launcher, though the Rescue General was easing us into the training with a closer target. Was this a test to see if I'd fall back into using tools as a clutch? The avian looked amused as I reared back, like he thought I was throwing in the towel. But his expression morphed into shock as the grenade left my grip. I watched my throw arc through the air, landing directly atop the aforementioned target. Redeye's beak was parted with disbelief. His neck bent forward like he wanted to be sure that he'd seen the past scene correctly. I was confused about what was so remarkable. Crap. Would he view this as a further defiance, since he'd clearly intended for me to use the launcher? I thought I was taking the initiative, using a more efficient delivery method. My head swiveled back to Quana with nervousness. The Jasnip's binocular eyes had gone wide with awe. Every alien in our training group appeared stunned by my most recent action.
Taylor, was that a dumb luck, or did you really throw that with as much power and precision first try too? Redeye asked.
I pressed a palm to the back of my helmet.
It wasn't that impressive. The throw wasn't, that far, sir. We saw your sports like baseball and whatnot, but frankly, we lumped that in with your other staged entertainment, like your superhero movies. We thought that it was physically impossible for any species to be natural at projectile physics. I don't know what to say, other than please, don't start calling us scary predators or some such shit. Trench, that's the first time today that I've been impressed with humans. Feck, you're all going to be grenadiers, Redeye chuckled. I need to notify the other traders and rework the grenade regimen to fit your natural abilities. We'll put your crowns together and think of ways to use this. Unit, you are dismissed.
Charisse and Quana walked up to meet me as I turned away from the Rescue. He dropped his ire towards my chattiness after my throwing demonstration. Redeye didn't take any shit, but he seemed fair enough. The way he cemented his authority was forceful and sometimes violent, but not mean-spirited. He hadn't seemed to target my Jaslip friend, unlike our previous trainer. With Mufani ordered to stay away from us, I hoped that was the last we'd seen of the racist avian. I slunk off to rejoin my group, but stiffened as the general piped up.
Taylor, Trench, and friends, stay behind one moment,
Redeye called after us. Feck, is he going to put me on latrine duty? I deserve it, but damn it, I don't want to be cleaning up alien crap. I turned on my heel, removing my helmet so that he could see my regretful expression.
I apologize again for the disruption, General Redeye.
Sir, it was my fault, Quana chimed in, surprising me. I would have never snitched on her involvement, especially since Reskets might be looking for any excuse to single out a Jaslip. I made a comment to him about why I thought anti-flashbangs might have been invented.
I am aware, but thank you for doing the honourable thing, Quana, Redai sighed. I let it slide only because Mafani had been antagonizing you. I prefer we didn't rehash a 30-year-old skirmish, especially when there's talk about going after our real enemy.
After what they did to us, I'd love for us to take those Feckers down. I'm here to do right by the humans. In my opinion, it's time we stopped hiding and stopped accepting the good people have to die to them. Cherise cracked her knuckles. Much like Quana, I'd love a chance to make the Crocuttle and all their pals pay. How well your army functions compared to theirs, night and day. Add in your tech, and I think we could take 'em.
I do too. Your information shines a new light on the threat. It could be the catalyst we need to prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that we can win. That the shame of our cowardice is no longer a necessity.
The Rescue commented.
Going after the feds? Feck yeah, I'm totally in, I cheered. Oops, too much. Sorry again, sir.
Redai narrowed his large eyes.
You need to learn discipline, Trench. You do not come from a military background, but your inattention could cost lives in the field. That said, I didn't keep you to punish you for your outburst. Though, if you don't pull it together, you'll wish Mafani was still here.
Sir, with all due respect, I don't think I'll ever wish Mafani was still here. I'm all ears for why you wished to speak with me.
Very well. It's about your friend from the Avar visit, Gress, the famous negotiator. The Ulchid teaching his comms course messaged me that he never showed up to her class. It's unlike him or his reputation. I was wondering if you had a better idea of where he was.
That Krev. Quana pinned her ears back with distaste. Her hackle fur was up. We don't know, and we don't care, sir. We saw him back at the Hab module. He was on the base at some point, Cherise volunteered. Perhaps it would be worth looking there.
Redai shot a glare at Quana before turning to my human ally. Do that. Assuming Gress is all right, tell him to report to his superiors for disciplinary action. I don't want to deal, I began.
Cherise stepped on my foot, breaking my sentence. Yes, sir, we're on it.
Good. Whatever is going on between you, your personal issues will not take precedence over your duty again. Dismissed, the Rescue hissed.
I stormed off, stomping through the grass as soon as we ducked out of the Redai's line of sight. After how deeply Gress had hurt me, Cherise had no right to volunteer me to search for him. I wouldn't interact with the Krev who'd strung me along as my exchange partner, lying about kids dying and genocide to save face. Quana bared her fangs at the female human, a clear indication that she had also no intention of tracking down the kid killer. The Jaslip was a better friend than Gress had ever been, just by admitting her wrongdoing to Redai, instead of letting me take the fall. She didn't hide from her past or her actions. If Gress thinks I'd choose him in an ultimatum between him and Quana, he's nuts. I want nothing to do with that lying bastard. Cherise crossed her arms, blocking my path. Taylor, he was your friend for months. For your own sake, if only for closure, you owe it to yourself to find and confront him. I'm not doubting Quana's story, but I never saw Gress as someone so impervious to life.
Maybe he feels bad about it now. Maybe his superiors pressured him to save the delegates. Doesn't matter, I sulked. I don't want to hear excuses, not now, when you didn't have the balls to be honest with me. After all that talk about me leveling with him.
You should never cut someone off without hearing what they have to say for themselves. You two talked daily for months. That has to count for something. I've never seen Gress act like that before.
Neither had I. I thought he was my friend. Now good people like Quana will associate me with that monster.
I don't, the Jaslip offered. Not after you helped me with Mafani. It might be cathartic for you to confront Gress and call him out for the monster he is. I guess you should try find him to cut those ties once and for all, though that Redai won't ask you about him in the future.
It would be nice if I wasn't forced to interact with him anymore. Someone has to tell him, in no uncertain terms, that he's not my bunkmate anymore. I want answers. To call him on the carpet. How could he be such a rotten liar?
Cherise patted me on the back. Go on then. Try looking near the Hab module. He has that Ober shrieking ringtone for you. It'd be hard to miss it if you tried to call him.
I guess I'm just an oversized Ober to him. Hey, Pat. I'll show him when I think of his false friendship. I'll show him.
I shoved my helmet into Quana's threefold tail, and the Jaslip heaved a sigh, reluctant agreement to return it to my bunk.
With righteous fury causing my fists to clench, I tore off down the pathway. I almost barreled over one human soldier, who shot me a nasty look. My glower must have caused him to back down, since I felt positively deranged on the hunt for Gress. There was a single person that I wanted to direct my wounded feelings towards. Had he even cared about how I would feel at all? Why had he zeroed in on me out of every human on Tellus? Because I was in a vulnerable state? Perhaps this was all long-term revenge for clubbing him over the skull. To think I liked him and bought that young, easily flustered, kind-hearted dad act. To think I believed that he had a conscience, or could be trusted to watch out for humanity's best interests. I jabbed his name into my call history as my pupils jerked around the vacant space behind the HAB module. Sure enough, I heard obershrieks in the distance, by a thick set of hedges off the beaten path. Gress didn't pick up my call, but I wasn't letting that jackass send me to voicemail. My God, I was going to say my piece to him. I vaulted over the bushes with triumphant wrath and faltered in my anger as I heard the softer sounds. The Kriv was curled up into a ball, looking like a green spherical pine cone. I could hear snot bubbling in his nostrils, along with pathetic sobs emanating from his chest. In spite of myself, I felt sorry for him. It was difficult to unload my anger on someone who looked so broken. "Gress," I whispered, intentionally cursing myself for my sympathy. "It's me, Taylor. Come out of the ball, please. We need to talk." The Kriv uncoiled slightly, pointing a disoriented gaze at me.
I'm sorry, Taylor. I'm so sorry. I ruined everything. I saw her. I saw you with her, and she wouldn't stop accusing me of all those awful things.
Psh, are you trying to tell me that you didn't let children die? Because I feel that's something I should have known.
How the fuck can you think that I would do that? How?
I flinched away from his raised voice. Connor said it like it's common knowledge. You said nothing to defend yourself.
Because I can't. I can't, Taylor, I can't. I've been trying to put my life together, but that day follows me everywhere. You know what it's like to see something whenever you close your eyes. I watch you flinch each time you see a miner's helmet, or hear anything that sounds like drilling.
I snapped my head back even further, gritting my teeth. Don't you fucking mention that accident. Use that against me. I'm trying to make up for it.
And I'm trying to wake up from the nightmare that never ends. I'm just in a good enough spot mentally to be able to tell you that those kids dying wasn't my fault. Do you want to know what happened? Or have you already condemned me like I meant nothing to you?
You were the closest person in my life since the day I took off that mask, but you let me down. I know how many stragglers stayed in escrow. You didn't tell me, the Kriv sighed.
You're right. It was awful, and I never said it was okay. I really didn't make a difference whether it was 100 jaslips or a billion. Murder is murder. They have a point, regardless of whether it had to be done.
You downplayed it, Gress. Don't fucking lie.
I didn't want you to be afraid of us. After what happened to Earth, you're completely right. My word choice misled you on the scale, and I can't imagine how you feel when you have trust issues with aliens to start with. I'm sorry.
What do you expect me to do with the months-late apology? You had every opportunity to come clear, or open up at all about yourself.
Let me tell you now what really fucking happened. You can choose to forgive me or not, but I don't want you thinking I'd sacrifice children.
Whatever. I can't wait to hear this festival of excuses.
The Kriv drew a shuddering breath, trying to give the impression that he was struggling to continue. My impatience simmered, though I held back any scathing remarks. This attempt to manipulate me through empathy wasn't going to work. There was no way that Gress and Quana could have such desperate stories about the same event. The Jaslip had no reason to lie, while this guy had every reason to lie. Tears streamed down his scaly face as he stared into the binocular eyes that I'd hidden from him for years. I wished I had my helmet to obscure them again, so he couldn't see that I still felt for him. Look, Taylor, they nabbed 5 important individuals at a convention center, holed up there for days, Gress snuffled. I knew there were kids in there, but I thought that was the parents bringing them along as some fecked up way to drag them into the hostage mess. Those escrow fighters, radicals, that's how they'd raise their children. I scowled at him. How is that the kids' fault, you? Let me finish. It's sad, but it's not their fault. At any rate, listen, we thought that they were roped in, because why the feck would you think that parents would blow their own children's brains out? I didn't know what they were intending, and that's how they set us up. The Ivorian police force walked right into their propaganda victory. The Jaslips told us exactly who they had held hostage, and days later, they called me to request 5 hostages to leave by name. You know what I said?
No, this isn't going anywhere. How could Quana blame you for what was done so blatantly? And I should believe you didn't know.
Because the Jaslips filmed it all and lined the kids up to look like the call to me was a video streamed. It wasn't. I couldn't see that they had their own offspring mewling, crying through a gag, and with guns pointed at them. When they asked for 5 hostages to let go, I was exhausted. I didn't know what to think. If it was a test or something, but I didn't want to give them time to change their mind. I asked for all 5, thanked them for doing the right thing. Out come the aristocrats. We saved the day. Time to go in and round up the criminals, right?
I was quiet for a long moment. You're saying they staged it to look like you chose to let the kids die?
It makes for good propaganda. They wanted them and their children to be martyrs. And because I didn't catch on, it worked.
The crow's claws twitched as his voice choked up with grief.
That's when we heard gunshots. I'll never forget it. My supervisor tells me not to go in there, but I just have this sinking feeling in my chest. And I know why. Once I hear more gunshots than there are adults, the hostage takers have killed the kids. And then themselves.
My God, that's awful. My mind was reeling, but this despondent tone had the ring of sincerity. I could see the haunted, vacant look in his pupils, just like when I slipped back to Caber's death. When you said you can't talk about it, you mean?
I mean that I don't want to, because it drives me mad. It hurts. The worst part is, when I get in there, one kid is still alive, shot in the throat. Puffy white fur, just oozing violet blood. I have some medical training. Everyone on the hostage negotiation team does. I stick my claws into the little guy's throat and try to pinch the arteries shut while we wait for paramedics. I try to push the blood back inside while his breaths get weaker. But there is so much.
Not knowing what I could possibly say, I pressed a hand against his shoulder to comfort him.
How could anyone do that to their own kids? And for what? To make me look like a monster? I would try anything to save him, but the fragile thing dies right as the medics arrive. My claws in his throat. I feel the way the pulse stops beating against my claws as the blood keeps coating them. I can see the way the medics look at me when I pull them out and hold them in front of my face. All the dead bodies around me, wondering if I could stop it.
Grass spewed. My eyebrows slanted downwards. That's not fair to yourself. What I did was reckless, endangering my people. You didn't know what these extremists were going to do. I can see it now.
No, of course not. I had nightmares about it all. Became this irritable mess that everyone had to steer clear of. I couldn't predict what I'd react poorly to. When I began to lash out at Lekka, my light, just because she was a child, I was a danger to her. My wife was right to leave me. The Jaslips say I'm a monster. The Krebs think I'm a hero. You can decide what you believe, Taylor.
I believe you did the best you could. That's more than I can say for myself. You needed help, not abandonment. I, of anyone, get PTSD, and if Quanta triggers it, I understand. I shouldn't have blamed you for how you reacted. I won't cut her off, but you don't have to interact with her.
Grace nodded. I can't crumple every time I see a Jaslip from the Enclave. I doubt Quana would tolerate me. She won't care about the truth.
We can tell her what really happened. Either way, I'm here for you. I'm going to be a better friend and, like you told me when I took off my mask, I'm glad that you opened up to me.
His eyes perked up for a moment. A hug?
Just this once. Don't get used to it.
I winced as the crab threw his arms around me, applying pressure right where Mofani had kicked me. Knowing his side of the story, everything about his life crumbling was all the more tragic in hindsight. Gress was tormented because of Jaslips, who orchestrated the murder of kids to look like it was his choice. For what it was worth, I thought good people like Quana needed to hear the truth. My best friend deserved better than that slander. He'd suffered more than enough already. End of chapter. Chapter 29. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date, standardized human time, June 9th, 2160. Quana and Gress didn't mess, even after I tried to share his story with the Jaslip. The fluffy carnivore demeaned me as gullible for buying his ignorance, though potential dishonesty was unthinkable to me after seeing the look in his eyes. My Krev exchange partner had opened up his soul to me, and I wouldn't let the quadruped's vitriol turn me against him. She still smoked to me, perhaps out of gratitude for my earlier aid, but turned cold when Gress was around, offering only vicious growls when spoken to. It was probably for the best that the two rarely interacted for the first few weeks, as General Dai set out to run us ragged. I was pushed to my breaking point physically and grew accustomed to hurting all over after a day's training. The former hostage negotiator, meanwhile, was enjoying a more tranquil regimen in comms training. However, it came time to start ship exercises, gathering experience on patrols and boarding scenarios. The Jaslip and the Krev would have to work together. Gress was thrust into a role in the comm station, while Quana, Sharice and I was simple bridge security. Our job was to monitor the situation, escort crewmates off the deck under circumstances of disobedience, and to jump in as assistance if needed. We could be ready to board a vessel in a flash. Under peacetime, a large part of our responsibilities might be stopping piracy and apprehending suspects in Telus' space. The Krev would help if we requested their aid, but the last thing our settlement wanted was to be a passenger on protecting our own territory. Watching Earth fall had been punishment enough.
If you want to capture assets for intelligence, you know what that requires? Physical people on board to retrieve them, Radai squawked. This crew isn't smooth enough to progress to ship insertions yet. We're starting simple. Maintain your patrol route while looking for jettison cargo. It's too small to show up in sensors, so what are we looking for?
Subspace trails, sir, I bellowed, along with the majority of the crew.
Good! Stay alert and vigilant. You need to keep your patrol course while doing that. Comms query for local ship traffic logs and forward it to sensors so they can cross-reference it.
Gress's eyes flitted over to his ultured partner, who was already firing off the communique. On it, sir.
Good! Show me that you can work as a team and complete your duties without babysitting. This should become routine, people.
Sharice began drifting past various stations, eager to be summoned if they needed an extra hand. Quana occupied herself by checking the armory cart's readiness, and while that was the one-person job, I wandered up behind the Jaslip. The patrols were mundane as could be, especially when we were assigned as bridge watch. Unable to screw off, like those on duty in the crew quarters, away from Radai's watchful eyes. The Risket would flip his lid if we didn't make ourselves useful and stay alert. However, even if there was nothing to look at but empty stars, I wished I could handle some of the duties. Yet, as quiet as it was, I wasn't hopeful for spare work as my security guard friend. The Jaslip proceeded to rummage through the first aid supplies, ensuring for the upteenth time that the various auto-injecting blood packets were available in case of injury. A smirk crossed my face, imagining how the Federation thought we'd glimpse those and tried to drink them like vampires. The amusement fizzled out, pushed back by the knowledge that humanity had been slaughtered for such laughable ideas. Quana tucked the supplies back in their cubby, and I shoved thoughts of that bygone era away. The carnival's three tails twitched with equal boredom and restlessness, knowing it would be several hours up in the stars without stimulation. The slim armor around her body was connected to a spine-mounted gun.
It had helped the jaslip move quickly, as a quadruped, while still firing it with the tails. Every now and then, I see her angle her head towards Gress at the comm station. I wonder if she thinks about disabling the friendly targeting and taking him out. Orders be damned. Quana won't listen about him not being a heartless killer. She fell right into the propaganda. Charisse wandered back towards us, crouching next to me as I pretended to inspect the weapons cart. So much for taking the fight to them. The tech's got a day of simulated space combat, but here we are, adrift in the stars. I'm tired of twiddling my thumbs.
We got a few ground exercises, I offered. I know we can't all be glitz and glamour, but I don't feel much like a soldier. I don't feel any closer to fighting the Feddies.
I feel like the crab-lapped oba, forced to stare at monsters all day. You know Gress lied about Isco, and you still fall for his story. Taylor, there is a video proof on my side. What does he have?
Quana hissed, muzzle contorted in a nasty snarl.
Gress is my friend, and he's trying to be nice to you despite the names you called him and how you remind him of a traumatic incident. He knows he was being unfair. You're being unfair by not even considering that the jaslips you think are psychos have an agenda.
Charisse pressed her finger to her helmet, where her lips were.
Keep your voices down. If you two are disruptive again, Radai might put you out of the airlock, and you'll be the jettison cargo to find.
The jaslip pinned her ears back.
You still sidle up to that kit killer as well. Is this some kind of primate loyalty? Refusal to see what's right in front of you?
Quana, with all due respect, I'm more likely to believe a public servant than extremists who shot their own kids on camera. That's not a reliable source. I also don't think that letting children die meshed with any of the Gress's behavior with us. He couldn't help but pity us after the accident, despite who he thought we were.
Gress caused that drill explosion, working you to little death without a shred of compensation, driving you out of your home for a rent they didn't even need. He puts on a nice face now because you remind him of his pet.
I crossed my arms, wishing she could see the vicious skull beneath my helmet.
That's the thing. Gress wasn't driving us from our home. Our home is Earth, and the feds drove us out. I had one secretive people I thought were feds gone too, and I'd be a lot less nice about it. The drill exploding falls on me for being a shit negotiator and watching my own self-interest.
Is that what you see in Gress? You both have those traits in common.
I balled my hands into fist.
Damn it, Quana. You used to be fun, and you know I felt sorry for you for a lot of shit. I want to be your friend, but you can't bear that I think for myself, that I don't agree with extremist narratives.
I'm angry that you crawled right back to being his pet after you saw it yourself.
Charisse made a shushing sound again.
Enough. General Radai is giving us sideways glances.
General Radai is listening to what you're saying as well, the Resket squawked. Since you three can't sit still and quiet for a few hours, a permanent separation might be ideal.
It might be the best if Quana was kept away, since she spends half the time egging me on about Gress. I wish she'd chill out. Without a word to request to stay with the jaslip, I moved near the elevator and placed my hand behind my back. My brooding thoughts occupied me more than standing at ease. Had Charisse apologized to Radai, despite being the one who'd been trying to quiet our bickering? I imagined the Resket would make us all run laps until we wanted to throw up, since he'd already done that to me twice as punishment. Even if it got me into trouble, I wasn't going to let Quana impugn my closest friend's honor like that. Gress was a good man who'd had his life ruined by real monsters, and had been set up to be at the heart of a controversy. The jaslip kept pushing me. My choice was simple. The patrol was quiet, as we wandered our normal route while combing subspace trails. I kept forward towards the rail that overlooked sensors, in the hopes of gleaning something from the screens. If I could pick up enough, maybe I could get a posting as a sensors assistant. It was supposed to be one of the simplest jobs in the vessel, while also giving me something constant to process. I watched how the Tromble and the human at the station whittled down the activity, trying to sniff out whatever Radai had set up. I stifled a yawn, hoping they'd pick up the cargo soon so that we could return to camp. This wasn't the illustrious freedom fighter career I'd envisioned, that was for sure. Was I serving humanity at all? Sir, I'm picking up dozens of unregistered subspace trails at the fringes of the system. Much higher visibility than loosed cargo, the Trumbull stated. The contacts appear to be still active and are on an intercept course with Tellus. They appear to have dropped out of FTL before triggering our disruptors and are proceeding at sublight speeds. There was the slightest shift in Radai's demeanor, but I saw the angle his head change. It seemed like a momentary jolt of surprise, just enough to suggest this wasn't a planned, simulated encounter. The risk had maintained his composure, though he'd cleared the gap to the sensor station in a second, confirming that it was true with his own eyes. He quickly wheeled around, announcing that this was not a test. The General relayed orders to comms to notify both Consortium government on Avor and Mayor Hathaway's office in the newly built Tellus. Gress risked a glance at me, consternation evident on his face, as he sent word of the incursion back to the delegates. Who the fuck was in space? Had the Federation discovered the Ark ships and come to finish us off? My features hardened, knowing quite well the direction they'd come from. We weren't going to let the prey Feckwards get anywhere near us. I waited for what I already knew to be true, as sensors gathered information on the intruding vessels and cross-referenced them against known schematics. It was fortunate our vault of data from Earth had thought to bring what we knew of their military capabilities. To my surprise, the sensor station had an immediate hit, just from the minimal intel in the Krebs database from their long-ago scouting. I could feel the adrenaline kicking in, alongside a surge of wrath towards these monsters. This patrol had become quite real in an instant. Even with faces obscured, I could see fear in the human crew's breathing and stiff postures. Gress cleared his throat. "We have permission from Avar to engage the vessel, sir. I am linked in with the other training ships, and we're scrambling drone reinforcements. Also, my Ultra Conrad is telling me that the human government is demanding that we fire on the targets. The decision, however, remains yours." "Very well. Advance towards contacts and ready weapons. Has sensors identified the ship?" Radai prompted. "Sifkit makes, sir. Large vessel utilized on their nomadic expeditions. As they move from world to world, devouring them," a human census tech answered, a frazzled edge to their voice. My Krev friend cleared his throat. "We've definitely been spotted by the Sifkits. We're being hailed on multiple frequencies." "Don't answer that," I piped up before I could stop myself. Forgive my intrusion, sir. But what happens if they see a human, hear our voices, or someone gives up a little too much? What happens if they get close enough to get a glimpse of our settlements or tap into our feed? Tellus has no fucking cage to protect it, or to hide the activity on the ground." Radai's eyes widened with irritation. "Is that all, Trench? Please, go on. We're all dying for your tactical input. It's not like I can weigh the possibilities on my own. You do know that we don't have to show the humans on screen, and we can try turn them back." "Sir, may I have a word?" Charisse ducked her head sheepishly, as an unamused Radai gave a snide go-on wave with his finger. I think most humans on the ship agree that we can't let the Sifquits leave, or glimpse any intel. Every second they left alive, you have FTL comms. So how do we know they haven't invented them in the past 2.5 decades? They could be reporting this live. "As the head of the comm station, my advice is also not to contact them," Gress interjected. "It could expose the whole consortium. For all we know, word's already gotten back to them. Letting them leave would guarantee that they know we're here, and they come back with friends." Radai's eyes smoldered with fury, displeased with the unsolicited input. "If I wanted your advice, I would have fucking asked for it. You are a training crew and I am a military leader. You aren't just several rings below me. You're bottom of the pecking order and I'm at the top. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir," I offered, though my heart wasn't in it. This was my planet on the line again, not his. If he didn't attack them, I wouldn't accept that, and given what Hathaway had transmitted in response, I doubted most humanity would either. "Good! If you can't follow your damn orders, your arseholes won't make it a day in real combat. Lay off the panic and do what the feck you're told. Now turn on the automated weapon systems and prepare to highlight the targets as hostiles. Sub-designation, shoot to kill. Don't do it until we are within range. I don't want them to have a moment to know what hit them. We strike all at once as a fleet. These are the most important minutes of your dipshit's life. So get it the feck right." I backed off my mutinous thoughts, feeling a rush of pleasure that the Rescue General intended to obliterate these bastards. How and why the Sifkits had strayed 7 days' travel from their territory was a question, but that showed that they definitely would have crossed Esquo's path by now. They were a long way from home. Human and alien crew alike scrambled to their various duties. As our formation closed in on the intruders, weapons activated, the computer systems, even on a manned ship. Manual control of artillery was only a failsafe in the consortium. Comms went dark with the final transmission to Talos and Avor, not wanting to give away any intel about our planet's locale with indiscreet signals. This was the start of an exacting revenge for Earth. We draw the line in the sand. We're not leaving Talos, and we're sure as shit not leaving them to get a whiff that humanity lived. They'd gun for us first to finish us off. The craft consortium have these prejudiced Feckers outclassed, and they can keep our survival secret by firing the first shots. Radai stared at the viewport, watching the burgeoning ships enlarge on the screen. He looked a bit remorseful, burdened by the knowledge that his order would vaporize the thousands of life signatures we saw, and be the opening volley of the consortium's inevitable war. The Reskits hadn't engaged in true conflict in 3 decades, so it was likely that his military service had been dominated by peace. Even Esquo wasn't an all-out space bloodbath, so they lacked the first-hand recollection of interstellar war that we had. I believed that these aliens were different than the feckless Feddies, but I hoped that the general had it in him to do what was necessary. Our hatred for these herbivores was likely stronger than his. General Radai never looked away from the viewport.
Run a final check on all systems. It appears their shields can't deflect particle beams, but we can't be sure. Prepare to manually fire an immediate follow-up as soon as I give the order for targeting, and the first one's away. Be ready to divert power to shields or thrusters in case this doesn't go according to plan.
Yes, sir, came the various calls of assent.
Very well. Closing in 3, 2, target them now.
The ship's weaponry revved to life as the ship AI cleaved through the Sifkit vessel with a rapid, invisible hand. The other training vessels proved their readiness as well, synchronizing their weapon deployment to knock them out all at once. The prey scourgers weren't ready for the shields to be bypassed with a single hit, and the precision of the computers was impeccable. Finding the weak spots and obliterating the armor, the drone reinforcements coming up from the outer system zipped up behind the Sifkits, but it proved unnecessary to surround the expedition spacecraft. A chain reaction of fireballs, split seconds apart, lit up the invading fleet, before only debris remained on the viewport. I whistled in appreciation, mashing my hands together to cheer. Other humans were celebrating as well, basking in the feeling of victory at last. Quana's whiskers twitched with delight, and she chipped in her own howl. The Jaslip blamed the loss of Esquo on the threat of Sifkits venturing outward, and had also joined the military to help defend us. Our Arkship colony really could protect itself now. This was what we could do with the recruits out on a training mission, not with a million-strong armada that Avol had amassed. It meant a lot to us to finally score a victory against the Federation, after years of hiding and changing our lives to them. General Radai swiveled around, finally studying each of us.
Forget your earlier mission. Sweep the edges of the system thoroughly, and make sure there's no more of them. Stay on high alert. We'll be increasing patrols, in case this was only the first bunch, or in case they launch an all-out attack when the ships don't return.
I'd like to see them try, I whispered to myself. Now's the time to press our advantage, push into their space. With the stage cargo retrieval gone by the wayside, I trained my binocular eyes on the viewport, searching for any sign of the herbivore savages. My helmet HUD gave me info about the epicenter of each vessel's remains, and I took the time to tally them up. Imagining their sudden ends gave me energy that I hadn't possessed since beginning boot camp. This is what I'd been fantasizing about for so long, and it was better than I dreamed once manifested. Humanity's revenge tour began today, with the eviscerated Sifkit ships. End of chapter.
I would like to thank our T5 members and patrons, Casper Arnholtz, John Creighton, Vidmori, 050, Dragzoon WRE, and Elijah Silvercross. Thank you very much.